Chapter 1. Deathbane. Nurias had the man nearly within his grasp. Some would call it trivial, even foolish, to be so close to a man such as this, but this was personal. The fleeing man tore through the barren streets of the township, his face wide-eyed and dripping with sweat, but not from the heat in the air. This man was not well. Aside from Nurias, a large group of people chased after the man, but it just so happened that in his hurried, frantic flight, he had fallen into an entire barrel of water that Nurias had just paid for. The water was now beyond tainted. This man was infected, and this was not something Nurias could simply leave unaddressed. Once Nurias was nearly within an arm's reach of the man, he drew his dagger and lunged forward, gripping the man's tattered leather armor with his left hand and driving the blade of his dagger into the back of the man's neck. The chase ended. They both collapsed on the dusty ground. Nurias rolled away from the man, as a rhythmic eruption of blood formed a puddle on the ground. A second later, one of the Lord's men seized Nurias from behind. "Nurias, what did you do?" "I killed him. I figured that would be obvious." The man questioning what he had done was the Lord of the township, Lord Kraz. His title held little meaning, being from a bygone era that had destroyed those of royalty. Nothing had been the same ever since the fall of the city of Vasrul 10 years ago, since the coming of the undead. The Lord's soldiers dragged Nurias up to his feet just as Lorlank, Nurias's faithful friend, came up directly behind them. "You've killed this man, Nurias. I have given shelter to many of the remnant before, but never has one took the law into their hands in such a vile way. You killed this man in cold blood." "I do not know what hope you had," Nurias said. "You knew he was already injured. He was wounded bringing in those shiny boys from the north. I just sped up the process. Besides, you know how rare water is, and this man tainted an entire barrel. You know how long it took Lorlank and me to save up for that barrel. You still killed a man. We must remain civil or we become as lawless as the scourge. What do we fight for in this town if not to retain normalcy? Clean water." Lorlank fought between him and the Lord and grabbed Nurias, pulling him away from the Lord's men. "We're sorry," he said to the Lord. "We did not mean to cause trouble." "Don't take up for me on this, Lorlank," Nurias said. "These people are too soft. They need to know the way this world is." The men holding Nurias moved to push Lorlank off him, when the Lord raised his hand in the air for them to halt. "We know of this world. We do not need a reminder. Listen, you haven't been here this long. I do appreciate what you have been able to acquire for the town. We have not had fresh vegetables in some time, and the fact that you were able to find fertile soil in a cave and somehow rig up a way to grow something makes for a lot of encouragement around here. But seeing you chase to his death an already injured soldier standing under my banner is distressing. I also know what you're about and what I have seen here in the past few weeks. You can keep trying to pretend they don't exist, but I'll keep reminding you they do. What of this soldier's fate? Were you going to wait until he died, choking on his own blood, before the blade of mercy pierced him? Your lord, I saw our armies decimated on the Great Plains. I watched as over 10,000 men fell to the enemy while people like you hid in your castles. But those men killed 2/3 of the undead, one of the soldiers pointed out. And that is what you people living in these townships, these islands of waning life, do not understand, Nurias said, pointing at each of them. None of you fought in the war. Those who did are all dead for the most part. You must kill the necromancers. Killing the soldiers, the skeletons and the deathwalkers is pointless. What are we to do? Continue to strike down those who would strike us down, and in so simply give them more soldiers in the end? We scrape a life from this rancid world without true hope, for there is no way to kill a necromancer. Your lord is a fool to think he can do better than the countless who have fallen before us." Kraz lunged out, grabbing Nurias before throwing him across the ground. Lorlank unstrung his warhammer on his back, and went between the Lord and Nurias. "Step one step further," he said, angling the hammer toward Lord Kraz. Kras's soldiers were triple that of Nurias and Lorlank, but in truth Lorlank could take 2 times the amount that now threatened them. That was something Nurias, Lorlank and Kraz knew. No, just stay back, he said to his men. Listen, I will not have my men fighting you and your friend here over one life. Just please, these people have been through so much. I am trying to give them some form of peace. Kraz returned to pull Nurias to his feet. The remnant brushed off his clothing and straightened his tunic. I get that. It is why as a remnant I have fought still, but that ideology is why humanity has fallen, why my friend Lorlank left the Holy Guard. The remnant were always considered nothing but a bunch of lawless criminals, but when your pretty castle boys couldn't put up the fight, they began paying insane amounts for our protection. The Lord looked back to his men, and then back to Lorlank and Nurias. Leave me. Return to your duty, soldiers. As the Lord's men departed, they took the dead soldier and covered him in a nearby cloth. We have to burn him. But I'd rather do it outside the city, away from the people. He looked to Nurias. The shiny boys you speak of have all but died out. Of the many who came here, one remains, but he nears the end of his life. I need to talk to you, both of you, he said, looking at Nurias and Lorlank. I was hoping it would not be after such events as this morning, but now the time has come, I should just tell you. I have a task for you. One that lines up with exactly what you said. We have a way to kill a necromancer. We've tried to assassinate them, Nurias told him, and that has never worked. They cannot be killed by blades of men. The elves did it, but there are no elven blades still within our world. It wasn't the steel the elves used or the crafters who pounded out the metal to form their blades that killed the necromancers, Kraz said. One of those knights of the Holy Order who came here was incognito. He is no mere knight, he is the last high executor of the Order itself. The sanctum was next in the path of the necromancers, and when they attempted to escape they were attacked. Okay, so what do we do to kill them? And what do you expect? Just me and my friend here to hunt down the nearest necromancer and bring you its head? No, but let us speak of it at the keep. Lorlank and Nurias followed Kraz back through the township streets. As they did, Nurias looked around, seeing the same sights he had seen for the few weeks they had been there. The township was built in the frames of an old castle. A structure from the days long ago, but with none of the grandeur. It was a city of tents. It had been over 10 years since the fall, since the light of men darkened. The plague reapers and the great curse lights of Mortua. At first they thought it just some random evil creature, a strange demon, but nothing else. They appeared on the shores of the many lakes of the lands, and upon the great seas. When the curse lights, the pillars of accursed rock, were erected along the coast of the oceans, it should have been some sign, but it was not until the lakes themselves, the rivers and the wells at every major town across the land were suddenly tainted with poison, that the kings of the lands suddenly sprang into action. They struck down many of these beasts, some requiring more than 300 to 400 men at once to kill them. They razed the towers, and the kings had thought this was enough. The water supply began to clear, but then a haze came across the ocean, and a long night fell upon the lands that did not lift until civilization was destroyed. The undead were relentless, and their necromancer masters, though few at the beginning, grew in vastness and power as they squandered and plundered every major city, killing the kings of old and turning them into beasts of themselves. The culmination of the battles came in the holy city itself. Vasrul was assaulted until the dark goddess of necromancy came upon the temple of the one god, darkening the great torches of light over the city. The Holy Order, the Anointed Ones, defended the city. But they failed. In that time Nurias and Lorlank were of the Anointed, but that title was no more. Now, with the rare others that had survived, they were known only as remnants. They had many other names back just after the fall. Some were thieves, a band called the Knight's Grasp, others were sellswords, but in the end they all became the remnants. Life had went from trying to win a battle, to trying to simply obtain food and fresh water. It was during this time the knowledge of before then unknown races, such as dwarves and elves, began to pop up. Most did not believe they even existed, but those who studied realized that there was much of the greater world than the race of men did not know. Through some research of dwarven magic, some water had been pulled from rocks, but it was a strange process and frankly not one that Nurias understood. It made whatever reward this lord had extremely strange. There was very little of value, for even gold had fallen out of favor because there was nothing else in the world one could buy. As they progressed up a large earthen slope to the semi-fortified walls of the Lord's Keep, Lorlank admired the work they had done to secure a curtain wall. How nice it must be to sleep at night with a firm wall around your bed. I hope that if you two are willing and able to do what I need, none will need to worry if they're within walls or not. I dream of a day where children can run within green fields, where the rivers will once again flow, and the curse upon the land, the blight of the plague reapers is lifted. Well, Lord, Nurias said, a sarcastic scowl, most babies die shortly after birth because their mothers cannot find a way to feed them. I haven't seen the fields in any shade but brown for longer than I care to admit. If you have some nice mushrooms you've been eating to give you such thoughts, you should share. Kraz said nothing, but Lorlank smirked and sighed. I will say the Knights of my once order believed there was a center source of the creature's power, that the source can be destroyed and we would be able to restore the land itself. But we never found it. Small steps, my remnant friends. Trust in what you're about to learn. As two soldiers opened the gates before them, they entered a long hall adorned haphazardly with the echoes of lost time. Paintings, long-lost royal weapons, and even manuscripts salvaged from anywhere the Lord's men could find them. They walked past all this, eventually reaching the far end of the hall. On the far end of the room, near a large fireplace, lay the man they were to speak to. I lost hope before, Kraz told them. I had lost hope, and in truth I was no better than you, Nurias. But this man's words changed that. I finally think this might be the answer we are looking for. Kraz walked around to where the man lay. Attendants rubbed scented oils across his head, a rare medicinal use considering the scarcity of such items, but he assumed this man's office had some weighing in on the use of them. They followed just behind the Lord, staring at the rather large man of the Holy Order. This was their leader, or so it was said. Nurias had watched them for so many years, as the so-called stalwart knights of the Holy Order rode across the land, vomiting their spiel about how one must honor the one God. The sigil of their order was a lone mountain with a star to either side of the peak. He had heard it mentioned that people believed the world was an actual mountain, and the stars were the gods who kept the mountain together, or some drivel like that. Nurias noticed that the man's injuries were indeed severe. From the bleeding bandages on his upper right chest, to the massive gashes on his lower legs that were constantly being rinsed, it was a wonder the man was still alive. One of the attendants looked up to the Lord. It is good you have come. I do not think he will last overnight. The man lifted his hand, waving off the attendant. Do not worry about my life at this point. There is hope now. I had wondered when I was injured, but now I have told many of the great secret. I believe I have found two up to complete such a task, Kraz said. The old man looked over, staring at Nurias and Lorlank, and then back to Kraz. These two? Indeed. The tall one was of your order at one time. The other is a remnant. The captain led many men in the Battle of the Northern Plains. Nurias closed his eyes at the sting of the Lord's words. He did his best to keep that memory from his own mind, and it had been brought up too much already today. But the old man wasn't too intrigued by Nurias at first, but by Lorlank. So, we have one cast from the true light of the one God. I left the order, Lorlank corrected him. I still believe in the one God, I just don't believe the order had the right to continue leading the people astray from what I felt was the true path. The order was not a holy one. Kraz jerked his head with a look of terror toward Lorlank, before looking back down to the old man. The old man smiled. It may surprise you to know that I agree with you. I am no stranger to what some of our brothers did to the people. Using their religion as a weapon to ostracize and attack those around them, and worse, to take advantage of those claiming it would benefit them before the gods if they bestowed sexual acts and favoritism to our knights, but we are both still of the order. I've excommunicated many even in recent years, for much worse than I mentioned here. The way I see the truth now at the end of my life is that you are what the order should have been. The old man began to cough, and as he did, blood ran from beneath the bandages on his chest. The attendants rushed to press more bandages down as the man struggled to breathe. He lay back down to close his eyes, and it seemed that a deep relaxation overtook his body. Nurias noticed that he moved his finger in a summoning motion to those around him. The Lord, Nurias and Lorlank moved in close as the attendants backed away. My final time has come. I must tell you, as I have mentioned to others, before we attempted our flight, I discovered the ancient art the elves used to enchant their blades. It was never a type of metal or some arcane magic as we once thought. We of the Holy Order took great care in obtaining elven weapons for our own use, even paying large sums of money to the elf lord to obtain such items to banish the dead that crept up from the small amount of necromancy still in the world. We thought they went after the elves first in their attacks because they saw them as the greater race, but in truth they did not even take the bodies of the elves to use as undead. The necromancers gave a clue to the hidden truth of their bane. I have discovered the secret is a plant that grew in the center of their woods. Do you not wonder why the kings of the land attempted to go to the elven ruins before the fall? He looked to Nurias. You were at the Battle of the Northern Plains. You were there as elves revealed themselves fleeing, and our armies marched forward. But what I have learned is that it was not an act of cowardice that made them flee. They knew the truth, and indeed I am sure some of our kings knew the truth. They hid the last of these leaves and attempted to save them from the undead. The elves themselves were almost completely invulnerable to be turned undead, because as often as we drink water, the elves ate this plant. It grew in vast numbers within a protected realm, and was an integral part of their culture well before you and I were even a thought to our parents, or likely their parents or their parents beyond them. The old man suddenly coughed. Blood sprayed from his mouth, and his body began to convulse. No one knew exactly what to do for a few moments, and then the convulsions subsided. The man opened his eyes but did not speak. Nurias noticed that his skin color had changed drastically, just in the time he had been in the old man's presence. It was blotchy, and his fingertips were beginning to turn blue. His breathing was labored, and he seemed to be having trouble inhaling. Nurias, yes, I know your name. No weapon of our creation can kill the necromancers. Not even a blade of elven design can kill them. But I have discovered there is one last place, the ruins of Elmire. Once there was a college of elven magic. It escaped the great fires that destroyed most of the lands. There is a place revealed to me in prayer that holds what we seek. It is there the elves hid the last of the sacred plant. Obtain it, guard it well, and return it here. Those who cared so well for me in my short time within these walls can construct a potion capable of destroying the bindings within the necromancers themselves. Even the worst of scenarios where it is not possible for a potion to be contrived, if the petals of this plant itself are forced into an open wound of a necromancer, the necromancer will die. I do not know how much of this plant is there, but even a small amount might be grown from a sample, or perhaps there are dwarves who can extract it even further. I know this place called Elmire, the Lord said. We all know this place, Nurias said. Are you telling me that the way to defeat the necromancers has been hidden in the ruins of that castle? The old man slowly nodded his head. Yes. As I understand what little information I was able to gain from my prayers, it is protected and hidden from the undead. If you are of the energies of a necromancer or a necromancer yourself, you cannot find such a place. Go there, go to the ruins. I know what I ask, but I will die now, knowing there is some hope for the living. With that, the man's breathing stopped. The attendants nearby bowed their heads, and Nurias looked at Lorlank. So, I have no issue going. I'm just curious about you. They looked at the old man, and stared at his body. Prepare a fire. We'll burn his body outside immediately, Kraz announced. Several attendants departed, while another two covered the old man in a sheet. Kraz looked at Nurias and Lorlank. As he knew you, I know. I also know a bit of your history, Nurias. Oh. I know why you're angry. Your anger is beyond that of most. I make a point to learn about all within my walls. It did not need to happen as it did. But use that anger to drive you forward. You speak to me as if I am a servant. You know nothing of me. They died for some sorcerer who claimed she knew a way to defeat the necromancers. They were burned alive. Nurias balled his fists, and if it had not been for Lorlank grasping him on the shoulder, the rage he kept hidden deep within himself would have lashed out. I do not expect you to have any solace in my words, but just know, there have been many desperate acts to save our own houses and people. I know not all lords of every type of holy or good stature, but I killed my own king to save the lives of my fellow men. I do not claim to be holier or better than you or anyone else, but if people like us do nothing, then we should all simply fall upon our swords now. I am like you, Nurias. Nurias heard what the Lord said, but did not immediately respond. We're not alike. Your wife and your child were not dragged away and burned before you in an attempt to appease some god. They are dead just like yours. My point with all this is that if you are not willing to do this, then I have no one I know who can. Most of my guards are not warriors such as you and Lorlank. I have very little contact with anyone outside this town. Fate delivered that old man to this shamble of a hall, he said, opening his arms to the ceiling above. I cannot help but think it was for a reason. Careful now, my lord, you're starting to sound religious. I want to go. If my friend here does not want to go north, I will go alone. Well, not exactly alone, as the young lad I've been training up with a bow wants to go on an adventure with me. We should get going now. I haven't exactly agreed to this yet, Nurias said. Yeah, but you did. You just haven't said it. You're not going to let me go alone. Lorlank turned and took the glass of what appeared to be some form of alcoholic drink, and slurped it down before putting the cup back down. I'll go get him. I will expect some form of mount, he said, looking to Kraz. I assume you have something? Wait, I know you do. You get them to the gate, and we'll be sure to take care of your scaly friends. I will have my men deliver them to the northern gate. That's a good lord. If we do this, what else can you guarantee us? Nurias asked. Besides the satisfaction of finally killing one of these evil creatures. Not much. You know what we face, but I can see your own place here and security as long as it remains. We must unify against these creatures, and if we're successful, perhaps we'll have a reason to actually unify. We will finally have hope. Nurias had heard a few spiels of hope and change before the end of the world that once was. He didn't care for it. But killing one of those necromancers would decimate the undead they had summoned. It would spur the race of men to some form of security. It would start a change in the world. He would enjoy that. Fine. We'll do it. I am not too sure about taking anyone other than my friend Lorlank, but I'm also not sure about going to the elven ruins. If you need a map, I have one, Kraz said, giving him a parchment. It is not that hard to get to that place. If all goes well, I should be able to get there by nightfall of our second day. The dangerous time will be the nighttime hours in the Deadlands, but as long as we do not rouse too many, I can deal with whatever comes from the old woods. But I do have one question. How did the old man get this information? Surely you do not believe he had some divine reveal by the silent gods. It is a random piece of knowledge to obtain just before he was attacked. Kras's gaze went to the ground, and then back up to Nurias. He managed to capture a necromancer. He captured one of them? Yes. I do not know how. He never went into details, but upon capturing this necromancer, he was able to pull the knowledge from his mind. I had heard that the Holy Order had methods for extracting information, but I understood it was forbidden. The times change what is and what is not forbidden. The greater fear is if that necromancer knew this information, it would likely send agents of its own to watch for others to find the place. They are likely already headed there. Perhaps they are waiting. Nurias glared at Kraz. Anything else you want to tell me, since now we'll likely be dealing with the scourge itself? They turned to walk away, genuinely angry by the Lord's omission up to this point. I can send you more men, a few extra hands to help hold your ground in the event you are attacked. Keep your men. I'd rather not be carrying extra supplies for the enemy to eventually use against us. You said it yourself, your men are worthless. Our Dead Gods. J.T. Williams. Dedication. To you. From me. You know. Chapter 2. A Chance in Desolation. As Nurias left the king's hall, he headed back to his and Lorlank's small tent. If any of them had one bit of privacy, it was within their own tents. There was an unwritten rule that one did not go into another hovel, tent, or sleeping area. Doing so would likely result in confrontation, and in Nurias's case, the trespasser burning upon a pyre. While outright violence was unacceptable, there was a rule that if a person found someone uninvited in their area, it was perfectly acceptable to cut their throat. They had only dealt with that once before people figured out they were not to be messed with. As they entered the tent, he noticed that Lorlank had already gathered his own belongings. Nurias had very little, as did most, but while others had sacked places for valuables, his small sack of personal memories was all he held on to. Well, except for the longsword at his hip. He paused, grasping the hilt of the sword from his time as a captain. Its hilt was still emblazoned with a small amount of jeweled silver from the time when the metalsmiths still did such things. Not that this was crafted anew for him alone. He was awarded it, because the many high generals who bore it before were killed. He took a last look, ensuring there was nothing that had been left behind by either of them. When he was about to leave, he reached into a small pouch of belongings and pulled out a stone figure of a tree. He rubbed his fingers over the black etchings in the stone, and remembered his wife and child. The tree itself was given to him as a sapling by his wife, to symbolize their marriage. They planted it together on the outside hill near their home. On their 5th anniversary, and around the birth of their child, he had 2 stones crafted and etched with an image of the tree at its current state. He wanted it to be something for them to laugh about when they were much older, as their grandchildren played in its branches. He pushed back the tears and exited the hovel. He saw her face and forced her smile down into his mind as he dropped the stone back in the bag. She had loved this simple gift. She had been holding it when they'd burned her alive. He began toward the north gate, ditching the gaze of several onlookers who, now that it was obvious he was leaving, rushed to throw their own things into the tent and claim it. In the small amount of time they had been town, many more refugees had found their way here. He'd seen this happen before. In those cases the town soon became unstable from lack of supplies. Even the desolation that was the world now, laziness was still one of the worst plagues of men. It surprised him how so many people could stay alive by doing so little. There were always people willing to eat and drink, and very few willing to go out and search for more. In truth, Nurias wondered how much longer the race would live on. He finally made it to the gate, seeing now that Lorlank had brought along the young boy who had taken a liking to him. Nurias preferred to avoid having any extra companions, mainly because it was more to deal with and listen to. Lorlank had taken to the orphan boy and taught him how to shoot a bow. He wasn't bad, but he was no elf. "Nurias, I can't wait to finally get to go on an adventure with you," the boy said. "Yes, I am sure. I can't remember, how old are you again?" "I'm coming up on my 15th year of life, sir." 15, and we're taking him to what could be one of the most dangerous times of our own lives. Nurias said to Lorlank. "It's the best time for him to really learn if following us is what he wants. He's got his bow and quite a few arrows. The fact that he has made progress in the mastery of a rarer skill should stand for some level of respect, Nurias. It seems he found books on fletching and well, reading itself is difficult for most people. I think you will like him. I guess. Just don't get in our way, and make sure you send the arrows into the enemy, not into us." "I do not worry, sir. I assure you my aim will be deadly." Lorlank laughed. "I can't shoot for shit. That's why I use an axe." About that time several small gates off the side of the main gate opened, and their mounts for their journey had arrived. Lord Kraz had indeed provided them mounts, and though Nurias well knew the Lord had such creatures, he was a bit surprised they appeared to be in such good health. The creatures were large lizards, kin to dragons but flightless. Drac lizards was their real name, but most knew them as sand teeth, named for their habit of lying in sand dunes for unexpecting adventurers to wander too close. But it was a creature that killed for fun and boredom. It did not eat flesh but hot rocks. Its body had evolved in such a way that it needed very little subsistence, and its own purpose before the coming of the dead was to tend to the eggs of larger dragons. Being that there were no more large dragons, the incredibly social creature took to protecting humans, considering their last task included saving many young children and elderly back during the Great War. The drac lizards hissed as Nurias and the others approached, and one of them sniffed at Nurias. "Hello, friend. I do hope you are ready for a bit of a journey." Once they mounted, and several guards moved quickly out of their path as they went to the gates, one guard shook his head as he stared at them. "A bit crazy to be riding off. I'm not sure it's a good idea to go wandering outside." "No, I'd rather not go outside these gates," Nurias said. "But it is hard to feel safe here too, with those like yourself watching out for us." The young man seemed annoyed. "I've been trained by the Lord himself. I'm a warrior. I am ready if the enemy comes." "That's cute," Lorlank said. "It will be a sad day for you when you discover that these walls and this gate are not enough to stop the dead. They probably didn't tell you that when you agreed to guard this place. They will simply leap over the top, likely onto you." The man suddenly had a look of terror upon his face, and they smiled as he passed. "Take heart," Nurias told the man. "The dead will kill you out here as quickly as kill you in there. At least there is more food to be found within these walls." They began their northern trek, following a broken road that led into darkening hills a far distance from their current position. The lands outside the town were mostly scorched earth. While there was some new growth here and there, it was not much to mention. In the times of the Great War, the skies rained fire and burned most of the lands. Not to mention wherever the necromancers and their filth went, all life simply died. He thought back to the guardsman at the gate, and while he gave him a hard time, he felt some level of sorrow for him. The man had agreed to be a guard because he had no other skills. Not that most skills would help. People either supplied security as best they could, or hunted for what could be eaten. Even worse, men and women had turned to simply selling themselves to whoever would take them to provide small comforts. There was no honor left in this world, except for a few warriors willing to draw swords together. Lorlank pulled out a tough loaf of dried-out bread. It wasn't the best, but it traveled well. He broke off a piece and tossed it at both Nurias and the young companion. "Tomu, you must get used to stuff like this. You had it good in town, eating your 3 times weekly rations of salt rock stew. This hard stuff will be a bit of a change for you. But you might find that you can imagine flavors." The boy took a small portion of the substance and forcibly ate it, trying to hide the fact that he was upset and disgusted by it. Nurias did not blame him. It wasn't good, but would keep their strength up. Funnily enough, Lorlank had kept his large size even with little food to be found. The disgruntled man smacked the portion of bread and then shook his fist at the ground. "I cannot believe a way to defeat these creatures was so close to us. Well, I didn't think the 2 of us could get into the elven lands. Frankly, I wasn't expecting to have to go there. While we will enter what's left of the woods, I do not think we can actually get to the old elven home." "I doubt it. They say the necromancers opened a portal there, a direct line from the Sunkenlands to here. But I've heard little whispers of them moving much away from the already conquered lands. If their presence leaves an area, the portal's close. Still, I'm surprised they have not come further our way." Lorlank laughed. "Give the bastards time. Rumor has it they were still chasing dwarves down into their mines. Others said that in the past few years they have been simply building their forces in preparation for a full onslaught. I just do not get the point. Why come after us? We are already a beaten race. They draw on our life force. It provides them some level of pleasure, or so it seems. Like a drunkard seeing their next drink, these necromancers seek to binge on the living." "Like a vampire?" Tomu asked. "No. Do not speak of those beasts," Lorlank said. "Vampires are bad enough on their own. We do not need to add to our troubles by summoning one." You can't summon one by saying vampire. Nurias laughed. Close enough, Lorlank said. I may not be of the Holy Order anymore, but some of their teachings were correct. A vampire lord can hear its own name. Some like myself would not be surprised if they could hear vampire too. Damn, I said it again. Tomu seemed shocked, and Nurias just shook his head. At least the constant surprised face of their young companion was amusing. Night was falling upon them. As the orange sky gave way to a pitch-black night, the moon, having no light at all further, caused a haunting drear to fall over Nurias and his companions. It was bad enough to be moving outside a town's walls at night. Not that he was particularly worried about the undead, but there was more in the world than what could be summoned by the necromancers. With the retreat of the other races, not to mention the Holy Order, which was an entity formed to keep those of dark creation and evil down, all forms of malice and dangerous beasts had free range of the lands and took to it with an insane passion. They lucked out and found a small ruined farmhouse and decided it would be best to pass the night here. They made a small fire, and though they intended to keep one of the two adults awake and on watch throughout the night, neither Nurias nor Lorlank felt they could sleep. They had only been back at the town for the past 4 nights. Obtaining new supplies was always something the town needed, and aside from earning greater favor for their work, they always gathered extra stuff for themselves. But they never went north. No one went this way. In fact, both of them had discussed moving further south. The danger was that the border towns were always a bit wilder and enabled a bit more lawlessness. To fit in near the other refuges, they'd have to make sure they didn't draw attention to themselves. Those in power retained their power through manipulation and enforced rules in a much harsher form. In some ways, Nurias preferred that, just not when it applied to him. He was still surprised that he cared enough to try this crazy quest. A man reached a point in their sorrow that no matter the cause, there was no point. He thought of the family he once had and sighed, cursing that he had no fermented drink to deaden this pain. It took some time, but Lorlank and Tomu eventually fell asleep. Not much had been said between the three of them, but then again, they'd all had issues relaxing. Nurias lay staring up at the stars in the sky, and noticing the hue of a red glow in the distance. It was a settlement burning their dead. A wise tactic not always followed in the past, leaving a fresh pile for the necromancers to summon new warriors. Some towns, like a town they were in before, were late to enact this belief. Thankfully, a landslide shifted their graves underneath the earth, and it seemed for a time the dead would leave them alone. An act of the one god, if Nurias had ever seen one. There were many towns not so lucky the previous years. Even one town that by some act felt is wise to keep the dead priests of the one god upright along the walls of their city, in a hope to ward off an attack. It worked as well as one might expect. They were all fools, at least that's how Nurias saw them. It had been a few hours, and now it was Lorlank's time to watch. Nurias turned over and closed his eyes, as Lorlank went around the side of the cottage to urinate. Nurias pushed away the images from the memories he had of his family. While most people had nightmares while they slept, his nightmares were unending, be he awake or asleep. Being asleep just meant he was truly trapped within the dream world. A place of torment for him. He could only try to rest. Nurias had no more than closed his eyes when the heavy footfalls of Lorlank stirred him awake. His friend slid down to the ground, covering Tomu's mouth and glancing up above them. It was then Nurias heard a loud screech. He peered upward to see a massive bat flying overhead. It was a grotesque beast, barely visible in the pre-dawn sky, but this was an example of creatures left unchecked in the world. The undead had claimed many of these beasts as mounts, but this one did not appear to have any rider. It was a wild bat, which was extremely rare but no doubt gave a little bit more comfort to their plight. They were fortunate to be lying along the edges of the ruined farmhouse. Their forms would not be too visible to the nearly blind creature sending sounds across the dunes, looking for prey. Nurias drew his blade as the creature flew over them again. It hovered, and for a moment Nurias thought they were discovered. The bat darted away from them and grabbed another creature flying through the sky. Though it was dark and difficult to see what it was, 2 creatures fought high above them, and at one point the bat bit into the other creature, splashing a luminescent green blood all over the sands around them. Snarls and hisses erupted around them, and it seemed the bat gained the upper hand, pushing its prey into a dune some distance away and silencing it. The green blood was beginning to creep to them. By some devilry, the substance was attracted to living creatures, and their spot was no longer safe. This creature has some form of necromancer magic within its blood. We must go. We will use darkness to cover our escape while that creature enjoys its meal, Nurias whispered. Agreed, Lorlank said. Avoiding the encroaching glowing blood that had nearly covered the ruins completely, they mounted their own beasts and began across the Badlands once again. Nurias was happy the sun was rising. He had significantly less worries in the daytime versus the night, and that was part of the reason they stopped. The region they were crossing had at one time been wide open grasslands where hundreds of horses grazed. At the northernmost point of this region was the dried-out basin of what was once a grand crystal-clear lake. As they reached what was the edge, they could see no sign of the splendor worthy of the songs of old it once held. What little liquid remained within the skeletal stony deeps was dark and sludge-like. Where an island once was stood a tower of rock that reached down to the very bottom of the lake, almost as if a monolith to the destruction that had rocked the region. I have not been this way in some time, Lorlank said, but the last time I was here there was at least water still in the lake. Can the world just not return to what it once was? Can life not come back? It was clear to Nurias that Tomu was rather surprised by this. He did not know what the boy expected. The stories of once was were nothing but that, stories. He grew up in this world. There were no safe, happy places in which to hide here. I have read about this place. The ruins of the old High Elves were said to have jutted out from tall trees on that island. It looks more like a spire, Tomu said. I was hoping it wasn't like this. The boy stared at Lorlank and back to the sight before them. Nurias laughed. This is our world. I knew it as you imagined it once was, but you must embrace what it is. Nurias knew his words were not harsh but true, and in time the boy would understand the truth was much more important than the temporary pleasures he had no doubt indulged within some book. They moved around the lake, coming to what was known now as the Ashwoods. This was once the greater woodland region of the local elves. This grand forest had reached far into the north and east, surrounding the base of rather large hills. Though it was not the first place the necromancers attacked, it became a constant target for their raids. Moving to the rocky ground of the Ashwoods, they maneuvered their mounts through the broken trees and over several large logs. The bright sunlight that had encouraged Nurias quickly faded away as the storm rolled over them. As lightning flashed and random strong showers pelted them, they moved with haste into the hilllands, seeking refuge near large boulders to get out of the actual storm. With some luck, the rain gave way to simply a gusting wind. Around the same time they found cover. The dark clouds rolled above them, but they could at least continue their journey. They stood for a moment, starting into the ashy sludge of mud running in streams around them. As long as the storms were only raining water, they were safe. Nurias looked out to the far distance, and to the dark clouds with towers of fire growing within them. He knew the necromancers were on the move. They went down from the hills and returned to the skeletal woods as fog rolled across the land, veiling most of their path. Fog in these lands could be strange. Most of the time fog was a natural occurrence, but this far away from any form of civilization and going into a place such as this, fog could mean something much worse. Nurias drew his blade, much to the shocked bewilderment of their young companion. "We need to fight?" he asked. "Not fight, just prepare," Lorlank said. Nurias gripped the reins of his creature, moving in an arc away from their path, and crisscrossing several times to try to keep them from being too blinded in the already dense fog. It took some time, but they finally emerged from the fog. The fog around them began to recede, and at that moment he heard many footfalls on the ground. It was not the heavy thud of boots clicking, but the cracking sound of bones upon stone. He turned to the direction of the sound, and spotted 4 skeletal warriors. The largest one, standing at least 7 feet tall, had a massive spear. Before they could do anything in the typical fashion of his friend, Lorlank was off his beast and charging the largest skeleton holding the spear. He shoved his axe into the spear, parrying it upward before closing the distance upon the bony form, smacking it back with a closed fist. He had done this many times, and it was the reason he wore strong gauntlets. Nurias looked toward the other two skeletons, to see a single arrow plink into the bone of one of them. The skeleton rattled its jaw toward them. A feeble attempt, boy. Not enough for something not of flesh, Nurias said. He jumped from his beast, moving quickly against the angered skeleton. Skeletons were not known for their battle prowess, normally requiring only simple blade work with a parry and a strike of a hard object. Nurias rushed to its right side, parrying its half-hearted jab and returning the attack with a slash to its neck. Just as he had followed through, the second skeleton moved upon them, and Lorlank swung a low blow, breaking its legs apart. The skeleton fell to the ground, grasping upward helplessly. Nurias ran up to the skeleton, cracking its arms before flipping its rib cage and head back over. "What are you doing here?" he asked it. The skeleton clicked its teeth several times. "What are you of the living doing here? These lands are ours. You're never too far from either your master's army or ruins of a place you've been sent to. I see no army with you, so I know you are not an attacking force. What is your business? What are you going to do? Kill me again?" the creature said with a strange clicking laugh. Lorlank grabbed the creature by its skull, before swinging its neck around in a circle. "No. If you tell us what we want, we will happily end your life, if you can call it that. You tell us what we wish, or we make you a permanent ornament that we carry with us. I'd much like that. It gets lonely as a skeleton. I cannot get much deader." Wait, no normal skeleton of the necromancers talks in any form of joke. "You're not a summoned form." "No, but I still got what was once mine. My brothers and I were woodcutters in these woods, and while I do not remember exactly how we died, I do believe it was some type of large creature. When the blight of the undead reached us, life returned to our bones. Some skeletons had come through, but they were not interested in us at all. Two of them came upon a strange shadowy creature. They conversed in a way we could not understand, and then the shadow creature tore them apart. It is where my brothers and I got our weapons. You do not think you can fix my brothers?" Lorlank looked over to the skulls he'd made a point to crack, including the one decapitated by Nurias before breaking on the ground. "I'm going to guess no," the skull said. Nurias smirked at the strange skeleton head. "Since you are not the necromancers, I can simply end your life. You do not have any other useful information." The skeleton head clicked his mouth a few more times. "I know nothing except that it is cold all the time here. Even when I can tell the creatures of the living are hot and thirsty, I am always cold. We can end that." Nurias nodded to Lorlank to smash the skull, the only suitable thing to do, when it seemed the head protested. "There is a bit more, but I won't tell you unless you take me with you. I'd much like to see the blight of the world. I have only wandered around here. Let me go with you." "We are not taking a skeleton with us," Nurias said. "We go north with more people already than I think we need. I do not need any other talking heads." "Then you don't want my information," the head said. "You can call me Skullbone if you wish, and you may destroy me at your destination. But there are new issues near there, or so the dead have told me. But tell me I can go, and I will reveal the information." "Fine, but I will put you on a tree where nothing can crack you if I discover you are lying. You can go. The boy will carry you." Tomu shook his head. "What? No, I'm not carrying a skeleton." "More like half of one," Lorlank said, "maybe only a fifth. And you will. It's part of the journey." Nurias took the head from Lorlank. "Tell me what you know." "Okay," the skull said. "There is a chance that a necromancer is coming this way. I had even heard the plague reapers were moving down the coasts." "I had heard that. It is a rumor that circulates the streets of every township the moment the winds shift, but you are sure of it?" "Oh yes, they are searching for something where you plan to search. It is why others have come at times to scout the other dead ones. There are traps, constructs invisible to living eyes. It is why I'd be useful to you. They believe for some reason that others might be coming for something, and I would say they are correct. But I am a lowly skeleton, not privy to actual summonings of the necromancers. But there have been more beasts in the woods of late. I have to imagine the necromancers and their kind are not too far away. Well, aren't we all lucky? Indeed, you are very lucky. Now I tell you this only so that you'll kill me once we reach the elven ruins. Well, kill me again. The skeleton head did another exuberant, clicking laugh. Fine, I'll smash you when we get there if you help us avoid the traps. No game, skull. They had already wasted so much time. They made a point to quickly mount their beasts and begin back through the woods. Having a talking skull was a first for Nurias, and he could only wonder what they would look like if they came across any one of the living. They moved through the ash trees region, and began into a deeper and taller region of trees that had been long scarred by the fiery rains from before. Black crag tips of the jagged towers of the once massive trees greeted them as they took the main road to make their quicker pace easier. The skull did not protest, so they assumed there were no traps this way. This is the last border of the elven lands, Lorlank said to Tomu. Keep your eyes open to the dark spaces. I do not trust this region. Moving into an area dotted with broken archways and larger stacked blocks built into trees, they discovered what was known 10 years ago as the most sacred part of the forest. Evidence of the once grand civilization of the High Elves became more obvious to them. As they passed through several ruin arches, they were surprised to see some that still spanned the gap over the road. Many jewels, having no value to the dead, were still placed in the archway and forced Nurias to remember the times before. He had come here once, and standing within one of the sanctums built into the upper boughs of the tree, his people and the elves had signed a pact to end a border dispute between them and a kingdom to the east. Even the worst of times were better than what was to come. Too bad they were all too blind to see it, as they argued and complained of daily struggles that would be a blessing now. Progressing down the road, the three companions moved with careful haste. By their reckoning of what they could see of the sun as it descended, it was late afternoon. They had made most of their journey relatively untouched, but Nurias was not the only one who soon heard the unmistakable sound of bone on stone once again. I hear skeletons, the skull said. Then be quiet, Nurias whispered. Both Lorlank and Tomu looked behind them and to their sides, as Nurias drew his blade and rode forward as quickly as he could, moving over and around many fallen trees. It was then he realized that these trees were not simply fallen timbers lost to a storm or otherwise a natural happening, but were in fact engineered in some weird form. Nurias looked up and down, moving along the wooden wall that was becoming more obvious to him to be an actual construct, which he did not expect in these woods. This was not something any of the race of man would have taken the time to do, at least this far away from anyone else. The bone-upon-stone footfalls were erratic, as if they were running from place to place and suddenly stopping, or so it seemed. But as it was, this fort was directly on top of the road they were taking. They needed to find a way around it, but with the high likelihood that they would struggle to deal with the skeletons directly, he quickly went back to his mount. Come on, we will go around. We do not need to risk angering the new locals. Tomu had an arrow to string, though Nurias prayed he would not have to correct the boy again. Arrows would not work against these beasts, but if the boy died, it was his own fault. Nurias was not babysitting. Lorlank moved his mount around nervously. The sudden sound of more footfalls approaching from behind them stirred them to hurry away from the current location. Nurias led them around the eastern side of the wooden fort, making a point to speed up his lizard and repeatedly kicking it into a faster pace. But as he came around the corner he noticed more skeletons, and these were outside the walls. His beast ran straight through at least 4 of them. Their bones were shattered and thrown all over the forest floor as he pulled on the reins, causing the lizard to climb up a large boulder. As the creature clawed its way up to the top, Nurias made a quick look around, noticing there were at least 30 skeletons, and at this point all of them raced their way. This was when he also noticed that they could not continue to go around the fort, seeing that there was a massive secondary wall running along the side of the fortress that blocked their path. Several skeletons came upon them. Nurias and Lorlank kicked their mounts to jump from the boulders and into the fortress itself. Tomu followed just behind, but his creature instead climbed down and was quickly overwhelmed, to say the least. He shouted out, and Lorlank turned his mount, charging back into the skeletons and throwing several against the boulders with a single swing of his weapon. Nurias turned around as well, hurrying to assist his friend and his friend's pet boy, as he could see Lorlank reach him. The skeletons were fleeing, but now heading directly toward him. Nurias dismounted, moving with purpose as he angled his sword just above his head and made a downward slash, taking down the nearest skeleton. The one advantage to fighting skeletons versus most of the normal undead was that the skeletons did not seem to have the ability to turn people upon death with a simple bite. The skeleton's only true weapon was what was in their hands. Even attempting to bite a person could easily be dissuaded by breaking the rather fragile facial bones, but the problem with skeletons was that typically there were so many of them in random places and people wouldn't expect them. But the skeletons would not pursue them as other creatures might. If they could just simply get away from the skeletons, they would be fine. But like their own skull had said before, the skeletons were not random creatures, and one of them had a horn that he began somehow sounding without having, which was the weirdest thing Nurias had seen in some time. As the horn call went out across the barren woods, it was clear to Nurias that very soon they would have more problems to deal with. Several low roars vibrated through the air, a sound Nurias had heard on a few occasions. Whatever allies these skeletons had were moving towards them. "We need to go. We need to get out of here now," Lorlank said. "You know what that is? That roar? I hope I don't know what that is." Lorlank gave an uncomfortable laugh. "Well, you know what it is. The last thing I really wanted to deal with were werewolves." Werbeasts were creatures of an interesting sort. While there were always rumors in the time before the great calamity of the undead creatures that haunted the woods at night and took human form during the daytime, these beasts remained beasts and were not wolves as some people once suggested. The first of several beasts went all the way up the opposite side of the fallen trees and jumped amongst Nurias and his two companions. In a rather surprising feat, Tomu did not hesitate as expected. The young boy pulled back his bowstring to cheek in quick fashion, sending 2 arrows into the nearest werbeast. It did not do too much. The creature bit at the arrows, as Lorlank moved in as quickly as he could. These creatures were large. While they did have the deep dark black hair of werewolves, their faces appeared as bloody flesh. The undead scouts of the necromancers were extremely quick and efficient killers, but it was clear that from the horn call of the skeletons, the werbeasts themselves did not know what to expect as they arrived. Lorlank slammed his axe into the creature's neck, severing arteries and cracking bone. The creature screamed for only a moment before it died. But there were at least 4 more of the beasts, and while they got lucky with one being distracted, that would not be the case with the others. Nurias ran toward Tomu, grabbing the boy and pushing him toward his mount. "We need to go now." Nurias and Lorlank both took to their mounts. The creatures growled and roared as the lizards hissed back. "We cannot fight like this, my friend. Let us get past them and outrun them," Nurias said to his lizard. Nurias led the flight from the skeleton camp, taking down one werbeast and trampling it as he kicked his mount ahead. He came to the opposite side of the wall, and before he returned to the road they were traveling before, he looked back to see Tomu just behind him, and Lorlank further back. The werbeasts were pursuing them, and they would have to be much faster than they already had been. Nurias looked ahead, and could see the ruins of the massive castle they were headed to in the distance. The road, though winding and difficult to see far away, appeared to be clear. They were quickly losing their light, and they would not want to be found needing to hide from these creatures in the dark. These were nocturnal beasts and could see the best at night. Nurias spurred the lizard into an ever-increasing sprint. He noticed that Tomu and Lorlank were now nearly beside him. The 3 remaining beasts were gaining on them. In no time, they were already out of sight of the skeletons in their small fort. Crossing over a large bridge, they entered what was once the inner sanctum of the elves. Lorlank paused at this point, forcing his mount to stop, and reaching into a pouch at his waist. As the werewolves roared and sprinted toward them, he flung a powder out in an arc, creating a blinding flash that shot out toward them. When the light darkened, the wolves appeared disoriented and stunned. Many more ruins were in this area, and it was among these broken towers and structures they attempted to lose their pursuers. Nurias led them up onto a large flat stone platform and the remains of what used to be an archway. Jumping from one side to the next, the beasts were just now entering the ruined area, providing a moment for Nurias and his companions to get further ahead. There was a gallery of statues coming up, and they attempted to put more space between them and the werbeasts. Twisting through several tall structures, they came to the long open pathway bordered with larger statues. In the strangest of finds, they noticed at the far end of this gallery were several standing stones still glowing a dim blue. "You need to restore your magic?" Lorlank asked with a laugh. Nurias did not use magic, obviously. But his friend could not help but make a joke at the fact that that was in fact what the stones were used for. It was surprising that they still had energy within them. Normally, there must be elves present to activate the stones. Nurias turned around, seeing two of the three beasts directly behind them. They had not gained much in the way of an escape. He questioned where the other beast was. As they came to some large monolithic stones, they turned their mounts and prepared to defend themselves. The fact that there were two beasts, and the fact that they could not actually escape, meant it was time to fight. Tomu fired several arrows, but none seemed to do any damage. Now it was Lorlank and Nurias's turn. As they both took stance, Nurias looked out the corner of his eye and happened to notice another werbeast approaching at their right flank. It was nearly upon them, jumping from one large dilapidated tower. The creature had the perfect angle, and though Nurias pulled Lorlank out from where the creature was likely going to land, it was as if he could not bring his sword up fast enough. It was upon him. He forced the hilt of his sword into its neck. As he stared into the creature's eyes, its gaping flesh-filled mouth blotted out the light as its darkness came upon him. There was a sudden splash of warm blood over his neck and chest, and his first thought was how very little pain he felt. Then he realized that the creature's head was severed. The beast landed on him, squirting fluids during its last few moments of actual life. Nurias turned to see Lorlank engaging the two beasts, but then he happened to see another figure. This figure was covered in bones, but was not of the undead. It wore a large curved scimitar, and in his hand was a bright blue magic orb. There was an explosion of an electrifying blast as their savior brought down one of the werbeasts in a single blast. The figure then jumped, driving his blade into the second one before bringing his hand in and once again electrifying the beast to death. As they stared upon the strange figure as he stood upon the dead beasts, the winds blew upon them, blowing fragments of leaves around them. "You've come a long way," the figure said. Lorlank, already seeing that this person was not their enemy, dropped his axe and ran to pull the beast off Nurias. Nurias stood, and noticed that Tomu had an arrow to cheek and was trembling. "You are young and have a bow," the figure said. "And you do not seem too confident with it." "Well, perhaps it's because he just saw a random figure appear from the shadows and cut down two beasts in rather quick motion," Lorlank suggested. The figure laughed. "Perhaps." The figure was wearing a helmet of bone affixed with metals, and as he removed it, they all understood why he was here. It was an elf. Though missing a single eye, he had the token pointed ears and elven armor, though it was mostly covered in bone. "Thank you for your assistance," Nurias said. "Are there any more of you?" "There have not been more like me for a very long time. When I first came here, all I found were ruins. I was injured many years before now. I was placed into a healing chamber of my people, and when I awoke, everyone I had known was dead." "So what do you know of? What do you remember?" Lorlank asked. "Not too much." Nurias was curious of the elf. Though he only recently learned that the elves did not in fact abandon the armies of men, he did not look like an elf based off his armor. In fact, of all the compositions of armor and pieces he had seen, he had yet to see one wearing the bones of their enemy. "We had a shrine not too far away from here, a place where one could heal if injured beyond simple bandaging. I was put there after an early battle, and put into a deep sleep, and when I awoke I literally found the desolation we see. I went searching, attempting to find some trace, and I came across the mass graves of my people. These woods and the magic within them, what little remained, has driven me to fight, and with no other purpose I have embraced defending this land. There's something drawing close, I felt it while in meditation this morning. Now I have found you, the elf said, looking at them, but you are not what I felt. We are searching for a plant of some kind, something locked away in a sanctum protected by magic. It is the key to defeating the necromancers. Do you know of it? Lorlank asked. I do not know of any particular plant, but I know the area you must go to. It is not too far away from here, but I suggest we take the tunnel. By the way, the name is Evla. None of them were much for introductions, and Evla did not require it. He pointed his blade, and directed them to tie up the lizards not too far from one of the glowing stones. Nurias noticed there were several berries here, and he had not seen something like this in some time. Do not bother, Lorlank told him. Those are poisonous. You know plants well, Evla said. I was of the Holy Order. Well, they're all likely dead now. The gods have abandoned here. I may not have left this region, but in meditation I do not see their divine light. Evla went to the rear of one of the standing stones, and moved his hand in a pattern over the rock. A passage opened in the rock itself, revealing a stone stairwell. Come quickly, Evla said. Each of them moved down the stairwell, unable to really see much below them. Evla came last, and the way to the outside world closed. The elf motioned his hand directly near Nurias, and a burst of yellow light shot from his fingertips, illuminating the stone all the way down to the bottom. The passage was rather narrow, and they barely had enough room for all of them on the ladder itself. They reached the lower level, and found a large torch-lit room where random but useful supplies were kept. Most of the stuff I have scavenged from my own homeland. Much was burned away, but there were quite a few passages and hideaways where I found some supplies. It seemed the elves expected some level of destruction from above. I was surprised that everyone had died. Is there anyone of my kind left? Nurias looked around the room, seeing broken trinkets and burned parchments. Clearly, like the lord back in town, the elf sought to hold on to something of the old world. I don't know, Nurias said. It is difficult to say who is alive or dead now. If you'd asked me this morning, I would have said all elves were dead. Give it time, and the only thing alive will be the undead. Unless we can find this plant, Tomu said exuberantly. The elf shook his head. I do not know for sure of any such plant existing, but perhaps there was a discovery after I was injured. Evla led them down the passageway, and they soon came to a series of doors and subsequent hallways until at last they reached a large room with a shimmering blue glow on one side. The edge of the inner sanctum of the old castle. Passing through it is simple enough, but once it has been opened, it cannot be closed again. I have had no need to go here, for I have wished to protect it from the defilers. But I don't think we'll need it closed again, Lorlank said. It is not us getting in that I worry of, but what else could be trying to get in? The fog around this place is thick, and I worry of the enemy. Do not mistake me to be one of the great sages of my race, but I must tell you that you are the first I have encountered who did not simply run away. Well, the sight of bones of any kind tends to scare away most people nowadays, Lorlank pointed out. True wisdom, but most coming this way have already been affected. I presume every adventurer is like yourselves, but they do not have an elf to save them at just the right time. Nevertheless, the way it is now, I see no point in keeping this sacred place sealed away. If there is something within that can help, we must access it. As they reached the glowing wall, Evla took out a small stone and moved it in a pattern along the wall. The wall shimmered and vanished, turning to dust that simply dissipated before them. The room on the other side had massive glowing white torches and several altars, with light coming from crystals affixed to the ceiling above. Nurias spotted the leaves upon one of the pedestals, and immediately walked toward it. They were in a small brown box of a simple design. They went up to it and picked up one of just a small stack of leaves. Evla was just behind them. This is what they sent you for. One of the last of the Holy Order commanded us here. For a common plant like this? This is not sacred. At least it wasn't before. This can kill a necromancer. They picked up the stack of leaves, noticing there were no more than 6 in number. They were long in shape and green with red veins that seemed to be crystallized. That's what we were told. I don't know. This is the last bit of hope that I feel any of us have had in some time. I'm retrieving the plant and taking it back to the town south of here. As he put the leaves in the pack, Nurias nodded to the elf. Thank you. I don't know how we were to pass the ward without your assistance. You've taken something that would have taken a much longer time, and made it a simple task. I'm not even too sure we could have found a way through without you. If you want to, come with us. You're the type that I am sure my friend here wouldn't mind having around. The elf looked around and sighed. I hadn't thought I'd ever leave here. You think an elf would be well received in town? Ha! Lorlank laughed. Nurias is barely received in town. What is the worst that could happen to you? Perhaps. If there is a way to defeat the creatures, I would like to be a part of it. There is no sense in guarding these ruins while I still draw breath, and can possibly still find my own people. There was a crumbling sound above them. A loud screech shrieked through the chamber, and a shadow fell upon Nurias and Evla. Nurias fell backward, attempting to pull his sword from his sheath, and landed on his back. As he pushed himself up, he drew his sword, watching as the creature bit into the neck of the elf over and over. Evla was still alive, screaming. Pushing back at the attacker and coughing blood, he shoved his hand up against the creature, sending a blast of fire into its form, throwing it off. Lorlank and Nurias ran to pick up Evla, as blood trickled from the bite. Go. I will turn into one of them soon. Just go. I will fight them. More of the creatures were falling from above. They looked over to the one Evla had cast fire at, and saw the pale face of a vampire rising back to his feet and smiling. A living elf. What a treasure. I have tried for so many days to get into this sanctum, that I thought I would never do it. Now I must retrieve what I came for. They had never seen a vampire like this before. Though it did have the typical black garb they expected of most among the undead ranks, his face was partially ripped open, and he had visible oversized fangs extending down his chin. Aside from that strange adornment, the rest of the vampire looked human, although very pale. The vampire held up his hands to the many minions with him. They were all vampires, though they did not have the fangs that this one did. He was the master, and several more floated down from above to join him. Nurias looked back to see Lorlank slowly backing up and pushing Tomu with him. The vampire looked at Nurias. I will not allow you to take what you have come for. We knew when we finally threw down the holy order of men, that one of them escaped. The knowledge he had was forbidden to the living. We destroyed the elves, and we thought that that was enough. I spent the last 2 days attempting to break into the sanctum, and what happens? You do it for me. I would like to thank you on behalf of all of us, for making the path easier. The masters move against the realm of the living. I cannot allow you to leave this place with anything, and I know what you came here for and the threat it is to the cult of the dead. Give me what I seek, and I will at least give you a proper place among my brothers and me. Nurias held his stance, and showed no intention to give the vampire anything. I would expect nothing more from one such as you. Warriors are few these days. I will enjoy our duel. The vampire hissed and began to lunge at him just as an elven blade pierced him from behind. I have no desire to flee this place, Evla shouted. Your filth decimated my race, and I will not be threatened by the dread of your presence or your cult as long as I still draw breath. Evla withdrew his blade, and in a spinning slash, brought around a second blade, severing the neck of the vampire and sending up a fountain of blood before the rest of the body collapsed. The other vampires attacked him, and in an explosion of magic and as the gleaming of elvish blades swung in the darkness of the sanctum, Evla fell in a glorious last stand. Nurias turned to run with Lorlank and Tomu. As they fled for the passage back to lands above them, Nurias thought of Evla, but the elf had already been bitten. Though he would not turn undead, he would no doubt become a vampire. He'd literally known this elf for more than he had known most save Lorlank, but he liked him more than most of the cowards left in the world. This was the type of companion that he would very much stand beside in pressing odds. Evla would no doubt die, but it would be in a final fight that even Nurias could respect, and would desire for himself if he could choose his own death. They reached the ladder, and scrambling upward they reached the outside world, pushing away the rock. Nurias noticed that the glowing stones were beginning to fade, signifying that the elf was nearly dead. They ran to their mounts just as there was a screech high up on the hill behind them. Each of them glanced back. A banshee was in the clouds high above, a watcher of the undead that would no doubt tell others that they were there. Chapter 3. Wizard's Call. This was not a place for the living. This was a place for the dead. At one time the narrow canyon jutting down into lower lands of muck and mire was a great green forest. Now, as the gusting winds tore across the surrounding deserts of western Vaygrudian, a gathering of undead minions wandered into the darkness to escape the rising sun. They were horribly built for such an endeavor. For as they made their way through a large opening, the path narrowed to a single road along the wall. To their right, as they snapped their rotting jaws and stumbled about, was a large chasm. Something unlike anything of the natural world, with strange purple energies flickering here and there. But the undead were safe, moving along a path that corralled them into another area. The mire, a festering wasteland within a wasteland. Here they were drawn to the life deeper within the passage. The sanctum of knowledge and arcane secrets. But this place was hidden, and no undead could ever hope to actually reach it in one piece. No, not one could make it. The first snap of red light cut through the legs of several undead at once. They collapsed, falling every direction into the mire and beneath the twisted roots of trees. But these trees were not at all stationary. The branches swooped down, slapping the water and causing the undead to growl. They were drawn to the life within, but they were not so dumb that they'd walk into an enchanted grove of swamp trees. They turned to flee but found their path was no longer open. A wall of fire erupted in a flickering, sparkling shroud of arcane energy. There were 12 of them now. 2 hissed, slapping at the others and running towards the only passage still open to them, another passage that took them deeper into the canyon. These 12 drew daggers and spiked sticks, knowing now that the life they sought were not any random survivors. If they could get out, they would. To tell of such a find to a necromancer would give them a full day of rest. No wandering about, no standing and sending energies into their master. A day where they would not be needed and could actually sleep, restoring their dead forms. But no such day would come. "The bastards are almost here," a man said to another. "Hey Barlas." These were wizards, and 10 years ago they had seen the first coming of the Curselights of Mortua, escaped into a portal with their still eccentric master, and made their way to a temple of a moon god, a sacrilegious admittance by Master Gefrel. The world was nothing as they were told as young wizards. The religion of the one god was false. It seemed the race of men were being kept like some prized possession. The lies had hidden a world that was just beyond the borders of the Sunkenlands. Something Master Gefrel knew more about but would not tell them. In fact, their master was once again investigating the strange chasms that had split open the ground all across the lands. But unlike most of the other ones that they had attempted to study, this one near what they had deemed the Wizard's Keep was actively getting larger and more active. "Barlas, are you paying attention?" Yes, Troon. "I am." Barlas rolled up a scroll and then touched it to the staff in his hand. The 2 wizards were lucky they were already in the area when the first traps sprang, telling them that undead had come into the ravine. "A new spell? Right now?" Troon asked. They stood up from the high ground above the snaking path beneath them. Their master frequently berated them for taking unnecessary risks, but being so high and their enemy so low, they were quite safe here. While Troon was fairly focused on just using fireballs, his more studious friend had taken to spell creation several years ago. Troon had attempted and was successful on many occasions. But the old spells were enough for him. For Barlas, though, innovation was his specialty. "I go first," Barlas said. Clearly he was ready to try out his new spell, and given the size of fireball Troon could cast, the 12 undead beneath them would likely all be destroyed with a single casting. Barlas lifted his staff, summoning a twisting white ethereal cloud that formed the shapes of spinning blades around his staff. He lifted it up, releasing the spell and sending it down with a sharp swipe of his staff. The energy flew down into their foes, spinning faster and faster. The heads of their enemy were taken off in the first few seconds. But then in a twisting explosion of putrid flesh, the bodies were turned to a gelatinous mass, bursting and bubbling in a green fire that stayed burning. Then in a crackling sparking fusion of energies, a single creation stood for a few moments, looking around larger, before glowing many times brighter than the initial spell and explosion, sending out an echoing sound through the ravine. So uncivilized, Troon said, I didn't even get a single kill. What even was that? I call it the impregnating flame. And what would you know about impregnating anything? He cackled. Are you going to try to make yourself a mate out of dead things? Barlas smacked him. You can't just blast everything with fireballs. This spell would allow us not only to stop a larger horde, but create summonings of our own from the resonant magic already present in the undead, yet on our side, and capable of running into other creatures and exploding. I mean, I can't argue that suicide summoning isn't fun. Not sure how Master Grumpy will feel about it. No necromantic energy is cast by me. Only animate fire which I layer into the initial spell vortex. I need to write a few more of these down and perfect the execution before I show it to Master Gefrel, he said, focusing on Gefrel. He isn't moody. He hasn't been sleeping well. They turned from their spot high above the road that led from the outer canyon, and began down the crenellated wall that made the largest point of the starbase of their tower. This was an old place, repurposed by their master upon their arrival 10 years ago. Though the initial few years was about survival, their study of magic never ceased. Now, they had created multiple enchanted objects to give them a rather easy life in the desolation that was the Sunkenlands. However, the chasms of strange energy were a source of significant concern to their master. Do you think what he says is true? Troon asked. That the chasms are portals from another realm? Barlas shrugged. I didn't think there were multiple gods, but here we are praying to some random moon deity, and sure as that exists, our moonstones get fed from out of nowhere, allowing us to have near unlimited arcane energy. I mean, maybe he is right. He said portal magic was something not even the old masters at the school knew of. How old is he? It's at least 905, right? Didn't we agree on that? Old, really old. I actually found he is distilling wine now from moonshrooms. Apparently it was to help him sleep, but I'm not sure it has been working that well. They came to the doorway leading to the inner wall circle. Above them, rising high into the pale-lit cavern and lifting high into the sky beyond the ravine, their tower was like a sheen obelisk of radiant energy. It was fashioned as a form of camouflage. Per their master, the enemy could not see what was once called holy fire, an ethereal energy source that used to be the supposed fuel for the great torches of Vadiku. Ironic considering, those were literal torches that their enemy had darkened at the beginning of the fall of men. Oh, I wonder if he is back. The air snapped behind them and they both turned. Their master was holding a strange crystal, his hand shaking and his body jerking strangely. Master Gefrel. Energy, too much energy. Not normal, he said. The master wizard was normally a bit unkempt, and put together rather poorly. Though he kept a clean robe, his hair and beard were both scraggly. He looked fairly rough, nothing like Barlas or Troon who had kept to their academy's standards even in light of everything, but Gefrel looked worse, much worse. His skin was pale, his body was jerking even more oddly as they entered the doorway and made their way across the courtyard. Shall I get a hex box? Troon asked, like that time with the necromancer's staff. No, Gefrel told them, no need. This isn't unholy. They went into the energy repository, the place where their crystals for their staffs and enchanting books were kept. Here, there was a large crystal that reached up to the tip-top of the tower and drew in energy from the moon. This was also where they would pray to the moon deity, a strange form that had no physical representation except for the crystal. Their master said to focus thoughts on the crystal, and their prayers for continued power would be heard. He went to the altar, and lay the strange device he had returned with on the stone. "What is this?" Barlas asked. "A gathering of the chasm's energy. It is odd. You were able to actually collect it. We tried using it with a capture ward, and we couldn't. That is because it is not of our world. It is bleeding over from somewhere else. A partial portal or something. I cannot say for sure. But I wish to try to peer into it." "Master, are you sure?" Troon asked. Barlas nodded. "Yes, you always told us to be mindful of connecting to strange artifacts, especially if we did not know their alignment." "This isn't a question of alignment," Gefrel said. "This is a neutral energy in our realm. It is neither positive nor negative, but I can sense it has been subjugated to some form of transformation. It is," he paused, looking over at his two students, "awakening." Barlas and Troon looked at one another, unsure of what their master was talking about. "Now step back. I must do this alone, and uninterrupted. Do not touch me no matter what happens. This energy must be understood." "I sense it, I do," he said, looking back to them. "A change is coming. The awakening shall bring chaos or blessing." He turned from them, or both. Barlas and Troon both stepped back as their master ordered. They looked at one another. Barlas sighed. Gefrel sat before the altar, the crystal rippling with purple energy, not too unlike the strange chasms themselves. Already it was reacting to their master's thoughts. With his legs crossed and staff lay across his lap, he held his hands out with his head bowed. Suddenly there was a large flash of energy. The purple fire climbed upwards, splashing the chamber in a violet glow. Gefrel began to shake, and both the younger wizards gripped their staffs, pushing outward as a thick fog began to roll off the altar. It was an energy transference. They had seen this before with a piece of a celestial crystal once. That explosion had nearly killed them both, though, of course. "Keep it away from us," Troon shouted. But the fogs were billowing up, shrouding their master and floating around them. Barlas and Troon looked at one another as their wards were breached. Suddenly, they were both standing on an open and barren ground. "Something happened," Gefrel said behind them. They turned, seeing their master with blood running down his face. "Master? I am well. But I have seen horrors. Something somewhere. Those like us, those of magic, someone attempted to murder them all. But with such destruction came creation, and in the darkness came light." They were still standing upon the barren ground. They could see nothing save the area just around them. "And what of it?" Barlas said. "How has that came into our world?" Gefrel smiled. "Have I not told you of the realms between realms? The way that all life across all possibilities has a way of affecting that which cannot be explained. Sure, a portal can link one place to another, changing the distance and time required to travel, but isn't it wondrous that places beyond our own understanding can find one another in such darkening times? Our world has been shattered, another world has too been shattered. These chasms, this energy, is an echo of that loss. But it has come upon our world at a time of particular irony, for I see a second loss, a second cataclysm. Our world was meant to be destroyed, sunken further than it already is. Some power, something, stopped it. As we were to be met with absolute destruction, it was halted or perhaps just slowed." Their master closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they were glowing bright purple. This was his great sight, a power he had used only before the greater fall of the world. It allowed him to see through a portal of both physical creation and ethereal, a mental bond. "I see a place where something rests beneath. This is not our world, but it is that which led to these chasms. It was great and terrible magic. I do not know of anything like it in our world. But so much is shrouded even with my ability to view within portals." A blast overtook him suddenly. His eyes burned brighter and brighter as he struggled to continue to stand. He screamed. "Master!" Barlas said. Troon looked between Balas and Gefrel. Their master fell to his knees, breathing heavier than he was. "No. No," he said, closing his eyes. He grabbed for his apprentices, and they embraced him immediately. Suddenly, the three of them shared a vision. They were far above the Sunkenlands. The waters on the borders were rising up in great columns. As the chasms across the lands surged with a greater level of energy, the ground shook. The undead were of no matter now, as great twisting columns of fire erupted out of the chasms, enveloping the dead. But even so, the chasms darkened. The oceans swept across the lands, and the mountains were torn apart in a great calamity for that which remained. Balas and Troon fell back from their master. They were still in the same place they were before, surrounded by fog. Gefrel's face was blackened. His eyes were dark. "Master?" Troon asked. Their master was silent. Suddenly, a shrouded figure appeared some distance away, wrapped in burning white fire. "See not pain, see not misery," a soft voice said. It was feminine. Both the wizards lifted their staffs towards this strange arrival. "Who are you?" Balas asked. "One who knows your master. One who has been since before the rising of the moon over our lands. I cannot reach you, not as I wish. But your arrival in this place as I searched for those sensitive to such things is no accident. Older than the moon. What kind of trick is that?" Troon asked. "There isn't time to explain. Your master receives that which shall start a chain of events. I will descend and begin my own journey. We must act if we are to do what is needed. The bindings protecting your world falter, and calamity as I know you saw it comes. The favor of my goddess protects you for now. There is power deep within your lands, a sacred soul. You will seek this one with the help of others, but nothing shall make sense as you may wish. There will be no easy path of wisdom, it shall all be erratic. Until our meeting comes, young wizards." The figure vanished. Balas and Troon looked at one another, unsure of what had just happened or even who this strange figure was. "My hands," their master said. He was reaching out to them both. They both gripped him. "Master?" Balas asked. But he said nothing. They were now suddenly back in their home. The crystal that before was so brightly burning had darkened, an ashy black skeleton of what it was before. Their master's eyes were opened but were strange. He was mumbling. Master Gefrel?" Troon said, shaking him. But he did not respond. "His eyes are open and he breathes, but," Troon said, "it is like he is in a trance." "Then we wait, take him to his room. Continue our prayers," Balas said. "I don't know why, but I feel things will be changing quite soon. We should be ready for anything when he awakens." Chapter 4. Morning Lights. The sun did not rise the way it had risen all those many years that had gone past. When he opened his eyes, he was not the same man he was before. Though, rising from bed that morning, everything felt the same. As much as it could, of course. They did not know yet. The three children were still sleeping in the bed in the far corner of the room. Their abode, though simple, was safe from that which was far below them. Here in the mountains they had resisted. They had lasted. When everyone else they knew perished, told them they had no chance, they had persevered. Except it wasn't that simple. At one point he had been a man of extreme honor, a defender of the holy city of Vasrahul back before the fall. It just so happened that chance had taken him away to the far northwest, when the city fell under attack. While he heard the call to return, he chose to take a different path. He chose to take a path that he knew was forsaking what he truly believed. That is at least what he told himself. For in truth, his marriage and children was something forbidden for those of the anointed ones, the chosen protectors of the one God. When the sickness came, when the great pillars of the goddess of death appeared on the fringes of the world, he took action. He got his family to safety, and in turn abandoned his creed to the one God. Not that it mattered now. A great irony, of course, is how it all ended up. That was 10 years ago, 10 years from the decision to fight a different battle. Forsake some of his own beliefs and what he had held true to. Tralel went to stoke the embers of their wood stove, tossing a few small timbers inside of it as he began to boil some water. You have to take care of the rest today. There is no choice now. He glanced over to his children, all three of them nestled up together sleeping peacefully. He then glanced over to his bed and down towards the cellar. He gasped. He couldn't think of it. He quickly took his attention back to the coarsely ground coffee they had recently salvaged. He had to make the most of whatever this was, whatever chance this was. It was an odd irony to them now, but he had to do whatever he could to make it normal for the three children sleeping nearby. In truth, he didn't know if he could get through this. Not at this moment. Damn it, damn all of this. We should never have gone there, we never should have gone north. Why didn't we do what we needed? Why did you wait so long until I was confident we were safe? I could have taken off your hand and treated the wound had I known. For the past few years they had been beyond lucky. Most survivors outside of certain settlements didn't last more than a year. As water began to boil for the coffee, he took it and poured it over the grounds. The aroma was intoxicating. For so many years of just dreaming of finding this. It was actually her idea to go north because she found a book, several weeks earlier, that noted a mining camp there. They took a chance and went a bit too far off the path, in order to get something different for the kids. They needed change. He slurped his coffee, cringing at the memory. He glanced, looking over his large round shield and the scratch marks on it. I thought there were only 3. I thought there were only 3 of the wretches. But there were 4. I missed one. His wife was a fighter. She wasn't the type to cower away and want to hide, she embraced what was ahead of her. But in his folly he had pushed too far into the undead swarm that attacked them. Though he did attempt to warn her, he told her to run, she would not. Because that wasn't who she was. With her double-headed axe she stood proudly, rushing to his side, but the wretches jumped down from above. She killed the one that did it, but it was too late, she was bitten. He ignored the shield and pushed open the door. He knew it was just after daylight. He would get a few moments of peace before he did what was necessary. Looking over the vast expansive mountains that ran on the western border of the Sunkenlands, he actually smelled a slight scent of the sea. She had always loved the sea, and before the fall of the great city they were talking about moving there, the getaway from the northwest mountains. There were always many plans, but he had always fallen back to duty, to honor in protecting those of the holy city. When he finally took the great charge to attempt to be what he truly wanted to be, it was far too late. In some form, he felt going against the one God was what had caused everything else to transpire. A weird punishment, an act of retribution against him for not dying like so many of his fellow anointed ones. But now his attention turned to his children. He had a thought, a random whisper. She had never wanted to do it. She wanted them to stay here at the homestead and keep scrounging for supplies, but he believed that they could go further, they could go beyond the northern mountains. He still remembered when the entirety of the Sunkenlands became the ground-shattering sounds and fires leaping up out of the deep places beneath them. He remembered the golden orbs flying over the mountains to the north. No one knew what they were. But that meant there was something beyond the northern mountains. Somewhere they could be safe. He remembered the great pillars of crackling lightning and sickness, the objects that had appeared and poisoned the waters, and how one of these golden orbs flew above it and shattered it with some type of magic or energy that he had never seen. In truth, he had no idea what it was that was in the north, but now with all that had come to pass, he had to take that chance. Today would be their last day in this place that he and his love had built. He sipped his coffee and looked out across the Sunkenlands and the barren mountain hideaway before him. They were secluded, safe but not safe enough. I tried to save you, but I could not. I don't know where you are now, but I hope you can hear me. I gave everything I could for as long as I could, I kept you alive. But when you turned, I thought I would let you wander this place. Keep something of you alive. I told you that. When I did it, I saw in your eyes a flash view and I nearly stopped. But then in the end I did what was necessary, I struck you down. Now I will embrace the path for me as I push away the memory of what you became, and remember the ocean soul that you were so many years ago. Tralal stood for a moment at his door. I've got to do it. Hopefully I can do it before they are awake. Damn. As Tralal opened the door, of course, one of his 3 children were standing there. This was the youngest, Kulrez. Kulrez rubbed his eyes. Daddy, what are you doing? Did Mommy make it home? The question punched him in the chest. He thought back to the story he had told them. The lie. He went to his son, kneeling down and embracing him. Not yet, he said. As he backed up from his son and stared at him, a few single tears began to run from his eyes. But when, Daddy? When will she get home? You tell us we can't be out at night, what about her? He paused for a moment, not sure what to say back. In truth, he didn't know what to say. He looked over at his other 2 boys, who were just now beginning to wake up. I can't do it now. I'll have to wait till tonight. He looked back to his son. Kulrez, want me to get you something to eat? Are you hungry? Kulrez shook his head. Not really. I just want Mommy to come home. Kulrez was still upset when both of his brothers, Serdia and Kilri, woke up and began looking around. Is it past midday? Serdia asked. Just past dawn, Tralal told him. Are we going to work our sword training today, Father? Yes, of course, Tralal told him. In fact, I will begin getting your things together. I'm thinking it would be a good idea if we went north. What do you say? Both Serdia and Kilri stared, not blinking. He knew that they suspected something. That they had suspected something since it happened. And what of Mother? Kilri asked. I believe she went north. I was mistaken, Tralal said, changing his original story, of course. When I thought she did try to go back to the lower river valley, I remember that was incorrect. She was headed north, and you know how the snow gets at this time of year. I believe she got stuck up there, along the northern road. It'll take us some time, but we can get there. I can sort out what to do until then. That last bit was a mistake. He didn't mean to say that. Sort out? Kilri said. What's to sort out? You heard him, Serdia said. Get our stuff together just like Mother always did. We've got this. Pack everything like she'd want. She'll actually be happy to see that we learned a lot from her. Tralal was happy that Serdia was so mature. He knew his oldest knew the truth, and he knew it would be something he would have to deal with in the coming days. Right now he had to stay focused. He had to keep a level head and strong mind. It is what she would have wanted. As Serdia and Kilri did exactly as he intended, packing their things and complaining that Kulrez wasn't packing, Tralal went through and began sorting what preserves and supplies they had. While the Sunkenlands did not provide much of anything beyond scavenging, he was quite thankful for being so close to the border of the Sunkenlands. The occasional bird would fly over. It allowed them to procure basic meat for jerky from time to time. The Sunkenlands had a border that was essentially inescapable on the western side. He was unsure of the southern region, but he knew to the north were the mountains. There was one time several years ago where he and his wife attempted to go west, but instead of finding any sign of the ocean, or perhaps a strenuous climb to get over a mountain, they found only a sheer unassailable wall. The Sunkenlands were meant to be crypts for those who survived the initial attack of the necromancers. Now, with no one convincing him to stay in place, to take the safe route, he would do everything he could for his children. He would get them north of the mountains, to wherever he had seen the golden orbs that flew over back during the fall. That had to be a safe place. That was his focus now. So you just not going to do anything? Kilri asked Kulrez. I am. Kulrez whined. No, you're not. You're just drawing. You're wasting time. Father wants us to pack, not what you are doing. Tralal looked over at the 2 arguing over the fact that one of them wasn't doing something. Leave your brother alone. Just do what you need to for now. Of course. Of course you're not actually going to do anything. I said leave him alone. He didn't mean to snap. He really did not mean to talk to his child like that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get angry. I know, Kilry said. I know. His son sighed. Within the next few hours, the sun rose up, and while they made many preparations throughout the morning to get ready to leave, Trallel wanted to take a few moments to give the boys a bit of their typical day. Normally at this point in the day, they would be out foraging in the nearby valleys, attempting to find whatever they could find. He figured he would keep the focus today more on what most likely would be their greatest need as they left the protection of their homestead. They were sparring. This place was well protected. It offered a great view of the rocky valleys below. By a bit of chance, they actually had a very small stream that ran from where a brook bubbled up in the mountains, a spring. It was just enough to give them a trickle of water. Even more so if it actually rained. But rain was rare. Throughout the many years they built up countless portions of the property to offer protection from the outside. Directly outside the main border of the homestead, they constructed an elaborate wall of plants, dry brush and rocks. They were careful when they lit fires, and almost never did so outside. This has been a safe place for a while, but there was always the risk. The more he thought about it, the more he began to worry. He didn't know how long he would have for the other thing he had to deal with. The body was still down there. He should have done it this morning. He imagined it would be a full cycle of day and night before he had to worry. In the first few days when the war had just begun, the necromancers had to actually be present in order for a resurrection into the undead. Over the months and years that followed, something changed though, and simply dying from the bite of any of the wretched creatures under command of necromancers would result in you changing into a beast form. Then if you were killed in this state, you had to be burned or you'd once again rise, an undead servant to the necromancers. It happened to one of their friends that used to live in a hovel in a nearby pass. He had been bitten and managed to get away, but he was quite ill. Trallel made a point many times to go over and check on them. Back when he was a member of the guard of the holy city, he was also quite skilled in medicine. He was doing everything he could to help their friend. One morning when he went over there, he only heard the snarls and gnashing of teeth, the low grumbles and growls of an undead. His friend had killed himself but was not burned. He had personally gone and done what was needed. "You're too slow," Kilry said, using his sword-shaped stick to strike his brother's high guard. "I'm not too slow, you just don't think your attack's through." Serdia yelled back, making sweeping parries against his brother's sword. "You never want to use a shield either." It was true. Trallel watched as his two boys went back and forth. While Serdia used the shield and sword as Trallel did, Kilry always preferred two swords in his fight. In his mind, it kind of gave him a better advantage. The ability to attack twice as fast and with twice the force. In Trallel's mind, that wasn't exactly wrong. But he had trained with his Shield of Light Mansi, a weapon that allowed him to literally blot out the darkness, to shine with the glory of the one god. But now, thinking of his shield that lay by the door just inside the house, he knew that light had long since gone out. Now the shield was only as useful as a basic shield. It had not retained its qualities as it once did underneath the light of the great torch of Vasrul. His boys kept going back and forth with their swords, and though at one point in their lives he had to constantly be on them to correct their stances or their footwork, now they knew just about all the basics. That said, Kulrez still had quite a bit of work ahead of them. He was always more into the simpler things. He loved drawing, and his mother taught him how to scribe in the old language. Not that there were any new books or parchments or scrolls to read ever since the fall. It was a skill that his wife claimed needed to remain even with the fall, a link back to the old world and a necessity as they moved forward to a new one. So much we are doing now is what she always wanted. I still remember it. We first came to the homestead and began building. It was supposed to be temporary. I don't know what happened to make it to where she no longer desired the true adventure. Perhaps it was the safety of the homestead. We both said we did not want her children to be like so many in the Sunkenlands. We didn't want just survival. We wanted to thrive, to be different. We could have left 8 moons ago. The passes were more open then, while the snowfall was always erratic. Back then there was an opening. She got so angry when I mentioned it. She said we had plenty of food, no reason to leave. I told her it wasn't because we need to find food, but we could finally take that chance, finally escape. Perhaps I've been too focused on that protection and defense. Maybe when we first got to the homestead, I did too much to make it safe. I don't know. But I do know that it doesn't matter now. The sun was setting. Soon they would have to go in. But it was in this late hour that Tralal heard the strangest of sounds. Then the birds. Normally he would see several small sparrows fly up from a lower portion of the land to a roost just above their house. He used this as a sign that the last bit of daylight was fading away and they would need to go in for the night. Now the birds were acting erratic, flying at random up and down from far below. Something had disturbed them. Boys, go into the house. As the three boys gathered their belongings and quickly went in, Tralal grabbed his shield and sword from beside the door. What is it, father? Serdia asked from the door. I don't know, get my other blade and wait for me inside. Make sure you have your packs ready. I don't like this. Serdia nodded and closed the door. On the approach to the homestead, they had built a palisade wall and gate. Generally it remained closed and from below, made to look like the same stone as the mountains around them. From this there was a large dirt pathway that went straight down the hill. This was the passage they had taken originally when they made their way to the pass so many years ago. Further down there was an outer barricade again, another deterrent to roaming dead that might find their way here. Tralal ran up to the top of the wall. There was a deep fog upon the path, and he could barely see down the hill. He secured his sheath to his waist. Lifting the pin that held the gate closed, he pushed it open. He drew out his sword and lifted up his shield. He could hear a strange sound once again. Then he could hear the stark sound of something running. He pushed forward a few paces from the gateway, crouching down. Holding his shield just beneath his eyes and his sword on the edge of the shield, he scanned the path ahead. He moved down the hill. He heard the snarling growl again. A moment later, he saw it. It was a lich beast, a wretch. While not much bigger than a wolf, they were dangerous in large groups. This one was sprinting directly at him. It leaped and growled. The creature struck his shield with such force that it pushed him sliding back in the sand. He held his position strong, making a single jab into the creature's face and cracking its skull. 1. A scout. Now he heard more and more. He began to back up slowly, making his way home, while keeping his flank guarded. A horrid stench filled the air. Then he heard the sound of crashing wood and stone. Something had broken the barricade down below. For now, the wretches, if that's what they all were staying in the fog in the lower level. He was losing daylight fast. He turned and made his way back to the security of the wall. Upon making it to the palisade of the homestead, he turned and closed the gate, sealing off this passage. Here, he kept a rack of spears for the slim chance that ever they were assaulted. But as he made his way up the simple ladder to get to the top of the palisade defense, he knew that slim chance had suddenly changed. Aside from the now dozens of wretches making their way up the road, he saw something else. It was a lumbering mass of flesh. It was 2 to 3 times his size and height. Though it looked almost like the form of a large man, his gelatinous skin was like the most grotesque form that Tralal had ever seen. It was covered in patchy hair on its chest and lower stomach. From its back were twisted spikes like the roots of a tree. Its face had red blotches of torn flesh and its mouth drooped agape, drooling a greenish fluid. I have never seen such a creature, not at any point before this. Perhaps it is something of the far south by the sea. There were strange forms believed to live in the swamps there. No matter, it will smash down this gate. I must destroy it. The time had come. Tralal lifted up the first of a total of 4 spears. There were at least 20 wretches striking the lower level of the palisade, scratching and trying to reach him, but they had made it to where it was much too tall to be affected by the small cursed creatures. He threw the first spear. Though he gave it all the strength he had, it fell just short of striking the creature and instead impaled several wretches. He picked up the second spear, this time arching it a bit higher. This one struck the creature in its right arm. The creature bellowed about, pulling the spear from its fatty flesh before growling and looking up directly at Tralal. The creature broke the spear, roaring. As it did, more of the putrid greenish goo rolled from its mouth. "Hello, friend. You're disgusting." Trallel took the third spear to hand, bringing it back as now the creature was in a mad dash, throwing its lumbering form with each step trying to reach Trallel. He took a deep breath, aiming his strike. He tossed it, striking the creature directly in the head. But like so many creatures of the Sunkenlands, like so many of the undead thralls, a creature like this did not need a brain to be a threat. He held his final spear as the creature was charging directly at the gate. "This isn't working. I can't stop this. I must protect them. I have to get them to safety." It is what she would have wanted. What she would have done if she was alive now. "I will protect them." He left from the wall, his entire mindset and defensiveness changing now. Sheathing his sword and running with shield and spear, he went for his house. It was then he heard a shriek and one of his boys scream out. The door of the house swung open, and both Kulrez and Kilry came running out. "Father! They're coming from below, coming from the basement." He drew his sword, passing it to Kilry. "Guard your brother," he said. Trallel knew what this was. The creatures were not coming from the basement. She had turned. These creatures attacking now were drawn to the recently dead. And now his lie was a direct threat to his children. He entered the house, as now Serdia held his sword out towards the door of the cellar while holding all of their traveling packs. "Father, I think..." He stuttered. I think it's..." He began to cry. "Go to your brothers, we'll make the northern road now." The boy left, choking back tears. Trallel saw a form standing at the top of the stairs that led down to the basement. This thing, this undead unholy beast that he had once loved, was not what she was before. She stepped from the darkness. Even in her undead form, he saw her as the one he had caressed and loved. Her hair, not too unlike it was in her younger years. Still full of color and beautiful. Though her skin was horribly pale and blackened. On her left hand, a bite mark that poisoned her. It was oozing with a greenish fluid. She stepped into the pale light of the house, her mouth elongated, snapping at him. He looked into her eyes before they had been the deepest of blue, not too unlike the ocean. Now all he saw was blackness. She charged him, striking his shield as he lifted it up. He tried to force the image of her from his mind, the woman he loved. "I can't do this. Not to her. Even as she is." Then he heard the roar of the grotesque creature as it struck the gate. The monster from the southern lands would smash through it in a few moments. He had no more time. Damn all of this. He slapped the shield against her form, knocking her back. He jabbed her, going for her neck but missed, cutting through her hair. She came again, grabbing hold of the shield and attempting to rip it away. He slammed her into the back wall of the house, driving the shield into her as he hit her multiple times, attempting to disorient her and give him a moment to strike. She came again, and this time the spear point went directly into her chest. She pushed into him, ripping at his shield and biting his hand. "Fuck." He smashed her back, driving her against the wall. He ripped his spear out, before burying it again into her body. He shoved her with all the force he could muster with his shield. Again and again, hearing her bones crunch from his strikes. He had struck her a total of 12 times. He could feel her form quivering on the shield, and in an exasperated shout he pushed her back down to the basement, sending her form rolling down the stairs. It was done. His focus was now the children and protecting them. He hurried back outside, seeing his 3 terrified boys cowering around each other as the gate to their homestead was breached. "Run! Run for the northern road now." He hurried just behind them while keeping a watch behind them, as now the wretches swarmed the homestead. The grotesque fat creature that came somewhere from the far south roared in victory as it had done its master's doing. Now, as darkness fell upon them, Trallel looked ahead at the northern road, a very narrow passage that led into the snowy parts of the mountains. He wasn't sure if this is the right path, but at this point he had no choice. Ascending up as fast as they could, if they could get a height advantage and keep it, they would be safe. He just had to keep pushing. At one point on the precarious path, one of his children fell, he grabbed Kulrez as he began the slide down and lifted him up, holding him against the shield as they went for the final portion of the northern road. At this time of year it would be clear of snow. It was a quick climb, moving up several large boulders to a single rope that led up to the summit. A quick climb and they'd be okay for now. As they reached the summit, the children collapsed out of breath. Serdia was crying. No doubt, having seen his mother and confirmed what he already believed, Tralol expected it. At this point he looked down to what he could see of the homestead, and could just see the tip-top of his house in a thick coat of fog. Periodically he saw some small purple flashes. Signs of a necromancer. He knew they had no choice now. Fate had been decided. As he bowed his head slightly, tears falling from his eyes, his mind filled with memories of her. He looked towards the northwest sky, well over the mountains and far from them. He saw a twinkle in the light of a single star. To him it was a sign of what was to come. A place he had always wanted to go to, but had never gone to. Now it was their only choice. Chapter 5. Strange friends. It had been almost a full cycle of day and night. While the wizards Balas and Troon had both been checking on their master regularly, they did not expect it when he suddenly appeared at the void of his doorway. "Get your things, we must leave," he said. "Leave?" asked Troon. "Do not question me, for you will find that my patience is not what it was," their master said. Balas immediately grabbed packs and began gathering items. "But where?" Troon asked. "You didn't ask this many questions when we first entered the portal and fled that night of the curse lights," Balas said. "And? Nor do I remember you questioning it when we were surrounded at Moonrock Crater, or when we first found the sanctum entrance, and it was either go down or be devoured by that bone dragon." Troon stared at Balas, who now was laying out wands and staffs, attempting to sort out which he would bring. "You know, you are right. Unlike those times though, something is not trying to kill us. Now we're going out to where things can kill us." Balas laughed. "Well, actually he hasn't said. We are headed towards the northern mouth of what was the Great River, between the four towers where beneath the ground there is a secret city. Neverblack. A refuge hidden. But no more. My friend will meet us there." "Friend? You have a friend?" Troon asked. "Is she old like you?" Balas smacked him. "She is wise and powerful. Truly older than any that walked within these lands, or have ever breathed the air here." Gefrel said, "Someone knowledgeable in the greater netherworld, the portals between realms. She has spoken to me. I have seen the great cataclysm to come, and perhaps," he paused, looking at both of them with wide eyes, "an insanity as another cataclysm in another realm of existence had bled over into our own. These chasms are not an accident. They are deliberate." "Against us?" Balas asked. Gefrel shook his head. "No, but such a happening has created a divergence like none other. As the sea will wash over these lands, so will an eruption come that will pale in comparison. I must work with my friend to assure that only the destruction of the Sunkenlands comes to pass. If we can save the race of men, then we will. As many that can be saved. But it is the chasms that I truly fear. If they are not sealed, we risk unimaginable horrors entering our realm." "Seal them then. You can close rune portals easily," Troon said. "This is no rune portal," Balas said. "Master, we are ready. Just direct us where we must go." "And what of the sacred texts and scrolls? We have gathered so many of them. And here they will remain, sealed, locked away. Until a time another can come. We have a journey ahead, and we must travel light. We shall take the Arden Stairs, journey to the Looking Cliff, and from there we will move with great haste across the plains of Varaladan. Does that not take us close to the center? To the ruins of Vasrual?" Balas asked. "No. That would be east. This is more west. We will go to an old chapel. There, a great pool of power much like the wishing well of the north lays sealed. I will get us to Neverblack by way of that." Chapter 6. Unexpected. "You said you would smash me," the skull shouted. "Smash me, smash me." "Quiet. Do not speak again, Nurias said as he climbed onto his beast. Remain silent until I say, or I will leave you in the middle of the plains on a high pole so no one can smash you. They spurred their lizards to carry them from this place with haste, and as Nurias glanced back he saw the thralls of the undead clawing over the hill. Then for a small moment, Nurias thought he saw an actual necromancer standing atop the hill, but he could not be sure. His view of it was hazy. It didn't matter. Now there was no time to talk, debate or try to figure out the best way to return to town. The best way was as quickly as possible. They were out of the inner woods, and were quickly on the outer stretch of the more barren trees. The black clouds were churning above them, with a large rolling fog covering over the vast plains from the north. It was clear they were trying to outrun a storm, but not a storm of natural occurrence. Nurias pushed the lizard harder than he'd ever pushed any horse. These creatures were very resilient, and able to withstand what other creatures of similar size could not. But at the pace they were going, even these beasts were pushed to their limits. But they could not wait. Behind them the dark storm enveloped the hills. He had seen this before, but he always prayed he'd never see it again. The long wait that the living had endured, wondering when the end would come, had passed. The plague reapers, the necromancers, and all the undead were moving toward the very town they were going to, and with no doubt to obtain what they had just happened to escape with. They had to hope that Lord Kraz had a plan. Their lizard's clawed feet were beginning to bleed, and Nurias noticed his beast now seemed to be difficult to control. The constant sprinting had taken its toll. But these were faithful beasts, and all of them, including the beasts, were thankful they could see the town ahead of them. Following the road to the gate itself, Nurias noticed there was a large assembly standing upon the parapets. "You bring this scourge," one of the men shouted down. About that time the gates opened and Lord Kraz himself walked out. "Quiet, man, have faith. He brings the only hope we can have now. Come into the walls. I see you have it." "I do. We found it, but obviously you know what is behind us and what this means," Nurias said. "Fog will roll over these walls, and the attack will be upon us. You know we cannot hold against the plague reapers themselves. They will send their blight into the city, and it will consume. Once they are past these gates, every person within will die." Lord Kraz said nothing and pushed them toward the keep. Their lizards followed behind them, and thankfully Skullbone did not show itself to be alive and cause a sudden mass panic. Nurias noticed that the Lord was already suited in his armor. The many guards around the keep itself had been sent out to the city. It seemed that whatever bit of a plan that could be contrived was already in motion. "They were looking for these leaves as well," Lorlank said. "They knew about them. They will come this way themselves." Kraz nodded. "We began sending people out the moment we saw the storm. As you can guess, there are many who have not been able to flee. Even if this plant can kill one of these necromancers, I know the necromancers will never come into the city while one of us lives. They will not risk their own lives, but they know we are limited. We cannot hold this ground. What I saw as hope has clearly become our Armageddon. Perhaps they would have waited if we would not have gone to obtain these leaves." "Or perhaps not," Lorlank said. "We met an elf." "An elf?" Lord Kraz interrupted. Where is it?" "He died defending us and giving us a chance to get out," Nurias said. "But of the elf? What did it say?" the Lord asked. "They were supposedly about to attack. That is why they attacked the sanctum, or perhaps because they attacked the sanctum, they determined the final part of their conquest was to be embarked on. We did nothing but give ourselves a chance. But how can we use it? It can't be like this. I had a plan before, but those like you, the remnants, you know where there are others." "Not for sure. There is one place, one of the few woodland realms that still stood before. It is further south from here and very isolated, high in the mountains, but I have to imagine even it's been destroyed." Lord Kraz shook his head. "Maybe. The world has shrunk since the coming of the dead. I wonder what is still out there, what people may have survived or resisted. If you can find them, other remnants like yourself, you may be able to figure out a way to kill one of these things. There was a sudden horn call across town. The fog is nearly upon us. Prepare. Lord Kraz knelt before Nurias, Lorlank and Tomu. I know how you feel toward the lords of men. Too many of my kind remained hidden in our castles, and let the world crumble around us. I beg you, forgive me. I know you haven't spent much time in this place, but I've truly attempted to make it a better town than what is upon the outside world. I charge you, as the last known lord of the living realm in this region, take these sacred leaves to the other remnants like yourself, and strike down these necromancers by whatever means you can. I will stay within the city, and defend this keep as long as my blade can be lifted. The lord bowed further and then stood up, sheathing his sword. There was a sudden thundering shock against the walls of the town. Nurias turned around to see a massive eruption of fog, dust, and pieces of wall. Banshees shrieked across the sky, and thunder shook all around them. For the glory of the living, flee. Leave this place. Nurias stared at Lorlank, and then glanced over at Tomu. I'm not one for seeking any kind of glory, but I sure as hell do not want to die here. He turned to the Lord. I hear your vow and respect you as a fellow warrior. I will seek out the remnants that I pray still live. We will defeat this scourge, and you will be remembered. Nurias went to their nearby mounts, and Lorlank and Tomu did the same. Lord Kraz pulled out several small vials, going to each of the lizards. As he forced liquid into the lizards' throats, the creatures began to glow white, and their many injuries from the forced run were healed. You have potions of health? Lorlank asked. The last of what was a dwindling stock. Those creatures would not have gotten you much further. I pray they now have the strength to take you as far as you need to go. Lorlank and Tomu were the first to move away, and Nurias stared at the Lord as he drew his blade. Those we both lost would smile at us this day. Nurias thought of the family he once had, and looked toward the gateway of the keep, at the faces of the undead suddenly crashing into the shield wall of the defenders. He drew his blade, kicking his lizard to charge forward, and held on as the creature jumped, biting at the undead creature's face. He swung his blade, cutting down more as his lizard turned to follow Lorlank and Tomu, who already headed south out to the southern gateway. A cold chill blew over the settlement, as the fogs whipped and grasped the edges of the township. As the warriors of the necromancers moved into the city, Nurias looked back to watch as darkness swarmed over the keep of the Lord. He looked ahead. Their path was clear, and while many people were still towering in the town itself, too weak to get out, Nurias embraced the thought that his actions might bring about the end of the necromancers. Someday. But it would not be this day, and would not help those he flew past in a blur of motion. As they exited the actual town walls, they continued south, ascending a large hill before slowing their hasty flight and looking back at the town. A wall of blackness enveloped it. The malice that was the necromancers was devouring the town, and the sunlight above them seemed to darken even though no clouds came near it. The ground around the edge of the city became as blight, turning black and bubbling with necromantic energies. A towering form stood upon the walls of the city, reaching up and outward. It was 10 times the height of a man and was formed of a greyish substance, with long legs, arms and a gaping mouth. It was a plague reaper, one of the very forms that had started the fall of men in the years before. The end was coming, unless they could somehow truly make the sacrifices of Lord Kraz, the township, and even the brave elf from before, truly worth it. Nurias knew what they had to do. Skullbone clicked in Nurias's pack and he took the skull out. You said you would. I'm waiting, do it. Do it. Nurias laughed, be free, friend. He smashed the skull on the sand, and they saw a wisp of blue fire flow from it, hovering at their heads for a moment. A cheerful laugh filled the air and Skullbone was gone. You think you can find the other remnants? Lorlank asked. Nurias turned his lizard to the south. I hope. Chapter 7. Journey to the Void. The wizards were making their way from their sanctuary and sanctum of protection. The location that they were going to was not a place that either of the two younger wizards had ever been, though they were both lucky to have Master Gefrel. For Gefrel had not only been there, but knew the precise alignment of stones to allow them to move rapidly from their position in their sanctum to this place far across the Sunkenlands. I do not think I can pack any more squirrels, Barlas said. I really hope to get to try out some of these little ones, but I guess I'm not going to have the time. Well, Gefrel said, I understand you've been trying them out anyway, dealing with some of the random undead that have been coming into the chasm. Might as well bring them, see what you could use. You knew about that? Of course I did not become a master wizard to not know what I know. You must be careful. Though I can tell you that I would side more with the offensive of spells than the purely experimental. The holy places of the old world seem to be gathering some form of energy, and drawing upon them our most hated enemies. Oh, that sounds great, Troon said. I guess if nothing else we'll get to see some nice religious sights and then die. Death is not an option for us. We must meet my friend. They had made their way to the northernmost point of what was considered their area. This position was far from the wizard's tower, and actually had been a place that both Troon and Barlas had come to many times with their master. As they came to the end of a corridor of stone, it opened up to a small platform and stairwell that led up to a higher vantage point. They indeed had come here many times, watching the stars and the moon. But it had been some time now. Neither Barlas nor Troon had come here in some time. Now that they were here, they realized that their master had been coming here quite often. Where before there were simple bare stones, it seemed there were multiple inscriptions and lines drawn in a way that neither of the two younger wizards understood. There were small towers of stone stacked one upon the other, with even smaller crystals at their tip. The longer that both of the apprentices stared, the more they realized that their master had been planning for their departure for some time. I may not be the greatest of linguistic and spellcraft students, Troon said. But I do see that you've been preparing for a portal, master. I am always preparing. It is why when all this started I was ready, why other wizards simply deemed me crazy, but yet I am the only wizard that remains. He nodded towards them. I and you, of course. Yes, this is a place that I have been preparing. It wasn't the first time that I had heard the voice as I heard. I have been speaking to this woman in my dreams, hearing her words, and we have conversed back and forth over a great many things. Troon looked to Barlas, and both of them wondered of the mental stasis of their master. But a master wizard was not to be questioned. It was very clear from looking at the detailed inscriptions that their path was a set place. While both of the apprentices believed that this was all new information, and that they would have to figure out everything, it seemed more likely that this wasn't new at all. While parts of it were no doubt different or unexpected, other parts were absolutely not. It seemed that the apprentices were far behind their master in both knowledge and wisdom. The two wizards sat down their packs just outside a summoning circle. The summoning circle itself was made of a mixture of fine silver dust and white rock. Neither of the apprentices were sure of where these substances had come from, but their master was always about at night, wandering the many caves and passages. More than once they had seen him with the pickaxe and questioned what he was doing. Do not worry of the affairs of wizards or dragons, he would tell them, for one will not tell you and the other one will simply eat you. Okay, please place your packs and yourselves into the summoning circle. The two wizards did as their master expected. Taking their positions in the center of the circle, they watched as Master Gefrel began to twist some of the towers and small crystals on top. So, when do we learn portal magic? Troon asked. You know, he already told us that, Barlas said. It isn't our place to know it. So we will not learn it. One day, Master Barlas. One day, Master Gefrel said. Look at that, Troon said. He called you master. You're definitely a step ahead of me. Not a master, Gefrel said. But if we're going to be conversing with those elsewhere in the Sunkenlands, you must understand that wizards are seen as masters. It does not matter if you have 100 years of arcane ability or 3. You're beyond the simple understanding of near-normal men. You will be looked at as a person that is wise. Barlas looked at Troon with a raised brow. Well, that'll be a first for you, that's for sure. Enough of the rattling, Master Gefrel said. The master wizard continued twisting the crystals on top of each of the stones, and suddenly there was illumination coming from the greater summoning circle. While the two apprentices understood this is a summoning circle, in fact, summonings were normally something that wizards that were not used to portal magic knew. But a true portal, a way to move from one place to another, required a particular alignment of both stone and light. Though their master had not spoken much of it, even two apprentice wizards could realize there was a constellation on the ground. But which one it exactly was a different story. But that was not for them to know at this moment. That was not the focus of what they should be thinking of. As their master went to a final small stone tower and twisted the crystal atop it, the entire floor began to glow. "Now," he said, going over to a spot where his own bags and several staffs were waiting, "we shall move from this place to the fields in the Great Hill regions. It is northwest. From there, we will progress into the old temple. It is there I will prepare our way to move to where we actually need to go. It will take some time, and I am assuming it will not be as nice as I hope for to be." Troon and Barlas looked at one another, tightening the grips on their own staffs and shouldering their packs. As Master Gefrel took his position between the two of them, he lifted his staff up just a few inches above the stone. "We travel." He tapped his staff and light covered them. The three wizards emerged upon a barren ashen plain. The wind tore around them and wailed. The smell in the air was nothing like the cave that the wizards had come from, nor was it like the mountains where they could stand out and look at the stars. Truly, there were more stars here than they could even see from where they were. In fact, as the two wizards looked around at their surroundings, they realized it was literally a sea of stars above them. They could not see the moon. Master Gefrel walked several paces away, moving his staff about and casting a spell to detect life. The two apprentices did the same, quickly moving about to ensure that they were alone here. There did not appear to be anyone. But they can never be too careful. This is the first time they had left the wizard's keep. At least going this far. They stood for a few moments, and Master Gefrel continued to look up at the stars and make notes on a piece of parchment with a bit of ink. "Is everything okay, Master?" Barlas asked. Yes, it is. Our destination is not too far from this place, but I am deeply concerned that I can't see it. It made me think that perhaps I got the portal wrong, but my portal is correct. We are aligned to the stars I wish to be aligned with." He put away his parchment and bit his lips as he pointed with his staff, "This way. I see but a glow upon the ground of a fire that is unfamiliar. If what has happened is what has happened, I believe we will see another one of those strange chasms appear, and the temple that I wish to go to slightly below the level that I once remembered it." "And what level was it?" Barlas asked. "It was upon a great hill that isn't there anymore." Barlas looked at Troon, and they began forward following their master. They had been walking for some time, with only the glow of the strange fire ahead of them. It was creating a purple ambience and slight fog, as it slowly rolled out towards them. Though Troon lifted his hand up to part the fog with his fingertips, it was Master Gefrel who took out a bottle and bottled the very substance they were walking through. It was strange that he was able to bottle such a thing, but as he put a cork in the bottle itself and shook it, the light grew brighter. "A strange substance to be sure," their master said. "What is odd about it is that it seems to exist outside of our actual realm. Almost like it has a constant opening, a portal if you will, to where it can exist outside of the laws of our world." "And you know all of that just from capturing it in a bottle?" Barlas asked. "I do. Had this been normal enchanted mist or fog from a spell, it would have dissipated and became as powder in the jar. However, this remains in its form, which tells me that it is existing here is a bleed over from someplace else. These chasms and these fires exist before us, and we can see them, yet I do wonder of what is happening to that it devours. Where does it go?" "Well, surely, Master," Barlas said, "it is simply being destroyed. For a massive chasm cuts through the rocks, that which it cuts through is devoured." The master smiled, laughing a bit. "The masters at the wizard school would be rather impressed with your answer. It is exactly as they would wish you to say, exactly as they would have taught you. But the truth is that everything exists in a state of motion and energy. even more so I will say the word vibration. It is vibration and emotion that channel so much into other things. I will say that there is a place where the very ground that had been devoured by this chasm still exists. Does the ground know it is not where it was before, or does it have no knowledge that anything has changed? The master looked at the two apprentices. Well then I would assume it knows. If all stone, all plant life, all animals are aware, Troon said, then I must assume that they will know that they are out of place. You see, that is the assumption that has led many of my old order astray. Generally, the person or thing does actually not know that anything has actually changed around them. They may have a period of a nagging feeling and anxious burning within them, but the normal way of life is to seek out the pleasant and the pleasantries of the world. To find comfort and to know and to acknowledge. To find calmness and peace, which in and of itself is not wrong. It is why so many have fallen to the simple understanding of believing in the one God. And believing in the comforts of just letting things go. Well, that is quite important, but doesn't quite work when you're dealing with energy and portals. If I was simply to let things go, we would have never got to our location. It is in focus and determination in making decisions based on facts and knowledge that gets us to where we must go. But Master, Balas asked, is that not what the wizard school taught us? I mean, it would seem that you're just repeating what they said. And you can't really quantify or justify emotions and vibration. You can't measure a vibration. But you can measure vibration. The difficulty is collecting the data. I will tell you. The person who can master the way of vibration can unlock the very keys of everything. It is why I spent so much time alone in a lone tower beside the lake. In truth, when the great pillars of the necromantic goddess appeared, it was a change in vibration that opened up the way to our world being attacked. Though our world is just part of a greater world. And that world is part of a greater world. There are realms within realms, portals are simply the doorway between those realms. The master wizard looked to the two apprentices, who were seemingly confused and baffled at the same time. He chuckled to himself. You see, this is why you are not portal wizards and I am. If you think I'm a bit mad and talking in circles, you are correct. For when you have a greater understanding of the way everything works together, and the way that it doesn't, you do go a bit mad. Without saying anything, both Gefrel and Balas looked at one another, and then they looked at Troon, and then Balas looked away. Troon and Balas looked between one another, and both opened their eyes widely, and just stared forward as they continued walking towards the ever-brightening path. Both of the apprentice wizards were tossing about the ideas presented to them by their master. They were quite odd and strange, but neither of the two apprentices would ever admit that they were perhaps confused. After what had seemed a grand and long time to both Balas and Troon, Master Gefrel had finally reached the point where the great chasm was cutting across land. It seemed, however, the chasm had left that which their master was searching for. The chasm itself stretched east and west as far as any of the three wizards could see. It was deep and dark along every portion except the very bottom. It was there, like a river of purple fire, that this great and odd chasm stretched out before them. Still, as they looked down into this chasm, it was but a single solitary stairwell that seemed to descend down. Though it was not a stairwell of the traditional sense, something that was well constructed and meant for them. It was a passage that was just so perfectly laid of broken stone and upturned roots, almost as if it was formed for the three wizards. A fact that seemed rather obvious to Master Gefrel, for before he even said anything to the others, he simply began descending down. What are you doing? Why are we going down into this chasm? Balas asked. Because, Master Balas, this is where we must go. It seems my great hill and temple have fallen into this chasm. But as the world would have it, we have a lovely stairwell to follow down. Do now hurry, I might get scared of the dark. Troon laughed and followed directly behind their master, and Balas followed him. Now the wizards were moving down to the strange chasm of darkness and shadow. It was this very fact that stood out to the two young apprentices. There was a great fire burning down below, this literal river of purple fire energy, and yet its light did not penetrate the upper shadows. In truth, the only glow was actually well above the chasm. They continued traversing fallen roots and timbers, massive boulders and jagged rock, carefully feeling their way down to what was once the hill holding the old temple. Even from their position now, they could see this temple, though it was simply a ring of towering stone, seemingly dropped down into the chasm. They wondered what purpose they had in coming here. "You see, we are very fortunate to actually get to see the inside of this chasm," Gefrel said. "As I understand it all, we are not seeing the blackness of stone like the ground has been delved into, and you are looking up, we are actually seeing into what I can only say is a portal. But a portal that we cannot move through ourselves. It is more like a window we can see someplace else. But we cannot touch it. In truth, when it may not even be able to see but we need to see, perhaps our eyes cannot see the light in the spectrum that it is. It is like energy passing through a crystal and fracturing, that is what we see. We see some level of that energy in the blackness. Perhaps it is black where we are looking, or perhaps that it is simply the filter in which we are able to see. I do not know, but I find it all quite intriguing. There have been many times in the apprentice's history with the master wizard that they had questioned him. None of the times it had actually made any sense, except for the one time where he had the two apprentices dress up in the skull of a bone dragon and dance around the fire. They thought it some ancient incantation when they actually discovered that he simply wanted to see them do it, and found it amusing in his own words. Now, however, as they descended down into whatever it was this was, they could sense the change in their master's demeanor. It was almost as if the master had become worried. Thankfully, the stairwell had continued leading them almost to the base of the temple itself, where a broken pillar served as a bridge to pass through a white gateway of twisted metal. While there was seemingly more buildings and parts of this temple complex, the most important portions seemed to be intact. "I must ask you young wizards to stay close. I must also ask that you fit your staffs with a light-banishing crystal. But will that not sap any light from around us? Don't we need to be worried about it taking in any strange energy? It is the only light source." Troon asked. "I am well aware," Gefrel said, "but I must tell you that we are not alone in this chasm, nor is this temple simply just sitting here. The chasm tried to destroy this place. I believe the chasm to be sentient in some form, to have some understanding of what it does. For there is another who was at this temple before, and it has not left." "You heard him," Varlas said, "light-banishing crystals. You know what that means?" Troon nodded. "Necromancer." The two apprentices reached into their pouches and moved several different colored crystals, looking for the one that was made of obsidian stone, a stone able to absorb in light and cast it back out. It could literally repel shadows. This was of course what the apprentice wizards needed, but the master wizard's staff was embedded with every crystal he could possibly need. It was a much older staff of twisted white rock and a polished silver. Within its core was that of a dragon scale, or so the master wizard had told them. Both Troon and Barlas's staffs were simple wood, and needed enchantments in order to really change up spells outside of extremely basic incantations. Now, with their staffs correctly armed and their master wizard leading them directly into the temple, they proceeded. Other than the stone that was surrounding them, and the great pillars forming a circular arch before them, there was nothing remaining of the temple. No candles, no bodies of fallen priests, no parchment from scrolls. The entire place had been upturned and washed clean except for this little bit of stone that remained. It was clear that this was disturbing their master, but he kept a forward momentum and a quick pace to his step as they headed directly for the central portion of the temple. "Remember, we will not try to kill our foe, for killing one is next to impossible. But I will do what I can to pacify him. Then, you're to make 3 circles on the ground in the center. Once you have the 3 circles created, place your staffs there and meld them to the ground. Once they are melded, I want you to sit down cross-legged before the staff and await my orders. Should we not ensure that you are able to defeat the necromancer?" Troon asked. "Did you not hear me? It is not by our own ability that we can defeat the necromancer. It takes something older, something more precious that we do not have. Do not argue with me, boy, or you shall see a side of me you do not wish to see." Their master's sudden crassness was surprising. Both Troon and Barlas said nothing else as they got up to Gefrel's side, holding their staffs out, as he began to cast Mage Light, projecting energy outward from himself so that they could see the ruins around them. It was then the three wizards discovered that something had placed massive red hexes all over the walls around them. The ground shook beneath their feet. At once all of the red began to glow, and ahead of them, seemingly out of nowhere, appeared a blackness with bright red eyes. Master Gefrel shifted from Mage Light, bringing up a great blue aura. "Go back to the shadow. Go back to where you came." The two apprentices cast words of their own, enveloping each other's ward and reinforcing their masters. "Is this a necromancer?" Troon asked. "I don't know," Barlas said. "I don't know." The being before them did not waver, and he began to speak. "All are drawn upon the old holy city. The power shifts in the greater world, and in our lesser world it gathers. Still hope remains, but there is no point to such hope. The race of men has been forever tainted. It will be as a distraction, and as a host for greater evil to be carried into lands beyond this one. Surely this world shall pass away, and with it will come much. An energy flows, consumes, envelops. These chasms are but a taste of the energy that comes." "Keep silent your tongue," Master Gefrel commanded. "I am not of you. I am not of that which you expect. I hold back the energies that sensed and wished to devour. I am something beyond. You are of the void demon. You are nothing but an echo of that which others defend us from. Your passageway may have been revealed in this eruption of energy, but you cannot come through, or you would have already devoured us. I banish you from touching us any further." The strange entity began to laugh, and the walls of the temple shook and shattered. "What do we do?" Barlas shouted. "You do just as I told you," Gefrel said. The master wizard shifted his ward into a massive silver disc, spinning about like a blade, moving on one axis back and forth and back and forth. The shadowy entity before them began to close what appeared to be massive wings down upon and around the wizards. But Gefrel pushed forward with his spell, striking the creature in a dazzling light. It opened a path, though small, to the space beyond, to the place where Gefrel had told the two apprentices to go. The two wizards engaged their staffs, casting the spell as their master had said, to force away that which was surrounding them. They pushed through, feeling the deepest cold and fear they had ever felt, as they moved directly under the strange entity. "Circles to the circles and plant the staffs," Barlas said. The two apprentices did exactly as their master had commanded, and watched as their master appeared, holding up the entire entity high above the temple, with curling white and silver cutting into the black and the red of the entity's form. "Plant your staffs. Plant them now." The two apprentices did as their master commanded. They planted their staffs in the circle, as Gefrel sent a dazzling barrage of white orbs into the creature, causing a fizz in the air and a sizzling sound that overtook all other sounds. The very chasm around them began to react, and the great purple fires far below rose up, creating an electrifying explosion of energy that shot up all through the chasm. Master Gefrel drew his own circle and planted his staff. In a few moments the three wizards were floating, suddenly surrounded by darkness, but only the light of their staffs and a cylindrical silver orb protecting them. The wizards had survived. Though how exactly they had survived baffled the two apprentices. Their master was sitting cross-legged before them, hovering in place as they floated through nothing. Neither of the two apprentices could see anything outside of the spell, and their master, though his eyes were open, was not speaking to them. "Where are we?" Troon asked. "I can't see anything, I can't even feel anything. It's like we're sleeping. Except I can hear your voice. I only hear your voice when I am sleeping." The two apprentices questioned what was going on for some time, but then suddenly they could feel themselves moving downward. It seemed that their master was now looking around, and breathing heavily. He continued doing so as it seemed that the spell around them was weakening, and they began to smell a hard stench. In a few moments, stone came from beneath them, and the spell that was carrying them dropped. They were on solid ground, standing on a large boulder looking toward the sunrise. Neither of the apprentices knew where they were or what happened, but in a few moments their master stood up and exhaled. Now I know that these chasms are causing a far greater disruption than I believed. That wasn't a necromancer, was it, Master? Ballas asked. No, it wasn't. That was a creature from beyond our understanding. In portal magic, it is those types of creatures that we must avoid. Truly, it spoke much, and I am curious now of the worry of things moving forward. I question what it is to come. For truly, there is something beyond our understanding happening. Undead, Gefrel said. The three wizards dropped to the ground as they had not realized they were so close to undead. Clearly, that was the source of the hard smell. As the two apprentices looked at their master, they realized that he seemed unwell. Perhaps it was from the power of the spell or series of spells he had to cast, but they were not sure. They appear to be moving with haste and in flight, Troon said. Perhaps they flee. Master Gefrel turned over and pushed himself up slightly. Indeed, they flee from that place ahead. That is a refuge. I meant to create a way for us to appear within it, but I guess we'll have to approach. But it seems they were attacked. I'd understood the refuge was secret, that it was a place made for the race of men to hide and wait out. You really do know more than you speak, don't you? Troon asked. I only know what has been revealed to me, young one. In truth, I know pieces of information. Pieces like this. Though I am confused to see undead attacking. The undead had no knowledge of this place as I understood it. To see them here is confounding and confusing. We will go inside, and we will see what else we are to learn. Chapter 8. Hidden. The sun burnt high above them. For days and days they journeyed across a barren landscape of twisted rock and broken soil. Nurias thought many times of the events that came to pass. To say that he was questioning much more of his life, and his time as a remnant would have been quite an understatement. While Lorlank has spent most of the time singing random songs he was making up as they rode on the back of the great lizards, he'd fallen silent in the past few hours. They were heading into hillier land, for now there were sludgy rivers of mud, but at least a small amount of shade to be found between some larger rocks and mesas. I haven't seen a sign of anyone or anything in the last few days, Nurias said. Lorlank sighed. No, we haven't. There was that one ruined village from earlier this morning, but there wasn't even a single sign of life there. I would expect something by now. Something other than this, he said, opening his arms and looking left and right. Tomu had remained mostly quiet. The doldrums of their journey weighing on the young boy. Nurias noticed his lizard seems to be drooling a lot more now. He didn't know if the reptile is hot or if this is some effect from prolonged movement. But he knew as the sun begins to set in the distant sky, that night would once again bring them from. He moved towards one of the mesas, surrounded by several barren hills and dead trees. If there was one thing to be said about traveling in the Badlands, it was that the best thing you can do would be to get high and stay high. Nurias and Lorlank directed their lizards to move into a narrow opening of rock at the base of the mesa. Following an unusual pathway, they reached the point of slightly higher ground where they could not go any further with lizards. Within a few moments they both dismounted, and Lorlank fell to the ground, taking several deep breaths. Damn this forsaken place. Nurias looked over at him. Well, it's not like it was much better before, doesn't seem to be getting much better now. At least we aren't under attack, Tomu said. Lorlank sat back, rubbing his knees as he looked around while they were resting. Already, the lizards had taken to trying to eat some of the rocks nearby. You think they eat rocks? Nurias looked over at Lorlank and then to the lizards. I don't know. I assume they eat whatever they want to eat. Nurias could tell that Lorlank seemed rather fine in the state exactly where they were. It wasn't a bad place. Tomu was stacking rocks off to the side of them. At the very least they were not on the grounds below, and they were slightly higher, though they didn't have a very good vantage point. Nurias preferred to be able to actually see the surrounding lands. The random shadows would no doubt be moving around them, or worse, the purple eyes of the necromancer as it makes its way across the waste. That in particular is something that Nurias did not want to deal with. I'm going to see where this path leads, he said, motioning to the small pathway, and went higher up into the mesa. Are you sure you really want to do that? We are fine here, the lizards are fine, we don't really have anything to worry about as long as you stay quiet. Yes, but I don't want to just be quiet, I want to see what is actually going on around us. We cannot take any chances. I don't like taking chances where I could potentially be in a situation where I get my head chopped off. Arguably, there is an advantage that you wouldn't know anymore. He shook his head and gave Lorlank a slight laugh as he drew out what small amount of rations they had left and took a bite. Tomu joined Lorlank. Well, if you're going to stay here, people, watch that main way. If you hear me scream, he paused, you might consider coming to help me. Oh, I will consider it, Lorlank said with a laugh. Nurias did not have any issue with going alone. In fact, in many ways he preferred it. Have someone else with you, they become a liability, and something that you might do something stupid to try to protect. Weeks ago, Nurias had a very different opinion of everything as it was now. While nothing in particular had changed, he did feel a stronger desire building within him to truly be that which he had forsaken before. To be a remnant as he once was. Though he had no particular faith in a god, he did not believe that they were necessarily all dead. So much of the religion of the race of men was focused on surety, yet he himself did not believe such things. He did not have a set focus of surety, that they were even being told the full truth. So much of religion, and of the politics of the kings and queens in the great empires in the service of the one god had come to dominate, that the human element had fallen away. Nurias couldn't simply ignore this fact, and so whether by the name of a remnant or just a sellsword, he would go about trying to make some level of difference. There had to be other people like him, other remnants that would stand and fight. He just had to find them. The first few passages of the path were just like any other narrow stone passage leading up a mountain, but as he came around the corner he caught sight of an overwatch-type position. There was a wooden chair, and even residue of a recent small cooking fire. This is an odd find. Indeed, to see signs of habitation in such an otherwise desolated region of the Sunkenlands was a find to be sure. He began to continue up the back, when he noticed a small piece of parchment that had fallen or been dropped by whoever had been here before. Nurias knelt down and picked up the parchment, looking over what he found to be an old map and a symbol that he knew all too well. It was a red crow clutching a sword of black stone. No one uses the seal anymore, he thought. How is it that it is on this random piece of parchment so far away from anything else that I could call civilized, if in this time we could say anything civilized? The symbol was of one of the many kingdoms that once lay in this region. In fact, this kingdom was one of the first to lose most of its armies in the opening salvo between the necromancers and the life mages. It was odd to see it here of all places, considering that even before the lands were cursed, this is not something he would expect to find here. Clearly this must have been dropped by no more than a traveler, not an official carrier. For nothing of that kingdom remained. But as he looked at the map, realizing that it was a reused piece of parchment and not something new, he realized that someone had drawn over the original. This was a new map with new etchings and markings and a strange name he did not know. Neverblack. Neverblack. What is that? Looking at the map you could tell that whatever Neverblack was, it was some distance away from their current position. Looking a bit longer he realized that there were 4 small triangles on the map surrounding Neverblack, almost like 4 great towers that would surround the key of the castle. He realized that they were standing in what would have been the South Tower. This mesa, if not a place of detection or fortification, was at least a watchtower. This revelation surprised him, for if this map and the place it led to, Neverblack, was what he thought it was, they were closer than they realized to finding others potentially like them. Nurias continued up the mesa, making his way to an even narrower incline that led up to the top of the pathway. Here he can make it to the summit, and he did just that. The sun was setting. The sky was still red and orange but would quickly be black, and they would be without the comfort of the light of the sun and the protection and safety it provided. Originally, as he intended to, he looked out to get a better view of the surrounding area. But now, holding the map he had found by chance, he began to see similarities between it and the nearby mesas and other rocky formations. While there wasn't 3 more mesas to form a perfect 4 towers around the central keep that would be never black as he saw it, he did see a large tree trunk, much larger than any normal tree, directly north of him. Looking directly west was a simple mesa. That made sense. And looking northwest he saw a twisted crack of crumbled stone. No, not just crumbled stone, it was a tower. But that was some distance away. In the darkness it was difficult to see what set in the center, where this never black would be. But he hoped that the coming light of day, he would be able to unravel this mystery further. He made his way back down to Lorlank and Tomu. Though he fully expected to see the man laid out napping or something of that nature, he surprisingly didn't find them at all. Lorlank, he called out. Tomu. Boy. Where are you? The lizards were still here, but Lorlank could have taken the boy, stepped back down to lower ground, or perhaps he was making a more unsafe move, checking something out. Nurias hurried back down the grounds of the Sunkenlands, to find Lorlank and Tomu on their knees, and several cloaked individuals standing in a half-moon circle around him. Nurias went for his sword, but a moment later an arrow struck just near his feet. Off to the side in the darkness, there were many cloaked individuals there too. These had bows drawn back with arrows. A central figure approached. He did not have a weapon out ready, but it wasn't like he needed one. Strangers from distant lands? Friends of old? The man laughed to himself. No, we are not gathered here to work together in the chase of some great evil. But I do question why you felt trespassing here was a good idea. Nurias went to speak, when the figure lifted his hand. I don't really care for whatever excuse you have. I'm sure you're going to tell me of how it's unsafe at night, and didn't want to be eaten by something, or worse, made into something else by our lovely necromancers. No, I don't question. I'm just here to see who it is that tripped one of our signal lines, and find out why those I left here did not immediately signal back. The man began to circle around Nurias. I'm quite concerned by all of this, really. You think I wouldn't be, considering I'm the man with swords and arrows ready, but I am quite curious of why you felt coming here and telling my people was a wise idea in time of such uncertainty. I don't consider it uncertain for me, of course, really just for you. The man had now circled around Nurias. Lorlank had been disarmed, his weapon nearby and out of reach. Tomu was trembling. However, the strangers were going to cause more issues for Nurias and Lorlank, as they desired. Or so it seemed. Well, now that you've listened to me, I'm prepared to listen to a simple statement from you. How many of my men did you kill? None, Nurias said. I and my friends here with our lizards simply came here to avoid the night. You all seem to be breathing just fine, so I'm going to have to assume you do not work for any necromancer. So, what lord do you serve? I and my friend are seeking those that fight the scorch, not the trespasser who killed those like us. The man bit his lip and nodded very slowly, his eyes crossed between Nurias and Lorlank. Okay, he said, then I'm going to assume that you did not meet any resistance here. And I will assume that means all of the traps have been disengaged. I saw no signs of the undead or necromancy. I saw simply this, Nurias said, lifting up the map. I and my friend have been wandering north for some time, and this is the first time we've seen anything beyond barren rock. I seek the remnants of old. I wish to make a stand and fight these creatures. We mean no ill will to you. The man took the parchment from Nurias and looked it over quickly before tucking it away in his own tunic. The man placed both of his hands on his hips, looking around at the others there with them. Then he looked back directly at Nurias. For then by the glory of the one God you have found what you seek, but I do worry of your timing. We've been facing a new enemy as of late, one that moves truly in the shadows. Beasts cannot be seen or frightened away with fire. If you've come here, and if there are no bodies, no remains of any kind or sign of blood, then I have to imagine creatures have already breached our perimeter. Creatures? Nurias asked. Yes, creatures that are not just of flesh but of spirit. A new form we have not seen before, most likely tied to a necromancer of extreme power. They are not as direct as they once were, they are much more careful the way they seek us out. As I understand it, while there are many areas in the Sunkenlands with small levels resistance remains, there was a recent encounter that scared them all. Captain, we should move inside. We've been out here for far too long. The man, now Nurias knew as a captain of whatever this was, nodded. Move into the tower for tonight. We will bring our random trespasses with us, and determine if anything, what we will do with them. Nurias and Lorlank were walked directly back up to where they were making their basic camp. While both of the lizards reacted to the new strangers, they were calm. While they were both still allowed to be armed, it wasn't because they were trusted anymore, it was simply because of arrows pointed at their backs and more swords held close and ready. In fact, in the Sunkenlands, it was generally found to keep your prisoners armed and ready to help you fight, than to disarm them and put you at a disadvantage against the dead. An oddity, but those with weapons are much more likely to be amicable if they're allowed to keep them. It was a strange way that those of the living lived now, and would never have been allowed in the old world. Nurias fully expected this captain to move up into the mesa. Instead he went to a flat portion of rock, directly in the same area where him and Lorlank left the lizards. Here he pressed some sort of black circular object into a portion of slightly raised stone. There was a flash and spark around the key, and then a passageway split open, revealing a dimly lit interior. As they moved into this strange room of sorts, Nurias noticed that he would have never found this place looking by himself. It was an odd find to see so many weapons of varying sizes and shapes, spears, swords and halberds. There was also a large supply of arrows and a stairwell that went up, most likely higher to the mesa itself. Archers, move into the watch positions. If that thing came, we have to hope that it believes it killed everyone that was here and will not return this night. We will make to the safety of Neverblack tomorrow. The archers quickly made their way up. Nurias counted over a dozen of them. The other warriors all seemed to simply drift out around the otherwise barren room, and begin to make their pallets to sleep. Nurias, Tomu and Lorlank were left standing for the moment. The captain removed his hood and looked back at them. You're seeking remnants and you found them. I've no way to find out you are who you say you are. I cannot deny that two life forms moving any way about these lands is rare enough for me to at least believe you know what you're doing. I heard of the fall of the city south of here, a terrible loss, and very few escaped. I do know that many that fled were cut down by a bone dragon. Bone dragon? Lorlank asked. Unfortunately those, the captain said. So after all of this, Nurias asked, I know next to nothing about you other than you are supposedly a remnant. Do some not even have names? Or titles? The man rubbed his hair backwards, looking over at some of the other warriors near him, and then back to Nurias. The truth is all of us know each other, and we don't know you. Pleasantries aren't typically something we are afforded or take time for. But I will tell you that my name is Trusak. And there isn't much else save me. At one time I was in the Legion of the Shield Shockers, but that was a long time ago. To be fair, all of these men, and while not here but back home women, are not of some sacred holy order as it used to be. We use the title of Remnant as one of mutual standing. Trusak got up and went to Tomu. You're a bit young. I see you have no decent blade but have a bow. Are you any good with it? Sometimes, Lorlank said. Other times he hesitates just a bit. I'm okay with it, Tomu said. And your name, I guess, he laughed. I'm really not used to any of this anymore. So, what are your names? I am Nurias, he said. Lorlank. I'm Tomu, Tomu said, looking at both Nurias and Lorlank. I will tell you that tonight is fine. There will be no issue staying here or otherwise working together. But come morning I must take you to Neverblack, and it will be there where my commander will decide what the best thing to do with you is, and if you are useful. I will not feed you some false truth that everything will simply be fine because you are breathing. In fact, I would see more reason to just kick you out. He has been burned by many supposed friends or allies. It would have to be something of particular value, or someone of particular value, to really coerce him to opening the fortress of Neverblack to you as a home. Lorlank laughed. I don't want to marry the man, I just want to work with him, but my friend here. So you want something of value? Nurias asked. Trusak nodded. Of course, isn't that the only way to secure anything in our new lovely world? I remember the old times, when the lands were green and the trees bountiful with fruit. When men, women and children sang praises to the one God. Great, here we go talking about the one God. Next he will be praying with me. Nurias, regardless of his change in heart regarding purpose, did not like speaking of dead gods. Conversations continued to bounce between purpose and no purpose. Nurias was going to bring up the herb leaf, but it seemed like this man, this Captain Trusak, was on the verge of some type of emotional tribulation. As many of the other men in the tower went down to go to sleep, he assisted Tomu in defining the proper place lay down as well. While Lorlank made a point to go and check on the lizards, he too was now laying down attempting to sleep. As Nurias laid on his back staring up at the dark, cavernous walls of the room they were sharing with now dozens of snoring men, he looked over to see Trusak heading back out by himself. Nurias set up. He would join the rather odd captain. Perhaps he can sort out more, though there were posted guards and Nurias recognized this particular one as one of the ones that was close to him. They were being questioned. The guard simply nodded and let them pass through, following after the captain. Nurias wasn't too sure if this is actually an act of trust, or simply that the guard knew the captain can more than handle himself. Either way, Nurias passed by their lizards and then looked left towards the Sunkenlands, realizing Fit Cloth had been lifted up to block even the simplest allies from seeing into the chasm and the entrance of the cave. Instead, Nurias made his way up to the top of the mesa, and soon could smell a particular aroma of burning tobacco. Nurias made his way up to the top of the mesa, to see a steady trail of smoke and Trusak simply staring at him. You do not rest. We are more than safe here, Trusak said. I don't find myself particularly tired at the moment, Nurias said. Nurias noticed that the captain was not sitting, but was simply standing and staring off into the blackness all around them. A sliver of moon high above gave off some light, but it was still a mostly dark night. Nurias stood with his arms crossed staring out, as the trail of smoke continued to rise from Trusak's pipe. An odd thing, tobacco. It is. I just so happened to come across some patrols in the Far East. A single jar, kept for the captain. Nurias chuckled. I guess from time to time you have to take what you feel you deserve. Nurias felt for the herb leaf that he still had tucked away in his tunic. You say your commander wants something of value. After the attack and fall of the city where me and my companions came from, I left, headed north to seek out remnants. I do not claim any fealty to the one god or gods or any religious entity, but I do wish to kill a necromancer. Trusak choked on his pipe smoke. Oh really? Like you and every lord that was decapitated, every king that was great became part of the bone staffs of the necromancers, every queen and mother cried for the loss of their sons and daughters in combat. Oh, please do tell me of how you desire to kill a necromancer. To me, I'm sure that's completely strange. Unexpected even that a person would want to kill a necromancer. Nurias could tell the man was in an emotional state. A surprise to be sure, not unexpected, but he seemed to have such a grasp on his men and his duty that it was odd for him to be acting as such. So yes. Kill a necromancer. That is quite an original thought. I guess no one has ever thought of such things. How would you do it? A knife? A sword? A holy fire from the heavens? A leaf, Nurias said plainly. A leaf. How wonderful. Show them how to make a fresh salad, and it will die from absolute boredom because they only prefer flesh of the recently departed. It was from that secret elven fortress. It was kept hidden. Of course it was hidden. Up until the fall of the holy city, we knew nothing of the nature of elves or Dwemer. Now though, they might as well just be stories. No one sees the elves anymore. I felt like they came initially to try to help us, but upon dealing with the necromancers themselves they all lost hope. They vanished over the mountains to the north, where no living being can even reach. So you're telling me that because of some leaf that was hidden in the elven fortress, we can kill a necromancer? Nurias pulled out the herb leaf, showing the captain the green leaf with the bright red veins. That should not even exist, Trusak said. But it does. From what I understand, a weapon wrapped in the leaf extracts some form of power into the blade, allowing a killing blow to be struck upon a necromancer. I know there were rumors that elves have managed to kill several necromancers. Rumors, yes. And for all I know, that's all they were. In fact, I believe that the only reason the elves even came. The original necromancers were elves. How do we know that elves in general aren't necromancers? That all of them are just waiting for their chance to ascend in power, to grow so much like vegetables or wheat? Nurias tucked away the herb leaf and stared out into blackness. High above them he saw a streaking star flash in the sky. Though he thought nothing of it, his companion dropped his pipe and bowed down upon the ground. What is he doing? Trusak got back up and then looked over at Nurias. A sign. A sign from the one god. I know so many say that all of the gods, and even more so our creator god, is fallen. But I will not believe it. I know our meeting now was not a chance interaction. I will take you to my commander tomorrow, and you can show him what you have. This is the one spot, as far as I know, in the Sunkenlands that is both guarded and watched more carefully than anywhere else. If you have a way to kill a necromancer, all you have to do is find the best place to attempt it. I know that the necromancers are keeping their armies in a sort of stasis, a coma with them barely moving. The necromancers themselves go out and search for any minuscule amount of life that might still exist. We could definitely form a trap for a necromancer. We could kill one. If we can kill a necromancer, not only to show others that there perhaps is hope that we could kill thousands of their undead minions. You have a place to strike out, perhaps even retake our lands. Nurias stared at Trusak, realizing that whatever warrior he was must have been of great value, and he had to hope that whoever the commander of Neverblack was, he was of a mental state better than this. Trusak embraced Nurias quickly, moving to head back down towards the sleeping area. I look forward to tomorrow. I look forward to what we have, the hope. I will not bring it up to the others for now, but I know my commander wants to act immediately when he can. This is a very good meeting, Nurias. As Nurias was left on top of the mesa, the clouds moved away and revealed bright stars high above them. He stared. He hadn't taken much time actually look up at the sky in a very long while. It was strange for him to meet someone like Trusak, someone who still cared about the gods and was fighting for them. Someone that only took a small amount of hope to suddenly feel as if the world was changing, and was only a few quick motions from reversing to the world of 10 years ago. It was hope, hope that had not been for some time. I do wonder if perhaps I am different. I don't have the faith of these others. I have no desire for much that they desire. Perhaps it was because I lost all that matters to me. I have some amount of faith. I can't jump up and down in glee at the chance to kill a necromancer. Sure, I have the drive to destroy them. But not like this man, that was apparent. Maybe it's something wrong with me. I always had such faith, my faith is broken. Maybe I should be more like him, not like me? I really don't know. For now, I will look after Tomu and Lorlank, and see where it is exactly my path is to take me. Morning came fast. Though Nurias normally woke up many times at night, something about being in the place he was gave him a sense of strange peace. That was something he couldn't say he had in quite some time. He was happy to see that both Lorlank and Tomu were enjoying some form of conversation. No, I'm telling you, it really is the best ale you can get. What they do is they take ground up fat, they add some of that really salty water that bubbles up from the rocks, Lorlank said, then they actually boil it and put it in old wine barrels. I cannot express to you how good it is to have a proper drink. You realize that kid has only seen 15 winters, right? Nurias asked. And that is at least 5 winters too long without a proper drink. I remember my mother and father having wine well before now, obviously. Sometimes when it was cold, my mom would take the red wine and add cinnamon after warming it up. I never got to drink it, but it always smelled so nice. It reminds me of them. Nurias realized at that point that Tomu had a single tear form in the corner of his eye. He wiped it away and turned to watch as Nurias leaned down and patted him on the shoulder. I assure you it does get somewhat easier. But you must use those feelings to channel your hands and your fingers on your bowstring. Remember to breathe as you draw back and release your arrow into its target. That is where you will find peace. That is how with everything that is happening we can actually move forward, not living in a place of hate and anger and sadness, but by using those very feelings to actually fight and dominate our enemy. Nurias glanced over at Lorlank, and realized that Lorlank was much more impressed with Nurias's philosophy than even Nurias was. As Lorlank and Tomu continued to talk of random things, Nurias met up with Trusak and gave him a firm nod as they all began outside. How did you sleep, friend? Trusak asked. Like I was in a strange place, Nurias replied. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Indeed, the captain had forgotten to tell Nurias something. The 3 lizards were gone. We released them. Such creatures are not allowed within these borders. Their life force can draw the unwelcome energies and eyes of those we wish to avoid. You will be compensated in the best way we can upon reaching Neverblack. I will tell you that those creatures will only go so far away from the center of these lands. The closer you get to the mountains bordering the far north, the more likely it is that they would have fled in terror. And what is it about the north? You've now mentioned several times that you say that essentially it is near impossible to traverse the mountains. Nurias asked. As the many remnants were making their way down, as was Lorlank and Tomu, Trusak motioned for them to continue on as he and Nurias walked behind them and spoke. We really don't know. Every time one of us is attempting to pass, we become deathly ill. It is almost like there is something that just keeps us within these lands, that we cannot escape. At one point, my commander attempted to move our entire force out of these lands. We know the elves come from somewhere north, and though we do not have maps that show what is beyond those mountains, there has to be a way. All over the lands there are great chasms opening up, and fire erupting from them. Not fire that is used to cook or heat, it is arcane in nature. More and more of these fissures emanating energy are coming. You already know the Sunkenlands got their name from literally sinking into the very land, the ocean untouchable by us now. Sharp rock in the south rose up, breaking through what was once coastline, and we are literally in but a bowl now. It is like something wanted to keep us here, or if something brought us to some mass sacrifice. We have no choice but to suffer. It is why so many the one God that we have all worshipped is truly dead. But I'm telling you it is not true, and I know looking at the expressions on your face even now, he said looking at Nurias. Do you believe the one God is dead? That all the gods that the elves told us about, that they're dead too? That the entire world is falling apart, and this is the end? I know it isn't. I know that it's not over. You being here with that leaf, with the ability to kill that which has terrorized and destroyed us all, that is hope. For now we must embrace that hope. Maybe one day we can all go home, enter into the green lands and beyond the mountains, where the rivers still flow. I do not know what the race of men did to deserve such trials, but I do not believe it was our own action. I believe it was whatever controls these necromancers. Whatever created the massive pillars that surrounded our lands poisoned our waters, that is the evil that we must fight. Nurias said nothing. They moved away from the mesa, as the morning sky greeted them with oranges and purples stretched out in a brilliant display of color. They were headed directly for what the map showed was indeed Neverblack. The ground soft sand and rocky. They formed a long line moving with archers on their sides, but this time of day it would be odd for any of the undead to attack. A small comfort in a sea of fear. We have hope, Nurias. We must. I think in time even you, as gruff as you are and claiming to be a remnant, that I see nothing of you that shows you were a holy man. You are rough to look at. Okay, clearly this man is going too far. Again, perhaps his commander is a much better mind. The captain continued, I know you think me a fool. And that is perfectly acceptable for you to believe, but that is why I am telling you this. I dreamed of you. Well, that makes me feel comfortable. I dreamed of you, and I saw you as a black fire burning in the distant plain. That is what roused me awake, and then I heard sounds of the traps in this wall, this part of our greater defense for the fortress. I knew I had to go. You've no doubt noticed I'm a little peculiar. That's what he calls it. Peculiar. Before I was a captain, I was a priest. As a priest, I heard of the sins and the sadness of so many, and took it upon myself that I wasn't going to simply listen anymore. Why always remain someone who has an ear to hear of the problems of others? I felt my sword was a much better method for delivering the work of our God. Gods or not, at least he seems to be in the right mindset in our world. Chapter 9. Eyes of Jagged Red. Tralal knew they could not wait. As much as he wanted to sit here and console his children, there wasn't time to be sad. There couldn't be. The truth was the perfect life that he and their mother had tried to give the children was nothing but a lie. He stood for a moment simply looking over the three of them, and then back towards where their home had been once more. He pulled his glove down ever so slightly to see the bite on the upper portion of his left arm. Damn it. He knew what this meant. It was an affliction now, something that he would not be able to simply fight through and escape. Something he would have to seek healing for, in a wasteland where healers do not simply pop up. There was no temple for him to visit, and the only hope he thought he could have was to get his children himself to the elven lands. That was his only goal now. There was no more homesteading, or trying to figure out some ingenious way to do something different. No, the focus was that easy and that hard. They were not safe here, and setting so closely to where he already knew at least one necromancer was would not do. He looked to Serdia. Come on, get them up. The peak road will take us a good deal of our journey, but we have to get moving now. But I thought we were leaving tomorrow? Kilri said. Maybe Mother will be there sooner, Kulrez said. Tralal looked at Serdia and slowly shook his head. Serdia nodded, biting his own lip at the moment. The sight of his son hurting killed him. But not as much as if any of his children had died back there. Since you were young we have been training you, preparing you for what might come. We struggled, we fought, but now this is our life. What have we always told you? Be ready, ready to fight, to flee, and never let yourself falter in your own beliefs. He motioned for Serdia to move on ahead, taking point as he had countless times when on journey with his mom or with himself. This was the way he had learned. Though Tralal had hoped to never be in this exact situation, he knew you could not plan for such things. They were moving for the mountains of the north, a journey with questionable ending, and though he had been bitten and injured, his sons did not need to know that. His wife had succumbed quite quickly, but he would not be so weak. He couldn't be. As they progressed down a snowy path flanked on either side by towering rock, he thought back to his training as an anointed one. Everything from the first day they stood before the great torches high above the city, solemnly swearing their own creed to the one God, to the day he lifted his sword and shield for the first time, being blessed by holy light. He had the hope that though he had forsaken his creed, that some of that favor remained within him to give him strength. Though he had thought about putting his shield on his back, he was not used to carrying such a thing like this, and the weight of it upon his already injured arm was significant. Still, he would push on. Serdia had come to a fork in the road, and behind him Kilri and Kulrez staggered to a stop, looking to their father for direction. Is it left or right? Serdia asked. From this particular point, Tralal could see that they had actually made okay time to be at this position. The next part of their journey would take them back down away from the mountain, and close to open ground. A significant danger with it still being dark. Instead of continuing on, they would rest here for a few hours, and await dawn. Await the safety of sunlight. Make camp. We rest. No fire, sleep against each other's back and against that rock. There was a large boulder at the fork in the road, in a small area that almost looked like a partial cave but didn't go anywhere. It was here he put the younger two, directing them to lay against one another. His oldest son stood by just a few paces away, keeping lookout for anything that might approach from either direction. Tralal went to his pack to do something he was hoping to be a better, more ceremonial act. As the younger two children fell asleep, he pulled out something that was going to be the final gift from both his late wife and himself to the boys. It was a brown leather pack. These were rolled together only 2 years ago for safekeeping, after by luck coming across such items that they did not expect. He wouldn't wake the younger two, but he would give them what they deserved in a few hours. He unrolled the pack, revealing 3 short silver blades, weapons forged in the holy city of Vasrul. Though their light had long since faded, and any ethereal power that once resonated within the weapons was gone, they were a symbol of the hope of men, of the warriors that stood before the great fall. A fitting gift to give to the next generation, and a necessary one given their circumstance. Serdia, come over here. His son came over and saw what his father was holding. Trallel pushed the blade toward his son. Not only have they found a blade of the old city, but also a scabbard that still had the enchanted ruins etched into the scabbard itself. Serdia took the weapon, and neatly went to read the ruins. Wolf? Indeed, wolf. Serdia slowly drew out the blade, and then brought it up to his forehead before closing it. He quickly fastened it to his belt and looked to his brothers. Thank you for this. He looked towards his brothers. What about them? They are tired. I will let them sleep in, and give them theirs tomorrow. Your mother and I had wanted to be there when you finally got this. I know it is several months before your birthday, but we were hoping to give it to you then. I know you understand this, but you will not be meeting her at any point of the road. His son bowed his head and fell into his father's embrace. He wept. Though there wasn't much comfort to be had, all of his children were now asleep. Alone he stood watch, letting them rest and thinking of the day's events. While taking the action that he had to take to protect himself and his children was difficult, he told himself it was all necessary. Because it was. There was no way to bring his wife back from the dead. He thought back to the creatures that attacked first, then the strange large swamp-like creature, then his mind focused. That kept him in the right mindset. No matter what was said by his children or by his own mind, what was done was done. His path was set and the mountains were calling. It is what their mother would have wanted, and truly is what he wanted since they were very little. Now, whatever effect the poison cruising through his body from that mark on his left hand was, he looked forward to finally looking upon the mountains. Morning came quicker than Trallel expected. As the sun began to creep over the distant rocks and the sky turned orange, he woke his children. These are yours. A gift from your mother and I, he said, giving both Kulrez and Kilrez their blades. He looked particularly to Kulrez. You stay by your brothers, and in fact, he said looking to all of them, I do not want you to have to fight. If we get into a situation where we are overwhelmed, you are to flee. But that's why we have to get to Mother, right? Kulrez asked. Yes, Serdia said. For now we keep focused on what we need to do, and watch Father's back while he watches ours. Trallel did not want his son to have to lie to his brother, but that deed was already done. Trallel simply nodded, for now that would be enough. They took the road that led to the east, a path which would go down the mountain at a relatively steep grade. As the sun began to shine high above, the threat of the undead foe fell away, but in places like this there are always other threats to be had. While the dead had claimed many that were now nearly mindless followers, other creatures had been created in the chaos of the world. It was something that Serdia had a particular interest in. The creatures that you could sometimes see in the far-off darkness from high above, the bastardized versions of everything from cows to horses to deer and wolves. The insane part of that is that even with all of the evils in dark creatures, they were only a byproduct of the true evils. Thankfully, necromancers were rare. Especially in this part of the lands. A particular oddity, considering one had come with the forces that attacked their homestead. That told Trallel that their enemy perhaps knew something beyond just simply that they existed. He assumed that necromancer would continue its pursuit. While much of their journey had kept them between two massive faces of rock on either side, as they went down this way, they could see into the valleys of the east and the large rock structures and ruins of great towers. While much of this land had been upturned and uprooted, it was still possible to see the northern road partially intact in this direction. Their path actually led directly to the road, but Tralel did not see it smart to be on such an exposed area. "You see those carved-out trees, the ones up ahead there left of that ruined tower?" he asked Kilry. Kilry had his turn in leading them. While he was not as confident as his brother, he was much more prone to be hot-headed and quick to act. He jerked his glance looking over where his father said and pointed, "Yeah, looks good. It'll keep us off the main road, and perhaps keep us hidden." "Very good." "My legs are really hurting," Kulrez said. "Here we go with the complaining," Kilry said. "Next you're gonna want a nice warm bed and some of the root tea Mother would make. No comforts, we're like Father when he was a warrior for the High City. We will know pain." "You consider that a direct quote from the teachings?" Tralel asked. Kilry laughed. "Well, you said comfort can be a danger. It is why we always have to be diligent, and keep watchful eyes to the shadows in the darkness. You said the pain I get when struck by my brother would help me be ready for when the real strike comes from my enemy." Tralel smiled. At least, he was listening. They went around the tower just as Tralel had directed. As they came to the void, they could see a crumbled archway that went over to a smaller tower on the opposite side of the path. Tralel heard a strange sound coming from the right. "Halt," he said loudly. "Shields." The children formed into a tight ball, all drawing their swords and keeping a lookout. He lifted up his shield and tightened his grip on his spear, moving in a circle around his children while looking at the doorway of the tower. "Come out now," he commanded. He could see a figure or creature within the tower. He was ready to thrust. He moved towards the doorway. There was a clear figure in the darkness. While it seemed to be waiting for Tralel to back down first, Tralel would not do that. "Out. Now." The figure made its way out, approaching with both of its hands up. It was clearly a man from his long face, sallow expression, and otherwise bulky build. Thankfully it was not an undead, or some other random creature, though it was still to be determined what in fact this person is doing in such a place. Surely such a question could also be asked of Tralel and his children, but they weren't hiding in some tower. "Come out. Keep your hands up. Keep your spear away from me, anointed one." Tralel backed up to his children. They were still in the perfect formation that he left them in. "Why are you here? What is your business in this tower, and on this road?" "Speak quickly," Tralel said. The old man, though in seemingly good shape, had a bit of a limp. His hair was long and scraggly, and he wore no armor insignias. He did, however, have a simple walking stick that he clutched in his left hand, using it to slowly walk towards him. "I simply hid here for the night. I, like so many others, am making for the north." "Like so many others? There aren't that many others." The man cocked his head and looked past Tralel to the three children. "Children? Strange to have children, and a lone warrior so far away from anything. Did you come from the place of solitude? The city?" "There is no city." The man nodded. "Then you did not come from the city. It is a hidden place. The commander of such a place keeps much hidden. If you do not know of it, you do not know of it." Tralel looked at the corners of his sight, and looked behind him on either side. "Keep watchful eyes," he said to them. "You need to worry of me, friend. I am not of the undead, and I do not seek harm upon you," the man said. "Then you'll forgive me if I do not simply take you at your word." Tralel moved in closer to the man. He simply lifted both of his arms up, showing that he did not have a weapon. As Tralel began to pat the spots where hidden blades or swords might be, he realized the man was standing without any issue with his cane straight up. He even shifted his weight between left and right foot, and smirked. "You see? Nothing to worry about." Tralel struck the man with his shield, knocking him rolling across the ground. "Father!" Kilry shouted. Tralel fell back towards his children, keeping his spear out and up. The old man, who had been struck with the force of all his might, that should have at least caused him pain, simply smiled. "You see? This is why you who travel the roads should be much more careful. You worry about others like myself, but you don't look for what else might be hiding. What I actually might be." He paused. "You just see the old man. You see the empty roads, the desolation. You take comfort because you do not hear the growl of the undead. But still, there is much you could learn if you simply open your eyes, listen, and embrace other things beyond that of shield and sword. The ground suddenly upturned around this old man. His body became pale. The man was dead. Trallo looked up into the rocks above them, not seeing anything. He looked into the tower, but he didn't see anything there either. He looked to the children. Come, stay close. He approached the man using the spear to poke him. The man's skin was suddenly paper-thin, dry. It was a corpse and had none of the life it had before. As he withdrew the spear tip, the body crumbled into dust. It was at this moment that Trallo realized this was some form of distraction, a bait. The question right now was who was hunting them. Let's go, no time to wait. Though they had made a point to take a path that was outside the sight of the main road, now they had to worry of whatever this was. Was it some kind of sentry? A possessed corpse that would relay where the living were? No, it must be something else. The undead do not typically use anything like this. Not that I saw before, not that I've seen in all my explorations and journeys away from the homestead. This must be something else. The fact that he had come to this understanding did not make him comfortable. It wasn't something that he wanted to confirm. At the very least, the undead were known. He knew how to deal with those creatures. This was something else. What do you think that was, Father? Kilry asked. It is a dead creature, right? Kulrez asked. I do not know. There are things that are in this land I do not have knowledge of, so I cannot say that it was this or that it wasn't this or that. Just keep your eyes open for anything of life. Be it bird, lizard, or anything that might not even look like anything else. He looked behind him again, looking for anything that was out of place or disturbed. He wasn't completely sure if the threat had simply been averted, but he seriously doubted it. The only truth I can be sure of, children, is that we must keep a good pace and make it back to the mountains you see ahead of us by nightfall. No matter what, we keep going down this corridor. They were making quick headway. He didn't know if it was more the children's desire to race each other as they were doing, or the right course that was fear. Perhaps just a little bit of both. But their pace was far from walking. Trallo was basically jogging, and even though there had been no further sign of anything following them or otherwise a threat, at least he didn't have to deal with someone complaining they were tired. He laughed to himself, thinking about how just a day ago, everything was as it had always been. The children were being tested in a way that he never expected them to be tested. They were doing well. They came up to a dried-out riverbed. Here, the foundations of an old bridge still set, fallen pillars offering a skeletal remainder of the bridge itself. While Kilry was in the lead, and quickly climbed to a vantage point, he took in a view of the sights around them. Serdia also made a point to do the same, looking in the opposite direction. Kulrez, he said to the youngest, tell me, look around. What's here used to be the best passage. Should we take the path around to the left, where it looks like it leads into a very wide open space but dark? Should we go around to the right of this bridge and climb to the hill there that leads upwards? Or do we take the path ahead? Kilry was staring back at his father with a raised single eyebrow. He wasn't sure of the meaning or purpose of the question. Meanwhile, it seemed that Serdia had been given a question like this before. Kulrez, think about what he said. Think about what he said before, that we are being pursued. Think about where we are in relation to our end goal, he told his younger brother. Kulrez was giving it quite a bit of thought. As his son worked through the question he had asked, Trallo made a point to people watch behind them and to their sides. Trallo's reason for this question, of course, was twofold. 1. He wanted to question his youngest's ability to not only stay focused on what is needed, but also to realize that he cannot possibly know every single answer when faced with a decision. The second was this ground was defensible. While the road before was open and them stopping would mean possibly defending themselves from all directions, as it ascended the old foundation of this bridge they had the high ground. The high ground was always the key. I think, he stuttered a bit with his words, trying to sort out exactly how he wanted to say what he was to say. Of course, having older brothers has a way to make you second-guess everything you're going to say for fear of being made fun of. I think it doesn't matter. I wouldn't go into the dark to the left but either forward or around to the right. Both of those decisions are good, because it puts us going the direction we need to get to by nightfall. I would just say I don't know, but that's the point. None of us know. We have to be ready for the unexpected. Good work, brother, Serdia told him. Indeed, Kulrez. Good work, Trallil said. Trallil adjusted his grip on his shield and his spear. He made a point to place his spear in a traveling position on his pack, even securing it. Serdia and Kilry stared at him, obviously confused by the fact that he had put away his weapon. Do you remember me telling you of the time by the black trees, the old forest and the ruins down to the southwest of the homestead? Yes, of course. You and Mother and our old neighbor, I can't remember his name. He said you were attacked by strange green creatures, something that you said that came from maybe a different land, Kilry went on. You said that there were at least 6 dozen of the creatures, but that Yal made a point to use the rocks around you to your advantage, splitting up their group and making everything more manageable for Yal to fight them. I think you even said you got arrows and a bow from that the creatures attacked you from afar, they got frustrated and decided just to attack directly. Trallil made a point to sit down on a rock, as now his children, who knew they were supposed to keep going as fast as they could, were utterly confused by his actions. Very good, and you remember the point of that story? Of course, Serdia said. Take preferred ground, hold it. Let your enemy come. As his son said that, he had the realization of why they were staying in this position. The realization was slowly spreading through the 3 of them. What he had not told his children was that since he had put his weapon away and sat down, seemingly lowering his guard, to give a feeling that he was comfortable to those watching, he had seen multiple creatures moving in the shadows far from them. But these creatures were not green like the one from his story, no, that of the brown skin of a deer. Its antlers, though, were moving erratically, like animals he was used to. He was not even sure that they were not some type of survivor themselves. Something of the race of men but altered. He knew, however, that they were not undead. While at one time back before the arrival of the necromancers, he felt he knew of every creed and belief system of the race of men, that was not the same as now. He had no idea what could possibly be hunting them. But as he sat there with his spear not easily in reach, his sword was just at his hip, thinly veiled by his cloak draped over it. He was ready. Trallil made a motion with his finger that Serdia caught right away. While at least 3 of whatever was pursuing them was over to the left and the direction they had come from, one moved over, and had made it directly up under a pillar where shadows veiled its form. Quite nice weather. I find myself far too tired right now. The heat is just too much. He looked to Kulrez. Can't you come over here and help your father? I really could use your help with my knee. You know, ever since the battle 6 years ago, I haven't been myself. I can barely get around as it is. Kulrez seemed confused. He wasn't moving quite yet, but he could tell that Serdia had his hand on the hilt of his blade and was looking at something. Go on. Kilry said, go on. It's all right, Kulrez. It's all right, just come over here and help me, Trallil reassured him. 4 more had showed up. Trallil still didn't know what they were. Now, with his focus on his boy coming directly at him, he noticed another just past his blind spot. He began cracking his neck, taking a moment to try to discern where any more might be hiding. During his training as an anointed one, he learned about auras, the ability to read a person or thing, just simply based off the energy around them. This was not common knowledge to any except those of his order. It was only useful against the living. Right now, he could sense whatever it was that was following them not only wasn't undead but had no good intentions at all. I'm scared, Father, Kulrez said. I'm scared. Trallil could hear the footfalls coming ever so fast. He drew out his sword, lifting his shield and leaping to turn and protect Kulrez. His boys did the same, drawing their swords out as multiple strange bipedal creatures with the deer antlers atop their heads ran upon them. They were not of the race of men. though they did not look like any other creature ever seen, except for a simple deer. These were some bastardization of a simple woodland deer. The first one was upon him. He blocked it with his shield, smacking it back. His sword came down next, cleaving into its neck, sending spurts of bright red blood into the air. He heard Serdia shout. Turning, he saw his son using his sword to strike a creature into the ground. A second later, Kilry lunged his blade toward the eye of the deer beast. "Recover!" Tralel shouted. Their foes were upon them. Kulrez drew his own sword. The creatures were circling them. There were at least a dozen. High ground. Do not underestimate them. Hold this position. It was a simple enough plan. Tralel stayed below as his boys acted, moving to climb up the pillars of the bridge and leaving him. He sheathed his sword, quickly grabbing for the spear, and flipped it in hand. He backed up to where his sons were as a deer creature snarled, growling at them. "Retreat?" Serdia asked. "Hold," he repeated. "Hold." These commands were not something that were taught to all children before the fall. But he, as one that was used to fighting with his brothers and sisters of the Anointed One beside him, thought these commands as an easy way to get out of a situation just like this. Though of course, he expected to have one more able-bodied adult with him. Two of the creatures came at once. The first one ran right upon his spear. Almost as a distraction, the second one brought a cruel club down upon him. He moved in a half circle, putting his back into an exposed position as one of his boys jumped down, surprising the creature and slashing multiple times. He turned, looking back as several more of the deer creatures came at once. But now Serdia stood just to his side and made a loud shrieking shout, smacking his chest. "Come on," his son yelled. "I do like his spirit." The more Tralel studied these creatures, the more they confused him. He was confused by their appearance. While they had the legs and head of a common deer, their chests were enlarged and unnaturally muscular. Their arms did not have 5 fingers like he did, they did not have hooves either. It was like some sick cross of a few different creatures. Another foe had appeared some distance away. This one was draped in some type of cloth. This one was different. Tralel stared at this newest arrival. It did not move like the others. It walked confidently and simply. It had the face of a man. His skin was pale, covered in a red paste with multiple piercings lining his ears and lips. His eyes were glowing red. "Necromancer?" Kilry asked. "No," Tralel said. This was no necromancer, but he wasn't sure what it was. The stranger whistled, and the deer creatures formed in a circle directly around them. Now there were even more of them, with at least a half-dozen moving into position behind them. He wondered if this figure before him was what he had spoken to before at the tower. It was difficult to know for sure. Why would one of the living come this way? Why would you bring your young sons to a place they could be devoured? Surely you are not so foolish to believe that you could pass through my lands unhindered by anything. We knew you not of the dead, for you moved with the daylight. Do you not worry what also haunts in the light? A sudden storm begins to grow, dark clouds rolling over the ravine. Wind swept through, blowing the foul stench of the creatures around Tralel and his sons. The creature before them jerked and looked around. He whistled again, and the deer creatures withdrew around him. "I dare not anger the dead as darkness falls. You must know, with all the caves around here, the undead have their places that they can hide, they can live. If you survive them, know I will return. You hold the shield of an anointed one, clearly you must be a coward." As quickly as it arrived, their foe fled, leaving them alone. "Why did they leave?" Serdia asked. "They were too afraid of us," Kilry said. "They're too afraid of what we would do to them if they got close." "Father," Kulrez said, pointing. Tralel looked where his youngest was pointing, and could see the pale darkness of a small cave. There was some type of creature inside. "We move." The storm came out of nowhere. There may be some of the undead that wish to tempt their fate, in the shadows and dark places around here. We go to the path to the right, a steep incline to get the high ground and light. Let's move. In all of Tralel's studies of creatures and animals, and legends and myths, He had never seen that which approached them so rapidly in the daylight. He did not recognize that strange man or any of his markings. This was truly a cursed creature that had developed in the badlands of the Sunkenlands. It wasn't surprising. He assumed that whoever this man was, that he simply found a way to survive. Perhaps he came across some unknown form of magic, some sacred cult, broken away practitioners that those of his order hunted. Perhaps that's why he pointed out that he was one of the anointed ones. For so many years the priest that directed them talked of broken religions and forbidden magics. The religious teachers of the high city had believed that their own way was all of peace and serenity. But that was not true. Even before the pillars of Mortua appeared, the obsidian stone that brought upon them the wrath of the undead and the necromancers. That truth had already been made known to many. They were ascending upwards. The clouds started to break already, and the darkness was fleeing. Trallil looked down to where they had been just moments before. He could see a handful of skeletal creatures moving about on the edges, the few dark spaces that remained. One thing was clear to him, as he reached the summit of the cliff and found more even ground, it didn't matter if it was night or day, they would be hunted. Chapter 10. Neverblack. It had taken longer than Nurias had expected for them to finally come to a strange rocky outcropping that even from afar didn't seem that natural. Though it definitely blended in with the surroundings of the larger boulders, it just didn't look right. He wondered how the necromancers had not found it. Looking up and beyond the small outcropping, he could see layered rocks forming a large giant hill. It was strange because within this hill, there were also many jagged triangular rocks that seemed to curve up and over. This is odd. How did our people build such a place while under constant threat? Too odd for me in my opinion, Lorlank said. Tomu nodded. It looks almost newer. Not like they built it, but that something built it for them. Astute observation, Tomu, Trusak said. The truth is this place was made for the race of men. Though I was fighting in the Far East and made my way here some time after, it is believed that some great power created this place from nothing. The entire host stopped before the rocky outcropping, and now Captain Trusak was leading Nurias, Lorlank and Tomu directly into this strange entrance. Now we go down. We are almost there though, Trusak told him. As Nurias followed directly behind Trusak, Lorlank and Tomu slowed behind, and so did the rest of the host as they all vanished into the blackness. It seemed like nothing more than a simple mine, a passage into the ground that wasn't all ordained or constructed with some finesse. The pack curved around to the left and then kept curving. Nurias did not know how long they had been going down or how far, but then they came to a long hallway of sorts. It was here that he realized that this stone was polished and shiny. It was clearly something from the world before, something before the fall. It was starkly dark here. While there were a handful of those present with torches, Nurias could barely see anything. But then something strange happened. Nurias could see a strange, trickling field of fire ahead. At least that is what it appeared to be from afar. This seemed to even confuse Trusak. Trusak motioned for a handful of his own men to join him. Stay here, Trusak said to Nurias. Nurias looked at Lorlank and Tomu. This is supposed to be a secure place for whatever reason, Trusak was taking extra precautions. In only a few moments, Trusak returned and motioned for them to come over. Nurias wasn't sure what was creating a light, but as they came around the corner, he realized that there was a massive chasm of purple fire burning off to the left of their main path. Otherwise this had been a rather dark place and wide open. Ahead, he could actually see torches flickering red and orange fire. This monstrosity, this massive stone structure before them was the gateway to Neverblack. I need to let the commander know. Or I assume he already does. It's kind of hard to miss a giant glowing fire in a random castle that wasn't there a day ago, Trusak said. It wasn't here? Nurias asked. Trusak shook his head. No, this wasn't here. I've heard reports all over of these chasms opening up across the land. They do not shake and rattle the ground, they are not like earthquakes forming massive cracks. They just appear. They blend into our world. I've seen entire stories of such from long ago, but nothing like this. And the stories from before were nothing but magic, as we understand it now. Before, this was a deep ravine. There's a ravine that goes all the way around the entire great fortress. It is set that way, I assume, on purpose. Again, I do not know who actually built any of this, only that it was provided to us to survive in security. Even if one of the undead happened to make its way all the way into the blackness of this position, they could not possibly cross. Now the chasms cut through the side of the rock. What is terrifying to me about that is that there is absolutely no natural way it is formed. While Nurias considered himself a person of words, this captain indeed liked to talk. Standing at the gateway, it was only a few moments before the great gates swung open, and they entered into the refuge. At first Nurias thought he walked into the past. There were sprawling streets ahead of him. Buildings, though not perfectly built in order and decorated, or even with the same type of wood, strung out before him. What kind of operation is this? Lorlank asked. We scrounge around on the surface and they've got entire city here. He paused. What is that? What actually smells like sizzling meat somewhere? Tomu laughed. This is like the entire world. This is how it was before, he asked. They made their way directly down the central street, headed for a massive glowing blue tower. The tower itself is not actually glowing, the gravely torches that surrounded it were. They came through what Nurias could only describe as a city center, a place with multiple small shops. There were blacksmiths here, and a strange amount of barely dressed people. This was no proud display, it seemed almost like some type of buying and selling. The women and the men were lined up, barely dressed in the least, and there were others, most of them being larger individuals and wealthy by the standard of Sunkenlands. They seemed to be purchasing these people. A bit further now, Trusak said. Nurias had slowed his pace, seeing the horror before him as literally people bought other people. There seems to be no reason for this. They were all survivors, he didn't understand this. Is this some type of sick game? Nurias asked. What do you mean? Trusak said. What do you mean? Are these people being sold? We deal with supplies on the surface and down here as opposed to refuge, we're selling and buying people? They came past an area where it seemed that dozens of children were simply kept in cages. It was strange enough to see children, but even more so to see them treated like animals here. Nurias stopped, as did Lorlank. The market is open, Trusak said. Market? You are not aware of the wealth of those of the race of men that remain. I get that. But truly, living bodies have become the currency. Children? Children are the absolute future, and yet you treat them like they are poultry or cattle. Lorlank said. I don't like any of this. But I am not the commander. Who is this commander? What is his or hers name or affiliation? Nurias asked. His name is the commander, no other name. Just knows he holds the power here. You have a way to kill a necromancer, a way to change this world that you see. I and all my teachings and learnings of the holy men would never expect the race of men to take such a path as this, but this is the world of power. We must not dwell on that which is driven by those who hold the power. We all work together to stave off death. Trusak was clearly done with this conversation. He began to walk away, again motioning for them to follow. Nurias went to one of the cages where he saw 3 different children staring out at him. Can you hear me? He asked. The 3 children nodded. You really must come now. You can't be dealing with these children. They are not our property. At this moment Lorlank held strong to his hammer. Children are not property. Nurias looked back at Lorlank, and looked at the dozens and dozens of warriors that were following them. Warriors are no doubt loyal to this process, the way things were done here. Not yet, he whispered to Lorlank. Nurias looked back at the child that was closest of the 3 in the cage. We will be back. You will not remain in this cage. Trust me. When you see these eyes again, they will be freeing you from this place. Nurias was disgusted. He had absolutely no understanding of why children would be kept in such a manner. This made no sense. Even more, he did not understand why people would be the common currency. In every situation he had been in before, the currencies were much more tangible goods like water or food. Never people. In fact, people would necessitate more water and food. He did not understand the currency as it was here, if you could even call it that. Now they were before the great black tower that was at the center of the city. It was here that they came to find several more groups of warriors, like they had traveled with. These warriors were all camped around the base of this grand tower, and though there was some manner of outside walls and simple structures to deter people from just walking directly up to the tower, it was structurally unguarded. Nurias took this moment to realize that they came up quite a hill, and as he looked back he saw less of a city and more of a wasteland of the filth of the race of men. Somewhere off to the side he could hear women moaning. He almost did not want to look for the source. For as his eyes just happened to glance around, he realized that there were multiple women and men laid out in the nude. I don't need my religion that I once had to realize that something is not correct here. I would imagine that some people here would rather be devoured by a necromancer than live here. What refuge is this? Nurias said aloud. He wasn't speaking to anyone in particular. Trusak of course looked back to them. I'm going to ask you not to talk. You happen upon one of our structures, you broke in, you're still breathing because you give me hope in the fact that you could kill a necromancer. If we can stop this we will. But please mind your tongue when speaking to the commander. He will not have the patience I have had. No please, he began to whisper very softly, I don't like any of this. But this is in the world that we get to pick what we like. I choose life. Trusak went to the doorway of the tower, knocked 3 times, and a small opening directly at eye level slid open. 2 eyes looked out and closed. Nurias, just you. The others must remain outside. He lifted his hand and motioned with his fingers, you two, Charles and Chuck, make sure the boy here gets food. Same with the man. Give them any of the pleasures they desire, and wait for us. If the commander agrees, we know what we have to do. Trusak nodded to Nurias as they both entered the tower. The door shut behind them by a man in silver armor. Nurias looked him up and down, and could not recognize anything he was wearing. He couldn't even see the man's face. It was a strange sight. The entrance to the tower was where it simply opened up to a large and open room. While there were some candles glowing nearby, it was very dark. They begin across the opening, and make their way to a passage that led to a large stairwell. The stairwell rose up as a single column, going directly up to the top of the tower. They begin to ascend in silence. Somewhere, Nurias could hear chanting almost like he was in the temple of the old world. But as they ascended to each level, he could see very little outside of passageways and closed doors. The walls here were bare, though he realized that along the floors there were many bones, and from what he could tell they were of the race of men. We live in a world of death, and yet bones are used to decorate the halls of the refuge of the race of men? Nurias asked. It is said it keeps away the dead. Bones and corpses, we think that there is a link to corpses in the recently dead. But the old dead seem to blot out the life forces of the living. Truly, all of the walls of the outer ring that protects Neverblack are embedded with the fallen soldiers. They continue to ascend, until they reached what Nurias assumed was the pinnacle of the tower. As Trusak approached the door, it seemed that Nurias could hear something of an unfortunately familiar nature in his short time in Neverblack. He could hear a woman moaning. Perhaps we should wait. Nurias asked. It is a matter, this is what the commander does. This is all he does. The way that Trusak's voice trailed off as he said that made Nurias realize that Trusak truly didn't have much power in this place. It seems wherever this commander was, he had the power here. His word apparently was absolute. As he entered into what Nurias could only describe as the throne room of the tower, and looked around it, many women were lying about all over the room. Though they did not look like the slaves out in the city, and in fact seemed to be dressed in the clothing of the old world, none of them made eye contact with him. There was a great large stone chair setting in the center of this room, and yet no one sat upon it. Trusak motioned for Nurias to follow him. They came to a small stone altar that was just a little bit higher than the surface of the floor. It was here that Trusak knelt, and Nurias stood off to the side with his arms crossed. He heard a slap in the air. "Good," a voice said somewhere off the side unseen. "Get your clothes on and get out." Nurias was searching for the source of this voice, for it seemed to vibrate off the walls, and in just a few moments he heard the footfalls of someone running. It was a woman, clutching the little bit of clothes she had around her nude body and running. Nurias placed a hand to the hilt of his sword, and almost expected one of the undead themselves to appear. The woman was terrified, with streams of tears rolling down her face. She went for the door of this room and quickly left. Trusak remained knelt as he was before. Nurias was not about to kneel to anyone, nonetheless, whoever this commander was. In a few moments, a man taller than any Nurias had seen emerged from a side room, adjusting the belt on his trousers. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and he wore a crown of bones. On his chest was a necklace, several circles interlaced to one another. It was the holy crest of the Holy Order. Something more but the very defenders of the race of men. The grand servants of the one God. Though his actions were nothing like those of men sworn to serve the Order. "You're not kneeling before me?" the man asked Nurias. Before Nurias could say anything, Trusak stood and motioned towards Nurias. "A man from the far south, a renowned warrior, brings news of how we may kill a necromancer. He does not know our ways, and is not accustomed to the policies here, Commander. I ask that you hear him out. He has a once-thought extinct weapon." The commander lumbered over to his throne. Nurias noticed the man's muscles in his arms and legs were at least 3 to 4 times the size of even the fittest of warriors Nurias had come across. The man was a giant, it wasn't natural. A weapon thought extinct. Then you must mean an herb or plant. Nurias nodded. "Yes, I acquired it in a ruin in the far south. Then the city was overrun. Now I found myself in your audience. Your captain here tells me that there is a necromancer nearby. A way to test the potency." The commander stroked his bare chin, staring at Nurias. "A man such as you just happens to wander into here as I get reports that strange occurrences, these odd chasms, have destroyed entire portions of the edges of my fortress. All the while the undead have been swarming towards the site of the old holy city. Tell me, are you of the Holy Order of the Lost Vasrul?" Nurias felt sick. Not only because this man was claiming that he was of the Holy Order, but everything he had seen in the supposed refuge so far. "I serve the living. That should be enough." Nurias pulled out the leaf and showed it to the commander. "Indeed, that is the Holy Huna's leaf. I have to imagine that this is all coming together for a certain purpose. If we can kill the necromancer that dwells on the border of our land, not only will our refuge continue to be a place of safe harbor, but we may finally be able to take this fight directly to our enemy. I know that is but one leaf, but you do not know all the qualities of this leaf?" Nurias shook his head. "I do not." The commander stood up and smiled. "The qualities of the leaf that you hold say that if it is wrapped around the blade, a weapon that is pierced into a necromancer, it can create a bond with the unnatural tendencies of death magic. But with that it reverses and can create more of the leaves. In truth, if we can kill one, get more weapons, and if we can kill more, we can retake our fractured land." Nurias shrugged. "Anything in the service of life and to protect those that are in harm's way." Nurias said that, with a particular dissatisfaction in tone. "I see you do not like what we have done here in the refuge. But things have continued to go well for us here. From all over the land, survivors have flown into our arms to be protected. The captain himself," he said, motioning to the still kneeling Captain Trusak, "he can tell you the good we have done. I offer you a gift." "What gift would that be?" Nurias asked. "I'll make you a prized captain in my forces. I will give you any woman that you desire. You must only swear fealty to me, the commander. You're a good man to come across such excellent weaponry. You need direction. I can give it to you here." The commander motioned in several of the women that laid about to hurry over his side. They were all nude, shaking, and not there by their own desire. "Do any of these three please you?" the commander asked. "Any at all?" "Oh, I cannot be had so simply," Nurias said, his hand once again resting on the hilt of his blade. "What will please me is killing a necromancer. Once we have done that, we can talk more about what you want of me." Nurias returned back to Lorlank and Tomu. He didn't want to spend any more time around the commander than he had to. He hated this place. He wanted to destroy the entire place, free the children, free the slaves. Everywhere he looked, he saw nothing but debauchery. Still, the word was given that an attack upon the necromancer was to come. There were many able-bodied soldiers ready to go. Already involved was working to assemble the many groups of soldiers around the base of the tower. Though Nurias did not know for sure, it seemed that the many groups were all headed by chieftain-like leaders. Captains as they were called. It seemed they were simply soldiers that were wealthy, and commanded power given to them by the commander. Nurias didn't seem to think that there was a grander hierarchy of generals, or some large contingent of officers. It was just the captains and their small warrior groups. Though all swear fealty to the commander. Every captain, including Captain Trusak, had the same insignia carved into their left forearms. The insignia of the holy priests of the one god, at least the once holy priests. It was a sun rising over the blade of a longsword, with two great stars above the sun. There was much that Nurias did not understand about this place. The use of human bones in the wall around the actual fortress. The horrible conditions of so many of the refugees were living in, of course, not too unlike other places he had seen, but this was a more permanent location. He questioned much. He questioned the source of the meat that everyone was eating. He had heard of cannibalism before, but even as Lorlank slurped the dark broth from his soup, Nurias's stomach turned. He assumed whatever Lorlank was eating, he seemed to be enjoying it. He assumed it was fellow humans. Those of their own blood. He really couldn't say anything to judge. For the first time in some time he had seen Lorlank generally happy. It did not matter. He still held on to the leaf wrapped around his sword. He was surprised that the commander had not mandated the leaf be taken from them. Apparently, it was Nurias that was to strike the necromancer. There had been a short planning session. Nurias had only heard and understood the part where the greater attack through the necromancer's forces, a small group consisting of a captain, a few other choice warriors, and Lorlank and him were to strike the necromancer. The place where the necromancer was they called simply the Blue Cave. It was an odd place in name, and apparently there was a strange algae that grew on the floors. A greenish-blue color gave it the name the Blue Cave. Nurias was curious of this place. It seemed that the necromancer had been drawn to this location, and it stayed here. While the minions and thralls of the necromancer moved about, possibly looking for the entrance to Neverblack, it was far too close to bring any comfort to the commander or any of his captains. Nurias wasn't sure if they were going to kill the necromancer, but he was sure willing to try. "All warriors," Trusak shouted out, "we move for the eastern gate." Lorlank had already told Tomu that he was to stay. He had been given a place to sleep within the tower itself, safe from the rather lawlessness of the greater refuge. "We will return soon," Lorlank said to him. "Mind your manners around here. I'm not sure how much we can trust him." "What about all the kids?" Tomu asked. "I will deal with it," Nurias said. "I don't want you to think about it. When we take out this necromancer, and start making movement like we would want to make in this land, I will deal with that commander. For now, we treat him with a hesitant respect. If he comes to you, respect him. Do not take part in anything he wishes." Tomu nodded. "Yes sir, I will wait here for you. I'll probably just try to go to sleep. I think that's a good idea." The boy left and Lorlank looked to Nurias. "You know, I think going to sleep might be a good idea. I think I'll try myself. You can have fun with this necromancer." Nurias chuckled. "No, you're stuck with me on this one. I don't much like it. There seems to be a lot of these warriors, but I'm not too sure about any of them. Hey, it's their life. They'll attract the bad guys. You and I will go for the kill. Lorlank took a shot of something from a flask. What in the Sunkenlands is that? Nurias asked. Good stuff, very good. Distilled from, he paused, I don't know. Something good. He took another swig. No, he spat, it tastes like shit. Nurias just shook his head and motioned for them to follow Captain Trusak and the others. This way was particularly strange. Nurias realized that if they made their way towards the eastern road, it seemed that many of the buildings here have been razed. It was odd, considering so much has been talked about this being a refuge and safe. But as they went this way, he realized it was all new damage. Some of the buildings were still on fire, and as a strange smoke rose up, he realized another castle had appeared. What is with all of these chasms? Lorlank asked. I don't think they know. It's part of why everything is moving so quickly. I was no more than out of the tower from dealing with the commander when the captain forged up extremely hasty battle plans. They seem to think this blue cave is something tied to the chasms. They blame the arrival of the necromancer for the arrival of the chasms. Okay. Lorlank asked. What do you think? I've never seen anything like that. I know you haven't seen anything like that from what you said. I don't know. With everything I am seeing, I could see how God would simply abandon their people. This is not honorable. Nothing of the city is honorable. Perhaps it would be better for the undead to destroy all of this. To do away with the sinful acts, and to free the children from a life of hell and horror as this. They reached the border of Neverblack, and the warriors had formed into two distinct groups. Those with bows or any other type of projectile weapons such as slings were on one side, while the others to the right had spears and swords. Several captains joined together, and as Nurias and Lorlank approached, Captain Trusak looked at him. It'll be dark. We do not risk light of any form. He pulled out a parchment and pointed to an area of the chasm. It was marked. He then pointed to another portion where it seemed there were significant numbers of inscriptions, and Nurias could see the distinct outline of the borders of Neverblack. The blue cave was not too far away. We will move quickly. Once we are across the open distance here, he said, motioning and referencing the map, the cave system will be obvious to us. You can see it from afar, and it actually glows blue. At one time there was a shallow lake surrounding this place. That is where we will try to draw out his undead minions. It is risky, but the caves are not open. The catacomb passages where the necromancer resides are not free of its underlings. This will be impossible. You call them catacombs, Lorlank said. Are they actual catacombs? Are there actual dead that were placed there by our own hands? Captain Trusak nodded. For a very, very long time the place was used to store the bodies of some of the earliest of our race. It is a labyrinth, with twisting halls and passages. But I do think any that have been resurrected will have already filed out to go after those that will distract them. The bodies of the longer dead are kept behind heavy stones. Even if the necromancer has resurrected them, they cannot get to us. Nurias wasn't too sure of Captain Trusak's plan. Going into a catacomb to attack something that can resurrect the dead just seemed a bit foolhardy. Is there not any way we can drag the necromancer out? Get him outside where we are not going into its lair? Nurias asked. You go with the captains of the Holy Order of the Commander of Neverblack. We are the sacred guardians, if you are from what you have said. Yes, before I went into a refuge for the race of men that seemed to use its very people as nothing but cattle. There were sudden mutterings with the other captains, and some of the men that were within earshot. I know you're new around here. I also know the commander holds you in high esteem. I will look past that for now, the captain said, but I warn you not to speak ill of our commander. He has saved many of us many times. We hold loyalty to him. You have your task, Nurias. Many of the warriors around you will die for you to do what you need to do. Respect that. Do it. Yes, what I need to do. Nurias growled. There wasn't much else to be said. Not that Nurias wanted there to be anything else said. They were now moving directly out of Eastern Gateway, into the passages that would lead them up to the Sunkenlands. As they followed just behind the captains, Nurias and Lorlank looked at one another with unconfident glares. First, they didn't like the idea of attacking the Sunkenlands in the middle of the night. Though it was highly unlikely that the necromancer would send out his armies in the middle of the day. In fact, he knew that would work. But worse in Nurias's mind was the pure fact that he didn't trust the ones around him. Going into any battle or situation, and not trusting those around you, is a recipe for something bad. That said, no matter their morals or loyalties, they were against the dead. The enemy were the necromancers. That is what mattered, and that is what Nurias would remember. In short time they emerged to the outside world. It was here that the twinkling stars high above, and a mere crescent moon to light the path they begin down the road. Nurias realized that the great storm was rolling in the far south. The winds were cutting across the open badlands, twisting and throwing sand up at random. Lightning flashed, streaking across the sky, and an utterly brilliant display of electricity. Nurias had a curious feeling about himself. A foreboding like he had never had before. But oddly, it wasn't because he didn't trust who the captain was with, but for the nature of what they were about to attempt. He thought back to several days ago when all is said began, when he was simply doing the job to get payment. He realized the shifts in mentality, then they propelled him where he was now. He thought of the old world, the world that was gone. He looked at the new world and was disgusted. It is the move to a hastening pace. Cutting across the badlands towards the blue cave, he thought of everything that transpired. He was sick. No, not of the way things have come to pass, not the loss of life. Not even the necromancers and their undead thralls, killing just augmented their own forces. Nor was he thinking about the hopelessness of everything, the many that had died standing proudly, and the foolish kings and rulers that rode out on open ground to face the overwhelming masses of the undead. No, something deeper. It was something deep within himself that awakened in Nurias. He didn't know what it meant. They ascended to a bluff that overlooked rolling hills. It was here that many of the warriors with range weapons spread out along the long line. Still more, begin to form a single line directly in front of the bluff. It took a few moments, but Nurias could see a large entrance, like the mouth of a bone dragon looking out from the hills ahead. It was here that he could see a glowing blue light. That was the cave. That was where they were going. Captain Trusak came to Nurias and Lorlank. With him were half a dozen other warriors with a mix of axes, swords and spears. This is where they will fight, the captain told them. We follow the riverbank, it will give us cover. They're going to fire on the front of the cave with arrows and oil. Once the undead see there is living upon the bluff, they will attack. As we make our way around, we must be very careful not to engage any enemy that comes nearest the threat of the entire operation being disrupted. If something comes near me, I'm going cut or smash it in the head, Lorlank said. And that is why we must move quickly so you do not get inspired. The point is, we cannot attract attention. And you say this necromancer is scouting, Nurias said. Which means you must have some idea about the numbers at his command or her command. A couple hundred, maybe more, maybe less. Honestly, Nurias, there is no way for us to know. All we know is that we have a chance. You saw the chasms opening within Neverblack itself. That place will not be safe soon. We must be ready and able to move the people. All it would take would be one strong attack through any gateway for us to be overwhelmed. A single foothold, one necromancer, and everything within the refuge would be destroyed. We must make a strike now to protect everyone else. Nurias had many things he wanted to say he did not say. It didn't matter. Right now the focus was, as the captain stated, the focus was on that necromancer. Without any more delay, they began into the river passage. It was like a gully, narrow at the top, and the deeper they went, high walls of barren ground rose up higher. Twisted root and rock made the journey difficult, but there was a great flash above them, and he knew it was too late to do anything but push forward. They were cutting far around to the north, and approached the blue cave from there. Now he could hear the clambering screams of the undead. The bait was being pursued. He thought of the many warriors up there, and what would be there soon. Attacking their enemy at night, with unknown numbers before them, was about the most suicidal thing any of them could do. Now that the enemy were approaching the edge of the hills of the captain's choice warriors and Lorlank, Nurias knew that if nothing else, he had to kill the necromancer for the soon-to-be-dead warriors that were standing proudly to attempt this insanity. Nurias drew his blade, though this was not the one that had been wrapped in the leaf. That was a dagger that he wrapped in the leaf just at his hip. Unfortunately, due to the size of his sword, it had been difficult to enchant his entire sword. So he would have to get close, very close. Considering a necromancer's ability to use magic and all forms of arcane abilities, as he had slowly learned in the past decade, Nurias knew he would have to rely heavily on his friend Lorlank. On the entrance of the blue cave, there were several massive boulders. Nurias, Lorlank and the captain with his men took positions outside the cave. The undead were still flowing out. Thankfully, the warriors that would be fighting them in mere moments were mostly basic skeletons. Nurias didn't see anything of the more advanced caste or any other vile creatures. I told you. We think this is just scouting. Once we kill it, the skeletons will fall. Whatever army it has elsewhere will also fall. Captain Trusak said. And why wouldn't they travel with their entire army? Lorlank said. I don't know. We realized that many of the necromancers started moving about with much smaller numbers. We've also seen large groups of mixed undead, and some of the worst creatures moving directly south. Something seems to be drawing them that way. We do not understand. A good summary of everything, Nurias said. If these are the true defenders of the last of our race, I do question our chances. Just a few moments more in the passage, and the opening of the blue cave was free of any undead. It seemed the cave had given up all of its warriors. Deep within, somewhere in the catacombs they would find the necromancer. Nurias was ready to get this over with. Chapter 11. The Children's Trial. Trallel was amazed by his boys. Twice so far they had already been tested, and twice they had performed far beyond anything he could expect. Now, knowing that an enemy was chasing them that was not of the undead, he would take particular wonder and precaution both day and night. Perhaps more than he already was. Looking at their path as it was, he knew they could cover a significant amount of ground even as it got into night. Most of this mountain passage was along the sheer pathway that snaked up and down the cliffs. Being so high, it is highly unlikely that they would run into any undead. While there was no doubt they could reach them, the chances of such are extremely slim. In fact, a lone pathway this high up was perhaps one of the safest places in all the Shadowlands. Father, when will we stop? Kulrez asked. We stop when Father says, Kilri growled. I don't want to hear about you being tired. We're all tired. Trallel noticed that his second-born son was quite a bit snappy. Though that was quite his personality when dealing with his younger sibling. Trallel looked out over the vast expanse of the darkening lands. Soon, Trallel said. As long as you don't run into another large open area, I think up here will be quite safe. What about the strange deer people? Serdia asked. Father will fight them. Kulrez said. Both Kilri and Serdia looked at him. He knew they were wondering if he could actually defeat these creatures. Sure, they knew he could defeat a few, but they were looking to their father for comfort. Of course I could fight them, but I like to avoid a fight as much as possible. Though they sought to cause us harm, they were not of the undead. They will stay away from us. There's no reason we should seek violence against them. It is important you pick your battles, and that is a battle I'd rather not have to take. As they came to a portion of the path which turned to the mountains slightly, there was a slight depression in the rock. It was a place where they could find some shelter, and give them a defensible position in case he needed to fight. As they settled into the spot, he realized it might be a good spot to actually have a fire. Something that out in the wilderness was extremely dangerous, but at this high up was not nearly as risky. He figured after so much risk before, the children deserved something that was reminiscent of the homestead. But I don't want to sleep against the rock, Kilri whined. We're on the outsides, Serdia told him. We keep Kulrez in the middle. Father will lay out in front to protect us. That is what is supposed to happen. That is what will. But it smells strong. I don't like it, Kilry said, slumping down against the rock and looking out the direction of their father. He had managed to get a small fire going, not that it was much in providing warmth, but something for them to maybe warm up a little bit of water and have tea. Tralol used their packs to make a wall, to make it less visible to anything looking up into the rocky face of the mountain. While perhaps it was ill-advised to take such a risk given everything that had transpired, this was one risk he figured the kids deserved. Before too long, he had a small kettle of water boiling in a single cup of tea. The tea was nothing like what he had when he was younger prior to the fall of man, but it was something. Something beyond simple water. As he brought the cup up to his nose, he took in a deep sniff, and thought back to the many years ago during the summertime meeting their mother. He had been on assignment to the far south, and by particular happening was out walking and drinking tea of his own. He was reciting prayers and writing scriptures from the book of the one God. In this very moment, smelling this tea, he remembered his first sight of her. Though of course he was a holy man, expected to keep his wits about him, he had seen her standing in the river. Her hair just blocking her breasts. Now he thought of her with that smile. The high summer sun reflecting off the water into her eyes, causing them to almost sparkle. He didn't know it then, but she became so much more to him. It was like the stories of love he had read, not the rigid teachings of scripture. But there was a feeling there, like none other. In the coming days and nights they shared tea many times. They both used to joke of how much fun they could have there in the sunlight, and how their love was born of the night in the dark. Period. Now, much like the muted tea that he passed to their children, was only a fragment of the wholeness he once felt. Now he simply smiled at their children and remembered her fondly. As they each took their sips and joked and jabbed at one another, having a small moment of comfort, he lay back against the entrance of their sleeping spot and sipped simply and briefly. Serdia, Kilry and Kulrez quickly fell asleep. Now he was left alone to his thoughts, and tried to keep the sound of his sobbing quiet. As night passed and morning came, Tralol's eyes opened to the first sliver of light that crossed them. Though he had awoken several times throughout the night to watch and smell the air, hoping to not need to rouse the children, he was happy that nothing had happened. As he took the time to awake them one by one, they shouldered their packs and girded their weapons. As they did this, he pulled back his glove, looking at the marks on his left hand. The wounds were festering. Serdia came up beside him, and nearly saw when he quickly covered the mark back up. "We're making good time, father?" "Yes, we are. Even with the happenings before, we are doing quite well." "So how many days?" "If we can keep a good heading, I expect no more than 2 to 3 days. It all depends on what else is on our path and weather." Tralol looked up at the sky and noticed there were grey clouds rolling above them. Though it would be a bit early to get a significant amount of snow, any snow here at this moment would most likely not help them. While it would help them get more access to water, the precarious condition of unknown terrain is not what they needed. Still, they would push forward no matter. His hand was beginning to feel numb, and he had a slight chill to his body. He knew he needed medicine, and perhaps whatever else the elves could offer. But even with that knowledge, he wasn't even sure it would help. They began again, moving down the pathway as it went further down the slope of the mountain. Soon they'd be back to the base of the high cliffs, and even though they walked over a riverbed that was far below them, giving them a good view of everything as it approached, he did wonder of what hidden dangers were ahead. They came to several large stone statues. These were quite old, and not like some of the older creations that Tralol had seen in some of his scouting trips with the children's mother. No, these were from the old world. He wasn't sure what they were. It seemed the youngest of his sons absolutely did, though. "I know all about these," Kulrez said. "Mother told me about them in her story, the story of the 3. He paused. "The 3 great memories." "The 3 great memories?" Kilry asked. "Yes, I remember the story well. She told me that the one God once walked our lands. He came about in his many spirits and forms, going to all of the race of man teaching many things. In one of the greatest teachings, it was 3 memories that every person would grasp to, and from those 3 memories would form their opinions of the world. Be they good memories of fate, good and righteous, or evil and unholy, these 3 memories would actually rule everything a man or woman believed and felt strongly to do. What? Kilry asked. Tralel heard a version of the story, and one from his once wife as well, but it seemed that his son might know a version of the story that was quite a bit different. Still, their mother was not one to tell lies. No doubt, this version of the story might even make more sense than the one he knew. Every person understands things as presented to them, Kulrez said. But the truth is very complicated. What I understand as being one way does not mean it is that way for another. Beliefs are absolutely as we make them. And though there may be some version that we can all agree on, it is important that we all agree that we all respect one another in our beliefs. For small children, she said that normally the memories were all good. Because that was the job of mother and father, to shield us and protect us. But as you get older, things could happen that would manipulate your understanding. That changed what was actually important in life, but that simply your own mind had complicated things beyond simplicity. It is why we find ourselves lost that we must remember our 3 good memories. Our 3 things that would bring us back to center and focus. For some that meant prayer, for others a deep meditation that is not centered around a strict belief of God at work. Father, Serdia said, is it okay for him to speak such blasphemy? To say such things? It is not blasphemy, Tralel told them. It is simply a different understanding. When I took my oath as a protector of the great city, there were certain things I was supposed to make sure I always held to. One of those was to answer the call of the high city. And I did not. But I was focused on you 3 and your mother. While I would never directly do anything to go against my beliefs, that stance of religion and what is allowable and acceptable went against what I believe now. My focus was different. My hope and my prayers from the desires that I felt aligned with what would be honorable for my creed and our God had changed. But anyway, Kulrez, continue your story. As they walked through the faces of the great statues, Tralel looked up at the grand expanse of the mighty chiseled bases above them. It was odd to see the 3 giant statues that he had never seen before. He had never gone this way, and though he knew the story that the children's mother had told him, he never heard it from the voice of his own child, who was recounting the words of his love. In the end, it is like Father said, Kulrez told his 2 siblings, we must make a choice to focus on the memories to build our lives. To make the decisions and choices based upon our 3 core memories. If all we remember is evil and the dark, interactions will follow those beliefs. But if we choose to remember the good, then push past that which is evil and hurtful, and find what we truly believe, our path will be as solid as the stone statues that we walked beside. That is the greatest charge in life. Both of the other children were silent after the brother finished. Indeed, it was a good story. It was one that, even though Tralel had had many hundreds of years of experience and training within the temple of the one God, many scriptures and creeds to recite and memorize, he felt that true knowledge and spirit and truth in itself was spoken more by his son this day than by any priest of the one God. They had now descended to where they were walking beside the dried riverbed. Further up ahead, there were the great high peaks of the border of their land. Before that it was of course the edge of the sunken basin, the borders of the cursed lands. But up ahead he noticed something that was rather peculiar, something unlike anything he had seen before. What is that? Serdia asked. It looks like strange purple fire. That was exactly what it looks like. Tralel pushed ahead, drawing out his blade and motioned for his children to walk behind him with 3 firm swings of his hand directly at his hip. They formed a single file line and moved with haste directly towards the fire. While most of the stone around them was a dark brown, he did not notice any bright lights. There were times when the ancient rocks of the creation of the world were little flames to honor the one God. In this case, sometimes they would change the color of the fire to a bright purple or blue, commonly mentioned to the masses to be a sign of the one God's power. He was actually alive and something not at all true. It was said to be the breath of the god coming onto the fire, a sign of the one god's residence. But this is simply something from the stone in dirt and from their world. But as they came up to the edge of the riverbed, he noticed a great large crack in the crust of the land. It did not run parallel with the river but perpendicular, going directly into the mountains to the west, and even the sheer towering stone of the mountains. It crumbled into the crack, cutting across the ground. In truth, he had no idea it would have the power to cause. As he approached the edge of it, he could feel a seething heat upon it, not at all like fire but like some type of resonating energy, something unlike anything he had felt or experienced in any of his trials, prayers, or even while fighting the thralls of the undead. There was a whistling sound coming from this massive chasm. It was like no other sound any of them had heard. It didn't even seem to be natural. "What is that?" Serdia asked. "I have never seen anything like this, and you and Mother never mentioned anything like this. Destroy the mountains. How would it do that?" Tralel did not have any answers to this. He was as perplexed as his children, looking at this massive chasm of purple fire that seemed to be growing in intensity as they approached it. He looked to the left and right of the chasm, seeing that it cut across even the riverbed, going as far as he could see. Beyond it, the path they need to take. Of their options, he knew the only option they really have at this moment was to head east and deeper into the Sunkenlands. Though as he felt his left hand tingle with pain in the back to his boys looking at him to be sure, he knew that this was her only path. Whatever created this chasm was altering the past of their lives, and though he didn't understand at all or what lay ahead, he had to show courage in this moment and lead them into true darkness. "Come on, go this way. He is close to me. People watch particularly to the south of our position. If you see something, say something." Merely for the protection of the mountains. The protection of the mountains was not much, however, cutting across open ground they were going to be much more exposed. So he was worried of the undead at night, but now it was bright out. If they were still being pursued by the strange man and his dear beast, they could have trouble at any moment. One thing he knew for sure is he would not be exchanging pleasantries with any strangers he met on the road. He would not have a repeat of the event at the ruined tower or at the ruins of the bridge. The Sunkenlands were beyond dangerous on the borders. Heading into their center was particularly risky. Even in all his journeys with his wife, they avoided going east, going closer to the old holy city. Random thralls of the undead warriors, but nothing compared to the bone dragons and the werewolves that haunted this place. He glanced over to his left and to the mountains that were just out of his reach. "This is why I do not believe in the one God. This is why no God is dead. Forever, my path is altered. My children's path is altered. This is something else, and perhaps there is no escape for us from his face. Perhaps everything led to this." But he couldn't let these thoughts overtake him. Everything is as it should be. As fate would have it. I do not know what this great chasm cutting across the Sunkenlands is. I must trust faith in myself and my children, and everything that can be to reassure me in my stance that all will be as it should. It was strange to Tralel that such an obstruction would appear before them. It seemed almost like a cruel fate they would find themselves suddenly derailed and headed deeper into the Sunkenlands. Tralel looked back at his children. They were tired. While they'd stayed to the side of the massive chasm across the land, he had done his best to avoid going any further south than he needed. Doing so, however, had meant many steep grades and large rocky paths that were much more strenuous than even the mountain trails before. Up and down they went, and with each passing moment he felt that they were getting further away from their goal. His hand ached. The bite that he had been infected with, while they were still defending the homestead, was starting to give him other issues. Aside from the strain and stress of the journey itself, he was beginning to feel a slight dizziness. He shook it off. He had to. No matter what happened, no matter how bad he felt, he had to get the children to the north. "Father," Serdia said, "you see it?" Tralel stopped, unsure what his son was talking about. He looked behind him where his son was pointing off to the far left. It was beyond the chasm, and indeed it was something. A figure, cloaked and moving parallel with them with haste. Keep an eye on that, he said. I have no idea. Tralel did his best to also keep an eye over the chasm, while looking to his right at the open badlands. For now, there was no area where they can be snuck up on. Up ahead there are many large granite rocks and ruins everywhere else. This was once a holy pilgrimage site. He knew this ground simply by the name the Wishing Well. It was an ancient portal of energy to the one god, and the place he had come to as a very young man. Now, he can only imagine what was here. Considering that after the fall of the holy city, so many places that were once sacred were defiled. Monstrosities and creatures of all kinds would frequent said places. There is a reason why he and his late wife used to make a point to avoid the holy places. Now he had two choices. Go directly towards the ruins or avoid them entirely and head deeper into the Sunkenlands. He didn't see the figure to the left anymore and looked to Serdia to see if perhaps he could see them. No, I can't see him. Or her. Or it. You think you covered all your bases there? Kilry asked he, she, it. What does it matter? It is something moving upright and breathing. We have to watch out. Well, it may not be, Kulrez said. Tralel chuckled at that. As sad as it was, his son was right. Let's focus on what we need to. The ruins ahead could have anything in them. I'm not taking us further into the south, we're going to go in. On this western approach there is a gate of white stone. Once you pass there, once upon a time, our bodies would have been purified of any negative energy. That isn't the case now. Once we reach the western gateway, draw your swords. Keep close. He didn't care for this turn of events, but given the last few days he doubted anything or anyone cared what he cared about. None of this was as he would have it, but he had stayed in comfort for far too long in his opinion. Perhaps this is all punishment for abandoning that which he knew. It took them some time to actually reach the western gate. But as it was, he had discovered that just like the bridge they came to before, only the foundations of this whole place remained. The white stone had been so intricately carved and was as he remembered, but had all been laid down. Nothing remained as it was. He took particular note of several broken statues. While before they had been winged creatures seen in divine revelation by the priests, now they have been decapitated and strange disfigured skeletal forms replace their heads. He paused just before the ruins of the gateway. Looking further in, he saw nothing but toppled stone and piles of bones. He looked back to his children. We do not separate. There is a high chance that there are reanimated skeletons here. You sense a necromancer with them? Kilry asked. No, he told them, but a place like this wouldn't need a necromancer to remain. I've seen it before where a staff was left simply stuck into a rock, with a glowing amulet emanating the necromantic energies from afar. It is a way for the necromancers to keep control over an area, without actually being present themselves. Typically, if that is the case we have here, it isn't that our enemy will be significantly stronger, but that they will simply be numerous. He could tell that none of his children felt particularly safe with those words. He smiled. Let's make the best of it. You fought each other for years. If there is something here, we will fight together and as a family. He drew his sword and they did the same. They grouped up together a bit closer than they would typically when traveling. Kulrez made a point to get directly behind his father, while Serdia and Kilry kept watch behind them. Tralel lifted up his shield slightly, but this seemed to make the pain from his bite significantly worse. I've got to hope I'm right about this. If it's something easy, the boys can get some experience. If it's something else, it's not gonna be a fun time. The Wishing Well was at one time covered up by a great white domed building. It had many levels of security and holiness, as was decreed by the priest of the holy city. The innermost sanctum is the place that can only be entered after significant levels of prayers and layered kisses, from the flames of life. Though now it all seems to be nothing but theatrics. He questioned if anything he saw or heard in the holy temples was true. For all the power that supposedly existed, it was not enough to protect any of them. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that they had gone further south than he anticipated. He should not have even been able to line up with the trajectory that would have taken them to this place. The land itself shifted more than he knew. Now, with the chasms tearing apart the land, he can only imagine what was moved to not moved. To think that power would exist that can shift the very ground beneath their feet. As he crossed several more of large fallen pillars, he recognized what was once the healing house of the temple. The stone basin with carved ruins of power in honor of the one god was cracked and fractured. He made a point to walk around it, but as his boys followed they were stepping directly on it. "I've seen this symbol," Kulrez said. "I saw the symbol in the book." Tralel looked back to see exactly what the symbols were. "In service of the high power, we cleanse ourselves of sin." It was a broken power from the time where they were lied to. That is how Tralel saw all of this now. They ascended a slight hill, coming to a point where the road remained yet stable. The perfectly carved bricks jutted up and out of the stone, where it looked like something had broken the road before. As he came up to the peak of the hill and the road that led down into the valley, he realized that every brick of the old temple had been thrown down. In the center of the valley was where the wishing well had been. Now there was nothing but a swirling vortex of red fire. He couldn't have heard it before, not before they came to the top of the valley road, but now looking down as he did, he saw the raw energy that was once contained in this place. In fact, all of the temple was gone, and possibly absorbed into the very fire before them. As they began down the road making their way to a bifurcation of the pathway to wealth, he remembered when the priest would go around either side as part of a procession. He realized that one of the great chasms would now send them along this path, directly into this vortex of fire. Is it all connected? Are these chasms part of the old powers or something new? Are they feeding on one another? In truth, there was no way to know what any of this was or what it meant. It didn't matter. He pointed to the path that went to the left, one that seemed to go up and over the new chasms and just below the reach of the fire vortex. Here, he could see the spire still remained of what was once here. "Come on," Tralel said. They quickly ascended up the hill, and path was indeed treacherous. While overall there were many areas where the stone was perfectly straight and even, others required a bit more when a single jut of old tree root or broken stone remained. Then there was a seething shriek coming up from the great vortex, making the journey all that more difficult. The sound of the swirling vortex was something that he did not remember from his time coming here before. In fact, he remembered a particular part of the temple where he could hear the vibrations of the one god. No, it was nothing like this. This was something completely different. He was at least thankful that for now, they had run into no one they could deem their enemy. That was at least one comfort. They had reached the spire that Tralel had noted before. Here, still remained a standing structure from the old world. A chapel, or more correct, a shrine. Here, there were prayer wheels that the priest would spin as they made their journey around the wishing well. Some of them were still intact. The doors of the temple were shut, yet there were signs of recently burned incense, a true strange thing considering it had been so long since the fall. "Look, a fire," Kulrez said. Tralel jerked around to see where his son was pointing, having realized that he was feeling a bit more dizzy than he was, before he had not even recognized the fact they walked past an actual fire. "I see antlers like deer," Kilry said, "like the things that attacked us. We move forward now." They quickly left the shrine. They came to where the path begins to back down, and he could see further on that the road would take them out of the valley. If he remembers correctly, there was another bridge further down this way that should hopefully get them across the chasm itself. As he went, he looked down over the left and right sides of crumbled rock, seeing the strange swirling energy of the great chasms. They came up to a point where there were many fallen trees and timbers, stacked rocks and pillars. It was in this moment he heard the telltale sign of crackling bones. He looked around just as they came to the center of all the fallen timbers, and could see glowing fiery green eyes approach in all directions. It was skeletons. "Boys, prepared to defend yourselves." Both Serdia and Kilry fell into a guarded stance with their swords out in front of them. Kulrez was just to Tralel's left side. As the first few skeletons came into the clearing, Kilry and Serdia lunged into them. Their blades fell upon the reanimated forms, slashing and hacking. He was proud to see his boys doing so well in their first real engagement. In just a few moments they had jumped around, taking out at least 16 of their skeleton friends. Kulrez, however, was still holding back, not quite wanting to fight. While most of the skeletons were rather dumb, and simply walked around the edges of the clearing to go after the two older boys who were actively fighting, there were 2 or 3 that held back. Though they were of no significant threat to Trallo or anyone else, he had to get Kulrez to actually do what he knew he needed to. "Come on, boy, you have to get that blade going." He looked back to make sure that the older 2 are still doing well, and then motioned Kulrez to go against them. As it was, the skeletons were rather old. Their weapons were rotted wood, and had little to no actual sharpness or keenness to the blade. Kulrez was shaking, but he did not stop. He went up to the first and made a high swing, clinking his blade against the blade of his foe. The skeleton held its guard, pushing against him, but this was all a feint, for just at that moment Kulrez spun, bringing his sword down on the unsuspecting skeleton's friend. He cracked into its shoulder, and dropped the skeleton into a pile of bones. "Quick, the other one. Take it down and then go for the third," Tralel said. Kulrez did just that. Though the original skeleton was able to block several of his strikes, and Kulrez was less than confident going into a direct attack after each parry. He managed to take out his left leg, dropping the skeleton to the ground. Though Kulrez was young and inexperienced, his blade went into the skull of the creature and it crumbled. The third and final skeleton he was much more confident with. Running almost a full sprint, he leapt onto a rock, and then did a downward thrust, breaking through the skeleton's guard completely and shattering it. As Kulrez finished off the last skeleton, he looked back at his father and smiled. Tralel of course returned it, but then in a single moment he saw his wife smile. "They're doing good. Wherever you are in the afterlife, if there even is an afterlife, know we taught them well, even the youngest. They are beyond strong." As his son returned to him and braced him, he still heard his older 2 going at it against what was seemingly an endless swarm. Both Tralel and Kulrez hurried back to the others, and realized that there were many different skeletons now emerging. The boys were so eager and ready to fight, and now Kulrez rushed to assist his brothers. "Well, now he comes back," Kilry said. "We have about 22 each, now the tough ones are coming." Tralel realizes the path away from the space was open and he whistled, "Controlled retreat, move." Tralel noted that the boys start to fan back and make their way to the path, still engaging skeletons as they came closer but not jumping forward too much. Kulrez, take the lead. Move down the path. As Kulrez did this, Tralel motioned for Serdia to follow. It was important to Tralel that each of them got a chance to lead, even in a situation that was a bit more harrowing than fighting with wooden swords at the homestead. "Kilry, you two," he motioned for his middle child, "catch up with them." Now just Tralel was at the rear, and as he brought up his shield, he realized that a bit of fire from the swirling vortex seemed to be rolling up onto the hill where they were. The fire seemed to come alive for just a moment. A great tentacle like some sea creature from the deep seas rose up, and Tralel lifted his shield to protect himself. In a flash of flame, the fire struck his shield but did not burn him. Suddenly, the skeletons that were massing before him turned away. He lowered his shield slightly and looked at it, and realized that the light that had always been present on the shield before the fall of the holy city had dimly returned. What is this? How is this possible? As the skeletons fell away, no doubt from the sight of his shield and them being unclean forms, he joined his boys, making their way further down the path. None of this made sense to him, as the power of the one God had faltered. But somehow this flame, this fire had reinvigorated his shield. He did not know what this could mean. Just a bit further down the path his boys waited for him, and each of them were kneeling. They took a breath and a sip of water. The road ahead seemed open the further Tralel could see. He realized that there were paths that led this way. On the route, he could see that the sunlight was not so bright. They were running out of good light, and currently it didn't seem there were any places for shelter. The moment he got close to his children, they noticed his shield. "The shield, father," Kulrez said, "your shield has a little light. Perhaps the one God is protecting us?" "Perhaps it is something," Tralel said. Or perhaps it is nothing. We will take it as a favor at the moment. He walked between his children to look at the path ahead, and motioned for them to get up and follow him with his hand. Good work. Now that you know what it's like to actually fight something, we will be a bit more prepared when the enemy fights back harder. He led them forward from this point. As dark clouds were billowing over them, he did not know what to expect from any enemies that might still lurk. Chapter 12. The Blue Cave and the Woods. They were entering the Blue Cave. Nurias immediately could smell the stench of the rotting dead. Though the undead did not defecate or otherwise have bodily functions, just the presence of their ilk, their rotting flesh rubbing up against the stones of the inside of the cave was enough to leave a horrid stench. Lorlank had already unslung his hammer. He was holding it with a wide grip, more so in a defensive fashion than ready to attack. There is a strange luminescence to the cave itself, just as Trusak had told them about. While they glowed blue around the entrance, as they began to descend further into the labyrinth of passages beyond, the stone just seemed to glow white. Move in, watch all of your flanks. If the drawings I saw of this place is correct, Trusak told them, there will be many passages that jut off to the sides we must be mindful of. He says we must be mindful. How about we just do what we always do, wandering in a place we don't know? Sometimes I wonder where these captains might actually come from. How they actually get their rank from their master. Everything that Nurias had seen in Neverblack was still haunting his mind, but he had to keep a clear focus. It would do none of the children or any of the other innocents there any good if he wasn't able to make a difference today. Aside from that, he had to make a difference and show himself that all of this is actually worth it. He still had half a mind to be like he was before. A simpler life, if a simpler life is what he could call his existence. While they initially had descended down from the blue room, now they were wandering through carved stone passages where every few paces there was yet another sealed door. It was an odd arrangement of a place known as the catacombs. Though it did seem that none of the dead had been disturbed. They went further and further, no enemies, no sounds except their own feet. Twice Trusak had directed some of his warriors to cut down the sides through passages that seemed to go nowhere. Nurias assumed he was just checking them. They had come to what seemed to be the end of several passages, when they could see and hear water. There was a strange lake of sorts deep within the catacombs, and even a breath of fresh air blowing in from somewhere above. Water! Water! But as soon as they drew close to the bank of this underground lake, they realized that it was no fresh source of water. Not like that really existed in the Sunkenlands anyway. No, it was a festering pool of foul growth and putrid water. While they were staring at the water, Nurias happened to look up and see a strange white crystalline structure surrounded by dead plants. It was an odd sight to find in the bottom of the catacomb, and beyond it there seemed to be a strange shift in the ground, some form of sand. For a moment he felt a strange presence upon him, almost like a memory, a flowing energy that seemed to shift his eyes and veil what he was actually seeing, replacing it with something of before. He did not think that this place had always been a place of death. He didn't understand while he was seeing these images, but he could see a symbol upon the sand of perhaps some religious order, but he was not sure. Then, within the strange circular white structure he saw a memory. It had to be a memory, because there was a strong emotion that he could feel within him, that he had not felt before himself. He saw the sight of a boy and a girl standing in this structure. While now the bushes were dead, and the structure itself was nothing of the grandeur it was before, he didn't understand why he would even be seeing such a thing. I don't think there is much else around here, Trusak said. The necromancer must be here. We just need to find him. They began to spread out. Nurias and Lorlank stuck close to one another. While the putrid lake took up most of this inner cavern, there seems to be a forest of dead wood somehow having once held life but no more. It was just beyond the strange white crystalline structure that they began to move through a vast forest of dead trees. Nurias was sure this was the old variety of trees that grew much like mushrooms. They can live deep within the earth, and were known to have the healing powers not too unlike the sacred leaf kept wrapped around the hilt of his dagger right now. And as they moved through this strange growth deep under the Sunkenlands, A feeling of dread overtook him. Once again the same presence from before was upon his mind, and he could see the same two figures that he had seen before, now running through the very trees before him. The difference, of course, was that, as he was seeing it in his mind, and he was seeing it as it was. He looked up, and the stones around them did not seem to be as they were now. He could see the night sky and the bright moon. He could hear the buzz of bugs high in the trees, and a rolling fog high above. He did not understand why he was seeing such a sight, and why it didn't seem that anyone else with him was able to see it. As they made their way through the woods, Nurias continued to see it as it was before. Twisting bushes and great pine trees rising high above them. Lorlank and Nurias had come to a shore. It wasn't a shore in the current time or the current space, and as they looked out, all that he and Lorlank could see was a barren and open plain. It was odd. How is such a large expanse of nothingness in this cave? Lorlank asked. I believe it was a lake. Actually, I know it was. I can see it. Lorlank looked over at Nurias and raised a single brow. See it? You can see it. We are standing right next to one another, and I can see that it is nothing but a barren plain. Strange to even have that in a cave like this. I can't explain this to him, but maybe I can. Lorlank, I'm seeing things. Where? Do you see the dead? No, I'm seeing something before. Like all of this was alive and not surrounded by stone and the death of the catacombs, it was something else. I can see her. He stuttered a bit because he was seeing the vision in his mind, as he also saw the barren death before him. It is a clear lake. It is dark. But a smell struck his nose, and suddenly it was not dark at all but bright. The sun was out in his vision. Where before he had simply just seen the lake, now his vision was focused just to the left of them. On a very small beach there were strange stones that seemed to jut and make a protected cove where he saw the boy and girl from before. But he could see no particular reason why he'd be seeing this. The boy and girl were just sitting there staring out over the water. They were laughing. It was then he could see clouds dark and foreboding, building over the woods behind them. A presence that had always been there but was always hidden. He wished to call out to these two children, but as he attempted to speak his words did not come out. He saw an image of a strange woman with blonde hair and a smile. The smile was the oddest because it seemed so empty. He then realized that with this woman came one of the great pillars of the necromantic goddess. He was seeing an image of the goddess Mortua. It was then his vision shifted back, and he found Lorlank and Trusak both staring at him. Are you okay? Lorlank asked. This place is strange, Nurias said. We think we have found him. He is resting, high up on a tower just to the south of here. You and Nurias must come, Trusak said. At first Nurias thought that the captain was talking to him, but he was really talking to Lorlank. Is it alone? Nurias asked. It seems to be. If I had to take a guess, I would say it was meditating. It looks like it to us, one of the captain's warriors said. If it's on the tower, it's going to be hard to surprise. Even harder to surround, Lorlank said. I think we've already sorted out a way to deal with this. We will not ascend this tower, for it seems that the entire structure could collapse easily. Why the necromancer has chosen such a place we do not understand, but it will be its downfall. Then may the good old gods and the good dead gods watch over us, Nurias said. They were moving south away from the spot where Nurias had seen the little beach. Now his vision was focused and set. He did not smell the strange smells from before, nor was his eye seeing something that was not there. He took a deep breath, moving quickly directly behind Captain Trusak and the others. In a few moments he could see the tower rising high upon a field of white stone. It was here he could see several other standing stones, but unlike what the captain had said he believed, Nurias could see why it was that the necromancer was here. Even more so, he could see their enemy high above, veiled in a glowing red flame. They had all stopped just short of the tower. See? It's just sitting up there. Nurias looked around and realized that there were several stones sending energy up into the necromancer. Do you not see the standing stones? Do you not see the fact that he is glowing in a red fire? What are you talking about? Lorlank asked. It seemed that they could not see what he could see. The fact of this just confused him more at the moment. Nurias, if you are not well, you should not go about this attack. Give the dagger to me. Nurias felt a sudden and stark sickness, and he simply shook his head. I must be the one to do it. I have obtained this, and I will finish it. The captain continued to stare at him, not blinking, with a very peculiar glare. Let's get this done. We cannot wait. He tapped one of his men on the shoulder. This one was holding an axe, and he then pointed to Lorlank. You two. You will bring down the tower. I do believe you can get the tower down in 1 or 2 swings. The wood seems frail and old. Once we bring down the tower, we will engage it from all sides. It doesn't seem to have any defenders around it. This will be a situation where we either do this fast or we do not walk out of this place. I expect you do your part, Nurias. Nurias could tell that the captain did not trust him. It wasn't that he thought he would betray him or something like that, but that for whatever reason Nurias was not able to complete his task. The truth was, Nurias wasn't too sure what had happened, or why he had seen what he had seen before. Nurias and Trusak, along with the other warriors, begin to fan out around the base of the tower, making sure to position themselves in such a way that when Lorlank and the other warrior took down the one leg, the tower would fall between all of them. Nurias couldn't figure out even what this tower was for. It was a simple wooden structure, almost like a watchtower. As he moved along the side with Captain Trusak, he realized that there were strange markings all over it, and looking to one of the standing stones off to the side, he saw similar markings. It was some type of religious structure. Perhaps a place of great importance to the ghosts he was seeing in his mind. It was a strange occurrence that he did not understand. He did not know either of these two children, or even why his memory was being blended with theirs. If that's even what any of this was. He had quite a thought that perhaps he had brushed upon some strange fungi or shroom as they entered that perhaps he only was exposed to. Either way, he sensed a drawing warmness on his face. As he knelt down, his hand on the hilt of his dagger, he slid out the blade and flipped it into a reverse grip. He tucked the leaf into a pouch, and prepared for the coming sound of crashing wood. Lorlank and the other warrior were at the base, and after 2 solid strikes they brought down the leg of the tower in a shattering sound of crumpling wood and the screams of an undead master. The structure came down, and red fire burst out, clearly evident to all present now. The necromancer spun around, bringing its large staff up to bear. His fire rolled from side to the side and it glared out. So many of the living. So many soon to be dead. There was a flash of great fire, and 2 of the captain's warriors were engulfed in flames. Captain Trusak lunged forward, bringing his blade around the great flash, but was parried by a bone staff and then kicked. Nurias moved in close and made a jab with his dagger, but he missed. The necromancer slammed his burning staff into the ground, sending up a great plume of green smoke. Suddenly, and in a near instant, the 2 warriors that were dead were alive again, and in a necromantic form. Their bodies, covered in the fire that killed them, was now being used as a weapon against the others. The blast that had come from the necromancer had been strange and unexpected. Now, Nurias did not know exactly where he was. He looked out, trying to see anything from where they had been, and all he could see was that he had somehow fallen down a great hillside. A hillside within the cave. Surely the Sunkenlands had been altered greatly. In that which is above the ground was now below, and new stone had covered the old. He had not struck the necromancer, but something had happened. Now, he was separated from the others. He had to figure out where he was, and what he was doing. The fact of which did not bring him any comfort, was that he now could see everything around him, not as the barren sandy wasteland that he knew it was, and could see in flashes a moment. He could feel the fire of the necromancer upon his neck. It wasn't dead. It was near. And as his eyes looked out into his surroundings, he could reach out and feel stone just before him, but that's not what his eyes saw. He saw a flash of a strange island that was green. He saw the passage of time as the sun and the moon rise and fall. He saw starlight. He saw a doorway with a single flickering candle off to the side, and just above. There he felt the strangest drawing of emotion, in a back and forth of strange languages he did not understand. He could not even see who was speaking these languages, it just seemed to be gibberish. Then he saw the woods in the tower from before, and he saw the passage of energy into the sky and moving towards the setting sun. This was not anything he could understand. He then, much like before their fight with the necromancer, he saw the pillars of the goddess of death. He saw the fall of a land once fertile and once green with newness and hope, a place of harmony for the race of men. He saw the sickness spread out slowly and unknowing to many. A disease, a curse gripping the land and turning that which is fertile and strong into a barren land of death. Nurias was alone. He began to walk down a single pathway, with a single purpose in his mind. He could not go back, but he could go forward. And with each step he could feel the great fire of the necromancer growing upon him. Several times he had looked back to see if it was there. He looked around to see if he saw any of his companions. But no, he was alone. He was alone with this demon of a creature. It had been some time that he was walking, and now the fire and heat he had felt before had dissipated. He realized that at some point he had left the vague familiarity of the blue cave in the catacombs, and was now descending into what he can only describe as a lower portion of the Sunkenlands. The moon was high above him, and as he looked back he could see that indeed he had descended down further from a level of rocky cliffs and jagged peaks. He did not know this land before him. Indeed, this was a place no living creature had been in some time. Now, somehow, he looked upon a bright green forest and a glowing pool directly before him. He drew out his sword, holding it in his right hand, while still clutching the dagger in his left. To some degree he could not stop his path. He walked directly towards the glowing pool. Do you think that all of your visions that you have had were an accident? The voice was sudden and stark. Nurias did not understand it. He did not know where such a voice had come from, or from even who it had come from. Do you not know that the most powerful of those that you call necromancers start from the strongest of the emotions? That which your race and you of the living call love, hope, and courage can be twisted and formed into some of the greatest powers, be it for a supposed good or evil. Nurias still did not know where this voice was coming from. It felt like it was within his own mind, but the words and the way it spoke was nothing of his own thoughts. What do you want? Why do you torment me, and show me that which I do not understand? Do you cast some spell? Nurias had reached a pool of glowing water, and realized that there was a strange sparkling before him. The shape of the pool was odd, for it was not a natural pool like a pond or even a greater-sized lake. It was of carved stone. As he walked to its corner, he could see that it was like two wings in opposing directions. A strange frayed cloth lay to his right across one width of the pool, and to his left there was just simply the water. He could hear heavy footsteps behind him. He turned to see a rather large man in a dark cloak. He had veiled eyes, and though the appearance was hidden, Nurias knew this was the necromancer. Nurias kept a grip on his dagger, and attempted to move his arm up to see if he could still in fact move, and he could. No one knows when they set out about life what can truly be held before them. I cannot say why fate has drawn me toward you, but know that all that you have seen from the beginning and the blue cave in the catacombs and to now was not an accident. This is the place of my own memory. Before the fall and before the death. You are a necromancer of Mortua. You deserve death. I am not here for any fate but that. There is a great power growing in the lands beyond this pool, the power that will destroy my order. The goddess has betrayed us. We are alone. Now something better grows, as you and the living would say, but is hard for one such as myself to see it. I will not go to that place, so I came here. A place of my own choosing. Surely you already know that one of your slashers struck me. I come to you now in this form, to know that no one ever expects themselves to fall in such a way. Begging for forgiveness? Nurias spun his blade about, taking a stance directly at the necromancer before him. To be one of the living, you are so quick to wish death upon another. To be of the good you channel hate. Do you not know that what you saw before you was simply me? The images of a beautiful cave and twisting stone, leading to a labyrinth, where a boy and girl could chase one another and have fun exploring. You saw a wood with towering trees, a starlit sky, and the moon. You saw the clarity of a great crystal lake reaching out for you, and a tiny beach where two innocent souls knew not the terror to come. The necromancer sat beside the pool. Nurias was not sure what to think of such an admission of defeat by the creature. In the end, she could not escape the goddess. She could not escape the one you saw and I saw as a cold smiling void of an entity with furling golden hair. Surely you will kill me, but no, there is much to go upon this land that I cannot stop. Then it seems your defeat is near. Do you fear what is coming? The necromancer turned, and for a moment he could see a pale face staring at him. I know what is coming, the cataclysm that no one expects. The end to one death, the start to something new. But there is a chaos about the race of men, a duality of good and evil, for evil is oh so easy. It is so much easier to take a path when you feel it is the only path before you. When she died, I died, and then I embraced the power they gave me, power beyond anything of the living. Suddenly the necromancer was in a great fiery form, towering above the pool, and evaporating the water up directly around him in a great fog. Nurias leapt forward. He could not reach with his dagger, but he brought his long sword to bear, cracking down upon the creature's leg. They fell within the stone pool, and their fight began. The necromancer moved to one side of the pool, bringing about his fingers in a strange whistling motion, while pulling up the frayed cloth that was upon the one side, and formed it as a net high above them. Nurias lunged, thrusting the dagger directly into the necromancer's chest and withdrawing it. The necromancer screamed in agony, a black flowing energy rising up into the net above them and forming into the strangest of orbs. You are but a catalyst, it said, you were but a path in a way forward. All of this that you see of death and destruction, is all to lead to something more. The race of men were always a failure, but their failures shall be used to bring about a greater darkness. Now, even as our land is fractured more and we cannot stand as a great army, we intended to march into the northern lands of the other races, and will do everything we can to destroy it still. Nurias realized that the creature he was talking to before, the one of calmness and reason, had faded away. As this necromancer had died, its energy and form were growing above them, restrained by the strange net held above the stone pool. No, had it not been for the blending of another world into ours, our plan would have come to fruition. Your destruction would have been assured. Now at least I choose my way of suffering and death. The necromancer flew down upon him, and Nurias struck with both his long sword and dagger straight upwards, catching the frail form and throwing it bouncing across the stone surface of the pool. As all the water that had become fog began to rain back down, Nurias ran for several broken down stones that led him up and out. Everything around him was now burning. Nurias lifted the dagger. It was still dripping in the blood of the necromancer. He gripped it, sliding his hand over the hilt and cleaning the blood off before wiping it on his tunic. He placed it back in his scabbard, and then looked up to still see the glowing ball of energy. Any more, necromancer? He looked over to the dead body, as it floated upon the remnants of the fog which returned to water at the death of the necromancer. I guess not. But as Nurias went to step away from the pool, going to a broken-down black gateway of sorts, he realized that the strange shadowy orb that had been caught within the net and cloth that the necromancer had created was growing in size. He went through the strange gateway, and as he did, he felt his entire body constricted and his eyes went black. Chapter 13. Voices of the Past. Nurias did not know where he was. The last thing he remembered, he was emerging to some deeper portion of the Sunkenlands. Now he stared up at a gateway that was on fire. The undead were around him, but they were all dead again. He looked at his hands and they were blackened. He had claws that were much sharper and pointed than before. He was struggling to breathe. He felt his chest and pulled a broken arrow from his side. A clawed hand grabbed him from behind and he jerked as a skeletal form reached out to him, pressing its hand against his chest. The skeletal form collapsed and turned to ash, and he was suddenly able to breathe again. What has happened to me? What has happened? Why did that skeleton just turn to dust? Nothing made sense to him. A few moments later he could hear shouts that he could make out. "Get the fires out!" Someone shouted out. Nurias pushed himself up, staggering a bit but steadying his walk as he slowly made his way towards the gates. It was then he saw a familiar face. It was Lorlank. Nurias. Nurias fell to his knees as Lorlank ran towards him. "What happened to you? What happened to you?" "I don't know. The fight, the necromancer, I don't know. I killed it, I killed the necromancer and the blade worked." Nurias pushed the dagger towards Lorlank. Lorlank looked down and took it, tucking it away. "You've been missing. You weren't here. We knew the necromancer was killed but we never found you. What happened?" Nurias shook his head. "I don't know. What happened here?" He could hear the footfalls of many people approaching. There was an attack on Neverblack. The undead. Lorlank paused. You were with them. He paused, tears rolling down his face. "You killed Tomu? He thought you called for him and you killed him." "That's impossible. I killed the necromancer and then he realized he did not have any recollection of any of the events prior to this." "You what?" Nurias just shook his head. He looked down at his hands. "You look utterly horrible. You look almost dead. What happened out there?" Lorlank asked. "What happened?" Nurias had no idea. "Did the necromancer do something to you?" Nurias simply stared at the ground, searching his memory and his thoughts, but he could not. "You have to get out of here," Lorlank told him. "They already were not happy and I am the only one that has seen you. I am the only one that saw you with that skeleton. I don't know how to help you. But where do I go? What do I do? I don't even know what's going on." About that time he saw Captain Trusac and several other warriors. Many of them were bleeding. "Nurias!" the captain shouted. "He has been infected, he is turning." Nurias jumped up. "I am nothing as you say. I killed the necromancer, I did what I was supposed to." The captain did not hesitate. He drew his blade and went to stab Nurias, only for Nurias to sideswipe, slashing at the sword with his hand and jabbing his nails into the captain's shoulder. "What am I doing?" Nurias staggered back as the captain withdrew, and several of the warriors took up guard around him. Nurias looked to Lorlank. Lorlank just quickly shook his head. "Go," he mouthed. Lorlank swung his hammer at him, just missing. Nurias staggered back. He didn't know what was going on, why he'd attacked. Like anything had happened. He looked at his friend Lorlank and simply turned, running back the way he supposedly had come from. Nurias did not know what lost. He had killed the necromancer, but something had changed. He fled into the darkness outside of Neverblack. He ran, his body getting weaker and weaker at every passing moment, until suddenly blackness overtook him again. He did not know how long he was out of it again, but this time he awoke, and he was standing near the gateway where he had been before. He looked back at the stone pool. The corpse of the necromancer was still floating there. Was that all fake? Was that all just a dream? He looked at his hand, the claws that he dug into the captain's shoulder. Blood. What is happening to me? What is it I have done? I am still alive. I still feel my heart beating within my chest, and I have made no pledge to serve the necromantic goddess. I don't understand. It was then he could hear a tone in the air, a melody unlike anything he had ever heard. At first he thought it was a simple ringing in his ear. Something, as a result of whatever was going on with him. But as he stood there and passed through the gate that he had done originally, there was no great orb caught in a web that struck him from behind this time. This time he simply followed a pathway leading directly out to a great open expanse of sand. In the far distance he could see cliffs and tall mountains. But it was the tone, the sound that was still in his mind. It was then he heard a voice. Nurias of the Sunkenlands. You have become the one that shall be tested. Tempted. You have seen justice and injustice alike. you are charged with the holy blade that could reverse that which had happened across these lands. Long have I been silent, long have I waited. Through the trials and tribulations of one who holds the faith, holds the fate of the race of men. I call you now, make your way to the holy city. Here, through all the trials and temptations I am here. You must come to me. But beware that you have been tempted, tested, and before you is a choice like none before. I wish you to first seek the assistance of one of the last monks. He remains in waiting for you in a lone solitary rock, and you will know that you have found he you seek, by how hospitable he is. Nurias had no idea who or what this voice was. He knew only now that at this point that he must push forward. To say that he was afraid would be an understatement at this point. There had been many times where he was afraid that this was different. He did not know what he had done. He did not know the state of the world. With each step he took, he could feel something that was not himself just on the edge of his mind. He still did not understand Neverblack. His mind thought to the children and the slaves. He suddenly could see himself rising up above the great supposed refuge, slamming himself down upon it and shattering the roof. He could see himself devouring the commander. What are these thoughts? They are thoughts that I had, no doubt. But I have not the power to rise up and smash through solid stone. I cannot do such things. He knew he was still in the Sunkenlands, but looking across the expanse as he did not know where. While it was very clear to him through his travels, and now especially with the last few hours, that there was a chance that the land had altered even more, this place seemed very strange to him. While he could look up and see stars and constellations that he knew, they didn't feel right. There was something just slightly askew with it all. Nurias looked back to see his footprints quickly vanishing as wind tore across the sandy desert. He covered his mouth and tried to shield his eyes from the occasional gust. He could not even see the place where he had come from. He was alone walking through a twilight world, as it seemed that not even the sun's light could blot out the darkness. He had now reached a position that was just along the edge of the mountains. By some chance he came across the opening of a cave. At first he thought of what undead may be hiding here. He thought of the last time he had entered a cave and where he was now, but this cave was small. There was no sign of any recent undead, nor could he smell anything. There was simply a wooden barrel. He could not think of where or why a random barrel would be in such a place, but as he began to look around the very small cave, he noticed a skeletal body of the cave's last occupant. Strange to find someone so far out that has not been turned. He went to the barrel, and by chance happened upon several stacks of parchment. An odd find for sure in such a place as this. Most of them, however, were blank, but he came across one that seemed to have etchings and markings, a map of some sort. He went back out to the opening of the cave and looked out. Clutching the map, he was able to recognize that this map was drawn almost from this very position. Perhaps the cartographer himself was the dead person behind him. As he looked at the mountains before him, he could see along the edges of the parchment, the same mountains. They were great in size near the bottom of the parchment and grew smaller as they went out. Then this is a representation of what I'm looking at. But there was no clear idea of where exactly he was in relation to the greater Sunkenlands. None, save a strange symbol near the top right portion of the parchment. That is the old seal of the city. Of the holy city. But in all the maps and knowledge of his world, he did not recognize the location. The holy city was not in the place it should have been. There were no mountains that ran here. I have to figure this out. But that voice had told me exactly what I should do. I had to seek out some monk, some random monk that would be hospitable. But that wasn't helpful in his current predicament. He simply knew where the city was, but nothing else. It seemed although he had a map, he was no more sure of his path than he had been before. He left the cave behind him, proceeding back across the sands and wondering where it was his path would take him. Chapter 14. Lyra. His name was Rira. Though his name did not matter. Rira had one purpose at this point in his life, and that was to protect any still alive and moving through the Sunkenlands. He still remembered the place he thought he would die. Not by the enemy but by his own hand, his own choosing. Darkness had covered the city, he had lost everything. But in a chance encounter with some form of holy entity, he had gained a new purpose in life. Now for the last 10 years he had done everything he could to hold up to that. Now, he was near the mountains in the far north of the Sunkenlands. The exact opposite of where he has been before. There seems to be something in the air, something that had drawn out all those lives in writing. While he had found direction in the form of a talisman, he did not know what led other people towards them, only that his last days had been busier than his last. All across the land there seemed to be refugees hiding, but now they were making for this place for any number of reasons. It is a rumored safe place, a grand hidden fortress in these lands. Though perhaps that was all falling apart, considering it seemed that the dead were massing in the central Sunkenlands. Rira clutched the talisman in his hand. The curved metal stone in the form of an eye glowed brightly when he was facing the direction to travel. At one point it was to a place southwest of here, not even a day ago. But it changed. He was headed someplace else, and now wandering near the northern mountains, he wondered what he would find here. What could possibly be here for him? Rira came to the site of a massive granite tower. But this was not some intricately laid construction. It reminded him of the great pillars that have brought about the sickness in the lands. But this black pillar was not one of those. As he circled the strange structure, he realized that his talisman went dark. He spun about for a moment, looking for perhaps where he should look, but there didn't seem to be any direction now that caused the talisman to glow. A voice spoke, "Rira, holy defender of the people, I have called you here for special need of your skill." It was a feminine voice, nothing like the voice of the old woman from before, the spectral goddess he had seen before. There was a melody to her voice. He knelt, lifting up his axe and shield, putting them to his forehead and bowing slightly. "I am at your service." "It is not my service you must be in. Just the other day you were headed southwest to help one that is like you, but an unexpected event happened that changed everything. Now the one like you is fleeing his home, and with him are several young children. There is a great gathering in a last hope that your entire race can be saved. There were those like myself that are ardently working to make that a reality. It is time to leave the Sunkenlands." "Leave? Leave to where? The entire land is trapped, there is nothing beyond this, there is nothing for the race of men to do but try to survive where we are. The world was meant to perish, the great waters of the seas to swallow up this place. Long has it held, but the world is in limbo. Elsewhere, greater powers have made war upon the one responsible for this chaos. But there are some things that cannot be undone. Still, there is more that encroaches upon the lands, great chasms that even I do not know their origin. You must head directly south. There the great seers of my people have seen what I have told you. You will find a man and 3 children. Meet up with him and prepare. For there is a greater task for you, them, and others. You must do this. In the name of the one God?" Rira asked. "In the name of yourselves." The pillar that was there vanished. Rira stood up and looked around, unsure of who or what he had just spoken to. He did not feel any fear or darkness, but now he questioned everything as it was transpiring. Indeed, it did seem like there was a change in the world. The ground had begun to shake more, and the great chasms the entity that spoke to him mentioned were appearing everywhere. But even with their totality and violent look, they were not causing the shaking. They seemed to be something of somewhere else, perhaps an ethereal realm. Like a thin veil, laying down upon the physical world before him. He clutched his amulet, and looked at it, turning so that he was facing the south. One direction none of the living ever choose to go. But then his amulet began to grow brighter. He knew this was the path for him, and now he had to seek out a man with 3 children. Rira journeyed for several days. He had seen no one on the southern road, and now as he drew closer to a great chasm cutting across the land from west to east, he knew where he was. It is not too far from the wishing well, an old and sacred place of contained holy energy. No doubt it was nothing like it was before. He wondered how far he would need to go find the man he sought. He came to the chasm, and as he lifted his axe towards it, he realized that the energies seemed to be drawn towards his energies. Though many holy objects exist in the world at one time, you retain the qualities that they had before. He came across many anointed ones' discarded weapons and broken bodies. None of them still had their holy light. But his had remained. He did not know why. He began to walk beside the chasm. Realizing he can no longer go south, he noticed something moving across the chasm. He noticed that there were 4 figures far away. One seems much larger than the others, while the other 3 seem to descend in height. I found them, but I can't get to them. Rira began to jog, trying to see if there was a portion of the chasm up ahead that he could cross. Had this chasm not been here, he could simply run to them. But already they were being veiled by the uneven and rocky grounds. He couldn't exactly see where they were anymore. He would run and try to get to them before they entered the wishing well. But he would have to enter through the northern gate. While he had not been here in many, many years, he heard stories of what this place had become and what creatures roosted here. He would have to hurry if he was going to be able to assure the safety and protection of the children and this man. Eventually, the chasm dipped down and seemed to flow underneath the very stone of the land, no doubt headed for the great energy that existed in the wishing well. Since it burrowed, there was a natural bridge that allowed him across the chasm. He crossed, and looking around, he was too far east to be able to reach the western gateway, and no doubt the one that the father and his 3 children were entering. But the northern gateway was just ahead. I guess it's time to get right with whatever of the one God remains, not that I really care to get right with him. To go from a holy warrior to one who thought the gods were dead, as so many people did, would be quite a jump for Rira back when he was younger. Now, though he did not believe as he once did, he believed in spiritual power. He knew there was something beyond everything that was transpiring, and now, after hearing a voice from someplace else, as odd as that was, he knew there was some kind of future, but he didn't know what that could hold. What he did know is that for good or evil he would play some form of a pivotal part. It seemed that through some subconscious energy, that those that could fight were gathering, and those that would flee were gathering together too. Beyond the Sunkenlands there seemed to be events that he did not understand, but in truth, understanding was only part of what is necessary. He would trust his path as it was. The northern gate was made of red stone, and though almost none of the original gate remained, the foundations and arch which had once held the gate still stood. He came before the gateway, and bowed slightly in reverence toward all of what this once meant. The wishing well was not any mere holy temple or shrine, it was in fact a place where the priests of the one God were trained. Not like the anointed ones, like the warrior class, but the priests themselves. Here, that which would now be known as magic, was infused to the priests and how they gained their so-called energies of Varuda, the name by which they called the one God. Now, he entered this place having some understanding of the twisted beasts that lived here. What he did not expect was what was to come. The road leading down into the area of the wishing well was oddly clear. Not that there wasn't some crumbled ruins or other signs of destruction such as broken swords and spears, what was odd is that there were no bones. As necromancers had moved over much of the land, they animated forms of creatures and people. While many of these have been recently killed, those of the already dead variety became skeletal. As necromancers passed into the region, it would resurrect all of the dead, adding to their massive armies and normally augmenting it with relatively brainless creatures. The skeletons were frequently discarded, as the further they were away from the necromancer, the more likely they were to wander off. This resulted in piles of bones scattered across the land. Most of these could easily be reanimated, or under certain lunar light would animate on their own. Still, there was a chance of a necromancer's staff being somewhere near and causing them to periodically come check for anything that might be living before falling back. But not here. For whatever reason, this road was clear. He began to ascend the hill and could smell something. At first he wasn't sure what the smell was, but then he noticed it was the very distinct smell of burning wood. The dead do not need fire. Just as he said that in his own mind, his foot bumped up against taut twine, and he immediately dropped to the ground as several sharpened sticks flew just where he was standing a moment ago. He pushed himself up and did no more than look to his left and lifted his shield when a great force struck his shield. He was knocked off balance and sent rolling across the ground. It was another man. I am of the living, an anointed one. Stop. His attacker did not stop. The man or woman had a covered face wearing a strange mask. Still, there were others emerging. He did not know what this was, but he had heard the stories of the deer men. Strange cultists that had emerged directly after the fall. He understood now why there were no bones or anything else on this path. I will not give ground to any of your order. I shall rule these lands. You can rule them, Rira said. I am just passing through. You have not paid your toll. Then name it. Your head. My beasts need your blood to survive. Rira looked over at several strange half-deer half-man beasts that seemed to be faltering, not able to stand and looking quite sickly. I apologize for your loss of your personal abominations. You will not be having my blood, Rira said, spinning his axe, holy energy emanating off of it with a golden light. He could see the road further up. There was a massive force of skeletons moving with haste, but not towards them. Perhaps instead of fighting another of the living cultist, we could work together and get me up to the skeletons. The skeletons will come back, and there is little your abominations can do to help you. The figure shook his head. His antlers seemed to grow in size, rising up higher as his energy grew. He had not even noticed the antlers before, but as the creature stood in the center ground before Rira, it seemed to be gathering power, drawing from his abominations. The skeletons work with me. I am who resurrected them, using talismans that are beyond your understanding. Though I see one around your neck, it is strange how one of your order would have such a talisman, when that is not something of your god. Things change, Rira said. The cultist nodded, but the skeletons go to collect others for me, and when I'm done with you I will join them to ensure all of the cultists have spoken. We are all connected, just as the many strings of the web of the spider. Those travelers like you have already thwarted one of my kin. I will make sure my fellow friend is avenged. Rira did not know what any of this meant. He only heard the stories of the cultists but never met one. But all the stories of the cultists had their abominations as the true horror, not the cultists themselves. And as luck would have it, this cultist seemingly failed to keep up his greatest asset. Rira held out his axe and tightened his grip on his shield. Your move. You are a fool, the cultist growled. The man ran directly at him, head lowered, antlers slamming into Rira's shield. In one crack, Rira managed to break off a tip, and sidestepping he rolled away from the attack. Rira lunged, attempting to strike the creature on the back but was not able to make contact. The man ran for one of his sickly creatures, biting into it and engorging himself in the blood. The man grew in size, his vitality returning to him. Rira ran, leaping upon the man, but the man was faster now, using his staff swiping upwards and popping Rira across the handle of his axe. He dropped his weapon but put both hands into the force of his shield, slamming the creature not once but twice, throwing it down a second time. Rira reclaimed his axe, and saw that the cultist was injured by just that small engagement. He went to another one of his beasts, even as he was gasping to take a breath. Rira looked at all of the deprived and inebriated creatures, their sallow forms barely able to hold their heads up. I know what I'll do. Instead of attacking the cultist, he began attacking the creatures. As he cut into one after another with no fight from them, he did not feel barbaric but as a savior. These creatures were suffering, being kept alive as an energy source and nothing more. They were suffering, and he was ending it. No. No, the cultist screamed. But Rira had cut down all but a handful, before he was suddenly re-engaged by the cultist. There were only a few swipes and parries before Rira made two more crunching blows. One shattered the cultist's shoulder, and the second cleaved into his lower hip. The cultist was on his knees, gasping, trying to reach one of the last of his beasts. In the name of Aruda, I release you. Rira slammed his axe into the creature's neck, piercing skin, bone and vessels. The cultist was dead, and with him his creatures gasped and joined him. Rira looked up to where he knew the father and the children were. He no longer heard the clicking of skeletons. He hurried that way, making it through large piles of bones and finding none of his quarry. In time he reached the other side of the wishing well, and again saw open barren land. They have to be close. I'll keep looking. Chapter 15. And nothing else matters. The three wizards approached the massive looming stone structure ahead of them. Those with untrained eyes, and even a bit to Troon's eyes, wouldn't expect the large stone to be anything but a random mountain. But as Master Gefrel would point out, this was no mere simple stone. I tell you, this place is so obviously not what it's supposed to be, that it hurts. The Master Wizard said, if you look, you can tell there are striations in the stone that are unnatural. I would expect that something that was created by enchantment would be a little bit more correct. Barlas looked up at the stone, and pointed out to Troon what he was talking about. I know what striations are. You keep acting like because animals keep all my time focused on reading scrolls one don't know what words mean. Okay, but if we could make something like this, why do we let the holy city fall? Why did everything have to end? Gefrel sighed, because this is not a power of the race of men. This was a reaction to all that had transpired. There used to be the saying that the one God will provide as needed. In this case I would say the one God, or what remains, provided the race of men. In truth I do not know what actually created this. Its creation, and its existence is known to me more so because of my communications with my friend. They were entering into a rather simple cave. As Barlas and Troon tried to see a spot for some hidden door or other enchantment, Master Gefrel simply went to the center of the stone and tapped it with staff. It is odd to find a wizard's stone here. This is completely useless to anyone but those of arcane ability, yet I found this. And it was simple. This is the poorest designed hidden fortress I've ever seen. And you've seen many well-designed fortresses, considering there wasn't really war before all of this? Barlas asked. Now don't get testy with me. There may not have been open war, but there were fortresses. And again, everyone forgets they have knowledge of portals and places beyond fear. What do you learn about what's up north? Yes, what's up north? If you go further north to where the horizon begins to bend and starlight shimmers over the far northern seas, you will come to the Great Void Gate. Though I hear there is one to the south too. It is a northern void gate where much calamity has been instilled. They were making their way through a very narrow passage now. As they went through the arcane doorway, it did actually surprise Barlas and Troon, considering there were many users of magic beforehand. They followed just behind their master but spoke in hushed voices. You understand what he's talking about? He's always mentioning faraway places, and in truth, I've never read the book. Barlas asked. Troon chuckled. That is why I spend all my time in scrolls. I think there's a lot we do not know, and I can find it reading what someone else wrote. You must write your own stories with the spells you're creating. I haven't told you, but I am kind of impressed by that. Kind of. With the exception of the mage light from Master Gefrel's staff, there was no light going this way. In fact, it seemed that no one actually used this passage. It was a strange find to be sure, but as they continued to progress they came to a spot of sheen stone and a high wall. The road went either way in either direction. Master Gefrel quickly turned left and continued walking. If you can smell the air you can smell that is not as vile towards the left, that means there is some form of ventilation, and what we will likely find is the entrance. Even though you took a secret door that virtually no one would know of. You expect it to be that easy? Barlas asked. No, the wizard said with a laugh, running the end of the staff against the stone of the wall. I expect us to surprise someone. I do like surprises, and I'll act like I didn't know it was going to be a surprise. Makes for a fun time. The three wizards continued their trek following the wall. It seemed that Master Gefrel was more than correct, for after just a short amount of time the wizards could smell something else in the air. It was the aroma of cooking food. But as they came around the corner they did not come to some gateway with guards or anything else you might expect to find in the city. They came to a subterranean garden that was open and exposed. No guards or sentries of any kind. Just a garden. It seems they have lots of mushrooms here, Barlas said. Well, without sunlight, it makes it difficult to grow many things, but at the very least they do have some edibles. I can't say I would very much like to eat a few mushrooms and just lay down for a bit. It's almost as good as going through a portal. The master wizard looked at Troon and Barles. Contrary to what you believe, I do not just drink wine and snack on mushrooms to have my portal journeys. I know it will take some convincing, but by the end of all of this, you will know that I've been right. They entered the garden, passing by toadstools of a glowing red and blue variety. A single figure looked up, who had been seated in the garden, and completely out of sight. Do you dare trespass here? A voice asked. The wizard stopped. Master Gefrel kept his composure, but the two younger apprentices had their staffs out ready. The form that spoke was not hidden at all. As he stood, the three wizards were amazed by his grand size. He was at least 2 times the height of another man. They could all sense something different about this individual, but could not pin what it was outside of his grand size. We are just passing through, my friend. The figure brought a hood over his head and walked towards them, his hand going to the hilt of a weapon just hidden by his cape. You could not have come this way, as you know, it's in my tower. There are none that can go this way. I am the commander here, you will explain yourself to me. As the strange commander went to draw his sword, Master Gefrel simply lifted his staff a few inches, and the commander was unable to draw it out. The figure shook his body, frustrated. You're a wizard, the commander snapped. Yes, sometimes. From time to time. As it is now, we were just making our way into the refuge. I wish to meet some friends here. A good old time. I think things are coming together as they will, the commander said. It seems our refuge is known by many. A place so secret in private, yet the undead attack us for the first time, and thankfully those that protect Neverblack threw back our enemy. I take it if you came through the secret door, you are not here to kill me. Of course not. We are here to dispel dark energies and dark beings. Both Troon and Barles realized that Gefrel's entire tone had suddenly shifted. Neither of them knew why. You just do what you need to do in your garden, good sir. I will do what I have come to do. We keep to our paths, do you agree? The commander grumbled something to himself, and then drew a curved and jagged blade from a sheath. Troon noticed that Gefrel had attempted to do the same spell again, the one that halted the commander's ability to draw his blade. This time, though, it did not work. Of course, wizard, the commander said. If you know what you think you know, then everything continues to go just as has been planned. Go seek your friends. But they are dwindling in number. Master Gefrel bowed deeply, closing his robes around him and lowering his staff as he motioned for Troon and Barles to follow. Have a good time with your mushrooms, Gefrel said as they passed. Master Gefrel was moving rather quickly past the commander, and down a short passageway and flight of stairs that led to an atrium. Passing through the atrium, Troon and Barles hurried to keep up with their master, who seemed suddenly a bit disheveled. They came to a large entryway with great black doors. As they approached, guards on either side of the door opened the way and they passed out of the grand black tower. Before them was an expanse of dilapidated buildings, random stone, and smoke rising all across an inner cave that the wizards understood to be the refuge. It was the oddest of sights to see so many other life forms of the race of men. As Barles and Troon smiled, their master looked at them. I have need of you, Troon. Need for you to head back out. Excuse me? We just got here. Indeed, Gefrel said. I will acquire a place that is protected for us. This is not the place I believed it to be. The commander of this place is not right. The only thing to stay the bloodshed back there was the fact that the commander's plan had not yet come to fruition. We must be extremely careful in our next movements. You, Troon, you alone must meet up with the others that are approaching from the north. You will know them when you see them, but they are not a group that you will expect. They will be approaching Neverblack from the north. All will continue to move as it should, as it has been revealed to me. But we must be wary that dams are not made in the river of happenings. Beware yourself. I do not dare seek to leave this place or show signs I'm leaving until it is absolutely necessary. The commander will be watching me, but he will not think much of a lowly apprentice. And I mean no offense to that. Troon nodded. I understand, master. There are not many alive outside these walls, I'm sure, so I think I will see whoever you seek me to see immediately. Take care of yourself, Barlas said. I will. There is a strange presence about this place. Even I can feel it, Troon said, looking to Master Gefrel. There is much terror here. For a place that is a refuge it is, I have that feeling. They were about to split apart when a small caravan holding short cages was making its way from the side of the great tower they had emerged from. The cages, however, were empty. It was a few moments later when more cages were coming the opposite direction, passing the empty cages. Within the cages were not chickens or other fowl, nor were they pigs as you might expect. It was children and older people. Their bodies were bruised, scraggly and malnourished. The wizards looked between themselves, and both Troon and Barlas looked to their master. A great evil is in this place. It is infected, twisting the intentions of our Creator. We may not be holy men by the traditional sense, but I do see before the end we will stand the line against the greatest evil. Protection goes with you, Troon. Chapter 16. A light from the far north. Night was quickly falling upon them. Trallel had increased their pace, but he knew he couldn't keep doing this. As a dark cloud continued to billow over them, and random streaks of lightning tore across the shadows ahead, he noticed that the lights of the chasms were falling away. He hoped that they were coming to an end point. Finally, they would be able to turn back north, but he knew in the falling darkness he had to find shelter quickly. They had reached the edge of yet another bridge going over the dried-out river pathway, though they were not surrounded by mountains offering easy escape if they were attacked. They came up to the bridge and he realized it was still intact, and to their left a great chasm that had derailed their otherwise straight northern trek had vanished. As they reached the top of the bridge, Kilry stopped and looked back at Trallel. Father, it is yet another structure and a closed door. Trallel realized this bridge had a guard shack directly in its center. A way in the old world to charge a fee to cross the bridge. Oddly, as his son had pointed out, the doors were shut. It was an odd sign to be sure, and not a particularly welcome one, given the earlier encounter. They proceeded with caution, with Trallel at the front of the group walking directly towards the door. There was no other path or way around it, no other route they could take. Based on the location of this bridge, they believed they were near the Middle Valley Road. A road that stretches from the very tip north of the Sunkenlands down to the very south beaches of the southern seas. From this place they could traverse the entire land along this one road. They began towards the doorway, when suddenly Trallel heard heavy footfalls behind. He turned to see a lone figure, with a glowing axe running directly at them. Go, boys. Go. He drew his spear, arching back and throwing it directly at his foe. The man hid behind a round shield that was glowing not too unlike Trallel's own. The man deflected the spear and fell into a crouched position, crossing his axe and shield as he bowed his head. Anointed one, I am as you. Or as some say, a remnant. I've been sent to find you and your children. Suddenly the ground trembled, and the once supposed sturdy bridge began to snap and crumble. Boys! Off the bridge! Trallel shouted. Trallel ran for them, but they were more than capable of getting off the bridge on their own. As the ground shifted more and more, the bridge gave way. After standing solid for so many years, it was gone. There was a high chance to Trallel that had the stranger not interrupted them, they would have all been on the bridge when it collapsed. The stranger was approaching them. Kilry and Trallel both drew their swords, and instead of telling them not to, Trallel simply stood in a guarded stance, letting the stranger approach. I am Rira, I have been chasing you. I attempted to reach you before you got to the wishing well, but I was delayed by a cultist. We know much of the cultists. One had been chasing us before. I thought you were him. Rira nodded. I get that. I have defeated the cultist and slew his dearish followers. He did mention that another of his cult had been pursuing you, but failed. He is who sent the skeletons to distract you so he could finish me off. Yes. But that didn't work, did it? Kilry jeered. Indeed not, Rira said. I am Trallel, Trallel said with a bow, and these are my boys Serdia, Kilry and Kulres. We go north, and you're welcome to come with us. It is always better to have more blades than less in troubling times. Rira nodded and looked up. I think it best to find shelter for the night. Perhaps these ruins will serve some purpose, for when daylight comes we can see what fate has in store. Though this was not preferred by Tralil, most of the bridge had been destroyed, but a portion of the guard shack had remained. It wasn't much, but it did have was 3 walls and a surface sleep on. He did not know what to think of Rira. He had not seen another of his order in such a long time, and even a stranger thing, he had an anointed shield that was glowing brightly. Thankfully, as with most holy weapons, when we are not directly holding them, they do not glow. Otherwise, it would be a rather big attraction to anything that might be looking for them. As the boys readied for the night, Tralil and Rira sat across from one another, both keeping an eye out to the expansive wasteland, and the flashes of lightning cracking above them with a loud shaking thunder. "Thank you for getting my spear," Tralil said. Rira had made a point to go get the spear that was thrown at him, while Tralil initially got the boys settled in. "Do not worry of it, thank you for the coffee. A rare substance in our world." It began to rain. While they did have some shelter, their tunics were the best thing they had to attempt to stay dry. "So you were sent to find us." "Sent by who?" Rira shook his head. "That is the confusing part. From a friend I do not know." He lifted up his talisman. "This is something I came across in my travels some time ago. It gave me direction and pointed me, glowing, the direction I should walk. I spent the greater part of these last 10 years helping those I could when I could, being in this situation as needed. I followed it, and I came across a great stone that was not like anything else I had seen in our lands. A strange voice spoke to me and told me that there was hope for our race, that what caused the fall, I guess the Dark Goddess as I've heard her called, and whispers that she had perhaps been defeated. But that the Sunkenlands were on the precipice of being drowned out by the great seas that rise up around us." Tralil wasn't sure what to think of this. "Furthermore," Rira went on, "these chasms are not of our world. It is something else. I am sure this has something to do with everything that we do not understand." "Well, I'm glad you found us. I don't know what purpose we can serve, for we are headed north. Perhaps we are to just work together?" The man swirled about his blue hair, something that Tralil recognized to show the man was from the far coast by the southern seas. "Maybe," Rira said. "That was not what was implied. I cannot say for sure. But," he lifted up the talisman, "it has gone dark again. And I cannot seem to find my next path. But perhaps—" He offered the talisman, the Tralil. Tralil held it in his hand, shifting the talisman towards the north, and then shifted back to the south, where suddenly the entire talisman began to glow and vibrate. "I have not seen you do that before," Rira said. "It seems we must go south." Tralil tossed the talisman back to Rira. "I'm not going south, I am going north. That is my path." Tralil could see that Rira was not too happy by his words. He took the amulet back and tucked it away in his robes. At this point, Tralil took note of not necessarily the clothing that Rira was wearing, but the fact that he still had metal plate armor. A rare thing to see so long after the fall. "You know you cannot defy the will of the amulet, you know this, correct?" Rira said. Tralil looked back at his boys and moved his fingers on his left hand. He was starting to get numb along his thumb and index finger. The pain made it difficult to move his arm back and forth. He looked to Rira. "For one, my path takes me north. I must get my boys to the safety of elven lands. You can say there is no path or no way to get there. But I will find one. Secondly, you reference I have no choice because some device or piece of jewelry says I need to go a certain way. That is not how this works." He placed his hand on Rira's shoulder. "You're welcome to come with us as far as you like. You're welcome to go south as you seemingly said I must, but my family, my path is nowhere south." "I understand what you're saying, Tralil. But I do not think you understand. The same light was given to me by a woman that I helped several years ago. I understand to you it is nothing but a trinket, some device that glows with the power we used to refer to as the one God, but it has already spoken. You must go south. Remnant, but I see nothing and feel nothing that will propel me to go there. You do not understand. You must understand why I have to get out of these lands quickly. Tralal unconsciously grabbed his left hand. This did not go unnoticed by Rira. You're injured, he told him. That is why you do not take the call. You will not go south as the amulet desires. The children's mother already succumbed. I had to, he paused, kill her form. In the fight between us she bit me. Well, not every single bite transfers sickness. I know many that didn't transform, and though it is painful, as long as you don't have the numbness and tingling. I haven't. My only hope is medicine beyond the skill of anyone in the lands. Maybe at one time, a power within the holy city could help me. That city is nothing but smoldering ruins now. It is nothing. Tralal laid back against the stone, looking to Rira, who nodded. Go to sleep, I will keep watch. Though Tralal had his reservations on trusting someone who is basically a stranger, he was very tired and needed the rest now, particularly with the bite. Tralal awoke to see a startled sight. Rira was kneeling just outside the area where they were sleeping, and Serdia had his sword drawn. Tralal set up, taking his own blade that hand, when his son turned and signaled for him to be quiet. Tralal looked beyond, and he could see that in a very dark pre-dawn sky, there were numerous purple-hued monstrosities moving just outside the ruins of the bridge. A plague reaper. Rare these days. Is there a necromancer? He whispered to Rira. Not that I see. Normally, with creatures that were larger than simple undead, there would be a necromancer nearby. But in some cases, creatures that have been in service to a necromancer for a significant amount of time would not need the power of one to keep them in a living form. In the darkness, it was difficult for any of them to see exactly what these creatures were. They were most definitely tall, lumbering forms. While nothing like this existed in the natural world, it is not uncommon for a necromancer to craft his own or her own bastardized creations, a conglomerate of different pieces of life forms. Now that Tralal is thinking about it, that was most likely what he had faced at the homestead. The creature looked so grotesque and seemed to be a mixture of multiple forms. The thought of such things was repulsive to him. With it, immediately came the thought of his wife. For some reason he saw the two as one, some cruel trickery of his mind. The creatures, whatever they were reviling. Rira made a point to lay back against the stone himself, smiling slightly to Tralal. You've had your rest. I will take mine. Once the sun is up, I will decide what to do. Within moments, Rira was asleep. Serdia, however, remained awake with his father. What does he mean? Tralal looked up at his son and then looked back out to the pink and purple sky. He just means he will figure out which path we are to take. We have to head north. There really isn't any other option. Kilri suddenly joined them. Tralal had no idea he was even awake. But I heard what you were talking about last night, Kilri said. You can go south, father. We must go if there is reason to go. Maybe there are others like us who need help. We will not be going south, my children. So even if there are others that are like us, Serdia said, they do not matter. Tralal was trying to remain calm and not show his frustration to his children. There are people just like us all over these lands. I cannot protect you three and also protect all of them. We are not in harmony. We are a family. We must stick together, and no matter the odds must push forward to what we know. And what of him? Kilri asked. What would he do? I do not know. Well, I think there's more to this. If we ignore it, we are no better than anyone else, no better than the necromancers, Kilri said. Tralal snapped. He pointed to Kilri. We are nothing like the necromancers. We are not trying to take life, we are not destroying the very world. We are not helping them either, Serdia said. We have a choice here. I know you want to go north, but if we can help others like us, wouldn't that be better? At this point Kulrez had now joined them, though he had not said anything. How about we put it to a vote, Kilri said. Go north or go south to where you've been called. That seems fair. At this point Kulrez stood up and walked out to the opening. Tralal assumed that Kulrez was still partially asleep, and was simply in a daze. As he stood there looking out, the sun began to shine across the barren wastelands. He turned to his father. If light comes upon darkness, darkness must flee. If light goes out, darkness reigns. We are the light, Father. We must do what light should do. We are not a candle hidden. Though you are not now, you were an anointed one. Mother told me many stories of the holy city. You chose to protect us, to protect her, which in turn protected us. We must take this charge. Tralol had not expected this from his boys. He didn't think any of them heard anything. After the day they had had of fighting and running and climbing, he expected they were asleep. Though of everything that was said, it was what Kulrez said that struck him the hardest. His son was quoting one of the holy books, a story that told of the foundations of the holy city, and the purpose of the great torches of the one God. They're meant to be a light for all of mankind, for all that resided in the lands that show them a way or perhaps they did not see on their own. His hand was aching. He did not see how he could both bring his children to the north and go south. For whatever unknown reason he was being sent there by a trinket of jewelry. For now, children, just rest. Immediately he could tell that neither Serdia Kilri or Kulrez liked what he had just said. They wanted an answer. He couldn't give it to them. In time, the sun rose to a point where the full circle is visible on the horizon. He woke Rira by kicking him in the foot. Rira popped awake, sleepily blinking and looking around. I had a dream, Rira said. You may not like this, but I am to give the amulet here to your one son. I heard a voice speaking in my head, a voice of comfort. A voice I have not heard before. It is he who has knowledge to help you understand. At first, Serdia seemed interested in the amulet, but it was not Serdia that Rira was going to. It was Kulrez. As the remnant crawled over on his knees to Kulrez, he simply let out his hand, placing it in Kulz's hand. I do not know why, but it will be helpful for you to have this. Helpful for all of us, helpful for your father. He nodded towards Tralol. Tralol was anxiously wanting to know what his son knew of this particular amulet. In the little bit of time he had held it himself, he didn't see anything special. Kulrez moved it between his fingers, rubbing the edges of it. It began to glow again. Kulrez suddenly sat up straight, white light seemed to surround his body, and he spoke. Survivors of the cataclysm must work together. Warriors must stand, as the great bells once rang in the holy city. The sounds of greater bells shall come before the destruction. It is no accident that those that are gathering together, those that have survived, we come upon the end. Upon these very grounds together are those to carry the future. Soon all will be revealed. The light surrounding Kulrez faded away and he looked at them blinking. Why are you staring? Did you not just see what happened? Kilri asked. You were glowing, you spoke of the end of the world and I guess hope, Serdia told him. What did you hear, child? Melody, Kulrez told Rira. A strange melody, a song almost. I felt calm. Rira looked to Tralol. Tralol immediately knew what the reference was about. During his time in the holy city, any blessing by the priest of the one God would be accompanied by the strange tone and melody said to be the voice of God. A melodic tone, not too unlike what Kulrez had mentioned. Though he believed God to be dead, this was a sign of something having survived. Some echo, some memory of what was. He did not understand, he did not know if he could understand. With the fall of the city, and the darkening of the great torches, there was not much light left in the world. Furthermore, looking at everything that had transpired with the loss of his wife and in desperation of their situation, he looked to Rira, who now is having small talk with Serdia Kilri and Kulrez. The children were eager to pick up a call to something that they didn't even understand. But in truth, none of them understood. None of this actually made any sense. He took a moment and thought about it. He knew that whatever is spoken through his son and the strange amulet, wherever Rira had come from, whatever had driven him this way, it meant something. If he was to believe in any power or meaning to anything, they come to pass, yet the trust was transpiring. Even with the bite on his hand, and the coming sickness to fill his body, tear apart his mind, and ultimately end his life. He had a choice to make now. He would make it. They would go south. Tralel cannot believe it had come to this decision. Nothing about it made sense. Before him, for a certain purpose, and perhaps to find some form of honor once again, he would heed this call. His sons were ready, standing outside with the remnant, Rira. Though they were not of the holy city, though no great torch burned high above them. In a way, they were all anointed ones. Now their true test would actually begin. Though he wasn't sure of the direct path, Kulrez stood with the amulet in hand, walking away from the bridge in a general southern direction. It was glowing vibrantly. His son took it and put it on his neck, hiding the glow in his shirt. They would begin south, but soon, much more would be revealed to them. In the strangest of occurrences, Tralel heard a strange bleat. Animalistic, sudden, and answered from opposite directions. In the darkness of the night, it seemed that their pursuer from days ago caught up with them. Swords, Rira said. They fanned out, each taking position looking opposite ways. Kulrez was the only one that wasn't fully forward, and instead was slightly in the center of the group. I see them, Kilri said. 3 more moving just on our left, Serdia said. Tralel knew they were surrounded. There were literally dozens of the deer creatures, the strange half-man, half-deer beasts just like to the south before. What was missing for now was the cultist leader. And you're sure you killed him? Tralel asked Rira. Yes, this may be another one. Or they communicated with many through whatever means they communicate, and they hunted us down. Though the sun was shining high above, it was difficult to see their enemy. The strange stags moved low upon the ground almost like lizards. Where before they were jumping up and down rocks, moving not too unlike a typical deer, their bodies had angulated in a weird way, a haunting glow of whatever evil cult energy was upon them. They did not attack as Tralel was expecting. They stopped some distance away on all sides. It was then he saw the great horns of the leader. With this one came at least 4 others, all garbed the same. It seemed that between Tralel and his children's ordeal and Rira's killing of one, they'd attracted a significant amount of attention. So many of you in one place, the one that had dealt with Tralel and his sons before said. And yet you still do not have enough to pass all of us. You've had a wonderful time moving about unheeded. The necromancers and undead, will they seem distracted? Many of them are flying to the far south. Some great power has awakened. That leaves you to go north, right? That is where you were going. What do you want? Tralel asked. Nothing more than what I wanted before. And I have it. It is so unfortunate that we cannot get to the hidden city. It seems that they attacked the necromancer and possibly killed it. Many undead have lost their power. Then we hear whispers of wizards' magic uses, and not of the holy power of the one god, he said mockingly, but real magic. Even, how do you say it? Portal magic. A strange thing that has slowly been revealed to us. Just as we have been granted the power of life, it would twist beasts and men together in these new creations, he said, referencing all of the strange deer beasts. It seems the truth of our lands is that we were sealed off from the rest of the world. An experiment, perhaps, but one that is fulfilled. The gods and goddesses and magics of the world are awakening to us. Those of us of the oldest of the race, the anointed ones like you, the ones that they considered cursed like us. Pushing to the fullest the extent, away from everything. Now we have power. You know what he's talking about? Tralel asked Rira. Rira nodded, something not known. A sect of those like us, those strong with the powers of the one god, they began using it for not so righteous means. I can hear you, the cult leader said, we were against the lie. It is how we have survived. We did not fall for the lie, and thus we were able to prepare. Not so much can be said of you and your kin in your oh-so-holy warriors. But it is no matter. We will enjoy devouring you. For there is none of this land that can save you now. It was in that moment that there was a change in the wind. At first, Tralel just thought it a simple gust, but then there was a crackling and popping above them, and a sudden storm of glowing white arrows struck all around them. The beasts nearest to them burst in the bright white fire, and a moment later, there was a cloaked individual in the midst of them. Men of the Sunkenlands, hold your ground. The cult leaders and the strange deer moved about. They churned like an angry ocean around the strange figure, Tralel, Rira, and the children. At that moment, the cult leader that had been speaking so confidently to Tralel stepped forward, bringing out a staff of curled bone, swinging and revealing a massive crooked blade. No one can stand against my power in this land. The figure before had remained veiled, but now threw down their veil, revealing a fair woman. Her hair furled about, it was the darkest brown curled with red. Upon her brow were glowing lines. Her ears were pointed. I am no mere body within the Sunkenlands, I am a high elf of Narasond. Nelbria. You will make way for the anointed ones on their path forward. You are cursed, broken, leaderless. The woman pulled back on her bowstring. An arrow solidified out of nowhere before she released it, sending the arrow directly into the leader. Though he had tried to block, tried to close some type of protective shield around himself using his magic, it failed. As the cult leader collapsed from the arrow, those that remained turned and fled with haste, vanishing from the sight of all that were present. Both Tralel and Rira looked at the strange woman before them. You are who spoke to me, the voice with the pillar? Rira asked. Yes, she nodded. I do not expect everything to make sense at this moment. But many things have been set in motion. Though we have lost one, I would not say we lost him fully. I've been in conversation with the wizard in these lands. Someone who had knowledge of the world beyond the one god. He knows portal magic like I. I've never heard of portal magic, Tralel said. It does not matter, she said. What are you? Kilri asked. The woman smiled. She knelt down the Kilri's level. I am a high elf, a guardian beyond the mountains to the north. You are a strong boy just like your siblings. And your father. He was trying to get you to us, wasn't he? Yes, Kilri said. She smiled again, and that is good. But I see that the smallest amongst you has the amulet, a trinket left over from the attempt of the greater races of the world to help your kind. This? Kulrez asked, pulling out the amulet from his shirt. Yes? So you have tried to help? Tralel asked. Yes, the high elves, the Dwemer, many of us tried to help as we could. Your land is sealed away from us. The only way I can get here is through portal magic now. Not a portal to simply move from one place to another, but a portal between realms. The Sunkenlands are their own realm that very few can even access. As it is now, we're trying to save the race of men. There is one deep within the Sunkenlands that I do not have knowledge of, but I believe the wizards do. Still, I have understanding that another of your order has been taken by the enemy. I think they may intend to use him in his power to kill the avatar of the one god. Avatar of the one god? Rira asked. During the fall of the great city, the anointed ones attempted to guard the temple. There, a child was born that took on the personification of the one god. Through a vast event the great city was destroyed, but the avatar somehow survived. I do not know how all of this transpired, or even where exactly this avatar is. But we will need to be ready to support him or her. Great, Rira said. Does that mean we can expect a few dozen more of those like you? Nelbria shook her head. No. There are a few of my race to have the knowledge I do. I will not explain it now, but I have existed longer than the moon has been above our world. I have a particular skill set that allows me to do such things, but it is the great chasms that open across this land that have given me passage here so easily. I was able to tap into these great chasms, focus their energy into my own portals, and gain entry where otherwise I would not be able to. How do you know of the avatar of the one god and the stories there? Asked Serdia. That knowledge was given to me when I first made contact with the chasms. I was deep in meditation, and it seems that these chasms come from something else. They are not of our world, and yet they were a blending of multiple energies, weeds with a twist of understanding and time. It is something that must be studied greater, but even as we speak, the powers that once held this land in the state of stasis it is in, protected it from being plunged beneath the oceans, is waning. The end comes for the race of men, and I am here to do whatever I can to stop it. Tralel was not sure what to make of this high elf. She spoke of doing many things that he did not. The question now, of course, was where they were to go. So you are here, what does that mean now? Tralel asked. My son was taking us south, but I assume you may know more of the path ahead. There is a great city, a refuge. These people must be encouraged to travel north. It is their only hope. I have told the one that I have been in contact with in this world, to head for that place. It is just south of here. But that will not be where our journey ends. We will have to go to the site of the old city. It is there that I have seen our past transgressing many things. Now, I worry what is happening to the others like you two, she said, referencing of course Tralel and Rira. Whatever power the necromancers have over him, whatever their doings in dealings with him are, we will have to change our plan. I really haven't heard a plan, Rira pointed out. I wish I could be as wise as my race might like. Though I have been alive for thousands of years and through much of my own world, your world is much different. For now, we must go forward and find the wizards. I hope more will make sense once we are all together. They were headed south. Chapter 17. Lone Wizard. It was well past midday as they continued their southern journey. Though there was some simple small talk, Tralel had many questions of his own yet to be answered. So you're telling us, Kilry said, is that there are not just some elves but there are thousands of elves. And you said Dwemer. And then there are really short elves. Nelbria laughed. They are called dwarves. Most of them at this current moment are in the northern parts of the land. If you keep going north, you'll reach the land that is primarily ruled by Dwemer. Then there are the Ruses, elemental magic users that can cast magic from their hands. In everything we swore to, every aspect of the one god, Rira said, everything they told us as we were learning our studies is false. Nelbria bobbed her head left and right, not a nod but not a shake completely against either. She sighed. It really isn't my place to get into deeper mechanics of how things are. You knew of Aether, the goddess, but you do not know Aether as I do. She is a goddess of starlight, moonlight, and is one of the chief goddesses recognized by the elves. But to you here in the Sunkenlands, I understand she is more of simply a really good person. Yet you call her a goddess. I know her as you said, Tralel said. A good person, represented by the stars and the moon, but no goddess. That is how I learned it too, Rira said. But after the fall, it seemed that some began to practice strange powers of their own, things that came to them as the necromancers, and others that came with them intermingled with their own. There were objects and things I would just consider cursed that began to warp the minds of some. In that there were some who began to call out to Aether as a goddess. It's almost like the veil between our world and Nelbria's world became thinner. Nelbria nodded. I do believe it has. In truth, your world, and every single one of you should have been swallowed by the ocean. But in the last moment the gods of the north, those like Aether, were able to step in and protect all of the race of men. But I do think it is more than that. I cannot just sit and let us say that the one God is nothing, because I know that is not true. There is a one God, Aruda. Somehow I believe it has called us all together. I just hope I can help make sense of it in time. To Tralel, that had kind of answered one of his questions. He was curious of the gods and goddesses, and how the one God, whoever that actually was, all came together. The landscape before them was sandy and brown, and in the very far distance they could see mountains in the dark region flanked by massive flat plateaus. The sun in this part of the Sunkenlands seemed particularly hot, much different than the cooler mountains that they were traveling in before. So if you are here, Nelbria, why can't others somehow come this way? There are not many like us, there are not many warriors left, Rira said, and while we may believe your claim, others may say you as just a trick of the necromancers. Someone to draw out the people from safety. The people, whoever has survived, may need convincing, but there isn't much I can do of convincing those of the higher powers. The world itself, the Sunkenlands as you know them, will not last. The chasms tearing across the landscape are but one mystery that I seek to figure out. But I know from seers within my own people that the Sunkenlands will soon be beneath the oceans. Nothing will change this. But I do believe we can save many of your race. And what will happen to us? Serdia asked. If you said there's thousands of elves in the mountains, I don't see how any of them would want us there. We aren't like you. We are like the dwarves that hide in the mountains, as you say. Okay, please do not refer to dwarves as those who hide in the mountains if you meet them. They won't really care for that particular description of them. There is a city that has already been made, the foundations are strong and are outside the realms of the mountains. The mountains that encircle your land are a little barrier between your world and mine. As the Sunkenlands are swallowed by the southern seas, this city will be the southernmost of what we call the north. The north will become the south. Kulrez asked. Yes, Nelbria laughed. I should not laugh at that, but that is essentially what I'm saying. There is much I cannot hope to explain to you, and other things I just will not try. Just know you have friends among the High Elves. Tralal was not too sure of the place they were headed to. Though it seemed that Rira had some understanding or knowledge of this place beyond what he had said openly, he could not imagine a place where others of the race of men found refuge. As Nelbria had described, she said it was a place flanked by 4 great towers, not like towers in a traditional sense of masonry and grand architecture, but hidden towers. It was at the focal point of the center of these 4 towers the great refuge had been crafted. It was strange magic. The High Elf even specified that it was a creation of the one god to protect the people. The way she talked, it was like all of this had transpired and come to pass exactly as it should have. But to think that any god or goddess or higher power as it was, would condone the loss of life, the suffering of their people, or any other of the horrid things that come to pass didn't make much sense to him. He did notice that his children had taken a liking to Nelbria. It was strange to him. Though she was allegedly older than the moon itself, she did not carry herself like some wise noblewoman that was far above her servants or lesser beings. In fact, he had to guess how someone who was as old as her wouldn't be like this. But then again, he had heard the stories of those called angels, grand protectors of the one god within the spirit realm. Are High Elves simply the angels of the one god? Are they the servants of the one god? This didn't make much sense to him, but nothing really had. Nelbria suddenly stopped, and with her Kilri lifted his hand just as Tralel had taught them when moving silently. What is it? Rira asked. Do not move. Nelbria commanded. Nelbria's left hand was on her bow in a flash, and a mere breath later an arrow was drawn to cheek, glimmering with a white light. In what arts are hidden the stars of time? She called out. Tralel's eyes widened. What in the realm kind of question is that? At that moment, a robed individual holding a staff of twisted wood stood up from just beside a tree. Rira drew out his axe, which prompted the boys to draw their own weapons. But this person was not threatening them. Even Nelbria had lowered her bow. The man waved, and I cannot believe this, but you're actually real. I didn't believe it when my master told me. Then I will assume your master and your brother in the magical arts is within the city, and preparing for the great exodus. Oh, they're in the city, the man said. Tralel assumed this is one of the wizards that the High Elf mentioned. Nelbria, will you tell us who this is, or are we going to continue to stand here in a strange stance with our weapons out? Rira asked. I can tell you who I am. I am Troon, just a simple wizard trying to make my way across this disgusting place. Don't tell my master. Or the other wizard that's like me. Barlas is all into reading spellbooks and making his own. I'm a little bit more for throwing fireballs and asking deeper questions later. I want to throw fireballs, Kilri laughed. Tralel approached and bowed slightly to the wizard, as did Rira. I am Tralel, and this is Rira, and these are my boys Serdia, Kilri and Kulrez. It seems according to this High Elf here that we all have work to do. Troon nodded. I wish it was simpler than it was. My master has been deeply troubled by the great chasms across land. Even more so, it's strange he hasn't told us much of you, Troon said to Nelbria. I understand our trouble is just going to worsen. There is talk within the city of the grounds trembling more, and worry that the very ground beneath our feet shall open up, and fire shall consume us. Not fire but water, Nelbria specified. Tell me, Troon, Is there another? Is there another remnant? Someone perhaps not well? Troon shrugged. I really can't say. I do know that there was an attack on the necromancer, and while he was killed, apparently many of the better warriors fell with him. Troon tapped his head with his staff, nodding. There was one man I met that my master seemed to have a particular interest in. I don't remember his name at the moment, for I was sent to come this way shortly thereafter, but he seemed to think that his friend that he had travelled with from the far, far south was in some kind of trouble. His friend had survived the battle with the necromancer, but apparently had been taken over by dark spirit. Nelbria rubbed her head and wiped her eye, looking back to Trallel and Rira. Then it is as I feared. There is a spirit within one of the ones that we need to complete our task. I don't know anything about a task, Troon said. But my master is quite eager to meet you. It seems your communications have been erratic compared to what he wanted before. Not that my master was ever quite normal, in my opinion. Nelbria laughed. Those of us who can see beyond the portals of worlds and understand the magic as it is, have a different understanding. What is peculiar to one person and that may seem strange to another, is the only normal we know. Something that both those of the race of men, the dwarves, the elves, and every other creature that inhabits the realms could understand better. It's a universal concept. But for now, let us not concentrate on such things. I assume if you are here, you may have knowledge of a good path into the hidden refuge. I will take you the way I came, Troon said. It's still a good ways away, but we should be able to get there before nightfall. Now they were again journeying to this hidden refuge, with now yet another companion. The group of mixed company made their way at a quicker pace. But there was some question of something in a shadowy part of the rocks that were growing in frequency to their left, watching them. Trallel never quite felt the safest as he did with a high elf and a wizard at their side. It was an odd comfort. As he and Rira jogged together, the boys strolled behind, all breathing heavily. The wizard fell back a few times to check random rocks and stones, collecting several tiny crystals that he had happened to spot as they went past. But of all of them, the high elf that not only was moving off the direct path to the left and the right, but she was also checking and staring deeply off into the distance, and yet she barely seemed tired at all. Trallel had no understanding of exactly what a high elf was, but he was happy that she was on their side and not of their enemies. As they drew close to one of the massive towers that stood at what would have been a northern point of a large group of hills, the wizard pointed with his staff in a narrow cleft of rock. It didn't look like much from afar, and even as Trallel and Rira looked at one another, and looked to where wizard was pointing, Trallel didn't understand why they were going to this place. Now it's actually interesting to meet a high elf, Troon said. My master's been telling the stories about them for years, but frankly I thought he just simply drank too much moon wine. You are quite a sight to see. You have a friend back home? Like a romantic one? How would you say it, a husband or lover? Nelbria glared over at him, then smirked. Here you are but a child, an infant even. In fact, I know great tall trees that have been in existence longer than your generational line has been a line or a mere seed to be planted. I do believe that is an insult, Kulrez said. Trallel looked down to his young son and motioned for him to shush. Nelbria laughed. Trallel, no, that's just fine. It is good the child recognizes that. I've noticed, he was staring at the inscriptions on my bow earlier. The conversation obviously went away from the subject that the wizard brought up, and to the young boy and his knowledge of language. Well, Troon said, now that I've embarrassed myself I'll just stay quiet and let you know we are here. It's a simple passage and a stairwell that leads under the surface a bit. Troon led them directly into the rocky outcropping, and down a passage of layered stones to a dark brown door. To Trallel it was such an odd finding in a place like this. It was covert, and it would not attract the attention of a necromancer. It actually made a lot of sense to delve down if one could. For the first time in some time, they were moving beneath the ground, and not attempting to go higher into the mountains. Quite the opposite of what Trallel was used to. As they descended down the dark passage, the wizard somehow created light with the tip of his staff, and led them down a narrow and long passage. They had left the surface. So Kulrez correct? Nelbria asked. Yes, High Elf Nelbria. Kulrez answered. Kulrez was still trailing behind the others quite a bit, but he rushed in a hurry and walked directly beside Nelbria. I did notice your bow, Kulrez went on. The letters and markings on it seemed very similar to one of the scripts my mother taught me. Though I would not say it was exact, I feel like just, he paused, familiar. Nelbria nodded. It is very similar to a form of script of the Dwemer. In fact, all of our scripts come from a base language. That is, except for dwarves. They had quite a different teaching in the earliest times of the world. But I do believe the race of men's script was only a blending of Dwemer and Elvish writing styles, as I would assume the physical manifestation of your most holy texts was probably written by Dwemer. There is a time in my life I would have struck someone down for speaking such blasphemy, Rira said. I doubt you'd be very good at that, Serdia said. Did you see how fast she could draw back that bow? I don't think any of us could be that fast. Nelbria laughed. I will be honest with you here as we wander in the near darkness with the exception of the light that our wizard friend here Troon has. I wasn't sure what to think of your race beyond my conversations with the master wizard. But you all will fit in nicely in our lands. I just hope those that we go to meet here are as accommodating. The wizard tapped his staff twice on the ground and laughed. Okay, well, good luck with that. Most of these fools are too busy drinking, poking and whoring themselves with the refugees to be much of a use. They'll probably see you and drool all over themselves. Nelbria nodded. That's good, we need fodder for the escape from this place. I don't care if they drool over me as long as they can hold up a sword and shield, and help protect those who are weaker. Tralel had a strange suspicion that their elf friend knew significantly more she was telling them. Not that he blamed her for keeping some of what was to come to herself, but it did make him question his own place here, and the place of his children. For the longest time they just went downward, but now the pathway was beginning to straighten out and open up above their heads. As they came to a great natural chasm, they crossed the bridge and came to what appeared to be a large wooden gateway. As his eyes adjusted, he could see that there was a large torch high above them. It seemed they had reached refuge. Chapter 18. A Ring of Summer. Now, Nurias had come to a place in the desert where the mountains before him were far behind, and now he saw a single mushroom-shaped rock ahead. He wasn't sure what this was, but as he approached it he realized that it was nothing but a hollow shell. Perhaps at one time it had been the home of some person or creature, but now it was simply abandoned. He wondered of what this might have been, who might have lived in such a place before the changing of the world. He had never seen a mushroom of this size, but as he moved around the edge he came across the carcass of a massive scorpion. Stranger still was the fact that the scorpion had a saddle almost like it was used as a horse. Is this something as it was once? Some story that was lost to time? He placed his hand on the head of the scorpion and felt a strange feeling of light, a feeling of hope. It quickly fled from him. As he began to walk away from the scorpion his eyes saw a brighter light, whiter sands, he saw a great beach at the base of cliffs. High in the sky above he saw a golden light, and figures dancing in the stars. The sky had suddenly turned dark, and though he was standing now on this beach he glanced around and could see the bright sands as it was in the desert. He had a sudden thought, this was a broken past. A past that was meant and appeared as one way but was no more. A glimpse into an old memory. It was then he felt at his chest and could feel a strange lump. He felt just above where his heart would be, and could see a stitched mark. He had never been stabbed here, or had an injury here of any kind. And as he looked at the spot, the strange stitches simply vanished. I am within, and you are seeing as I once saw. The voice was sudden, stark, and did nothing to give him any comfort. Nurias wondered if somehow the necromancer had lived on. He thought back to Neverblack and the truth that the captain had shouted out that he was a leech. He did not know what a leech was. He didn't know how whatever this creature or thing he was called was, or how it could be. He had never heard of something like that. He continued, leaving the strange carcass of a scorpion and the mushroom house behind him. He just kept walking. He did not know how fast he was moving or how much time had passed. The light of the sun did not seem to change, and made him think that nothing he was seeing was even correct. That perhaps he had been killed by the necromancer and this was simply the afterlife, a place where souls would just wander. He then started to believe that perhaps the necromancer had resurrected him, and this is simply what the undead see. But then he could feel the thud of his heart in his chest, the breath of life taken into his lungs and the blood circulating through his body. Though in doubt, he started to think that it wasn't real. He drew his sword partially out and used the sharpened blade to nick his skin. His blood ran from his arm warm and red. He winced from the pain. He was alive, but still something was not right. He had continued wandering, and came across an oddity to be sure. It was a rather large home, an abode made of stone and wood, fashioned into a flat-topped stone house. There was smoke rising from a chimney in the distance, and a strange hooded figure moving water pails from a small well to a trough with several cows. Nurias approached this person with caution. He did not know who this was, and he did not know if he was friend or foe. Perhaps this is the monk. As Nurias approached, the figure turned and let down his hood. It was an old man with a soft smile. "You have come from afar to come to such a place?" Nurias had heard a voice in his head, that in the myriad of voices he had been hearing was different. "Excuse me?" "I do believe you've heard me," the old man said, "but I guess you still aren't accepting of things as they are." The man motioned for him to follow him, and led him into the simple abode, to which Nurias cautiously entered, and realized that there seemed to be some sweet-smelling pie of all things to fill the air before him. While the outside of the structure had looked rather large, where he was led was a simple room with no more than a fireplace and a table. There was a bed off to the side, and then another large black door. Nurias was staring at the door, and wondered what was beyond it. "Oh, you cannot go in there. That is a place for those that are not like you. One of the last altars of the one God. The one God is dead. They abandoned the race of men." "No," Nurias said. "Are you the monk I am supposed to find?" The man smiled, pouring Nurias a cup of tea from which source Nurias could not figure out. "There has been no tea in the Sunkenlands for some time. Perhaps I am, perhaps I was. I am still trying to sort out who you are. When you are as alone as I and hear many voices and things speaking, though not quite so dark as yours." Nurias took the mug of tea in hand. He sipped it not so much because he wanted the tea, but he wanted to somehow hide the anger upon his face. "This random old man knows nothing of me. This random old man may be my enemy anyway. You have many harsh thoughts for someone who was once of the Holy Order. But I can say that it does make sense to me that you would come here. I wish it would have been sooner. Before the end. The world has been fractured for some time," Nurias said. "I would have had to come here 10 years before to make a difference." The old man went to a spot just by the fire, and pulled out, much to Nurias's surprise, an actual pie. Then, making his way back to the table, he took out a small knife and cut a single slice out for Nurias. "That is not the end I speak of. You see, there is a path that was to be. Your new friend within you had a path that was lost. You no doubt came across my friend, his name was Timpo. He had a lovely scorpion, and at one point would have been part of your story. But no more. You see, Nurias. Events that have transpired have changed the direct path for Nurias. Though some things have remained the same, the strange chasms of your land, our land really, but the strange chasms have caused a blending. The old city sits within a deeper portion of the Sunkenlands, a portion that has been carved off and put away. Now, those that were to come together to save the race of men must save you. It is an unfortunate occurrence considering that the lands are quite dangerous. But in some ways I guess it is simpler. I do wonder how your story will differ now. For even I cannot know that. I can simply give you the guidance in my thoughts, as to how I think you should transpire in your journey forward. All I know is I seek the old city. I am to go to it and that's it," Nurias said. "One of these many voices, it was like singing, but I was told to seek out you, someone that would be watching and hospitable. Hospitable is a good thing. There are still some between here and the old city that are not quite like me. But in all the misfortune thus far, I am who I was. Though I hope to remain living, I do not know if there's a way for me to come back. To go back to the old way. The old man shrugged, but it doesn't matter. Elsewhere there are happenings, souls like yourself who are working for a greater good. Now one from a faraway land in the north is giving greater guidance and strength. She meets with others and he poured himself some more tea into another cup, having not even drunk the first one. Really, their story is not quite yours as it is. The Sunkenlands will be destroyed, but I do hope the race of men continue, and I shall give you the key. I have no idea what some key is. I was just told to seek this person out. What key? Your mind works quickly, the man said. If you have a question you can simply ask. Nurias stared at the old man. Now the old man was holding both cups of tea, sipping each moving between the right and left. But I guess I'll just ask. What is wrong with me? You are torn between two memories. You have your own memory, that is, you know. Yet the memory of another. In truth, I do feel that the necromancers, being lost without their goddess now, are using you to enact the greater will. You must seek purification in the holy city, by the one who is the only remaining person that can save you. All the while, those that were supposed to meet up with you back in the refuge, as your mind calls it, have gathered, but you're missing. Time is running short for you, Nurias. But in the circumstances we have you, I can still give you the key. For our fair god is trapped in the form of a child that was born on the fall of the city. They have returned and have slew many necromancers. But all the while they knew the great test was coming, one of the race of men who is caught between the living and dead. Your mind even now thinks of the term you've heard yourself be called, a lich. Well, that was just on the tip of my mind, but okay. I will tell you what has befallen you. I have spent many years practicing that which might have been considered heresy at one time. But the one God has shown me a path beyond. A path beyond simple fellowship, prayer, and idolatry. There's a world of spirits, and in that world are happenings that you can only imagine. Whispers of prophecy and foresight, but there is another power. As the necromancer that you slew before revealed to you its own past, the emotions that you tied into all of that opened your mind up to its energy. The necromancer, though you did defeat it, engorged your form with its magic. Its soul travels with you. It is that soul that must be purified from your body, one way or another. The risk now is that those that were to work with you in the final part of our God's plan are coming here. They are to come to the deeper Sunkenlands. Their path, however, will be easier. But upon their arrival in the holy city, they will rely on your choice to determine if the race of men have a path forward. Nurias finished his tea, having not even wanted it in the first place, but almost out of nervousness. More tea? Nurias nodded, not really wanting any more tea. He did not want the first cup, but now he was curious of everything even more so. It was almost easier thinking back to when he was just trying to get a bit of supplies, and he just happened to go get a leaf, and then that city fell, and everything had moved so quickly. He did not understand how now he was caught up in such a way as he was. But that wasn't for him to understand. So I must purify myself? Yes, I will give you the key that will allow you to pass into the city. But beware, you will be tempted. For you are a good man, and a good man can come to evil thoughts if good intention is behind it. You must understand that nothing that has been started now can be slowed. Destruction and calamity is coming, and will not be by the hands of the undead. Then I go to the holy city. Whatever ruin and shamble it is in now. It is a mixture, I will tell you, of many cities that have fallen and were thrown down through the powers of a dark goddess upon one another. A twisted labyrinth and a place of unholy horror. Once it was the holy light of the land of men, but even once it is covered by the many and under the endless oceans, it will poison the seas. For the collapse of the Sunkenlands shall come the collapse of all the magics involved. You mean the chasms? The chasms are opening across the land that make no sense. I have heard only whispers of it and seen it once. Everything is a cycle, Nurias. It doesn't matter if it is our world or one of the other worlds, good and bad come and go. With a simple smile, pain is hidden. With the simple expression of pain, there can be happiness hidden. It is the balance of those things that really challenge those of simpler minds like you and me. What is real? What is faith? Who can truly ever decide? The man stood up, motioning for Nurias to remain sitting, as Nurias went to stand as well. It was then the man went to the black door at the back of the room and entered, quickly closing it behind him. It was no more than a few moments, and Nurias found himself no longer in the house but standing outside it, the old man before him holding a single ring of silver. On the ring were 3 small crystalline stones that were ice blue and shifted to red. A promise kept. I have guarded this for some time. But it is a key unlike any other. At one time it was a key to the light and brightness of one of the gates of the great city. It is called the Ring of Summer. Now it will mark you as one that can enter the old city even through the charms and protections that are there to keep out the undead, and they keep out that which resides within you. Consider it a pass, a coin paid to a toll for someone of a broken soul to progress. You must seek your redemption. Then you must do what you must. After a snap in the air, Nurias was suddenly alone. The abode that was there before was gone. He took the ring that was floating before him, with no strings or enchantment, just simply floating. As he placed it between his fingers, he felt a strange coolness to it. He turned, looking towards the direction where he knew the holy city to be, based on the map he'd seen before. He did not know what was before him or what was ahead, he only knew that he had to push forward. Chapter 19. Of morning coffee and a party. Nurias stood before the strangest of sights he had ever seen. Now, standing before what he can only describe as a conglomerate of ruined gateways, he stared up at a towering portal of spinning grey. This looked like no city he had seen before. In fact, he wasn't even sure he was staring at a city of any form. The gateway was at least 12 times as high as any gateway of any city of the race of men. But it was not solid. It was not stone upon stone towering above him. It looked as if many gateways of many cities across the lands had been brought to this one spot, and layered upon one another. Pieces of stone were suspended high above, as if held by unseen chains. There was a strange wind flowing in and out of the opening. It was almost as if the ruins were breathing. Nurias took a moment, turning and looking behind him. The vast open expanse of grey sand and dark clouds rolling forever on, lightning streaking across the sky. This is a place of nightmares, like wandering into an old memory. A broken existence. Though even with the darkness he could still see sunlight. It was bright, and just above the edge of the horizon. His entire time in this strange place the sun had not moved. Everything in his life up to this point seems to have led him to this place, and he continued to be baffled by what was before him. He held up the ring, staring at the strange blue stones. They were cut in such a way that they had strange angular sides. He felt a presence within him, and felt mildly sick. Such a choice so long ago, the voice said, how would I have known it would have all led to such calamity? Nurias had first hated the voice within his mind. In truth, he had some level of fear when he thought about it. But now he felt more comfortable, if that was the correct word. He didn't know. Though the sickness was still there, the voice itself did not seem evil. He checked his dagger that he had stabbed the necromancer with. He saw the blade start a slight glow. Hopefully no more of those. He then drew out his longsword and spun it in his hand a few times. This he would keep out. Though he did not see there being a threat within the city, there he would be so simply put down with a blade forged in the old world. He doubted anything would be that simple. Nurias stepped forward and entered, passing through a void that seemed to move him through a field of starlight for just a moment, before he emerged on the other side and stood on an unknown shore of the world. He looked behind him and saw the entrance to the city, but looking ahead all he could see was light. What is this place? The voice within him, the spirit of the necromancer, spoke. It is still the same place that you entered. What you are within now is a land of ruins twisted with dreams and memories. Though I have altered what you are to see. For as in all things there is change in plans that are laid by others, do not seem to come to fruition in the same ways we wish. There are those here that are to test you, slow you from what was going to be a much simpler goal. But simplicity never lasts. Common thought and action can be misguided, even if at the best of intentions. Now, you will still go towards your goal, but it will not be with the same vision you would have had. I will not deny that your life is difficult. All lives are difficult to some degree. Truly, you will fight your demons, but you will fight the demons as I desire. Truly, I am blessed to be the one to give you such a sight. And for every passing moment, more of me flows into you. You shall be the instrument which grants me freedom. In a way that none that you tell this story to will ever understand. Nurias shuddered at the thought of what the spirit of the necromancer was saying to him. Yes, his life had been rather difficult, but now he was being told he would be forced to see and face things outside of what he would have had to before. What kind of cursed exchange is this? What fate had he been locked into? It didn't matter. Nurias would face whatever it was he was meant to face here. He began to walk down a simple road that had shops on his left side. There were 2-story buildings with a frost upon the roofs. To his right was dark water, twisted with foam as each wave rolled upon the shore. As he looked up at the sky, he realized I was not clear, but yet had the ruins of many other places floating high above. It all seemed to be in some form of a memory or a vision. He was absolutely still in the ruined holy city. The only difference was that the sun seemed to be rising to his right, the east. Yet before entering here the sun was setting. He assumed this happening was part of the vision or memory. Nurias jumped, hearing knocking from one of the doors to his left. He looked that way and noticed it was a simple shop made with blue wood. There was a tiny white door with a gold knob. The knocking continued. He stopped, bringing the sword up to his shoulder as he turned, and the door opened. It was a short old woman holding a cup of black coffee. "I hate to do this to you, but you agreed to this," she said. Nurias squinted at her. He wasn't sure what to say. "You agreed, yes? You agreed before you came here that you would face the trials?" She lifted up the cup. He noticed it was a yellow mug with intricate shapes on the outside. The edges of it were blue. "You agreed? Before you came?" "Yes." "Yes," Nurias said, unsure what he had agreed to or why he was being given coffee. "Good. Good intentions lead to good things. Like coffee in the morning. Good coffee. Strong coffee. I am so happy you are here." The woman, though very old with graying hair, moved quite quickly. She pulled out a chair and motioned for him to sit. Come. You're welcome here. It will not be easy, but you're welcome here." Nurias went to the simple wooden table, with a single chair and a cup of black coffee nearly spilling over the edges. He sat down while the old woman went back into the house. Nurias could hear the sounds of children, many children. But he could not see them. He believed they were inside the place the woman had come from. The woman returned, and this time she was sweeping with a broom. She was singing in a language that Nurias did not know. But as she swept the ground, seemingly ignoring everything around her, further down the road a building collapsed suddenly. He attempted to drink the coffee, curious if it was some part of his test, but he tasted nothing. Then the taste suddenly overwhelmed him. The spirit of the necromancer suddenly spoke within him. The coffee was bitter. But it did its job. As I would. Nurias did not understand the voice, but he set the coffee back down and realized that the old woman before him had taken no notice to the building collapsing. "No, do not worry of that. It isn't what you think. Everyone thinks they know what's going on. They don't understand," she said. "The buildings have been falling for years. I am telling you, it isn't what you think. You don't know the truth. Everyone is a liar. Everyone just says what they want to say. They make the buildings look worse than they are. I love them." Nurias realized the woman was becoming more irrationally angry, though he had done nothing but simply look over in that direction. "We do all this for you? And how do you repay us? You are nothing. You say things and assume about our great city, but you do not know. You do not understand that. One day, maybe you'll understand something." The woman, the simple old woman, shifted forms. Her face elongated. Nurias jumped up from the table, bringing the sword about, holding it in a protective guard angled towards the shifting beast. "You came to hurt her, you came to hurt her," the creature snarled. "You cannot get through this place, you cannot come this way. You have not the key to enter the old city." The woman's soft hands turned to jagged angular fingers with long sharp claws. She lumbered towards him, shuffling her cloth feet attempting to get to him. He ducked out of the area where the table was in. He brought the sword around, attempting to strike her, but she recoiled away. "You have no key to enter this place. You are not right. You are not right in the head." Nurias felt the ring he had been given and lifted it up. The strange form scampered backwards, falling to get away. The ring seemed to produce some form of light, beaming directly at her. It was then he realized the ring had muted her. She could not speak anymore. Her entire form seemed to recoil back. She fell back into the house through the white door. Nurias made his way towards the house, and as he did, the entire structure seemed to crumble away suddenly. The sun was high in the sky now above him, though no significant amount of time had passed. It felt like it was in the middle of the summer, and yet everything was falling apart around him. He saw the strange old woman cowering with multiple small gangly children. Their forms had patchy skin that was grey and sallow. Their hair was scraggly. "Will you strike us down with your sword? Would you strike us?" they cried together. The creature that had appeared before was no longer there. It was simply the old woman and the strange, very strange children. He lifted the ring up, and they all seemed to scurry away, hiding from the light in the shadows of the dilapidated building. "You have no power here," Nurias said. "I will go further into the city, and I will seek out what I am seeking." He turned away. He did not strike down those that had come against him. Nurias figured that not every entity would need to be struck with the sword. His intentions were not to kill everything he came across. He assumed some things were just simply a test, and as he took several steps back away from the dilapidated structure with the cowering foes before him, as odd as they were, the building faded away, and he was once again standing in the strange broken city that he had entered. Though he was once again in the ruins with towering stacks of broken buildings floating high above him and swirling clouds, he could still see the entire stage to which he had been a part of before. Though there was no ocean, and the sun was not visible. The building, however, the old woman had emerged from was there and broken. He wasn't sure what to make of that, but he turned, making his way towards an area of many towering structures that all but collapsed upon one another. It was here, as he walked through the crumbling buildings, he caught sight of the sun far, far away. He could see these flashes of light as he walked through the ruins, and they gave him some form of hope. He had hope that there could be more. He seemed to cross another strange void, as he made his way over a small bridge of silver wood. He passed through 2 rings of stone, and then suddenly he saw green and flowers ahead. It was the strangest of sights, to be sure, especially considering everything around him was dead. But this path seemed to open up to him, and he began down it, unsure of what travesty would be before him. It was then that he began to hear the sound of joyous music. There seemed to be some occasion, some event going on, but yet he could not sort out the exact source. Yes. The great illusion. That which took me by surprise. Nurias suddenly found himself before a great large barn. It was a structure surrounded by bountiful flowers, and as he looked out at the surrounding area, he could see rolling green fields and the sunset. It was a strange sight, but no more strange than anything else he had seen so far. The doors of the barn were open, but it was not filled with animals or the field's bounty, but people at some type of party, it seemed. The music was strange and upbeat, and wine and ale flowed freely off the left side. It was a simple enough place with large windows on the side, which made Nurias think it was not a barn at all, but then again nothing was making sense to him. There were many tables spread out, and people sitting at said tables, joyously talking and carrying on. Off to the side a band played a strange song. It had been so long since he had heard anything of such a sound, but as he looked behind him, he saw that the doors of the structure were closed. Whatever his next task was, he'd find it here. A man with dark hair approached him. "You are here. Get yourself a drink." Nurias nodded, as the man forcibly pushed him towards the left and he went to the bar. Here, a strange barkeep didn't seem to have much knowledge of anything. He had a simple unblinking stare, and as he moved between the cask of ale and bottles of wine, he just simply asked one question. Another one? You can drink all you want. Nurias had neither in some time, but he expected it to be much like coffee, and expected to actually not taste it. Though in his history he always felt like wine left him with a pounding headache, and regardless how he felt, he would stick to the ale. Just an ale, thank you. But the man gave him his drink and did not respond. The music was continuing, and Nurias watched from afar as the music got louder. Many people were dancing in the center of the hall, but it was one particular image that kept coming to mind. He saw a woman, tall and slender with red hair. He did not know why she was standing out to him at this moment, but he could see another sitting not too far away. There seems to be something going on between this woman and the other woman with red hair. Nurias then saw another at the table, a man. Abruptly, he went to the woman with red hair. It was strange that in all the people here that these were the three that were standing out to Nurias. He took a sip of ale and realized that he could taste, but it was strangely acidic, almost like it was poisoned. He took a few more sips because he could not resist, and soon everything around him faded away, until he could only see the three individuals that stood out to him before. Nothing else seemed to be here. Then came the sound of clapping and joyous shouting. Then laughing, but it was harsh and sudden. He watched as a woman began to crumble before his eyes, rushing for the door. As she reached it, she turned to dust. The man and the woman with red hair remained. The man seemed confused. Nurias stared, his eyes widened, and the man standing there became dust and vanished. Now only the woman remained. She danced and danced as her red hair became flames. She then stared directly at Nurias. I have done nothing but be here, yet everything is falling away, she said. I am an echo, one that destroys yet doesn't even know. Just as you come here, you are not part of this. You were never to be created, yet in the circle of the world, some of the worst consequences come from nothing at all. The belief, the sight you think you see but doesn't exist. Oh, Nurias of the Sunkenlands. You should not have come here. The entire structure around Nurias burst into flames. A bright flash of red fire enveloped the entire portion of the ruined city. Suddenly, like a screeching lich, the red-haired fiery woman took to the skies above him, taking the form of a great flaming bird. Oh fuck me. The creature circled high above him, its wings dropping flashes of fire that were engulfing the ground around him. Nurias fled, trying to take some form of cover in the flaming ruins, as now the bird landed upon the ground with a screeching sound as its talons ripped up the earth. See what destruction I have caused in such short moments. Time is of no question. For my fire shall burn and will envelope this world. What sanctity and peace remained I have destroyed. Now, you will become part of the ashes. Your bones will join the bones of this world forevermore. I guess this is one fight I want to avoid. But there was no avoiding this. Nurias had no idea how he could possibly even get close to this creature. It screeched and he charged forward, missing its snapping beak. He suddenly was behind it. Nothing as you see it is as it is. The wings elongated and swung around, grabbing his arms. He could see through the fires of the creature to the doors of the structure collapsing. He saw a single form, tearful and broken. And that was it. That was it. The necromancer spoke within him. I do not expect you to understand, but all is necessary for the end to come. Nurias ripped himself from the grip of the creature, bringing his sword down in a slash that caused the creature to jolt forward, shifting back into the female form from before. Is that it? Nurias asked. The female wasn't moving. He went up to her form, placing the tip of his sword at her neck. She went to get up and he thrust the sword down, cracking through the vertebrae and ending her life. All of this, and yet it was so simple to defeat such a beast. Nurias's arms were burned. It had multiple swelling portions of the skin, and blisters already forming. They ached every single movement he made. It was then his arms began to shift in color, not worsening from the burns but something else. His skin bubbled black and smooth over an ashen grey. He could feel something moving towards his fingertips, and could see black lines flowing from his burned skin into his nose. At that time his nose began to grow and become pointed. He turned his hand over and realized there were ripples of bones piercing through his skin, and if he closed his hand he could now form a strange green fire in his left hand. Nurias swallowed a nervous gulp. It is all as it must be for all to come to pass. You think you understand this, you think you face yet another demonic entity that you just must strike down. What is that which is within you that is the worst? It is the biggest folly of the race of men. We feel we can control something that we cannot, and then we hurt everyone and everything around us. With the coming of the great shards, the world was forever fractured. The race of men fell into disarray, and truly there was a worsening evil that was purging the goodness that remained. You are the catalyst that must sort out that evil and extinguish it. Now, it will be your turn to personally face that which is always troubling you. Nurias wasn't sure what the creature within him was speaking of. His life had been rather uneventful, barring of course the entire end of the world. But as he began to walk again to this strange, ruined city, he realized he was moving up the hill, and that there were multiple skeletal forms staring at him. He swung his sword around, looking at each of them and expecting them to attack. But they did not. As he finally reached the top of the stone road that then descended back down into another valley, he saw what had to have been tens of thousands of undead gathered around the great golden light far, far below. There were no necromancers here. He didn't understand that. He knew that the necromancers had every creature under their control and were powerful, but he had never seen such a gathering of the undead. Truly, truly something was happening. As he began down the hill, he could only wonder what was ahead. Chapter 20. Convergence of Companions. Tralal was curious of this place that he knew only as Neverblack. They approached the gateway, and instead of any warm welcome, they were confronted by multiple armed guards with their weapons pointed. "Well, I haven't had a greeting like this in some time," Rira said. "Do I look undead or something?" The remnant drew his own blade out halfway, and Tralal did the same. But strangely, almost like she was their leader, Nelbria lifted a single finger up and stepped between the men. "We do not come to battle with you, here at your refuge." "Listen," one of the guards said, "we are under order of the commander of Neverblack to not permit entry to any outsiders. None the least ones like yourselves, so heavily armed." "And you get a lot of outsiders here?" Kilri asked. "And many with kids?" Tralal asked. "We have business for your commander," Nelbria said. One of the guards happened to notice that there was not some mere woman standing before them, but something else. "Are you one of those necromancers? We already had one attack. Took down an entire gateway. What kind of trick is this?" Now it was starting to make sense why the guards seemed so on edge. There had been an attack, and one that had seemingly done a significant amount of damage. "If I was a necromancer, I would not have others that were breathing such as these around me, would I?" Nelbria asked. The guards seemed to look between themselves. Apparently, the word from the commander was perhaps not so stringent as they have presented. It didn't really matter to Tralal, but he'd rather not have to fight his way into a place that was supposedly going to be filled with allies. "Listen," Troon said at last, "my master and a fellow wizard are already inside." "You are with the wizard?" the guard asked. "Yes." The guard shook his head. "I will tell of your arrival to my master, but be mindful, I was not to let anyone in. But I'm not for pissing off a wizard, either. I've heard stories about frogs." Just a few moments. Though Tralal expected it to be a longer process to wait and hear something, it was not long at all when the gates opened from the other side, and several more guards came. With them was yet another that was like Troon, and both of them bowed to one another. "The entire place is going crazy about some strange female, someone not of these lands and possibly a necromancer." As one wizard bowed slightly to Nelbria, she nodded, and then looked at the many guards that were looking at her. Tralal and Rira both took steps to her side as Tralal's children spread out before them. It was like a small battle line around the elf. Nelbria at this point stepped directly ahead, and past the wizards, for she already had who she wished to speak to directly ahead. Tralal realized there was yet another wizard, though this one was significantly older. While the two before them seemed to be well put together and clean, this one's hair was scraggly and long and a beard that was about the same. He was wearing a bright red robe, and with all the grunge of the outside and inside world, he did seem very much out of place. Of all the wonders and stars of the many moons and the constellations above, this old man began, I dare not say I have seen something so beautiful as you, wanderer from afar. You are like the mountains, tall and majestic, snow high in the reaches that glimmers as your eyes do. I am Master Gefrel, the wizard you have sought, and I do welcome you to Neverblack. Gefrel bowed deeply and held it for some time, and the two younger wizards that were directly beside Tralal now chuckled to themselves. The elf was smiling and she bowed in turn, holding it in and then standing up straight. Master Wizard, I have been intrigued to meet you after so many hasty and strange conversations. I have found the race of men both accommodating and strong, and even the children, she said, referencing Tralal's children, are surprising. The Master Wizard looked over at Tralal and Rira, and then the children. Such a strange and wonderful thing to see so many little ones that are free. Strange to see children in general, I would think, Rira said. I have a place you can rest and speak freely without outside ears listening, Gefrel said. I suggest we go there before we meet with the commander. It seems our arrival here has coincided with an attack by a necromancer. Yet another sign of worse things to come, I think. The wizard nodded, and then looked directly at Nelbria. It is imperative that we act quickly. I do fear part of our plan as was spoken between us may be at risk. At this point they moved to the city streets, but did not continue directly into a deeper part of the city. Instead they took a large side road. It was strange to Tralal to see so many people in one place. He did not think there were places like this anymore. That said, though there are many forms of construction of great towering structures of different architectural styles, nothing here was clean or pure. This was absolutely a refuge for the last of the race of men. With that said, it was dirty, and there seemed to be many questionable types looking upon them. Tralal nudged the children closer together, and Rira seemed to keep an eye on what Tralal was doing. He moved to cover Kilry's right side. As it was, the wizards now also backed up around children, as it seemed that the Master Wizard had directed them to. He wondered what secrets the wizard had. There seemed to be some worry in his eyes as he saw his children. Up ahead, Tralal thought he saw other children. For just a moment they seemed to be in some type of structure looking out, but before he could get a good look at it, the wizard had turned them down a side road to a small hovel off to the side. It was here that the wizard tapped his staff and several stones flew up, acting almost like keys to grant them entry into an unseen place. A shimmering veil opened for just a moment, allowing their small group to enter. Tralal looked back. That's different. Gefrel quickly then tapped his staff again, and the shield of some sort created by arcane spells closed. But it was not something that was constantly visible, it was completely transparent. Tralal had never seen anything like this. Whoa, Kilry said, when can I learn something like this? Now this looks like a pretty wondrous thing. That would be magic, Kulrez said. How do I know? Because they are wizards. I know the stories that Mother told me of wizards, and that is what they are. You better slow down, kid, Rira said. They'll make you a wise man around here. He looked to Tralal. Did you see those people back there? Did you see the strange disfigurement? I did not take particular note of disfigurement, but there were. Those people are not right, Rira said. You are correct, Master Gefrel said. Though there are many as I would say are normal, there is a large number of the race of man here, they're not exactly right. In some ways I mean their physical attributes and signs that they had been infected and perhaps cured at some level, then there is something greater I fear. There is a strange energy about this place, and this beloved commander, and so many of the captains of the guard speak to, and fear to rebuke. It seems I have never seen him. Still, he said, I wish for us to speak away from children. There is much concern I have, and I think it is better if they do not hear this. Hey, we're part of this too, Kilry said. But some things are better to not go about knowing quite yet, I would say, Nelbria said. Even the greatest of our warriors in our society took time to be children when they could. Though I know your life is not as simple as your parents would like, here is time to simply step away and perhaps speak to the two wizards here about magic, the stars, and perhaps some things you do not know. Serdia shrugged. Okay, that sounds good to me. Serdia and Kulrez quickly went off with the two younger wizards, and Kilry just stood tapping his foot staring at Tralol. Go on, I'll tell you anything important. Tralol winked at Kilry. He knew that would settle it. At this point, Tralol, Rira, Nelbria, and Master Gefrel went to a portion of the room that was somewhat sectioned off. It was like a small cooking area, but there was no fire in the stove or food to be found. Master Gefrel made a motion with his staff, creating a small bubble of blue energy that surrounded them. He sighed. They shall not hear what we say in here. I will be very frank of my thoughts. First, he said, bowing to each of them, I am happy that we have all come together through much toil and trouble, I'm sure. Though I was in direct communication through my dreams with you, Nelbria, of you others, especially the children, I was not too sure. I had only seen glimpses, heard whispers of voices. It was on faith that I came here with my wizards, and just as I fear I may have missed one. Though I did invite another to come to our little meeting here, they have not arrived yet. I will tell you first that this mysterious commander here is rarely seen. He remains in his tower, and the captains do follow him absolutely. That is not to say that the captains are not to be trusted or to be trusted, simply that I have seen our very race being sold. While other places across the Sunkenlands have used different supplies, I have seen the human supply, those of the living, used and sold here. Just a bit down the road there are cages with children in them. They are actually selling children? Tralol asked. Yes, is partially why I direct my wizards to take special care to watch after the children. Do not doubt that they are safer with my wizards than beside any axe, sword or shield that you or Rira possess. But my focus is on what we had spoken about, Nelbria. There was another, it was another that had come here as part of our group. There was an attack on a necromancer nearby, and apparently it was killed. But then this necromancer somehow infected another remnant. A necromancer infected remnant? Rira asked. I've never heard of such. Necromancers kill and return the dead to the living to be their servants. They have never possessed. Have you told them of our intention and our greater purpose? The wizard asked Nelbria. I have not. I had sensed that there was a change in what had transpired, and so I figured it best to get to you, and for us to look at the situation. About that time one of the wizards came towards and simply moved his hand. Master, he is here. Then let him in. Tralol and Rira both noticed a very large man with a massive hammer entering into the tent. He did not smile, and was holding a tankard of something. Lorlank, remnant of the south, Master Gefrel said. Good, pleasantries are done. You're dealing with something you don't understand, but neither do I, Lorlank said. The man I knew would never choose to become as he is now. He didn't want this. When I saw him after his attack, he seemed confused. He had no recollection of what had happened. But the necromancer was killed? Rira asked. Yes, with a dagger wrapped in Huna's leaf. A rare substance, Master Gefrel said. We found it in an elven temple in the south. Elves have become so common in that part of the world. Tralol asked. I had thought them only a myth until recently. I have traveled significantly and never seen an elf, Rira said. It was hidden. Very well hidden. Just as was an entire refuge somewhat like this, he said, looking around them. But they are all gone. Nurias has changed. But he did not like the happenings here at Neverblack. If he has been cursed or something of that nature, I believe his enemy is actually the commander, not the race of men. But he killed your traveling companion, Master Gefrel said, Homu. He did. But I don't think he knows what he is doing. There were elves in your land for a time, Nelbria said. I had understood they had all departed years ago, but I trust what you said. Do you know the name of the elf that was in the ruins? Evla, Lorlank said. Evlo, of course. He was not from Narasond. He was from the Taria region, a scholar, not a warrior. Well, Lorlank laughed, I'd not want to face one of the warriors of your people. I do feel a small visit to our lovely commander of Neverdark is a good idea, Gefrel said. I will stay, Lorlank said. I think it best I not show myself more than necessary out there. Trallel nodded. Let us see who this commander really is. Very good, Gefrel said. You and Nelbria head on that way. I've got to set things up for an escape. A bit of portal magic, he winked. Though his children did protest, Trallel convinced them to stay here with the wizards for now. There would be plenty of time for heroics, and considering what he had heard about this place so far, he didn't want his kids being out in the streets of this strange city. Nelbria and Trallel proceeded away from the wizard's tent, and made their way towards the dark tower looming high above Neverblack. While Trallel noticed that Nelbria made a point to keep her head covered, thus hiding her ears, it was clear that those of Neverblack were quite suspicious of both of them. Though he wasn't sure if the suspicion was derived from the fact he was holding a shield of what was considered a lost order, or if it was his companion, who, even without knowing that she was an elf, there was something rather peculiar about her. Trallel had tried not to stare, but her skin had no imperfections. Her eyes, though he did not know her age or how old or young she was for her race, were a balance of youthfulness and the wisdom of an older woman. Then there were her weapons, which were just visible underneath her robes. Such items were not made by any craftsman of the Sunkenlands. While they were taking precaution, Trallel knew that subterfuge was not necessary. Especially not for Nelbria. They came up to the gateway for the Great Tower. It was here that Trallel noticed several near-nude women emerging from the tower. And even before Nelbria or Trallel could proceed forward, more were being pushed through the door. As they came up to the guards standing before the gateway, the guards stepped forward, each raising their right hand. None can pass this way, the master is busy. Nelbria smirked. Well, that is rather interesting. Even under the stars of Ether's light, I do not remember asking for permission. One of the guards lowered his long spear down directly at Nelbria's face. I do not believe you heard me, bitch. The master will not be seen by anyone. Though if you remove your clothing, I may be able to look the other way, and my master might reward me. Trallel had his hand wrapped around the hilt of his blade, but it was not drawn. He looked over to Nelbria, to see how she would react to such a statement. If the shipwright of the great northern seas cannot convince me to his bed, I would not so much as show my shoulder to a pig such as you or your master. You will let me into this place, or you will choke on that spear. Another guard off to the side approached. You dare insult our great master? The one who has prepared and made this place to protect us all, to protect the entire race of men. And then you threaten one of the master's guards. The commander will not be pleased with such information. The man with the spear leaned towards Nelbria, sniffing her. Smells odd. Perhaps you can make me choke on this spear if you're so confident. I suggest you let the lady in, a voice said. Trallel turned to see Master Gefrel, the old wizard from before. I thought, Trallel went to say. It is being taken care of. I thought I should come here to see if there are any issues at the doorway. These few know me, they would hate to be turned into a frog. Trallel looked at the men who seemed to take a few steps back. You heard me, the wizard said, you shall make passage. Nelbria partially looked back towards the wizard and to Trallel, rolling her eyes as the men parted, allowing them a pathway to the gateway. As they walked forward, Gefrel pushed in between the two of them, laughing to himself. All those generations of years, and you still have issues tricking the minds of men. Maybe I was just waiting. Seeing if it would take you too long to set the portal spell. You have good timing, the elf said. Trallel was unsure if they were actually toying with each other, or being serious. He figured it really didn't matter. They entered the base of the grand tower, smelling a stark smell of an odd incense. It was not pleasant in any form, and the more Trallel smelled it, the more his stomach was turned. Trallel could hear the distinct sound of females moaning inside rooms around them. He wasn't too sure what to think of such sounds, But as time went on and the three of them stood without any type of attendant or otherwise recognition being in this tower, soon two nude men walked out from a room and looked the three of them up and down. "It is the festival of the commander. Why are you here?" "We seek an audience with the commander," Nurias said. "Please tell him we have arrived. It is of an important matter." The men nodded and left them where they were, vanishing into another part of the tower. As Tralal, Gefrel and Nurias waited for the arrival of this commander, Tralal tapped nervously on the hilt of his sword. "Can you stop that?" Gefrel asked. Tralal immediately stopped and then stood up, walking to the edge of the room and peering into one of the other rooms. "You are anxious." "Don't be," Nurias said. So simple for an elfin wizard to say that to a mere man. "A week ago, I couldn't care more about ensuring I had enough water and food to feed my family. Now I am in this place." He looked around at the strange ornate walls and the inscriptions on the walls that seemed to be slightly glowing now. Something that wasn't happening when they first entered. "This place is unsettling," Tralal said. "There is an energy here that I do not like," Nurias said. "I do wonder about this place. I sense that something has changed in the greater plan. But I won't know for sure until he arrives." There was a rather large commotion approaching them. It was down one of the side hallways to Tralal's left. As Tralal rejoined Gefrel and Nurias standing in the center of the room, a towering man flanked by at least 8 other men entered the room. He assumed this was the commander. The attending men with him were all nude, and seemed visibly disturbed they had been interrupted. The commander himself was wearing nothing but simple cloth to cover what was otherwise a nude body. He looked Nurias up and down as he motioned for them to follow. Nurias immediately walked up beside the commander, as Tralal and Gefrel trailed behind. Further behind them were the entourage coming with the commander. At first nothing was said. The commander led them to a stairwell, which they ascended at a rapid pace. As they reached what Tralal could guess was the pinnacle of the tower, they were ushered into a large room with a massive chair. It was here that the commander sat as many slaves of both male and female variety attended to him, rubbing his body with oils. Still, Nurias stood unwavering in her stance as she stared down this monstrosity of a creature. Tralal couldn't make it out, but there was something unnatural about this person. Aside from his grand height, his face just didn't seem correct. There was something off, and he didn't get it. Though it would be shallow to assume that just because he was not of the greatest of looks and a sense of purity, that he was necessarily evil, Tralal did not like it. "A fine treasure you are, woman. Do you seek an audience to apply and join my harem? It is quite a luxurious experience. But I do warn you, some females cannot last through all of my associates and get to me. Would you like to start there or with something else?" Nurias stood with her hands on her hips, and her legs slightly ajar as she stared down at the commander. Master Gefrel was just off to her side, leaning on his staff. Around them, the entourage of nude men were becoming visibly excited looking at Nurias, and it did not even faze the elf's centered focus on this one man. Is this what the race of men has become? Festering fornicators of vile intent? The commander laughed. "You speak of the race of men as some entity or force that is outside of you. We all breathe the same air, eat the same food, we are bound by the situation that we all find ourselves in, and there is no escape. You come here with the strange old man that probably shoots sparks from his staff, and another that clings to a holy order that has long faded away." The commander nodded towards Tralal. "Where were you when the city fell? Why are you not dead? Why are you not among the many that were slain, defending our world? If but not one more sword had stood, perhaps the holy city would still remain, and none of this would be necessary," he said, referencing the room around him and the greater expanse of Neverblack. "Indeed, warrior, you failed your most sacred rite. Now this poor woman must come here and seek the pleasures of my house, instead of tending to her own children. Does that not trouble you?" "I had wondered what had changed in the race of men," Nurias stated, "but then I sensed that based on your size and your demeanor, it wasn't that something changed in the race of men, but that something took power within the soul and heart of the race. You are the 5th race. You were meant to be a binding force for the others, and yet here you are destroying your own people. A random man who had now become fully excited sexually approached Nelbria from behind. Now 2 more were also approaching. Nelbria noticed, but did not do anything except look at the commander. You will learn your place here, and any that resist shall be killed. They want you, you must give yourself to them. That is the law. The man was nearly upon Nelbria when she turned, drawing out her dagger and slicing the man's penis clean off. It sprayed blood upon the ground, and the other 2 men cowered backwards as she resheathed her dagger, pulling an arrow to cheek, and revealing for the first time the signs of her people across her forehead. The commander was on his feet at once, summoning his weapons from across the room that flew into his hand with a crashing sound of snapping stone. Tralel had drawn his sword, and Master Gefrel had taken a guarded position beside Tralel. Nelbria was the first to slowly release the tension on her bow. The commander did not attack either, motioning for those of his men who had taken up arms to back off. My blade hungers for the appendages of anyone that would take advantage of me, my friends or anyone else in this refuge. You have bastardized your position, and you will not remain in it. I do not know what you are, the commander said. You're not welcome in my city. You're not welcome in the Sunkenlands. You are a scourge upon this place, a force wasting away. You will bring ruin to the race of men. I provide a path forward, a path of safety to protect them from the forces of the dead. All you seem to be able to bring is absolute chaos. 2 men, fully willing to give you pleasure, and enter you into our harem now, will never pleasure another thanks to you. Nelbria spun about, drawing back an arrow, and taking down our 4th man who was approaching her from behind. Her glare cut back to the commander. I consider it a gift to not be a part of this. I also sense what is here. What you are. Since I entered this tower, I've seen the glowing runes high above. That was not crafted by the race of men. You are a servant of the goddess. You are a twisted entity that seeks to poison and curse the race. I do not care, your plan will not come to fruition. For all living creatures under the light of the old god and of the Creator, they retain their ability to choose. To choose good or evil, to embrace the carnal desires of your mind or to take the higher road. No matter what you think, you will fail. The passage of the Avatar in the race of men will not be stopped by any of your legions. Nelbria turned, motioning for both Tralel and Gefrel to follow her, as they made their way towards the stairwell leading down to the base of the tower. Tralel looked at the 2 men who Nelbria had slashed. They were crying and holding their severed parts. It was at that moment Tralel would feel a rushing of strange winds coming into the tower, and he looked back for a moment to see the commander not approaching them or attacking them from behind. No, he was summoning energies around him. A twisting of fire and shadow, as his eyes began to glow a bright red. As they passed through the doorway, Gefrel tapped his staff and the door slammed shut. Tralel made a point to catch up to Nelbria and Gefrel, as they were making their way with haste away from the tower. Do you know what he is? Gefrel asked. No, but I know what we must do. This entire refuge has been inseminated with the seed of evil. There is great risk in bringing the race of men north, but I will not stop. If I can save even one good person, I will do it. It is what we will do. Tralel could feel the tower seemingly shaking beneath his feet. Should we be concerned of that? Nelbria shook her head. The enemy can have any plan they want, but the way of the one God remains as long as the seas are held at bay. We must seek out our lost companion with haste, and in that perhaps we will be able to change the course of fate. They had reached the outside world once again, and Master Gefrel was quickly leading them to the tent. Though it seemed that their confrontation with the commander had not gone unknown, for as they continued down the road making for the tent, a large group of soldiers were following just behind them. Stop in the name of the commander, a captain said, shouting again as the trio completely ignored them. You are in complete disregard for the sanctity of our place. Stop now. Nelbria turned, drawing back on her bow and sending an arrow directly into the chest of the man speaking. The guards around him clambered to run down the trio, and the master wizard slammed his staff, knocking them back. Go to the tent, he said. Tralel was running now, barely able to even keep up with Nelbria, but every moment he was nearly there she would just simply run up a higher position, turn and release an arrow before jumping down to again be beside him. He could never hope to match her athletics. The Master Wizard was simply walking at a slightly faster pace. He would turn, tap his staff and send a random assortment of small fireballs or electrified orbs. None could stop them no matter how much they wanted to. But as they reached the tent, more and more were coming upon them and from the tower. Tralel looked up to see a great winged foe standing at the very top. It was the commander, and it seemed as if much was in motion, for he had revealed his true form, and it was terrifying. The commander's wings were 3 to 4 times his height, and looked the same as a bat's. Around him were wisps of black smoke, and his face was like that of a bull with blood dripping down its mouth. It roared, and there was a clamor of answering roars from within Neverblack. With that came the screams of thousands. It seemed the commander was taking control of Neverblack, in a way beyond simple law or order. Tralel looked around as other seemingly normal men and women of the race of men began to transform horribly, much to the fear and screaming of the ones that did not. "To the tent, Tralel. To the tent," Gefrel said. Tralel hurried to follow behind the wizard and the elf, as they made it to the tent and past the ward protecting it. His sons instantly came to him, and he pointed, sending them directly behind the Master Wizard. "So?" Rira asked. "They are coming for us," Lorlank said, pushing Rira on towards the others. "I think I understand what is happening," Nelbria said. "It will not just be the undead, and the waters that swarm around the banks of the protective mountains of the Sunkenlands. It will be a fight between our lost companion and this commander. We must be ready." Tralel looked at the 2 younger wizards and into his boys, as Master Gefrel lifted his staff, summoning a twisting blue portal over the top of the tent. "I'm scared, Father," Kilry said. "That's okay, it proves you still have heart, little master," Gefrel said. In a snap of portal magic, the companions vanished from Neverblack. Chapter 21. The Drunk and the Blonde. Nurias had proceeded up the road several more paces. From here, he could see that the road went straight up directly into several arching ruins of different formations and origins. None of the structures here looked anything like the other. Still, higher, growing like a tower twisted with metal and stone, clouds shrouding the higher levels, he noticed a noxious fume. But he continued forward. He was drawn to a great light that was just beyond his full focus. Looking back at the trials he'd already gotten through, he wondered of what possible thing could await him next. While he had outright defeated the strange creature at the burning party, the old lady from the very beginning, the one with coffee, that one still remained. If he would have to deal with her again in some form, he did not know yet, but as it was now he realized that he was being pulled forward and could not stop. It was like he could not control his own footsteps. He went to turn and his head was turned back forward facing. The smell continued to overtake him, and the road became less straight ahead. But it was not the road itself but his perception of it. His body felt loose, and as he began to take slower and slower steps he felt himself rising higher and higher. He was moving through the archways as if there was some type of passage for him. It was an odd state of things as he came to the top of one of the great arches and found flat ground. He looked around and could see the ruins going off in all directions, in a vast network of passages and pathways. From this vantage point he could not tell if he should go down one way or down and up another. But as he went to step forward, he slid. Sand beneath his feet gave way, until after several missteps he fell. But with falling he didn't feel himself moving through the air, he did not feel the rush of his stomach moving upwards. He simply fell and then landed collapsing on the ground, but he did not feel any pain. Nurias could see nothing in the dark surroundings. But as he tried to focus on any one thing he could see, he realized there was a glowing gas floating up through something just out of sight. He proceeded forward, stumbling over unseen roots and rocks, but even that was questionable because he couldn't even see them. There was something on the ground though, and as he fumbled his way through, falling to his knees more than once, he came to a place where he discovered the source of the strange smoke. It was a silver bottle. The bottle was blank on the outside, It had no inscriptions or artwork, and within it all he could see was a clear liquid. There was no heat source or anything to create the smoke before him, but he could definitely smell something odd. It didn't smell like any one thing. It did not smell sweet like a sweet wine or even sour like turned milk. It was something else. As he reached out with his injured arm, he could see the energies rolling off his charred and necrotic skin. As the energies seemed to cast up a slight haze of smoke, it bound with the smoke floating from the bottle, and suddenly there appeared an image of himself. "Surprising to find you here," the figure said. Nurias drew out his sword, flipping it in his grip and pointing it towards the strange apparition. "Strange you would draw weapons against one so familiar. Am I not too unlike the one in your mind? Do I not resemble that which you know? You resemble nothing. Where have you taken me? I must return to the correct path and continue." The apparition took greater form, solidifying itself before Nurias and rising up at least 2 times his height. It was a black beast burning shadow. From its mouth burned a particular white fire that illuminated the room, revealing a chamber of broken bones, shattered faces and withered flowers all upon the ground. "This is a place I do know. A place of hope that was, a place of hope where it was lost. A last bastion of my old life, this was where it changed. This is where the path so pure and sure was shattered and shaken. Do not trust this one." The voice in Nurias's head spoke, and it seemed that the foe before him could hear it. "Such lies they speak of me, yet I am accepted by all. No matter the time or place, be it a celebration of life or death, of a passing time or achievement. I am. I was created long ago, and I reside yet in all things. A twisted notion of good and evil. A beast unlike any other, a lie in a truth." Nurias no more than let the creature cease its talking, before he lunged forward swinging his sword but missing completely. He fell upon the ground unable to control his own legs and stumbling about, bumping into a wall and falling down. His sword clanging on the ground. Nurias attempted to reclaim his weapon, grabbing bone after bone and eventually grabbing the hilt to stand up, and nearly collapsed again. The fume and smoke coming from the bottle at the center of the room continued to disorient him, as his foe hovered towards him. "It is quite interesting that I can be neutral as I am, yet you can do so much damage yourself. That is why I have never understood why I am considered the evil one here. I simply exist, I am neither good nor bad. It is the choices that come that dictate the problem." Nurias was struggling to see straight, his vision was cloudy and watery, and for a moment he forgot where he was standing. As he walked forward, the entire room seemed to shift around him, twisting his legs, and before he knew it, he was back on his knees. Nurias closed his eyes and opened them to see his foe before him. Its eyes were empty and black, the white fire in its mouth just waiting for a moment to say something, to utter some cursed speech. Nurias relaxed the grip on his sword for just a moment, thinking of his dagger. His foe was just before him. All it would take would be 2 quick movements. One to grab his hilt. The second, to thrust directly into his foe's mouth. Nurias concentrated his breathing, focusing on his foe before him. His foe was right there, it was not hiding, it was not in some defensive stance. It was within his very grasp. He acted. He drew the blade, thrusting upward and striking his foe directly in the mouth. He went to stand, to finish off his foe and end this and what had to have been the simplest of his foes yet. But as he stood and stumbled about, attempting to go further against it, the bottle with its fumes spread out like a great cloud, and suddenly his foe was everywhere. Nurias tried to take another step, feeling as if his legs had stepped into some sludge. He could not move. Now his foe had multiplied to at least 6. Everywhere he looked he saw another, his vision doubled and tripled. Blackness took the sides of his view. He had to figure out how to defeat this opponent. "You see, that is why it's so difficult to defeat me. For I am but the cause and the solution, the right way and the wrong way. The path that is encouraged yet once upon it is cursed." Nurias was extremely sick. His stomach turned, and he could do nothing but taste his own vomit. This was such a difference from what before he had experienced with the woman with coffee. Then the trouble just seemed to be on the outside, but now the trouble was within him. He felt that he had brought all of this upon himself, yet he couldn't see a path away. He thought to the woman from before, and the party with the second demon. He tried to think of what went wrong during that had led him to this. Why was he here in the darkness alone? After a few moments, the apparition now stood just before him, as he did before. All the others had gone, and as Nurias looked around him, he noticed that he was knee-deep in his own vomit. The putrid smell coursing through his nose, and in his mind he saw flashes of terror, pain and agony. Stop. He did not know that voice. He did not know that voice at all. Nurias looked up at his foe. What trickery is this? What end do you seek for me? I stabbed you, you should be dead. That blade was capable of killing a necromancer. The creature bowed slightly, kneeling, then raising a single hand. It is not by force that you can stop me. No force of will is actually strong enough without the proper intelligence behind it. Though will is important, there is more to it. You have since tried to strike me down twice, and now you ponder a way to do it a third time. But why? Why do I exist? These are all paths to a purpose. No doubt you must understand there were foes before you. I'm a foe like them. I am a teacher. Like a wise man upon a hill with a smoking hut that calls himself a seer, I can lead you down both paths, good and bad. Even now, I ask you to look at your arm. Your necromantic flesh has hardened, you gain strength, you gain power, and with focus you become more powerful. Nurias growled, I don't want power. I want you dead. Good. Use that to build more, that is my true purpose for you in this land. You have walked through the slosh of swampish mire, seeing that which is hard, and heard the cry of the innocent. Now, you must understand that your path upon necromancy is to teach. Though many would seek you for different reasons, you must decide how you will use that which is given to you. These powers? These cursed powers of necromancy? Nurias asked. Time. You must learn how to use your time in a way that is best used. Nurias stared at his foe, gripping both his sword and dagger in either hand. But for once he didn't feel that striking this foe was the answer. As he continued to stare, he looked beyond the blackness of the foe before him, and to the bottle beyond. He sheathed his sword and dagger, walking directly towards the bottle. As he did, a desire to turn back and strike his foe grew. His foe's back was turned. He knew that he could strike at any moment and feel that freeing brush of ecstasy. But it was in that rush that he became his worst. He knew that was not the path. He went to the bottle, and much to his surprise was able to lift it without issue. The fumes rolling out of it filled his nostrils, and he thought about destroying it. But at the same moment he saw a cork, laying just beside it. He knelt down, grabbing the cork and placing it in the bottle. In a mere flash he was suddenly back upon the road, and ahead he could see a grand open platform far beneath him. It was here there were many torches of size and color, and as he looked back behind him he could see the many archways crumbling out of the sky and collapsing. You have taken the path that you should. You have progressed through many of my trials, but yet still one remains. Once past this you will have your choice, and perhaps you will choose better than I did. Nurias was progressing down this final stretch of road leading down to the lit promenade and platform. All around him, on the very edges of the rock and stone, just beyond the ruins and crumbled rocks of buildings collapsed and pushed into one another, Nurias could hear the growls of the undead. A menacing foe, just on the edges of his reality at this time. He tried to think of what all this could mean, as he had descended so far into such a strange place. Above him in the clouds swirled in multiple maelstroms of light and dark, clouds of purple, red and black. Almost none of this made any sense, but that was the norm for this place. He had to stop trying to decide what everything was and why. Besides, he had a voice in his head speaking to him. That was not the first sign of sanity. He looked to his arm, and as he bent his elbow he could feel energy surging from within the core of his forearm. A purple jewel of twisted veins and bone had appeared. It was the strangest of things, but with every movement of his finger it slowly illuminated. What am I becoming? He'd come to a gateway of jagged bone and twisted golden metal. Ahead of him were torches of blue, red, white and black. Like a grand greeting for a wayward soldier returning home, these torches went out before him, forming a large circle. It was at the center of a circle he saw a single figure. At first he wondered who this figure could be. He did not know of any that would be awaiting him. Though he questioned why he even wondered such a thing after so much had transpired before now, why did he expect to know this person? Nurias began to feel as if something else was in his mind. He began to see memories of so much that he did not understand. He saw children at first, several. None that he had any memory of himself. He saw a structure of blue and white, and a boat of some kind sitting in a field of green with the sunset beyond. It was in the strange imagery that he saw a black shroud descend upon the structure, and it was weeping, and the sound of claws upon rock. He continued walking forward, as strange images floated into his mind. He saw all that he had seen before, from the strange woman with the coffee by the rising sun in the strange bay, to then the party with the woman of fire. He could smell the toxic fume from the bottle, and now if he had to describe any single thing that made sense, he had to describe it as garlic. He did not understand, and the ethereal realm he had entered, why the scent of garlic would be so strong here. It made no sense to him in any logical way. The woman before him wasn't cooking, though she seemed to be dancing about, now going from place to place, twisting around the flames of the torches and leaping across great distances with no reason. Nurias continued to stare as she bounced from torch to torch to torch. She opened her mouth and bones fell from it. Nurias drew his blade, quickly also drawing his dagger, and taking a defensive stance. As everywhere this woman went, bones fell from her mouth, forming numerous skeletal fiends, but did not attack him as Nurias was expecting, but simply grew in number. "We must have faith and pray," the woman said. "The gods are dead," Nurias growled. It was at this moment that Nurias realized there was another here as well. The strange old woman from before had appeared just on the edge of the circle of torches of his new opponent. Nurias was not sure of her purpose at this time, but with her were all the strange creatures that were in the house cowering before. The ones that he had left alive. Nurias wondered of this dynamic. He began to step towards the strange woman. At first she had no hair at all, then it became as a bright blonde and then shifted abruptly to dark brown. Then again it turned blonde. Beyond the lit torches there seems to be a final gateway in the path that went into the shadows. Here there were no structures or other strange sights, just simply blackness. A true unknown before him. As he continued to walk towards the strange creature, the woman was as he had seen her before, but now she had begun to split in two. He was greeted by two creatures that he didn't understand how they could even walk. They were the same body split in two, one leg, one arm and one half of a head. One head had long brown hair and the other had long blonde hair. It was the strangest of creatures, and as he looked behind him he saw that the old woman had sent out her strange minions to move about in a large circle around him. This is the final test, Nurias. All things have come to this moment. You have the ability to get through this, as long as you don't allow yourself to be trapped. Nurias spoke to that which was within him, and what do I do? I am outnumbered. Do not give up. You know your path, you must follow it. Nurias looked at the path that he saw, knowing that the one that he could understand or possibly tell what was ahead was exactly the path he had to take. He looked back at the old woman, and now her arms split into multiple tentacles, moving about and flowing into one half of the two strange bodies that were now moving about with multiple tangled vines upon the ground. Their one leg flopping about wildly as the tentacles moved them about like some type of sea creature. Both of their mouths now had crooked teeth and were dripping poisons. They spit and spikes flew upon the ground just near Nurias. Nurias placed his foot slightly behind him, bringing up his right arm with his sword in hand. In his left hand he held the dagger. But as he stood there ready to attack, his foe did not. His foe was unique in that none of them actually wanted to attack. What they wanted was to be left alone. Nurias realized this, and began to slowly walk towards the pathway to freedom, to that which he knew he needed to go. But with every step he made of progress, the creatures were upon him. All he had to do to get them to stop and cease their movement in their path towards him was simply to be still. To remain unchanged and unfazed. It was a trap. The trap he now understood that within him had something to do with. He wasn't sure what all of this meant, but it didn't matter. Nurias's purpose now was to defeat that which was before him. He went for the one closest, the one with the brown hair. As he went to strike it, the other with blonde hair came directly at him. She opened her mouth, spewing out more bones, and now dozens and dozens of creatures were scrambling towards him with the clacking and clanking of ligaments. He slashed and smacked at them, knocking them back, and more they came. As he fought, he began to tire, but then he realized that the power was within himself to create that which was needed. With his right hand he flashed an amber fire, and a crystal in his arm surged with energy. He grasped the energy before making an arcing throw directly into the ground around him. Like he was ripping up the roots of a tree or bush, he pulled upwards, and dozens upon dozens of skeletal warriors rose to serve him. He pointed at the blonde foe, and the creatures charged upon her. As he did this, the other one came. She struck him with massive tentacles wrapping around his head and neck. He cut and chopped and broke out of this, spinning about and slashing as more and more tentacles grabbed him. He began to feel constricted. He began to feel like he couldn't escape. For a moment Nurias took in what was happening to him. He could see that the strongest bound upon him was this creature before him now. He became still again, and it released. Now he remained motionless. As he did so, the strange gangly creatures came upon him and began slashing and biting into him. Then, without provocation, both of the other creatures came upon him. He found himself completely surrounded, even as he continued to try to seek that freedom that was just beyond his reach. At last he managed to make a single strike, slashing into the blonde creature and throwing it back. He realized at this moment that there was a tentacle wrapped directly into the older creature, the strange impish woman. He pummeled through several more skeletons, summoning even more around him with a flash of amber fire, and sent his foes, a conglomerate of bones and flesh, undead of all kinds, fighting the others. It was the old woman that was the key here. The one who is keeping the blonde one alive. As he went for her, the blonde creature spit poisonous spikes out of her mouth in a sizzling display of greenish goo, striking all upon his necromantic arm. But all this did was give him more energy. He could feel the power building within him, and in this newfound energy he managed to strike down both the old woman and the blonde creature. Now, with nothing else but the lone creature before him, he had created an army all of his own. The bone creatures of his enemy fell away, while others fell beside him as his own summonings. Nurias found that this last enemy did not attack him like the others. She seemed somber, lost. As he began to proceed toward the shadowy path, she fell down to her knees. He paused, looking back at her with pity. He wasn't sure why. It was then he felt the presence about him move from his body, and moving into the one that was before him. Nurias felt a strange sapping of energy, a rush that tore into his body, and then he looked into the glowing eyes above both the creature and the shadowy form that had been upon him. We shall go into the pits of time, vanish into the past. We shall never again walk as once did, as you, observer, have seen. You have helped redeem that which was and release that which was held. I do not expect you to understand that which you have seen and heard, but know that now all will be as it should be. I thank you for your time. I thank you for not understanding all but embracing that which is before you. You have been but an audience to a play that you did not understand, for a broken mind that did. Now, Nurias of the Sunkenlands, go forth and decide how you will use your time. Will you embrace that which is dead, or will you embrace that which is true life? Nurias was suddenly standing just before the gateway of swirling shadows. As he looked back behind him, all that was had faded away. It was nothing but a grand field of green grass and a bright sky with millions and billions of stars expanding outwards. The chaos had subsided. Now he only had one path forward, and for once he understands it. Upon the green fields and around the now black shadowy gate was but great trees with leaves of orange and red, their leaves falling before him and landing like a path leading directly into the unknown. He gulped, unsure of where his feet were to take him as he went. But without a single doubt in his mind, he knew that this was the right path and where all had been leading him his entire life. Chapter 22. Every breath you take. Nurias had stepped through the portal. It was at this moment he realized that all the beauty he had seen before faded away, and he had returned to the Sunkenlands. The dry, itchy air around him blew about the sand and dust, and bright flashes high in the sky from unseen sources greeted him as he walked upon the ruins of a grand place. He had not seen this place in some time. Though none of the great structures of the temple of the one god remained, he was upon the grand roads of the old city. Ahead there was a single silver orb floating above a great pillar of stone. On all sides around him, he could see the undead growing in number and clambering over one another as some type of invisible field of energy kept them swarming this area. As he continued towards the silver orb, he realized that there was a charred blackened form laying upon the ground. As he slowly approached, keeping his hand tight on his hilt, he realized that it was a dead necromancer. "So you have come so far, Nurias," a voice spoke. "A child." Nurias turned around to try to seek out the source of the voice. It was strange to him to hear such a thing in such a hard place. A child surrounded by death. "I have come from far away. I'm not sure why, but I am to come here. The paths lead to different things. Yours has led you here. Others have led others to other places. It doesn't really matter. The truth is that there are many workings and plans. The worst part about plans is that they're only plans. It is the actions along those plans that direct us on where we should go. Even my own plans, being as who I am, did not work as I hoped. Now I have spent years and years waiting for the single moment. In that time there has been much destruction and chaos, but I must smile, for it has been a journey for many. Had it not been as it is, your journey may have been very different. In fact, you may have just died. Long ago. It is honestly in wonder and wanderlust we find true peace and happiness, and the quicker the average person can understand that, the quicker they can find that which is love. Nurias watched as the silver orb suddenly burst into flames, and the entire column split apart, shredding upon itself into a pile of dust. It was then a single form appeared, holding a scythe of white fire. Nurias jumped, bringing the sword about, but as he did, he felt an aura of peace upon him. It was a child that walked out with the scythe, and as the child drew near, Nurias's arm surged with pain. He looked down to the great jewel in his right arm, and realized that it was trying to move behind his back, to be free of the light of the child before him. "Who are you?" Nurias asked. "Who do you say I am?" Nurias had no idea how to answer this question. A child alone, surrounded by the undead in a place that no living being should or could exist, made no sense to him. He shrugged. "No person in the flesh and blood like me could or should be in such a place. But I only know of stories of something that happened upon these sacred stones. A child was born at the time, but a child was killed. You must be the memory of that child." "A memory of a child? That is funny. It is funny that you would think I was simply a memory. Memories have a way of being lost. For every recollection of a single ounce of memory is jaded and torn, is twisted by our state. For it doesn't matter how sweet or how hard the memory, that upon recollection it will be twisted and brought out, and made into what it is needed to be at that time, and returned to its place. Like a great library where no one organizes the books. Where it begins it is pristine and organized, yet people come about, take out books, tossing scrolls upon the ground and never giving in to simply being. It is in meditation that we can practice retrieving our memories and our feelings in a sensible and calm way. So much about meditation, both power and prayer, is focused on developing outward power, reasons to justify actions. Even now, Nurias, you are troubled with the memories and feelings of that which has cursed you. I wish I could explain that which is coming, but I understand that there is happenings elsewhere that I cannot have stopped. Now the companions seeking to join with you, and to save your race, will be the very ones that must face you." Nurias didn't understand what this child was saying. "I don't understand what you mean." "Companions. Companions from afar, from across the lands and from the lands beyond. You are to be the light that leads out your race before the floods sweep upon this land. I was born into this form to lead my people, but the enemy struck me down before I could. Though they can never kill me, I am now in a state where I must regrow in time. I will go to the north with the companions sent to you. But I know you know what is on your mind. I sense it coming, as the fading blackness of the necromancer you struck down fled your spirit. You have not given any attention to the new memories you have. Memories of the connection between all dark creatures, and to one you met before. Nurias focused his thoughts. He closed his eyes, as the gnashing of teeth around him from the thralls of the undead made it difficult for him to focus. Then he saw it. He saw Neverblack. He could see the commander, and beyond the facade of all that was, he could see the commander devouring the many children brought to him, snapping and ripping at their forms, tearing their heads from their bodies and their limbs from their sockets. He cooked a great vat of their bones, distilling it down and forcing it to the captains. All of the race of men who had come there were being tainted and twisted, turned into something else. Though with his eye of memory, he could see that there were still hundreds and maybe even thousands that were not tainted. Then he could see the lands of the north, and he could see a twisted plan to infringe upon them, sneak in and poison the lands. The minds and creatures that lived there would eventually fall into darkness. The commander, Nurias said to the child. It was meant to be that the companions would fight and defend me against necromancers, but now it is unfortunate you have an overwhelming desire to strike me down. The companions will defend you at first, but then they will strike. You must resist, and you must do what is needed to protect your race. Now I will do what I must try. I will try to purify you. Nurias was not sure what the small girl was going to do to him. It was at that moment that he felt the change in the winds around him, and he could sense something beyond him and the child. It was at this point he looked behind him, and saw a great blue orb appearing some distance away from them. I must do what is necessary to secure the path. This will not be pleasant. But it will be necessary to drive you to do what is needed, the Avatar said. Nurias turned to see a familiar face, two in fact. It was Lorlank who spoke first, even as Nurias looked at four small children, two warriors with shields of his old order, and a woman holding a bow with glowing marks upon her face. With them was also three robed individuals with staffs. Nurias, what are you doing? Lorlank asked. Nurias turned towards the little girl, and she had brought the sight directly upon his head, cleaving into him with a burning white fire. Nurias felt his entire body convulse. He heard the clambering shouting of those around him, especially Lorlank, who is yelling something, but he could not make it out. As he stood there unable to see, unable to move his body, he felt the jewel in his arm surge with energy, and suddenly he had become whole again. But now he was different. His vision had focused and centered. He did not have a confusion or confliction within him of what to do or how to do it. He looked, and now his left hand was as necromantic and charred as his right. He went to feel his face but could only feel bone. Something had happened within him. What is wrong with him? Lorlank asked. He became a balance of power, that extreme evil and that of my own hand, the little girl said. Now Nelbria bowed slightly before the child. You're the avatar of the one god, the one believed lost. I am a servant of Ether, goddess of starlight. I have come to assist those of the race of men, those that follow you. Tell us what we must do. Trallil drew his blade, directing his sons to do the same. He is but a lost soul, but we can do much if we can be given the time. Nurias laughed, rising up from the ground, feeling the energies and protections that the avatar had afforded them fading away, as now he heard a million voices in his mind. He knew what his friends desired, for him to go with them seemingly. But as he thought this, he could feel the powers within him that were stronger than he had ever felt. The control he had over his direction and his purpose. He thought a thought, and 100 responses came back. We are ready. These were his captains, his control over the horde of the undead who would have been summoned here. Nurias. You do not wish to do this, Master Gefrel said. Nurias knew that this person was right. He didn't want to do this, he had to. Even as he thought that two of the holy guards of the one god lifted their shields, the avatar drew in a great light that engulfed the shields with energy. He could feel the searing pain even before it struck him. Then from the robed individuals came balls of fire striking upon him over and over and over. It was the woman that hesitated, though Nurias didn't know she was hesitating or waiting. She had an arrow to cheek, and arcane winds blew around her as she sidestepped, attempting to line up her shot. Nurias glared at her, and he felt a connection between himself and her. They shared a thought, and then Nurias burst forward, breaking through all of the companions that had come to subdue him, and fleeing for a gateway as he called out to his millions of minions. Nurias had but one purpose in mind, and he would see it through. Even as he felt a growing terror within him, that he was not sure he could control. Nurias would bring his wrath upon his true enemy. What was that? Trallel asked. What is wrong with my friend? Lorlank asked. We must have patience, Master Gefrel said, must have patience that things will go as they need to be. Though I do question now what we do. Nelbria and the Avatar were looking between one another. He has told you his intention, the Avatar asked. Wait a minute, Serdia said, do you not know all things? Do you not already know the answer to that? No, I cannot read the minds of others, I can simply sense and feel that around me. The Avatar said. I feel that he has intention, and I feel that something else existed to drive him to make choices that perhaps we do not understand. Nelbria nodded. He goes to Neverblack. It seems that there was one, some force of extreme emotion and memory that had an effect on him and gave him his powers. One of the race of men who decided to fight the coming storm, sensing that so many of his necromantic brothers and sisters have been brought down here. It is with great fear I faced the commander, and saw that there is a greater plot to destroy all the races created upon the realms. There is infection within the race of men that must be purged. Or fall will all that seek to fight. The Avatar nodded. It is the passage of the way things will be. We must hurry to save those of my followers that still exist. But we will not dictate to who goes and who stays, for all life will be entered into the great exodus from this land. It will be as the greater creators say, and those that are meant to live will live, and those that are meant to die will die, and that is how it must be. Trallel noticed that the Avatar was looking over each of them, nodding slightly in approval at the assembly before her. We must go to Neverblack, there I will lead us to the north. I ask that you defend those that cannot be defended, guide those who are lost, and destroy those that would try to stop us. Trallel looked at the scarred ground in a place where Nurias had been just moments before. Rira quickly moved about with the wizards, searching for anything else in the immediate area. Trallel lowered his sword, as did his boys. The undead were fleeing this place, and now it was just the companions of the one god. The one god was this Avatar, this small girl who had somehow survived 10 years ago and now drew them all together. As the companions slowly came back together, the Avatar motioned for them to kneel. Nelbria went to join them, but the Avatar raised her hand. No, not one of the goddess of starlight. I am to guide the race of men. I am to direct their path, not yours. I respect you for taking the stance you have for people that are not your own, but I do not wish you to kneel. Trallel looked over at Nelbria. She bowed slightly and stepped aside. The Avatar spoke. Many past you have all followed, and they have all brought you unto me. Some, like you Trallel and you Rira, swore to the great flames of the holy city. One of you is faithful to the end, the other chose a different life. Though some priests may say that he should be put to death for such action, I think that is the problem with priests and organized religion, as it would be called. Why should any religion have such a rule to bar love, or children? What sense does that make for the furthering of the race of men in the souls to come? I say to each of you, both of you, and your actions are honorable. Rira, how many have you saved since going up on the road for the city in which you wish to die? Trallel, she said, now looking directly at Trallel, how many sunrises and sunsets have you had with your children? Have you told them of the old world and the old ways? Surely your wife, as she was before, would be happy to see you here today. She always said that the gods weren't dead, Kulrez said. She always kept faith. She would be happy that we were here with you. At this moment, Trallel thought about how he had not told his children what happened. How he had not been honest. But before he could put any more thought to it, Kulrez spoke again. You really need to help out my dad. He has done really well to protect us. He is hurting. I have seen it in his eyes. In his arm it is not well. But he's protected us, and he didn't even rely on us for his strength. He didn't tell us that our mother had died. Trallil looked to Serdia, and then over to Kilry. Kilry's eyes were welling with tears, though Trallil assumed Kilry could assume something as well. No one there knew that Kulrez hardly knew the truth. Their mother was dead. Trallil had killed her. And in peace we will find that healing shall come, the Avatar said. Some injuries are simple to heal. The Avatar motioned her hand in the air, not even in the general direction of Trallil, but he could feel the sudden release upon his left hand. He could feel energy flowing from the Avatar into his skin. He pulled back his glove and saw his skin was like it had never been injured. He was whole. But I, as the Avatar, am only a piece of this puzzle. You, Gefrel, you and your wizards have studied the ways of magic as it was hidden. That was never my intention for magic. But that was a rule and law of the lands. So much of what I wish for you is hidden away, locked away by those that were in power. That is why I allowed what happened to happen. To destroy and wipe out that which had been this evil could be rebuilt. Now, some that remain in the Great Refuge have sought to twist the powers of necromancy and blood magic. I do not expect you here to understand what I speak of, but know it shall be like Nurias that stands in the darkness, and strikes down both. Your friend Nurias goes to face a great evil. We shall go as one to support him. And then we must act quickly to bring him back to the light. Truly, I never expected this travesty to happen as it did, the price of a flood to drown out the evil. Rira was quivering. He shook his head rather quickly and pointed at the Avatar. You wanted to kill us all? You sought destruction for the millions of innocents. How could you do this as the god, the one who was worshipped in the great temples? The Avatar seems to have tears fall from her eyes. There are many workings of the world, especially when it comes to the gods. I am but one god of many gods of power that was built upon you and your race. I am not the same gods as Nelbria would speak. The race of men, though, is not of the elven race or the dwarf. You have the power within you to unlock power, and I was supposed to guide you. I failed, and through my failure there was a chance of a much greater evil. I did not want death, but this is also not the life I wish for you. For you saw life, I saw in her death a deeper death of one that is asleep. And then came the pride of men in the organization and sanctity that was lost in the formality to push aside and form classes and restrictions. She said, looking at Trallil, why would a god of love forbid marriage to anyone? She then looked at the wizards. And why would a god of knowledge prevent the sciences of the world and the magics of the universe, and everything that is beyond the realms that we can see to be locked away? None of them could speak, for none of them knew what to say. They were speaking to a god that they thought dead, a god they thought had abandoned them, yet what they were realizing is that the race of men was taking a path that the god could not undo. Trallil looked at his boys and then looked to the Avatar. We are ready to serve you. I have taught my children as best I could in the world that we are in. But if there is a chance for the race and the greater, they take a grander path. We are ready. Rira was still shaking, his head was bowed, and even as he gripped his glimmering axe of the Holy Order, he was barely able to hold on to the handle. The Avatar came upon him, and kissed his forehead. The rage you feel is a broader path that leads to that which is not your fate. Turn this rage, protect your fellow man as you have done so well. I shall deliver you from it. I shall deliver you from what you can only imagine. Just continue to fight, for I know what you desire, and I will not betray that. When you see the one who is of two, you must distract. You will understand when the time comes. Be about my life or my death, I will do as the one God commands. Yes, Master Gefrel said, us wizards stand ready. Now the Avatar went to Nelbria, gently caressing her forehead, and saw the light of her energies come to life. I have only met your goddess once, but she is more beautiful than any description I have seen. Have you seen the goddess, Isa? I have but once, Nelbria said. That I hope I bring honor to her, for she is like a mother to me. Though I could never match her grandness of design, I hope, when I get to the north. When I deliver my people from this. She will grace me with her presence as she did so long ago. Tralel wasn't sure what to think of such comments. He did not understand the entire existence of other gods, and how this god seemed to act almost younger. While the avatar appeared as a child, the one god had clearly been around much longer. But honestly, at this point, Tralel was not going to try to sort out every little detail. The details did not matter. I will take this to the refuge now. The energy that held me here and protected me have all but faded, but the undead have moved north. It is there we will go, and will not take portal magic to get us there. The avatar lifted her hands up from her sides, and formed a single ball of light above her head. Tralel watched as the ball expanded outward, and surrounded the companions with a shimmering veil of blue crystal. In a single motion, they were lifted off the ground and carried over the deepest Sunkenlands. They were headed north with haste. Tralel looked at his boys as they looked down from their high orbs floating into the sky, and was amazed at the lands beneath them. Truly, this was a once-in-a-lifetime experience, like no other and none that Tralel could ever explain. He thought of their mother and smiled. But now after all this he felt peace as a nagging feeling within. He tried to hide, but even as they were moving vastly at a rapid pace, the avatar looked over at him. Tralel, I know what your mind seeks. She was not laid to rest in a way that you feel was honorable. Yes, she has been merged with that of the lands of the south. You will have your time to purify her. I assure you. Tralel was not sure what she meant, but as he sat there with his boys looking down at the vast lands beneath them, he assumed he would soon figure it out. Chapter 23. Attack on Neverblack. Nurias stood now on the edge of the realm of Neverblack. His undead horde had followed him just as he had desired. Now his many commanders were assembled, and as he looked over their undead forms and was curious of how so many had come to be within his power, his mind thought back to the children that were trapped within this place. To the commander who had the most vilest of intentions. Nurias did not like what he had become, but now he knew his purpose. The purpose of the spectral necromancer that spoke in his head. They gave him views and images he did not understand. But at the same time, Nurias had an overwhelming desire to consume all the life within this place. He grimaced, squeezing his fists together as his captains awaited his orders. Neverblack is protected by many warriors and spells. From each cardinal direction is an entrance. The eastern one is weaker. You will move into the city with all of our forces, but you will spare any children you find. You will draw out the great commander so that he may be destroyed. One of the captains bowed slightly. I have served under the 10th Silver Necromancer for all of my life, but it failed. It is him who tried to become a lich, and it failed that too. This is the final city. We will all gain our immortality from the goddess. We must devour the race of men, you know this is the way. I am the commander here. I am the necromancer that commands what you shall do. Nurias thrust his fist directly into the face of the captain, removing what remained of his brain and crushing it in his grip. The other captains looked on, each of them bowing slightly. It will be done, master. The undead would be unleashed upon Neverblack. But that was all a distraction for Nurias. Nurias had business atop a tower, and he would not take the traditional route to get there. Nurias did not, and had no idea how far he had gone or how he had done it so quickly. As it was, he heard what seemed to be thousands of voices in his head. When he moved, his hands felt as if he was moving through the sands of the beach. With his very thought, he was able to move the vast hordes of undead with him. It was difficult to describe such power. This is not how he felt or expected necromancers to feel. His heart flooded in his chest. He felt connected to every single entity before him. From the towering plate creepers, moving about high in the clouds above, to the most lowly skeletal warriors, scraping their bones across the ground, clinking and clacking as they went. Though initially moving from the inner Sunkenlands on the ground, now it floated above the ground as he rode a steed of bone and flesh. Beside him were his many captains, and though he knew none of them for longer than half a day they'd been traveling, they were all fiercely loyal to him. Master, one of them said, we approach the great fortress that we have sought for so long. We had understood, me being one of the captains among the last necromancers to fall some time ago, we understood that one was going to the Blue Caves. Are you of that necromancer? Nurias looked at this captain. Who is your master? He was a simple farmer that failed in the early times to embrace our goddess. We had been sent to the very city that became the inner Sunkenlands, where you found us. My master fought the child in single combat but lost. Nurias stared the captain up and down, realizing that he was seeing one of the most trusted of its previous masters. It is ordained and decorated, wearing the armor of one of the holy order but actually unholy in every regard. I was part of the attack on the necromancer that was within the Blue Caves. But he had sensed something else, something vile, more than even those who tried to kill him. I have taken up that mantle, and we must defeat the one that is within Neverblack. The captain seemed to turn his head in confusion. I know nothing of Neverblack, except that it is a mysterious refuge of the race of men, a holdout that was somehow shielded from our ability to appear within it. I am confused by your desire to preserve life in such a place. Nurias snapped his right hand forward, the jewel in his arm surging with energy, and the captain cowered. I have decided who will live and who will die. The accursed forms within this place, bastardized versions of necromancy in living flesh. There is a vile commander in the Sunkenlands, which will now remain our home as the undead. You will touch only those I've decreed you to touch. No more than that, but yet no less. We will strike this place with all the force of the goddess. Nurias wasn't too sure of everything he said. Though he retained the memory of the necromancer that he had killed, he was torn between the growing energy and power felt within himself and the morals that he actually still feels. He is not some mere creature, some harbinger of doom and death. Yet he could feel himself dancing on the madness of it all. The ability of one in control of so many in such a show of power and force was intoxicating. He focused his mind thinking of the one memory of the bottle and the strange intoxication that came from it. For some odd reason, he felt that that was helping him control everything that was going on now. The willpower it took to resist that is helping him now. They come upon the great fortress of Neverblack, and like the first time that Nurias had come upon this place, for some reason, he could see within it and he could see the light forces. It was then he saw strange fluctuations of energy high upon the upper fortifications. Send forth all legions, he commanded. The captain next to him took a horn of bone and made an accursed screeching sound before blowing into it. There was a wail across the wind. At this moment the sky darkened. There was no sunlight now. It was then he realized that his entire army had been walking in sunlight, and there was no issue with it. The level of power that he now controlled overtook him for a moment, and he was maddened by it. He could sense every single footstep of his millions of undead. As he drew in a breath, he sensed the necromancers of ages ago within him. He took another breath and exhaled, the captains nearest to him suddenly engulfed in purple fire. In a strange flash of twisting flesh and energy, the captains took the form not too unlike himself. They held staffs of curved bone. It was a new generation of necromancers. We are ascended, Mortua reigns. They said in unison. Nurias nodded, go forth. Do as I command and draw out the commander. All but the one necromancer that had been the veteran captain before departed. This one knelt, only slightly. It looked up at Nurias, staring at his eyes and then pointing, I am the most veteran of all that is here. You are my master. But fail in the creed given to us by the goddess of death, and I shall take command. That is what was written before and what will be now. You may go for your commander as you seek to destroy, but we must remain pure to everything that we have fought for all of the years we have given up in search of the last of life in these lands. The necromancer stood, bowing once again deeply and respectfully. He then departed. Nurias sighed. There was a sudden stricken feeling within him, and he hated that other necromancer. He could see himself upon it, ripping his face and tearing eyes. Taking the staff of bone and shoving deep into his chest cavity, splitting open undead flesh and cracking ribs. But he shook it off. It was his true focus to destroy the giant of a creature, the devourer of the innocent, the commander. But as he thought back to the girl before, the avatar of the one god, a sudden surge of unbridled hate came over him. He desired to do what he imagined the necromancer did to this girl. There was something intoxicating about the power that he held. He didn't understand it, even though he tried. He closed his eyes and opened them again, looking as his horde attacked the great refuge. From high above he could see flashes in the darkness. The energy seen at the top fortifications was raining down in massive undulating waves of energy and fire. He was curious how the race of man had such power, or if there were more wizards there now. It was then he sensed something moving far to the south, a prism of energy. He could see its edges. He looked in that general direction, seeing through the eyes of the towering plague reapers the gargantuan creatures hanging about on the flanks of the army. He looked out, and all he could sense was a pure energy, and the longer he stared at it the more he felt sick to his stomach. They are coming. They will try to stop me because they do not understand. They do not understand the purpose of what I'm doing, and why I must do it. They only see me in the form that they see me. They do not see the soul beneath the charred dead flesh. I hate this. I hate what I have become to do what is necessary. But if they come to me, they threaten me. I will kill. His thoughts troubled him, but he would terrify his enemy. He would not stand back while his minions did. He knew where the tower was in Neverblack. He would go there himself directly, and do what was necessary. Nurias walked across the barren plain, and headed directly towards the clambering battle of his minions attempting to breach the fortress. There was movement on the eastern side and movement on the western side. It seemed they were breaching the defenses. He bowed his head slightly, putting 2 fingers to his forehead to speak to his underlings. Take none of the living of the race of men, but destroy all of those that are not pure versions of ourselves. Surround the great tower, do not let the one that is within escape. Nurias began to run. He threw himself step after step, summoning around him every minion he could, elevate himself higher and higher above the ground in a growing ramp of his minions. Nurias drew out his sword, now at a full sprint as the undead lifted them higher. Now he was over the top of the great plateau that was the roof of Neverblack. It was here he saw a very tiny ventilation hole for the entire structure. He reached up, summoning a great ball of amber energy before sending it directly into the stone, cranking and twisting the stone, feeling yet a single passage. Nurias looked down and smiled. No enchantment can stop the fate that comes for you now. Nurias dropped himself down into the hole, and entered the top of Neverblack. The clamor of battle was all around him, and smoke rose all over the shambles of the city. He landed atop a building, and had done so undetected. His minions are breaking through the eastern and western borders. He could hear the screams of frightened children crying. Nurias looked down, and could tell he was in the dead center of Neverblack. The many captains of the commanders were busy, and distracted. They did not notice him as he dropped down, standing in the same place where he stood before when he had seen children in cages. He knew he had to look horrifying. Aside from his right arm being twisted in black flesh with a massive jewel within it, he could tell that his face was not soft as it was before. Truly, twisted bone and rotted flesh now replaced his supple skin. He could see the cages ahead, he could see the crying faces looking at him. He approached all of the same children as before. In this moment he felt elation, surprise he came so fast to rescue these souls. As he reached out, the child screamed in terror, but he simply shook his head, lifting the lock that held the child. He did the same for each child, opening the doors allowing them to escape. He saw the one in particular he has spoken to. The child was shaking. Nurias knelt to his level, pointing at his own eyes. I promised. The child smiled. Death will not take you today, children. If you have families, get to them. My minions shall not harm you. As the children helped each other, moving as a group away from the cages that held them, a single man came out shouting and holding a rusty sword. He went to Nurias and was tempted to say something, when Nurias turned around and the man turned white. The man tried to speak but did nothing but stutter. he stepped backwards attempting to flee but stumbled. Nurias knelt down to him, and motioned with a single finger for the man to come closer. The man urinated all over himself, and Nurias grabbed his throat with his clawed hand, lifting him up and squeezing, feeling the blood circulating through his body slowing and ceasing as the man's pulse became nothing. But that was not enough for Nurias. He squeezed the man's throat until his eyes began to bulge and blood flowed from his nose. In a satisfying crack, Nurias dropped the lifeless and disfigured corpse. Nurias turned towards the tower of the commander, and began walking that way. He laughed to himself, thinking of all the many guards that had been here before. The proud but twisted guards that were supposed to be helping the race of men and in high regard, but their actions told a very different story. It didn't matter now, for Nurias was here and retribution was at hand. Nurias came to the doors of the tower. Even now the clamor of battle was growing louder, and shouts and screeches of both man and beast alike echoed the chasms. Nurias noticed chasms, the ones he had seen before that were so strange. They seemed to be surrounding this tower, forming a perimeter of some kind. Nurias had come to the door, and the doors opened. "You have come so far, my friend. I see this was a grand response to an alternate plan created by my kin. I'll have you know that I've eaten many children today. I found all of them delectable. You are too late, Nurias. I was not too late for the other children, and I will avenge the ones that I failed. The accursed form, something that should not exist and will not by the end of our confrontation." The commander laughed, his cackle growing from a light laugh of a mere man to a deeper and deeper tone that Nurias had never heard. The man had seemingly grown since Nurias had first seen him. It was then Nurias realized that the man had a trail of bodies chained to him and bloodied. As of this moment, he realized that this is more than necromancy. Far more than necromancy. These people attached to his back by great chains were still alive. He could see their arms and legs moving about, as they wrapped around the giant spikes cut into their bodies. Energy was flowing from their dripping blood into this monster, this creature. Surely a combination of blood and shadow, and more powerful than anything a dead god could conjure. You may be a necromancer that turned, one that went against that which was his calling. Your companions may be arriving now, since they are. They seek to save the race of men. But all of this is for naught, for I am the greatest of creations of the goddess of death, and the ones of the void. There was no more time for discussion. For Nurias this was it. He did not care of the commander's minions, the captains who had become tainted and poisoned in their minds. He did not care for the twisted individuals that made up the hierarchy of the commander's most devoted followers. Heading the screams of the last survivors of the race of men as they clambered away from his undead minions that were ravaging Neverblack, Nurias looked down the edge of his blade, directly at the snarling commander. This beast of a man, this giant, was not like anything Nurias had faced. While he had seen ghastly apparitions and terrible monsters even as he went deep into the Sunkenlands, this foe was beyond any of that. There was a snap of sudden motion. The commander lunged at him, bringing down a bony mace that struck the ground just as Nurias leapt directly upwards. In his undead prowess, with his ability to summon and use the powers of the necromancers, he gained the ability of physical prowess that he had never had. Now flying high above his foe, he angled his sword down, coming directly down upon him. But his sword simply clanged off of the commander's armor, and he found himself suddenly within the commander's grasp. The commander grabbed his leg, slamming him down and knocking his sword from his hand. Nurias grabbed for his dagger, the one he used to kill the necromancer, and cut directly into the commander's wrist. The commander flailed and fell backwards. His arm was burning and sizzling with a golden fire engulfing around his gauntlet. "You cursed beast! That is how you killed the necromancer. Stupid elven plant!" The commander gripped his arm high above the spot where Nurias had struck him, and squeezed with so much strength that his skin cracked, and a dark red blood poured forth as he crushed his own arm off to stop the spread of the holy energies of the elven plant. Nurias reclaimed his sword and spun it about in hand, angling it towards his foe as he looked on in disgust. The commander had removed his own arm by crushing it from the outside. Now he summoned purple flames within his other hand, and sealed the wound before reaching out and grabbing into the darkness around him. In a few moments, pieces of rotted corpses flew upon him, enveloping where his arm had been severed and forming a new one, replacing the one that he had crushed off. You see, it is the greatest of evolutions for the race of men to be combined with the powers of necromancy. Was I an old man, I had reached a point to where you would have claimed your victory. But as you can see, I am no normal man, just as you are no normal man. Yet you come against me in such a way that there is no path forward for us. You draw blade against me, you do this why? Between the two of us we can go to the northern lands beyond the reach of the race of men, and we can bring forth the glory of our goddess. She has been slowed in those regions, not stopped. For she is not evil as so many would claim. Mortua, our lovely goddess, embraces all into her arms. You even command one of the greatest combined armies of necromancers that exist. You have been blessed. Your captains are now all of your line and are faithful to you. With your forces and mine, we can bring ruin to those who abandoned the race of men in their darkest hours. Nurias looked around as his undead were swarming and getting closer to him. He looked further out, and saw a strange orb of light landing in the distance. As the orb shattered, he saw the companions of the one god, the ones who had confronted him before, his friends as it were. The race of men was never abandoned, Nurias said. Those of my holy order defended the city as the undead came closer and closer, killing hundreds of thousands. Vasrul, where the great torches were high above the city, and the temples of the one god saw the birth of the Avatar. It was my holy order who stood on the line, giving a small group of us and the child a chance to escape. It was in those moments that the great races came upon our land, and attempted to wrestle control of it from Mortua. You are foolish to believe that any would come for you. That any would come for the race of men. Do you not know you are the fifth creation? That we are not like the Dwemer who hide high in the far north, nor like the elves who cower away in their trees. And you want to speak of the dwarves, I guess, those stout, foul-mouthed, drunken fools. I have heard of such races. Then you have the elemental magic users, the supposed blessed magic users. The commander made a motion with his hand, summoning a great ball of dazzling purple fire. I am no Rusis, yet I can do this. We need not the other races, Nurias. He reached out his hand. Let us cease the hostilities, and I will let you enjoy the wonderful juice of Necrodo. Nurias did not lower his sword as the battle raged around them, and now the commander's own men were falling back around him. Nurias simply stared at his foe. You mean the broth you make from the children? The children I saw in cages. You use that to become powerful. The commander smiled slightly. In the old times, did we not use cows and chickens to make food? Did we not boil their bones to create broth that was nourishing to our bodies? Children require care, comfort, and eventually they supply something even greater than mere food for the beasts within. The way the commander referred to children as simply supplies, just food, disgusted Nurias. The commander continued, I do what is necessary to protect the greater beings. Through my art and science and the power of the goddess, I offer a path of evolution for our race. Do you not know that in the north the elves that live there do not die of old age? How are we to fight that? Truly, there is even an elf who stood before me now in this place that was older than all of us, and I sensed that she was much older than even I can imagine. Listen, it's been a wonderful conversation. But I'm going to kill you now. Nurias made 3 bounding leaps, lifting his sword above his head, and going for the commander's right shoulder. The commander parried, bringing his bony mace up just for Nurias to faint, dropping low and making a passing slash directly into the commander's hip. Nurias spun, attempting to make a hacking blow, but the commander retreated back, summoning his captains around him. At least that's what Nurias thought. But it was not his captains that came, but others of a much larger size than Nurias, but not quite the height of the commander. These were his most dedicated followers, the ones that have been doing as he had, drinking the broth of the children's bones. Nurias had no idea what other magics were twisted into these vile people, but as his own undead minions joined the fray, he engaged each of them in turn. They may have been larger than him, but they were not of the commander's power. In a hurried display of flashing parries and slashes, Nurias made his way through each of these foes with relative ease. Now, as his undead were clawing into them too, and at least 3 other necromancers had joined the fight, pushing the commander's cult back towards their tower. Nurias realized the commander was not attempting to make the strike himself, but to escape. The commander was running for his tower. All forces converge on the tower. Do not let the commander in. The clamor of battle took a strange turn in what Nurias could hear. Now screechers tore across Neverblack, and the sound of claws and hooves and undead feet, along with bony forms clambering directly towards Nurias's position and on towards the tower, filled the air. Nurias realized his veteran captain, the one who had stood beside him outside Neverblack and seemed to not trust his convictions as their leader, came to his side. "We have done as you commanded. Now most of what remains untainted. It takes great strength to hold back my minions from destroying them." Nurias nodded. "Your prowess is why you are still here. I would not forget your sacrifices or the sacrifices of those that you command." The captain nodded deeply. "Then I will happily continue my suffering for you, great Nurias. It seems our foe is upset." Nurias realized that the commander was now blocked out of his tower. Nurias's minions had managed to plug up the entrance, like leaves stuck in the grates of a city drain. The commander was hacking through them mercilessly, as his own warriors formed in around him, trying to hold the line against an unassailable swarm. "Nurias!" Nurias recognized the voice and turned to see his friend Lorlank. "Nurias, come with us. We must figure out a plan to defeat this monster." He knew his friends would want to help, but he also was not sure of their full intent. He could not trust them and he would not. As the companions of the one god were forming up a line directly behind him, possibly to support him or possibly to kill him, Nurias moved his hand in a wave behind him, drawing up dirt and stone, and using the bodies of his minions to form an immovable wall of corpses. "Do not hate me for what I must do. You must protect them, and you cannot protect them, the race of men, if you are killed by the commander or killed by me." Though he knew they could not hear him, he felt better to say that than to not. Nurias turned his attention back to the commander, and with his necromancers by his side he burst forward. He jumped up atop his army of undead, moving across their shoulders and heads, and using their bodies to propel himself directly at the commander. In a flash of swinging metal and fresh blood from several of the commander's captains, he was upon the commander once again. He brought his sword down, snapping the commander's mace. But a weapon was of no concern to this beast. The commander growled, slashing at it with elongating claws from his hand and attempting the gouge at his face. Nurias had killed now at least 6 of the captains, and as he summoned his necromantic powers within his arm, and the jewel deep in his flesh grew bright as he attempted to reincarnate the commander's men. But just as he did that, the commander stomped his foot, sending out a purple wave, casting his own necromancy. All of the warriors the commander had felled, even the undead ones, rose up still with the marks and slashes in their forms as servants of the commander. Now all across Neverblack all of the dead are rising up, and as Nurias looked back he could tell that his friends, the companions of the one god, were engaged. Now he could hear the screams of the people all across Neverblack, as the second army of undead was upon them. "Destroy the unclean ones." Nurias commanded his army, as he engaged the commander once again, punching him with all the force he could muster with his necromantic arm, and throwing them back. But the commander came to a sliding stop, roaring and sprinting directly at him. Nurias angled his sword just as he would if a horse was charging him, and he was attempting to take down the rider. But his blade simply was pushed aside by the commander as he struck him, throwing him far from his position. Nurias looked up to see his friend Lorlank just above him. "I don't know what you're doing, but you've got to do it." Nurias could see the commander sprinting through the swarms of undead moving directly towards him, and Lorlank. Suddenly, the high elf with the companions drew back her bow, sending a flurry of arrows directly at the commander. In an explosion of golden light, the commander roared, and it seemed the enchanted arrows of the elf did some form of damage to him. "Sanctify. Purify." It was one of the wizards, the older one. Nurias noticed. "Use a scroll," another one said. The third wizard pulled out a random scroll, and began to recite something in a language Nurias did not recognize. Soon a great bird of fire appeared above the city of Neverblack, and began screeching as it dove down, striking the undead around them. "Very good," the old wizard said. Nurias was up. The commander was still coming towards them even as the elven archer continued to pour arrows into his armor. Nurias and Lorlank charged the commander as brothers in arms once again. The commander engaged both of them just as now a man with blue hair, Rira, as he was known, brought down his holy axe, cleaving into the commander's foot. For the Holy Order of Vassarul. Another remnant? Nurias thought. Come now, father. Kilri isn't closing the line. Nurias looked back to see 3 children, each of them holding shields, but one quite a bit further away. The father moved forward, grabbing the child by the back of his tunic, and pulling him back into a slowly collapsing line of the companions. It was here that he realized that the avatar was high above them. She had taken the form of a great ball of light, as even still the wizard's spell spun around the top of Neverblack, driving itself down into the undead yet coming back out with a little less light each time. All across Neverblack, the race of men was fighting for its survival, as 2 undead armies fought one another. Nothing else mattered though. In the end, it was between Nurias and the commander. He would have to take control and defeat his foe, or all would be lost. Nurias made one more furious assault, summoning all of his undead around him, and growing a ramp of sorts that towered high above the commander. Then, twisting his arms, he summoned his skeletal warriors to form a wall encircling the commander and locking them into position. Nurias ran and leapt, angling his blade down, and the commander prepared to parry just as Nurias expected. Nurias dropped the blade, and used the small opening the commander was in to block the sword, to land directly upon the commander's chest. He used his bony necromantic arm to jab directly into the commander's throat, and grab hold of whatever he could, ripping it back out in a spraying show of sanguine pleasure. The commander roared, gurgling on his own blood, as he spun about, breaking apart the binds around him. He tried to speak, but with every time he took a gasp, more blood poured out over his body, and Nurias realized the smell had suddenly become unbearable. The commander roared once again, and all the surrounding creatures around them fell backwards. The commander tried to speak again but couldn't. His focus turned directly to Nurias, and there was a flash of red fire in the creature's eyes. Then a dazzling bright white light began to shine around Nurias and the commander. A line of fire grew around them in a circle, as now he saw multiple shields with glowing runes boxing both Nurias and the commander in. His companions, the ones who had tried to reach him in the deep Sunkenlands, had now contained both him and the monster he fought. The commander fell to his knees, as even still in his hand he held a weapon. The commander did not want to give up, but Nurias was holding a vessel from the man's neck, still in his hand. He could feel energy pulsating, the unnatural magics that gave this beast of a man power. Nurias, we could have been great. We could have been the greatest. The creature was speaking not of its typical voice, but of almost another voice, another body within a body. But Nurias was hearing it plain as common speech. Nurias stared at the commander, now becoming horribly pale, with a green hue to his skin. He collapsed, reaching out to Nurias, not in the form of the High Commander of Neverblack, the ruler and destroyer of lives, but now a weaker soul broken. The burning white fire surrounding them was growing higher, as now the companions of the one god formed a triangle. The 3 wizards were the points, and the multiple shields of the children, and the other remnants seemed to be focusing energy directly at Nurias and the commander. Above, the avatar seemed to be encasing them all in this bright light. There was no escape from this place. You're right, Nurias said to the commander. We could have been great. But not at this point. Our paths are forever separate, but the power made between us, the energies of necromancy, remain. The commander seemed to smile, even as his body continued to deteriorate. So you forgive me? No. Nurias drove his sword deep into the commander. He pierced his skull and neck bone, driving the blade all the way into the top of the commander's heart. He withdrew the blade, and the commander was dead. Nurias hissed, looking up at the avatar, and feeling the sun bathing of golden light upon him. "Purify," he heard a voice say. He could not tell who was speaking it, but he could not stand the light upon him. He felt as if two forms were fighting for control of his one body, almost like when the necromancer from before had been within him and speaking to him. He felt his arm tingling with pain as the jewel within it vibrated, almost as if something was trying to draw it out. Nurias tried to reach his undead minions but could not. He was cut off from them. He wondered if this is how the necromancer felt that was in the deeper Sunkenlands, the corpse he had seen. He suddenly saw the avatar standing before him, holding the great scythe she had before. "Nurias, you have undone what was the plan. You can choose something beyond this. But you must choose." At that moment Nurias could hear and feel all of his undead minions. They had struck the outer line and the golden orb. Their attention was not on any of the living that remained in Neverblack, and he could even sense that many had begun fleeing the one sanctum they had as it was overran. The race of men was faltering, and they would need guidance to know where to go. It was another cycle, a cycle not too unlike the first, where falling back to the great city of Vasrul, the race of men tried to outlast their foe. Then over a decade, people all scattered across the Sunkenlands had survived. This is a repeat of what happened before in their history. He wanted the story to be different. He had to make the story different. He stood up, brandishing the sword and lifting it high towards the avatar. "The people must be protected. I can't protect them. You failed them." At first Nurias did not know where this sudden crossness towards the avatar came from, but he felt alive when saying it. The words like sweet honey leaving his lips, as he stood against the one god of the race of men alone. The golden orb around the companions failed. It was then that Nurias saw that aside from the warriors he had seen before, the wizards, the children with their father, and the high elf, now many normal people of the race of men holding whatever weapons they could claim were present. There were also the children, and for a split moment he saw the eyes of the child he had saved before when he first came to Neverblack with the power he had. The child screamed, clambering towards the father and his sons. The father turned, using the shield to protect the child and preparing to heave his spear directly at Nurias. "Undead! Cease! Stop this!" The undead directly around him did exactly as he commanded, but the others kept coming. Nurias closed his eyes, attempting to focus, but felt detached from the necromancers that were under his command. He could not stop them, as it were. It made no sense to him. Nothing had changed. The avatar spoke to him within his mind. "This was never meant to be your path, but you went upon it. Your path was different. There is an echo of what could have been that you saw as you journeyed to me. A story that ended. Now, you alone hold the power to make this new story better." Though Nurias could not command the undead horde, he could still command his powers. He looked at his right arm and the jewel within it, and realized that while he had the power to draw back the dead from the ground, that single power allowed him to purge them. He had felt an energy growing within him since he began the engagement with the commander, and it seemed that as he used more and more of his powers he had unlocked something deeper, something older. He wasn't sure what it meant, but as he closed his eyes he could see all the moving limbs and clicking and clacking jaws of the minions that were once his that he could no longer control. Further, he saw the necromancer, the great and old captain who seemed to be able to sense that Nurias was looking at him. He smiled and simply shook his head slowly. "You were bathed in the light of the one God for too long. You've lost your power. I took command." Nurias then saw a great light in his mind's eye. He saw shadows in the far distance, and he realized for just this moment he was looking back into the past. He could see the great light of the city of Vasrul, the torch burning brightly before it was darkened. No, this isn't the power of necromancy. It is a greater connection to the grander vision and purpose. This jewel within my arm is not something tying me to the undead, but tying me to the greater path. The true path was simply broken, but it will lead to greatness. Nurias could feel the jewel in his arm twisting and turning. He began to glow, not the necromancer colors from before, but a great white. He lifted his hand up, summoning white fire from his fingertips and pushing it outward. In a crackling blast of energy, the undead within Neverblack were purged. Nurias collapsed. He lay on his back, and he could see Lorlank tapping him. But he could not respond. He closed his eyes and he saw darkness. It was then he saw the eyes of the necromancers that were his captains, and in particular the one. They were fleeing Neverblack, but they were not done. Then, Nurias felt a burning pain in his forehead, and suddenly he could see clearly. Chapter 24. Exodus. Nurias sat up, and looked out at the many faces that were surrounding him. Not just the warriors and companions of the one God, but all the frightened faces of the children and the people that he had saved. The Avatar sat just behind him, stroking his head. Now we must exit this. There is nothing left for us here in these lands, we must go north. Lorlank pulled Nurias to his feet, and brushed off the dirt from his armor. Kind of crazy to think this all started with a bit of water. Nurias embraced Lorlank. I'm sorry, friend. He sought to help, as did you all, he said, looking to the others. The old wizard came to him. I am Master Gefrel. I and my 2 apprentices were proud to do what we needed to save you. We are all companions and servants to the Avatar. The elf approached and simply nodded. The race of men continues to amaze me. I am sure I know elves who could not resist the power. Truly, I have faith that your race will do great. What's wrong with his arm? Kilri asked. Kulrez smacked Kilri, in which Serdia laughed. He has become enchanted himself. I am Tralel, their father said, bowing. I welcome you to a slightly better life. Considering it seems you've been through it a bit too. Nurias stared at the children, and looked over to the other children that had been kept in Neverblack. These are your children? Yes, they are. We were headed north, when through one act after another, we all have come together to come to this place. You fight well, the man with the blue hair and the axe said. I am Rira, since everyone else has introduced themselves. Are you a remnant? Or more someone of the Holy Order? Once in a way, I guess. But I guess we are all remnants now. While many of the race of men were already fleeing Neverblack, the ones that were directly around the companions were brandishing weapons and armor. We make for the outside world, and then we must send word to those that are fleeing away from Neverblack to any direction but north to join us, Nelbria said. I will go to them each and direct them to the north, the Avatar said. We must make sure that all of our people get to safety. That nothing prevents them from reaching what they need to reach. At this moment a man came up, one of the captains. It was Trusak. The one Nurias and Lorlank had met very early on. Before Nurias could say anything, the man knelt. With him were dozens more. We confess the evil we have done. While we could have resisted, we did not. Allow us to now serve you, Captain Trusak said to the Avatar. Stand, warriors. Know your forgiveness is bound to your acts in the coming hours. Stand, defend our people, and you shall be forgiven. The ground quaked again. We must go north. We must get to the gates, and to where Narasond can help us. The ancient seals that have long protected this land are failing. We do not have much time, Nelbria said. As the companions made their way outside, taking twisted passages directly to the north, the ground trembled and shook around them, and in the far distance the mountains seemed to be smoking. But even closer, the great chasms that had been seen all across the land had been growing in number, appearing as great ravines silently cutting across the landscape. Though, as fate would have it, there seems to be a long stretch of land that reaches all the way to the northern mountains. A road almost just perfect for the exodus of the race of men. They were indeed a great host gathering and moving together. But Nurias worried of the necromantic foe that still existed. He knew their escape would not go unassaulted. Now with Nurias amongst the companions, the host was moving with great haste to the northern mountains. While Nelbria and Gefrel created some great portals to lead them up and out of Neverblack itself, their magic could only take them so far. Nelbria was quite fatigued, as was Gefrel. It seemed that even the power of the Avatar is having difficulty sustaining. The great mysterious chasms enveloping the entire land seemed to be weakening even the Avatar. Now Tralol and Nurias walked with one another, as it seemed that Nurias's arm, though burned and charred still, was glowing a slight white. It was strange, the arm and Nurias had taken now. He somehow retained the power he had as a necromancer, yet none did that were following him. Nurias and Tralel stopped up on a rock, as hundreds and hundreds of refugees flowed all around them. Tralel's children were just below him, and he smiled as he watched them helping and directing children up to the many rocks at the base of the northern mountain. Tralel, you are indeed lucky to have so many children. I am surprised to see such wonderful boys. Tralel nodded and smiled. I am lucky to have them. We are fortunate to be in such a situation, a chance to leave these lands behind. I never thought such a day would come. Yeah, Nurias said, nodding. But it is impossible to know all the workings of the world. I have learned from experience that I will never be able to explain just as much as anyone else. But I am concerned, Nurias pointed out in the deep, vast blackness, as a host of swarms and swarms of undead were slowly encroaching upon them. Even though the chasms are cutting all across the land, and turning the approach of the undead, they would be upon them before too long. The elf and the wizard are weakened, and this land has erupted apart, but the strain of the chasms and the energies that held this place secure, the waters far from the dusty basins, I wonder if we are all coming to a great wall of rock that we cannot escape. Tralel shrugged, kicking at the rock beneath him. I cannot imagine a scenario where that is what happens. Nurias raised an eyebrow. I couldn't imagine I would be a necromancer at any point in my life either, but we saw how that went. They had reached the rolling hills up to the mountains, and though many had set down here, Nurias, Tralel and others of the companions quickly moved them to get them heading into the foothills. The avatar floated high above them, moving almost like an encouraging light to the sides of the great host, and in fact to the rear of it. She seemed to be singing a strange melody that Nurias could not make out. Tralel thought he felt like he could understand a few of the words, for they reminded him of some of the songs his wife had sung. He too was confused. The grounds continued to shake and tremble, as now fire belched forth from the mountains in the far distance. Thankfully, the northern mountains have remained stable. The time comes, Nelbria said. We will be the last living creatures to walk upon this land. The oceans will swarm and wash away the filth that was brought here, and all the goodness will be removed. Surely, even when the oceans move to purify this place, I doubt that any good life will come from them. This will be a poisonous region until the destruction of the realms. At last they had reached the great standing stones that to anyone else including Tralel just simply looked like old washed pillars. There seemed to be some sign of crenulation and artesian work, but overall, these two pillars simply seemed to blend into the rock beyond. The great host of hundreds and hundreds of survivors spread out on the edges of what essentially looked like a large promenade between two great walls of a city. But there was no city here, nothing but bare rock. They progressed forward. Nelbria and Gefrel seemed to be talking between themselves, and as they entered between the two great pillars, Tralel could see a flat and ordinary wall on the far end of this chasm. Though chasm would not be the correct word, for it was more like a great mountain hall. To anyone traveling this way, coming upon such a thing, it would no doubt be an oddity, considering now looking at it from within this strange chamber, Tralel could tell this was like a great doorway to another place. This is it, Nelbria said. This is not where I came in, but this is how the race of men will enter their new home. So is there a door? Kilri asked. Oh, there is, Nelbria said, but it is opening the door that is the hard part. Thankfully you have a master of portals and magic before you. And I'm here too, but she is much better to look at than I, Gefrel said. Nelbria laughed. Thank you for the unneeded compliment, but I do find my portal magic to be quite useful in scenarios like this, of which in my thousands of years of life I have never been in. Nurias, Lorlank, Rira and now Tralel walked back to the spot between the two pillars. From here they could see down the road they had taken up into the mountain, and it was like a great stairwell leading down from the Sunkenlands below and into this place, while the entire hope of the race of men now set. How has it come to this? Nurias asked. I was meant to die back in the village. I didn't, and I swear I've seen at least 6 sets of eyes within this very place that I had personally helped and saved from near death over the years. Nurias looked over at Tralel. you got your children here safely. We know they're coming. We don't know how far or how long it will take for them to get to us, but whenever the wizard and the elf get the gateway open, I want you to go. I don't want you here. I don't want any more to die here, no more children or mothers or fathers that still have children that breathe. At that moment, Serdia came up with Kilri and Kulrez. So how long do we have? Kilri asked. Enough time, Serdia said. I don't know how big the door is they are opening, but it'll take some time for so many people to get through. When the enemy comes, we just have to be ready. Nurias looked down at the children, and his eyes crossed back up to Tralel. You think you're ready for a good fight? Rira asked. The fight is never that good, but a fight is necessary, Kulrez said. Taken directly from the Master's high teachings back in the High City, Rira said. I wonder where he would learn such rhetoric as that. Tralel asked. He turned to the children. You have done bravely up to this point, but the moment the doorway is open or the portal is open or whatever is opened that they are doing, I want you to go. I will stay back with the others and make sure that the way stays protected. That's not what's happening, Hilary said. That is what's happening, Tralel said. Your mother wanted you to have an adventure, and to reach the goal that we always had. Safety. And our mother isn't here to tell us to be safe. Tralel bit his own lip for that moment. He wished to say something out of anger that he knew he should not. At that moment the avatar floated down high from the sky, and landed just before them. Brave warriors of the one god, you ready yourselves? We are ready, Rira said. We have around 100 volunteers in case they are needed. But Nelbria and Gefrel are working on the portal, and I don't think they will be needed. We're just here admiring the view. At that moment there was a sudden trembling across the ground, and a great red fire shot up into the sky a great distance away. Then dust shook all around them, as the very mountain they were standing on began to tremble. There was a distinct smell of salt in the air and far, far away. The air seemed to suddenly be snapped away from them. Tralel looked out across the vast expanses of the Sunkenlands, and he could sense something had changed. Dark clouds bellowed about. The thick smokes of the mountains on fire in the distance had finally reached them as the sun was blotted out. We are preparing to activate, Nelbria said. Once the doorway is open, we must get to the north. We seem to all be clear here, Elf, Rira said. That moment, a great enveloping fog struck the upper stairwell leading into the passageway. Tralel heard the distinct sound of growling. I think it is time, Tralel said. Chapter 25. The season of high fire and desolation. How did they get here so quick? Where did they come from the fog? Lorlank asked. Nurias took a deep breath, closing his eyes as he could sense the presence of an old companion. I told you you would not escape. Now you have gathered them all again in a place where I will feast upon them. I know what passageway you are in, what purpose you have in being there. For you knew as well, but your mind was too focused on killing the one within Neverblack. I know that this place exists, and I know that the grand plan was always for you to take command, for you to destroy the one who was in Neverblack, for he became truly tainted. But no, you gave up your command. So now the portals are activated. I can sense it. At that moment, Nurias looked behind him, and he could see that the three wizards had affixed their staffs in the ground in the center portion of this place. All the staffs were glowing with a bright white fire, creating a ball of energy high above them. A second later, both Nelbria and Gefrel lifted their hands, speaking words that were out of his range of hearing. The great ball of energy struck the great stone wall on the far end, and an illuminated door appeared shimmering like water. Now I have passage into the lands of the elves, the dwarves, the Dwemer, and the Ruses. My goddess is trapped, and I will release her. Thank you for gathering more of an army, but you are all weak and broken. The greatest of you has already fallen. What are a few broken remnants to do? Nurias looked over to say something to Lorlank, Tralel, and Rira, when he realized that the voice he was hearing was heard by all of them as well. Who in the gods is that? Tralel asked. And why could I hear him? It is a necromancer. An old necromancer. He was a captain at one point, but even at that point he had to have been one of the original forces before the land fell. I have to imagine there were greater ones before him, but now he is taking over the personal responsibility of all the undead that remain. Now is the time that we stand together. He looked at Trallel's children. Do you wish to help your father and I? He asked. Of course. We want to help. We have to, Serdia said. Nurias nodded to Trallel, and then knelt down to the children. I and your father are going to watch this away. There are many children and elderly that may not be able to quite get to the gateway. There's 3 of you and you're small and fast. We want you to go there. He paused. I want you to. They need your help, and once they are all safe, you will hold the line to ensure that they get to where they need to go. There may be too many for us to prevent from getting in, stragglers, and if you're here you can't help those in there. Can you do this for me? Serdia and Kilri both nodded, bowing slightly, as Kulrez stared with a peculiar look at Nurias. You're not allowed to die here. I'm not. Good, I have no plans of that. But I understand it. I won't see you again. Everything has worked well. Goodbye. As the 3 children departed, Nurias looked at Trallel with a peculiar look. Is your son some kind of seer? Takes after his mother. Bit of intuition, and he can read ancient writings. I know some people back in the old city that would have really liked him. The fog was now hanging just at the edge of the opening of the mountain pass. The 100 or so volunteers that were able to brandish weapons and hold the line were prepared. Now the wizards had joined them. Quite the fog we have here, Gefrel said. It reminds me back when I was a younger man. Standing on the sea, as it were. You mean standing beside the sea? Rira asked. Gefrel looked over to him and raised his eyebrow. No, I said on the sea. I was standing on the water. How is that difficult to understand? Well, the average person can't stand on water, Rira said. There was a sudden blast directly in front of them, and a wave of pointed barbs slammed into unsuspecting warriors just on the edge. Defend yourselves! Trallel shouted. He raised his shield as the fog suddenly completely obscured their view. The 3 wizards lifted their staffs, causing some energy between them that bounced from staff to staff to staff. It was then he realized that the wizards did not have staffs at all but much simpler wands, shorter and not nearly as imposing as the weapons before. But still, they were effective. Within a few moments the fogs were wrapped up and blown away like a great breeze had come through to clear the path. But what the warrior saw now, the path obvious to them, and the stairwell of jagged rock that the host had went up, was a sea of undead unlike any of them had ever seen. As far as they could see across the open ground, they saw blackness like millions of ants clambering over one another. Towering beasts walked above the thralls that were unending. Then too, flying to the skies were the plague reapers and their massive ghastly forms reaching out over the mountain and further covering everything in darkness. Wizards! Gefrel shouted, Mage Light. The 3 wizards began casting balls of white fire directly into the rocks all around them. This was serving as the last light of the Sunkenlands, as now even the volcanic eruptions in the distance could not be seen. There was no sun, and it would be just as well that it had gone out. The air smelled of rotting flesh, and there was a palpable anger flowing over the companions. Nurias drew his sword as Rira took his axe in hand. As Lorlank gripped his hammer, nodding strangely to Nurias in some form of weird excitement of what was to come, Trallel gripped his spear and prepared for the onslaught. The undead struck the line. This was no line of anointed ones, the proud holy knights of Vasrul, these were the remnants. Both the ordained like Nurias and Rira, and the volunteers that chose to give their life at this moment to protect the others, to earn their forgiveness. Stand! Captain Trusac shouted, stand for the race of men. Trallel kept his shield close against his body, trying to keep his shield wall intact as the thralls came again and again and again. Now the skeletal warriors were attempting to crawl underneath them and get through, as now even more of the undead were leaping directly over them, catching the fireballs as the 3 wizards ran back and forth attempting to keep the way into the mountain clear. At this moment, Nelbria arrived brandishing her bow and drawing out multiple arrows at once. The elf's barrage was continuous and unrelenting. Now greater and greater creatures were coming up, and while many of the smaller creatures were felled by the simplest of warriors, fatigue was beginning to set in. Over half the starting force was now dead and being clambered over. Still, other creatures began devouring the corpses, or even the ones that were not quite corpses yet. It was at that moment there was the strangest of sounds in the air, and a familiar feeling filled Nurias's mind. Then he heard a voice. 17 has passed. Yet on 10 and 18 the last stand was made. Veiled are my words, but true they are still. It was the voice of the one God. Trallo, at last the final moment has come. I know you sought only to protect those with you, but I tell you now that it will be 12 cycles and 15 rotations before you taste death. If you can do but what you need to for them, prepare, you shall have the fire of the one God. At this moment in time the entire shield wall had fallen. The warriors were clambering over one another as the undead swarmed. Nurias and Lorlank had fallen back with Gefrel, and they were blocking the entrance, a furious last stand as still the warriors tried to slow the flood of their enemy. Rira screamed towards Trallo, "Watch out!" Trallo turned to see the horror that he had seen back at the homestead. It was the strange creature of the south, the swamp beast, the one that he had planted the spear into multiple times but could not stop, that had smashed down the gates and made the realization of what the father had no choice to do. It symbolized the true realization of the bastardized horrible chain of events. He was happy that his children were not here. For attached to such a monstrosity of a creature he saw nothing but the reborn form of his old love, attached and sewn onto this great monster, creating a beast both unholy and horribly disgusting. He took his spear in hand, and he felt the presence of the one God upon him. Release and have faith. Before he could release, Rira charged in, bringing his holy axe down upon the creature's knee before clubbing it in the face. The creature was thrown upwards, its fatty flesh flowing out as it roared, lifting its head and exposing its raw and festering neck. A possible weak spot in its otherwise weathered form. Then the undead form of Trallo's dead wife grabbed hold of Rira, drawing him up and biting his throat, as her now bound swamp form still flailed about from the remnant's final attack. So passes Rira, defender of Aruda. He is at peace, forever. The Avatar shouted. Trallo said nothing. He didn't exclaim or scream, he focused his thoughts upon one thing. He would follow through with what he said for the children, he would follow through what he knew was right. And all the voices in his mind had silenced. As the creature barreled down upon him, snarling and spewing a putrid and venomous spit all around him, Trallo threw his spear, striking the creature directly in the center of its chest. Though when he threw the spear it was but a simple spear of wood and stone, as it flew through the air, the Avatar blessed his weapon with the fire of the one God. The spear struck the chest and bounced up into the fleshy and raw neck. With a holy explosion of crackling white lightning the creature burst into black flames, and with the flames Trallo felt a release within himself. Now, many of the warriors around him returned to his side, to pull Trallo further towards the portal and the last ground of the Sunkenlands to be held by the living. Nurias was pulling Trallo into the center of the mountain passageway. It was here where the wizard's staffs were still alight, and keeping the portal open. Nelbria was in the center of the circle, her bow bent and set on a target some distance away near the opening. There were still people moving through the portal, and even from afar Trallo could see his sons. Trallo and Nurias turned, taking up positions between two of the wizard's staffs, as now the very structure they were within with its towering walls high above began to sink around them. It was at this moment that Trallo realized the massive chasms that had stretched all across the Sunkenlands were now here. The chasms were devouring the mountains around them, and instead of rock above them they could see dark skies and the billowing black clouds. Surely it would have to be a miracle that any of them would get out alive. The Avatar became as a great white light, forming a shield of bright white fire with a massive golden scythe flying about the entrance of the portal grounds. "Flee, my children, flee!" the Avatar shouted. For this moment the undead were blocked. "Now, all warriors fall back!" Nelbria shouted. Then an explosion of energy, and the Avatar was gone. The wall of white fire fell, and the armies of the necromancers attacked. The undead were now swarming down upon them, concentrating on the warriors in the circle, and the great light keeping the portal open. Still, some were moving around the defensive perimeter and making it straight for the door. Tralel could see his children engaging in combat, others around his children falling down as they did not have shields and swords. "Get out of here!" Tralel shouted. "Get out of here now!" Serdia looked at Kilri and Kulrez. "Father needs us, we have to go to him." "Others come before father. We must protect the people," Kulrez said. "We must go. We must obey what they have told us to do." Now, the avatar appeared before them. Her form had darkened as the light of her body fled. "We must go," she said, falling unconscious. "What do we do?" Kilri asked. "As the avatar and father says," Kulrez told them. The youngest of the boys lifted the avatar up. "I will protect her, we must go." In that moment of delay, even more of the undead thralls were hurrying directly at them. Serdia could no longer see his father, and much to his dislike, he fell back with his brothers hurrying to set some distance between them and the undead. They had passed through the shimmering veil, and it was like nothing that any of them could describe. This land here was a complete contrast to the rocky terrain they had been traversing with their father. While the mountains were just a continuation of the other mountains, they soon dropped off, and there was a green path and grass. As they came over the top of the hill, they looked down into a vast woods that stretched out before them. Here he saw the hundreds of people spread out in the woods, many of them laying about, and while others were crying and weeping for the loss of life, others were simply silent. The boys turned in unison, looking directly back from where they had come. The portal in the mountains was still open. No more were passing through. "Why aren't they coming?" Serdia said. Nelbria had moved from her bow to her sword. More and more thralls were coming, and the much larger creatures of the undead, lumbering giants, and now a necromancer far from reach of them, was slowly making his way towards them. "We have to get to the portal. We have to close it." "We don't have to close it," Nelbria said. "All we have to do is move the staffs with it, and we can walk directly through it and close it on the other side." But now there were more necromancers. For the first time a female necromancer approached, her arms outstretched with black lightning curling off her fingertips and striking the rock around them. "That's new," Nurias said. The mountain shook again. Now the walls of the passageway had vanished, and the great chasm circled around. The very stone that Nurias and Tralel were making their stand on began to fracture away, as wisps of purple and black reached up. "What is this?" Lorlank asked. Captain Trusac was still alive though most of his men were dead. "We fall back, we have to," he shouted. "It has bled through from something else," Gefrel said. "It is like another world bending into ours, its own form of cataclysm. We are in a state of mirror with it. As best I can guess." Tralel had no idea what the wizard was talking about, but he assumed this was something beyond his knowledge. "We fall back. Fall back to the portal," Tralel suggested. "I'm with you," Lorlank said. The necromancer, the captain that had taken his rule from Nurias, now floated above the great mass of undead. "I told you that you could not stop me or stop what was coming," the necromancer screamed. "Even now my minions enter the forbidden lands that none of our race was ever to enter. Just like the race of men was to be sealed off from the other races, all things can change." Tralel looked at the horde that was so centered and focused on them, and was now headed directly towards his children. Nurias summoned the light in the jewel in his arm, attempting to purge the area like he had done before, but he found himself unable to make a difference in those that were standing around. Though his power was very active, white fire and now bolts of silver lightning curling around it, he could not cast as before. Instead, he did exactly what any in his position would be expected to do. He lifted his sword and charged. Nelbria grabbed Tralel's arm. "I will do what I can. I will call my brethren, and anyone else that will answer our call. But I think this may be the end. The realm falters." Tralel did not know what Nelbria meant, but he locked shield against arm and stood back to back with Lorlank, as now they were standing on top of the bodies of the undead, and were seemingly cut off from the gateway to salvation. Tralel's children were still holding the line, one beside the other. Their left feet were tucked behind them, their right feet pointed out and their shields held aloft and firm. Their blades were at the ready. It was Kilry who saw the first thralls coming up out of the portal and charging down the grassy knoll. The Avatar was laying behind them, only just awake. "Just like Father said," Serdia said, "stay together. Hold the line. The people behind us cannot fight, we must fight for them. All together." "We're with you," Kilry said. "The gods are too," Kulrez said. Serdia stared over the edge of the shield, seeing now at least 36 thralls charging directly at them. The force of their attack would most likely throw the three of them down. But Serdia knew that their father was most likely dead. He would make him proud. It was then a sound came over the wind, unlike anything Serdia had ever heard. There were horns, though it wasn't trumpets like he remembers hearing stories of, and this strange tap 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 sound the trumpet will make. No, it was long, almost like an animal call. A few moments later the wind shifted behind them. Then came a whistling whiz passing between the boys' heads, as long feathered arrows struck the undead in a continuous barrage. A moment later, he saw others just like Nelbria move into position directly in front of the boys. One of them turned and looked directly at them. "Fall back, children, protect the Avatar, the High Elves of Narason shall protect you." Tralel has now been beat to the point that him and Lorlank were standing on the edge of a precipice over the great chasms that opened beneath. Nurias was locked in a duel with several necromancers, white fire flashing from his arm as he struck one after another, bouncing and cracking into the closest necromancer before falling back again. Nelbria was directly beside the three wizards, still in the center of the overall area they were fighting, but now chasms were separating all of them. Still, there was a pathway that led to the portal, and more undead flowing in. Though now in the oddest of circumstances, Tralel could see the sunlight. He could see a land to the north. His eyes almost did not do justice to what he was seeing now, rolling green lands, a contrast to life in the Sunkenlands. They had finally reached this place in the north, and he was not sure if he had actually already died and was seeing the afterlife coming to him, or if truly they had made it. The truth is they were more than overwhelmed. It would only take one misstep to fall into the chasm, or one missed parry or block to be skewered by one of the undead. Their situation was hopeless. As a sudden blast of energy, white fire was erupting from Nurias, as he and the necromancer had cleared the area where they were fighting. It was just the two of them. Nelbria sent several arrows directly into the necromancer's side, but he seemed unfazed, twisting about and attempting to swipe at Nurias with a crooked scythe of bone. Nurias spun his sword and dagger, pointing directly at his foe. "You will never enter the new realm. I will eviscerate you, and rip your life force from your body. You will curse the goddess Mortua forever, returning life to your dead form." Then in an unexpected chain of events, the stone beneath Nurias and the necromancer gave way and both fell. There was no screaming, there were no shouts or attempts for either one of them to stop. In a sudden explosion of purple fire and a sound that sounded like howling wind, they vanished into the great chasm beneath them. Both Nelbria and Gefrel shouted, attempting to get to where Nurias had been, but there was no one there. The other necromancers remained, and began to close in. It was in that single moment there was a sound on the wind unlike nothing before, at least not in the memory of those present that have been in the Sunkenlands. In a sudden flash of white fire, something appeared beside the wizards. At first, Tralel believed it might be Nurias. That somehow the warrior necromancer had returned, but as this figure stood up and was nearly taller than anyone else present, he knew it could not be Nurias. He did not recognize this person in his silver armor, with blue glowing jewels down the center and on the sides. "My lady Nelbria, I have come to your aid as requested. The Dwemer have answered the call." Nelbria bowed slightly to this figure, as now multiple other figures just like him appeared wearing the same armor, and brandishing long slender swords with burning white fire. "Riakar, I did not expect the Dwemer, how is this possible? It is our purpose to protect all life. We have come. Your people are holding the line directly outside, and the undead that were assaulting the children have been vanquished. Father of men, your children are safe, he said to Trallel. Trallel smiled. Chapter 26. Every breath I take. There were several more flashes of light, and others like Riakar appeared, driving back the undead. The mountain shook beneath Trallel's feet, and now more of the strange chasms were reacting to the portal Nelbria and Gefrel had set. Dwemer, recover. Shroud the void. Riakar shouted. The warriors had taken up position in a wall of glowing blades, to slow the advance of the undead as they fell back. Lorlank was bleeding from both his arms and head. He limped towards the portal with Captain Trusac and vanished. What came next was something Trallel never expected. Above, with a strange melodic tune in the air, came great glowing silver constructs over the mountaintops, floating down to just above the ground in a circle surrounding the companions that remained. The humming of the machines filled the air. Riakar lifted his sword. The Dwemer protect the fifth race. The Akan of Eliwe will shield us as destruction comes. Lightning flashed high above them, and suddenly, the portal still active and tied into the wizard staffs, flashed and became purple, just like the chasms. Then in a crackling explosion there came whips of purple fire, striking the constructs and pulling several in with an explosion of fire. Trallel could see a pathway now beyond the portal. The realms, though separate before, had merged. The portal was no longer needed. The few pillars of stone, where the companions were beginning to tremble beneath their feet. Then the undead began to fall over each other to climb up from a ground-rumbling horror that Trallel couldn't see. As the Akan lifted off the ground, blasting the undead with bright blue streams of fire from crystals at their base, Trallel ran with Nelbria. Gefrel and his apprentices had remained near Riakar, but even the Dwemer was turning to run. The snapping whips were growing larger and more forceful. One Dwemer was dragged in, and another Akan. Troon and Balas ignited scrolls, sending their spells into the whips to no effect. The Akan suddenly engaged the wards, forming a massive orb, as Nelbria and Trallel reached the green grass high atop the hill above the valley and the survivors below. They looked back to see another bright flash of purple fire, and Master Gefrel was grabbed by one of the whips. He was swept from his feet and ripped towards the edge of the chasm. His apprentices jumped to grab him. No! Nelbria shouted. The elf ran, sliding to the edge just as the apprentices held their master. Cast Mage Light, Balas said. We must see the creature. Gefrel screamed, Nelbria! Nelbria! It's a portal variation. We can't allow. The master wizard was bound by multiple tendrils, dragged from the grips of his apprentices, and vanished. Trallel pulled Nelbria back, as Riakar and his warriors fell back beside them. They moved on to the green grass. The wizard? Riakar asked, looking at both of the apprentices as they stood in shock at what had happened. Nelbria's eyes were filled with tears as the ground rumbled beneath their feet. The chasms, they are continuing. Balas shouted. Akan destroy the wizard staffs. Riakar said aloud. Trallel had no idea who he was talking about, but a moment later a voice replied. We must hold, it is already coming. Positional wards engaging. Massive tidal variance incoming. What is coming? Trallel asked. Dozens of high elves were moving in to assist, and Trallel smiled, seeing his 3 boys and the avatar in the distance. They had made it, just like the Dwemer said. From their position, they had a clear view of everything going on. More elves were coming too. Suddenly, a chasm formed directly where the portal between the Sunkenlands and the rest of the world was. Its purple tendrils seemed almost sentient, moving through and grabbing Trallel by the leg. He was on his back, dragged by whatever it was that dwelt within this space between worlds. He heard the voices of his kids screaming, but he could not free himself, as he was now on the edge and about to be pulled down. His feet were above the chasm, as a hand grabbed him. It was Nelbria. Help me, she shouted. Then Riakar was there, using both of his hands to try to free Trallel. The ground shook harder than any present had ever felt. The wind smelled of salt and pungent death. A sound like 1,000 roaring waterfalls filled the air, and a great wave of water crashed upon the wards of the Akan. The grasp the creature had on Trallel's foot released and Riakar pulled him up. Nelbria shook her head as she knelt beside him. He stared at her, trying to catch his breath as Riakar went to tend to others who had been injured. It ended up being this random elf that saved him again, and eventually gave him and his children a path out of the Sunkenlands. Then in a strange twist she saved him again here. "Thank you," he said. She smiled. "I thought you were lost for a moment." The elf was struck from behind, and the fiery chasm surged with energy, and in a single breath Nelbria was ripped away. Riakar and Trallel both jumped to where she was pulled, but the great chasm had darkened. What? Riakar could not find words. Trallel saw it happen so fast there was nothing he could have done. He pulled the Dwemer back. Beneath their feet the ground became soft, and they fled towards the other survivors as the Akan lifted up into the sky high above them. Now, looking out over the great expanse that had been the Sunkenlands, a grand sea stretched as far as they could see. But they were far from safe. The water churned and the ground began to shift. There was a strange roar in the air. The Akan moved over, immediately sending waves of energy from their weapons as a towering creature emerged from the water. The creature was made of thousands of undead and skeletal forms. Its eyes glowed bright white and its arms were made of ghastly twisting black smoke. The Dwemer energy weapons did not hurt it. Hundreds of high elves had come now. Their bows twanged, sending dazzling burning magic into the creature. Nothing. Riakar took a spear from another Dwemer who had come with him. He reared back, throwing dead center into the creature's necrotic face, but the weapon did not faze it. "The creatures," he said, "the portal variation, it must have done something." The monstrosity roared. "Submit to Mortua and the plans of 1,000 moons. There is no light, for Vasserul has darkened. I shall consume." Trallel slammed his sword against his shield. "Fuck. No. This was supposed to be the end. What is a variation?" Trallel screamed. "What is this, Riakar?" "It's dark portal magic. It was waiting. It is of a realm outside our own but not quite in another. A space between spaces where energy is unlimited. The variation has created this thing, this unholy abomination that is purely intent on those meant to be drowned under the oceans." Barlas and Troon began reading spells, throwing all numbers of random castings. Now a new cast of high elves came. They lifted their staffs, each of them furling arcane winds. "Archon," Riakar said, "what god would allow such a creation?" "This is no creature of the gods," one of them said, "but of the goddess enslaved. It is her work that we see here." The creature began to pelt the ground with undead, sending a long line of much stouter warriors than Trallel had ever seen. "For the north!" Riakar shouted, "Elves of Narasond, Dwemer of the northern reach with me." Riakar drew his dual blades, leading a countercharge of Dwemer elves and men. Lorlank was among them, as was Captain Trusak. Now, dozens of portals were opening behind them, as distant allies were hurrying to assist the elves of Narasond. Trallel pushed his children further away from this place. They had come to help, but he would not put them in any further danger. He couldn't. "I want you to go. Get away from this place." Trallel was on his knees. He embraced the three of them. The creature roared again, striking the ground with a massive black pillar. "No, not here. Not again." It was one of the pillars. Just like what had started everything in their old home. A curse light of Mortua. The avatar touched Trallel's hand, and he looked up at her. She smiled and took Kulrez by the hand. "Are you ready, child?" "Yes," his son replied. "Ready?" Trallel asked. The avatar nodded. "Your actions serve the greater path, Trallel. Though you took a path that took you away, you returned to it in the end. The child understands." Kulrez. "I love you, father. Stand with my brothers. Do not let the undead spread," he said calmly. "You will understand soon. Mother is with me. Our faith has saved us. Our challenge was in the path, now we will finish this." The two of them became light and vanished. "Where did she take him?" Kulrez shouted. "What happened?" Serdia looked around them. "Where is he?" Tralel stood up, wiping tears from his eyes, as now the creature in the sea was towering high above them. He saw Riakar run up the creature's form with 6 other warriors. They struck the creature over and over with their blades, leaving large white slashes of burning fire, but still the creature pushed forward. "Flee!" an elf shouted. "Fall back to the woods!" The undead were swarming towards the survivors of men. "Boys, shields!" Tralel said. Serdia and Kilrez stood beside him. As many elves fled from the creature, the few who remained along with the Dwemer fought to stop the spread of the undead. They would do just that. The pillar was just beneath the legs of the creature. The Akan flying ships attempted to strike it, but the creature swatted them down into the ocean one after another. Now, large holes were appearing in the ground, and more undead were emerging. Feast on the living. Mortua is eternal. Tralel and his boys fought creature after creature, stabbing their blades into every new foe that appeared. But now poisonous spines flew out of the monstrosity, pelting the ground. "To the elven woods, run!" Tralel shouted. The boys began to run as he turned, holding his shield up as spike after spike pelted it. Then at last a sudden dark form attacked his shield and it cracked. Tralel rolled across the ground, and as he looked up, it appeared the creature was staring at him. "No signs of the old, no hope. You will never escape." The ground sunk beneath him and he slid down. The monstrosity was creating creatures from the very ground. He could smell the rancid scent of undead forming beneath him. He slid further, unable to pull himself back up. He looked down, seeing blackness when like before a hand grabbed his. But this time it was a stranger in the waning light beneath the now billowing dark clouds. He looked up to see someone who took him out of the horror around him, if only for a few short seconds. Her hair was golden, her eyes like sapphire, and at the moment he didn't realize how close he was to death, but she pulled him from the pit, even as the undead began to form from the muck at his feet. She was not an elf, but with her came many others in cloaks lined with silver. These people were different than any Tralel had seen before now. He looked back to the pit where he had been as an undead thrall crawled up. The woman beside him cast bright red fire from her hand. She had no wand or staff, just her. That was more than enough. With her fire, she immolated the creatures and sealed the place they were coming from in a sizzling show of energy. She pulled Tralel to his feet. She smiled. "Dangerous," she said. "Go, we've got this. Go to your children." Now the host of others like her began casting elemental spells directly into the monstrosity. "The Rusies are here," a voice shouted within the elves. "The Rusies have arrived." Tralel limped away, as the many cloaked Rusies added their magic into the mix of fighting going on before the pillar of Mortua and the monstrosity. His sons ran to him, taking him by either arm as suddenly a bright glowing form appeared behind them. Kulrez emerged from a great golden light, walking directly towards the monster on the coast. As creatures ran around him, and elves and Dwemer fought beside him, he simply bowed his head and outstretched his hand. The pillar of Mortua lifted from the ground and pierced the creature through its chest and out its mouth. The entire entity burst into black flames, before falling backwards into the ocean. All became quiet. As Tralel, Serdia and Kilrez approached the hill where Kulrez stood, the avatar emerged from him and he collapsed. Tralel ran for him, as now the many Dwemer, elves and Rusies, along with a handful of their own race, gathered around. He picked up his son, and found him to be sleeping. "The work is finished. Your son has been baptized by my spirit," the avatar said. "You will reform my order, Tralel. The realms need the light of the one God, to counter the darkness that is within our race. For darkness remains from the Sunkenlands, and will haunt the race of men forever. I am a part of you, and a part of them, and a part of all that will stand up to face the shadows. I shall go dwell within the mountains north of here. Seek me, Tralel. Your line will be blessed. But first rest." The avatar vanished, leaving only the scythe she had used before in battle. Riakar knelt down and picked up the weapon, giving it to Tralel. He took it in hand and nodded. Riakar nodded back. "Your god has spoken, honor it." Kulra's eyes opened. "Father, are you okay?" Yes, but I think I'm going to need a bit more sleep. The elves of Narasond will take care of you, another voice said. The figure was wearing the robe like the woman who had saved Trallil before. I am Rungar, Golden Templar of the Ruses. And you were late, Riakar said. Yes, well, at least we showed up. Unlike the dwarves. There are really dwarves too? Kilrez asked. Sometimes, Rungar said. When they decide to come above ground. We will talk to this Captain Trusak and attempt to sort out what transpired before now, Riakar said, but it seems in the end the race of men has survived. They laughed and both the Ruses and the Dwemer bowed before departing. As the warriors who had come from across the realms to face the great calamity dispersed, the father and the 3 children stood on the beach together staring west across the ocean. It was already decided that Captain Trusak would lead the survivors of the race of men around the newly formed coastline to lay down the foundations of a city directly beside the ocean. Now though, Trusak did not go by the title of captain but as simply Finna, his birth name and the name to be put over the new city. A simple name for what all hoped would be a simpler time for the race of men. Lorlank was being tended to by elvish healers, and it was unsure of what the warrior would do now. There were many questions as to what had happened to Master Gefrel, Nurias and Nelbria. Though their deaths were sudden and horrid, there seemed to be some whispers that they had not died at all. That it was something else. But to Trallil, that wasn't as important to him. He had his path with his children, though he was not too sure where exactly it would lead. The mountains awaited. The clouds had cleared over the vast seas. The thoughts of the many sacrifices were on all of their minds. Trallil smiled as the stars began to sparkle high above them. There was light coming from the elven lands, and he turned to see 2 great torches high in the mountains. The wizards Troon and Barlas joined them. It's almost like we're looking at Vasrul, Barlas said. A new one. Those are the torches of Narasond, High Elven City, apparently. It's almost like the same life we all remembered before the darkness. Nothing is the same, Trallil said, looking at the wizards and to his children. But with every breath I take, I will fight to make it better than the old. As we all must. The race of men would live on. The end.